On the Death Star of the Karlstar Nation, the Ninth Prison looms like a colossal beast, consuming nearly half the planet. This facility not only houses criminals, but also conceals countless unspeakable secrets. For over 6 centuries, its flawless record of zero escapes, combined with generous benefits, has made it a coveted workplace for prison guards. Lin Jie once had dreams of working there, striving for years to achieve that goal. Unexpectedly, fate had other plans. She did enter the Ninth Prison, but as an inmate. Now, he sits in the interrogation room of Section T, facing a middle-aged female warden named Jenna Downs. Jenna attempts to bridge the gap with Lin Jie by adopting a friendly demeanor, but he skillfully mocks her. He starts by complimenting her well-maintained appearance and then deliberately remarks that she looks 54, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Lin Jie's sense of humor seems to provoke the warden, prompting her to threaten him in an effort to make him comply. However, Lin Jie remains unruffled, even making a joke about ovulation. This subtle provocation, more than any vulgar language, infuriates Jenna. Despite her anger, she continues to try to win him over emotionally. Internally, Lin Jie sneers, though he outwardly shows a hint of hesitation. He deliberately asks Jenna if she can truly help him, luring her to continue. Believing she has found a breakthrough, Jenna demands Lin Jie's complete trust, asking him to reveal his identity and the nature of his crimes. At this moment, Lin Jie starts fabricating absurd offenses, claiming he hacked into the presidential palace's security system, knocked out over a dozen bodyguards, all just to steal a lollipop from the president's son. This outrageous story enrages Jenna, who orders the guards to take him away. After leaving the interrogation room, Lin Jie heads to the exercise area's pool. He gazes at his reflection in the water-black hair, black eyes, a growing beard, with a mix of melancholy and mischief in his eyes. The electronic collar around his neck, however, mars the picture. Lin Jie turns to observe the other inmates, most of whom are ordinary people like him, with only a few from other races. They all wear electronic collars that suppress abilities, provide tracking, and can explode. Lin Jie closes his eyes, his consciousness diving inward, where he sees the mysterious cube. This cube is the key to Lin Jie's time travel and has resided within him for 23 years. Yet, no matter how hard he tries, the cube remains unresponsive, like a heartless lover. As Lin Jie ponders his escape from this wretched place, the metal gate suddenly opens. A bald strongman and a young curly-haired man enter, followed by a transport vehicle. On it stands a dilapidated mech over 5 meters tall, clearly on the verge of being scrapped. Lin Jie squints, puzzled. Why is this thing here in the prison? In this universe, there are 2 main categories of superhumans. Those who enhance their own physical and mystical abilities, such as warriors and sorcerers, and those who rely more on technological advancements, such as gene warriors and mech pilots. Gene warriors gain physical and ability enhancements by injecting special serums, while mech pilots operate powerful combat mechs. Although these 2 types of superhumans depend more on technology, they are rarer than warriors and sorcerers. The selection process for gene warriors is extremely stringent. Most candidates are eliminated during compatibility testing, and even those who pass face a low survival and success rate after the serum injection. Becoming a gene warrior is truly a 9 million feat. Mech pilots are even rarer. Operating a mech, especially a lower-level one, might seem accessible. Whether through manual operation or neural connection, the requirements are not overly strict. However, this seemingly easy-to-enter profession often proves to be the hardest to master. The key lies in an unquantifiable element talent. Much like professional esports players compared to casual gamers, the proportion of top-tier mech pilots among all mech operators is likely even smaller. At this moment, the prisoners in the jail are all wearing electronic collars that suppress their abilities, making it difficult for even superhumans to act. If the mech in front of them could still operate and had a professional pilot, it could indeed wreak havoc in the prison. But that would be the extent of it. Mechs, whether for individual or battlefield use, are classified into various levels: Private, Vanguard, General, Dominator, Titan, and so on. Lin Jie instantly recognized that the combat mech in front of him was merely a low-level private class. Even in perfect condition, it could only dominate among the prisoners and had no hope of breaking through the Ninth Prison's layers of defenses. Lin Jie was puzzled. Why would such a mech be in the prison? And it looked like it had just been through a fierce battle. Could someone have gone mad from seeing the mech? The bald man and the curly-haired man escorted the mech forward, and wherever they went, prisoners scattered, not daring to obstruct them. The 2 men swaggered to a door that looked like it led to a storage room. The curly-haired man pushed the door open, and Lin Jie saw the scene inside, his expression becoming even more intriguing. Lathes, welding guns, hinges, wrenches, all kinds of professional tools were neatly arranged, and the smell of machine oil seemed to fill the air. Lin Jie frowned in thought. Were they planning to repair the mech? Although he was some distance away, Lin Jie's keen eyesight could tell that the mech was on the verge of being scrapped. Repairing a private class mech in such a state would likely cost more in manpower and time than buying a new one. Could it be a collector's item? Lin Jie quickly dismissed this idea. There are indeed collectors in the universe who love antique mechs, much like Earth's wealthy are fond of classic cars. From its appearance, the mech did seem old. But if it were truly a precious collectible, why use it in battle? That would be too extravagant. Lin Jie's curiosity grew as he observed the two men's actions while pondering. The curly-haired man took out tools from the storage room and began a thorough inspection of the mech. From top to bottom, inside and out, the process took over 10 minutes. Finally, he approached the bald man with a disappointed look and gently shook his head. Instantly, the bald man's face turned even grimmer. The air pressure seemed to drop within a 10-meter radius around him, causing an involuntary heaviness in everyone's hearts. A master? Lin Jie squinted slightly. Someone who could affect the surrounding environment so noticeably even while wearing an electronic collar must be far more powerful than the other prisoners. No wonder the other inmates reacted to him like mice to a cat. Suddenly, as if sensing Lin Jie's gaze, the bald man glanced over. With just one look, Lin Jie felt as if he were being stared down by a predator. The pressure was overwhelming. He quickly averted his gaze, lowered his head slightly, and stepped back to show he meant no offense. Lin Jie's immediate goal was to escape the Ninth prison. Determined to stay under the radar among the prisoners, he knew that drawing attention would only invite unnecessary trouble. However, trouble always seemed to find him. It didn't take long for Lin Jie to feel someone's gaze fixed on him. He cautiously scanned his surroundings and finally locked eyes with someone behind a towering alloy building. Behind a large floor-to-ceiling window on the upper floor, Jenna Down stood with her arms crossed, staring at him coldly, a mocking smile on her lips. In that instant of eye contact, Lin Jie realized he had made a fatal mistake. Reflecting on the earlier interrogation, he recalled how Jenna had been probing him. Although he wasn't sure who had instructed her, Lin Jie knew that revealing certain information would make Jenna go after him. To prevent this, he had attacked Jenna's weak points during the interrogation, successfully angering her and forcing the session to end abruptly. But now, it seemed his actions had backfired. This menopausal woman no longer seemed afraid of the unknown factors in his background. Instead, she appeared determined to eliminate him. Never mess with a menopausal woman, Lin Jie regretted silently. He took a long look at Jenna before turning away. At that moment, he keenly sensed other prisoners approaching him, two of them, both fighters. Lin Jie frowned, realizing the situation was becoming tricky. With everyone wearing electronic collars that suppressed their abilities, fighters' physical strength was significantly more formidable than that of others. Facing people from other systems, fighters were like adults dealing with children effortless. In no time, the two had surrounded Lin Jie from different directions. Lin Jie glanced around and straightforwardly asked, "Here to kill me?" The two prisoners were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Lin Jie's calmness. They quickly recovered, and one of them nodded with a vicious grin. "Looks like you're already prepared. Good. Someone wants you dead. Can we negotiate?" Lin Jie asked tentatively. "Negotiate?" The prisoners exchanged glances, cruel smiles spreading across their faces. "Negotiate whether to leave your body in one piece." "Got it." Lin Jie narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. By now, the commotion had drawn the attention of others. They exchanged looks and turned their curious gazes toward Lin Jie, even the bald and curly-haired guys nearby. In the Ninth prison, while the success rate of escape was 0, the death rate wasn't low. Unless the individual had a special status or there was a large-scale riot, the guards and security system usually didn't intervene. Such fights occurred several times a month, providing a break from the monotonous prison life. However, they weren't interested in the fight itself, but in the more entertaining scenes that might unfold. For instance, seeing a seemingly fragile young man like Lin Jie face off against notorious killers. Would he cry? Beg for mercy? Offer himself up? The struggle of the weak under the threat of death always brought them a perverse pleasure. Unfortunately for them, their expectations were destined to be unmet this time. After a brief silence, Lin Jie smiled confidently. "You can't kill me. Can't kill you?" The two prisoners looked at each other, as if they'd heard the world's biggest joke. They rubbed their ears in disbelief. "Kid, who do you think you are? I could crush your skull with one hand. What makes you say that?" "Because of him," Lin Jie replied casually, pointing with a relaxed gesture. Everyone followed Lin Jie's finger and saw a scowling bald man. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. Lin Jie's single gesture was like an invisible lightning bolt, instantly piercing through the noise of the yard. The previously jeering crowd seemed to have been muted, and even the two warriors cornering Lin Jie couldn't help but restrain their expressions. "Simon, is this kid one of yours?" One of the men turned to the bald giant, his voice trembling slightly. If Lin Jie was indeed connected to Simon, they might have just kicked a steel plate hard enough to break their legs. No. Simon's reply was short and decisive, yet it was like a bombshell that made everyone hold their breath. Sitting beside his mech, his cold gaze was fixed on Lin Jie. Kid, I don't care what tricks you're trying to pull. I'm in a bad mood today, so you'd better not mess with me. The two assassins heard this, and their vicious smiles returned. They approached Lin Jie from the front and back, like wolves eyeing a lone girl at midnight. To them, Lin Jie was just a helpless prisoner with no backing and no skills, whose death would go unnoticed. The Ninth prison occupied a third of the entire planet, and deaths were a daily occurrence. Within days, Lin Jie's demise would be forgotten, and everything would continue as usual. Facing the encroaching danger, Lin Jie remained calm and composed. He tilted his head slightly and looked directly at Simon, who was not far away. I never said I was your man, nor am I trying to pull any tricks. I said I could survive because I can help you. You need me? These words seemed to have a magical effect, causing the two assassins to halt once again. Although they thought Lin Jie was talking nonsense, they dared not take Simon-related matters lightly. If they recklessly killed Lin Jie and disrupted Simon's plans, they would be in serious trouble. Simon slowly stood up and walked towards Lin Jie. The crowd parted like a tide, making way for the man who commanded more respect in T District than the warden himself. Standing in front of Lin Jie, his nearly 2-meter height made Lin Jie seem tiny. You're saying I need you? Simon looked down at Lin Jie, his voice carrying a dangerous undertone. Then you'd better explain exactly what I need you for. You should know, messing with me is worse than death. Lin Jie met Simon's gaze for a few seconds, then slightly turned his head to point at the battlefield mech behind Simon. I can fix it. Is that enough? Simon suspiciously glanced back at the mech, then scrutinized Lin Jie, his expression finally changing. After a moment, he turned and gestured for Lin Jie to follow, heading towards the mech. Lin Jie followed closely behind, relieved that the two assassins didn't dare to stop him. Regardless, his gamble had paid off. Meanwhile, in an office within T District, Jenna watched the entire scene unfold through surveillance footage, her gaze growing increasingly venomous. As the largest and most advanced prison in the Karlstar Nation, the Ninth prison security surveillance system was omnipresent. Every move Lin Jie made was under her watchful eye. Jenna was furious. A prisoner with no background, who was almost killed, had so easily gained Simon's protection? The guy who had just offended her, was he really going to escape unscathed? Who exactly is Lin Jie? Jenna hurried to her desk, grabbed a communicator from a drawer, and dialed a number. After a few busy tones, a man's voice came from the other end. Ms. Jenna, is the task completed? More importantly, answer a question for me first. Jenna ignored the inquiry, directly asking, is the guy named Lin Jie a mechanic? There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a serious tone. Ms. Jenna, I recall advising you not to investigate Lin Jie's past. It seems you didn't listen. I didn't investigate him. Jenna's face changed, but she stubbornly explained and recounted the incident with Lin Jie and Simon. You should know who Simon is, sir. If Lin Jie really has the ability to fix the mech and gain Simon's protection, do I have any chance to act? After she finished, there was a longer silence on the other end of the communicator. Soft lighting filled the office, and a small greenhouse nearby nurtured various plants, creating what should have been a relaxed atmosphere. However, the silence was suffocating, and an indescribable tension hung in the air. Foolish. You're even more foolish than I imagined, Ms. Jenna. After a long pause, a voice finally came through the communicator, its tone cold and biting. It's just a simple task of killing an ordinary person, yet you've managed to complicate it. I'm very curious about what exactly you've been thinking. Jenna spoke urgently. Sir, please let me explain. I don't need explanations. I need results. The man interrupted forcefully, his voice filled with undeniable authority. Jenna furrowed her brow, struggling to suppress her anxiety. But he's with Simon now. What am I supposed to do? The question, though not directly answered, implied one fact. Lin Jie was indeed a mechanic. Jenna's mind raced, contemplating how to eliminate a mechanic under Simon's protection. That's your problem. The voice on the other end grew, increasingly impatient. I don't care about Simon. That's irrelevant to me. I just want Lin Jie dead. The rest is none of my concern. None of your concern? A flash of anger crossed Jenna's eyes, and her voice turned icy. Sir, don't forget, it's because of politicians like you constantly balancing so-called interests and refusing to judge people like Simon that they've all ended up in my prison. The Ninth prison is in this state because of your decisions. Are you sure it has nothing to do with you? Watch your tone, Warden. The sudden reprimand was like a heavy blow, instantly silencing Jenna. She clamped her mouth shut, glaring coldly at the communicator, her internal rage simmering. After a brief silence, A satisfied chuckle came from the other end. Good, it seems you know what to do. With that, the call ended, leaving the busy signal echoing in the office. In the next moment, Jenna grabbed the communicator and hurled it against the wall. The sound of the plastic casing shattering was piercing in the empty office, pieces scattering everywhere. She braced herself on the desk, her chest heaving with rage-filled breaths. Her eyes grew colder, as if she could freeze everything in sight. Lin Jie. The name slipped through her clenched teeth, like a silent curse. Exercise yard, by the warehouse door. The setting sun cast its glow on the empty courtyard, highlighting a massive mech and the shadows of 3 men. The other inmates had long returned to their cells, leaving only Lin Jie, Simon, and Curly behind. Lin Jie was intently inspecting the mech named Mammoth, his movements precise and practiced. Simon and Curly stood by, watching his every move. After a few moments, Lin Jie nimbly jumped down from the mech and approached Simon. Wiping the grease off his face, he spoke seriously. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is I can fix the Mammoth. The bad news is with the current resources, I can't fully restore it. Many of the precision parts can't be made in this makeshift workshop. At best, I can get it running again, but it won't be able to handle intense combat. Can't fight anymore? Simon echoed, frowning. He turned to Curly, his eyes questioning. Simon was strong in combat, but clueless about mechanics. He needed to verify Lin Jie's claims. Curly, whose real name was Disson and who earned his nickname from his natural brown curls, met Simon's gaze and subtly nodded. As an expert, he could tell from Lin Jie's inspection methods that this new inmate was indeed a skilled mechanic, possibly even more skilled than himself. With this confirmation, Simon turned back to Lin Jie and patted his shoulder. All right, what do you need? If you can fix the Mammoth, you can have anything you want in T Block. A private cell, gourmet food, even beautiful women, you name it. Lin Jie shook his head. No need for women. Just give me some substitute parts for a soldier-grade mech, especially the main control chip. That's not possible, Simon replied flatly. Lin Jie stared in disbelief. You're kidding, right? You're the top dog in T Block, more powerful than the warden in some ways, and you can't get mech parts? You got a mech in this prison, but you can't get the parts to fix it? Simon didn't answer directly. Instead, he scrutinized Lin Jie. Do you even know what the Mammoth is for? A mech is a mech. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow. Like a car, it only has so many uses. More importantly, what does its purpose have to do with getting a control chip? His eyes involuntarily glanced at Simon's bald head, silently thinking. Do you even have hair? Not a single strand on that head. Simon showed a curious expression. So you really don't know? At this point, Curly stepped forward. Boss, let me explain it to him. With Simon's nod, he turned to Lin Jie. It's simple yet complicated. To explain it properly, we need to go back over 60 years. Curly motioned for Lin Jie to sit down and began his story. As he spoke, Lin Jie finally understood why there was a combat mech in this prison. According to Curly, over 60 years ago, the Ninth Prison, which occupied nearly half a planet, was a highly secure facility with strong armed forces, designed to hold the most dangerous criminals caught by the Carl Star Nation. Not a single inmate had ever escaped, making the Ninth Prison a model in the Carl Star Nation's penal system. However, the problem arose with this so-called model. Around 60 years ago, the Carl Star Nation captured a particularly notorious criminal. This criminal had committed numerous heinous crimes within the nation, inciting widespread public outrage. Ordinarily, such a criminal would face immediate execution without much deliberation. The complication was that this criminal wasn't just a notorious felon, but also a noble from a powerful federation. Compared to this federation, the Carl Star Nation was much weaker. To use an analogy from our world, it was like a small country capturing a high-ranking general from a superpower. Letting him go would outrage the public and be a blow to national pride. Executing him, however, was risky. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, the Carl Star Nation's leaders decided to imprison the criminal for the time being, leaving the problem for future leaders to solve. Where are they being held then? Lin Jie instinctively blurted out, the Ninth Prison. Curly gave him a thumbs up in approval. Smart, he continued, as the model prison within Carl Star Nation. The Ninth Prison is undoubtedly the top choice for the higher-ups. Leaning against the wall, Curly began to explain. Since the first supercriminal was incarcerated there, it was like opening Pandora's box. After that, Carl Star Nation frequently captured individuals with sensitive identities who were difficult to handle. Perhaps due to inertia or for the sake of political achievements, the authorities didn't even consider releasing these people privately. Instead, they made high-profile announcements of the arrests, gained public support, and then locked them all up in the Ninth Prison. The Ninth Prison became bustling as a result. The originally stable prison structure was shaken by these supercriminals. Almost every section had one or two fearsome gang leaders, and Simon was one of them. However, this was only the change inside the prison. The situation outside was even more severe. As the number of incarcerated supercriminals increased, Karl Star Nation's politicians suddenly realized that in gaining public support, they had also offended more and more powerful factions. These factions began to unite and pressure Karl Star Nation to release their key members. At first, dealing with one or two factions was manageable, but now, with many powerful figures demanding action, Karl Star Nation's politicians couldn't handle it. So, they shifted the pressure onto the warden of the Ninth Prison, Jenna Downs. They demanded that Jenna come up with a solution to respond to these factions, even asking her to negotiate directly with the leaders of these organizations. According to rumors, Jenna was nearly scared to death at the time. Hearing this, Lin Jie couldn't help but glance sympathetically at the distant alloy high-rise. The floor-to-ceiling windows were still there, but Jenna's figure had vanished. He could imagine the immense pressure she faced. It was a miracle that a woman in her 50s could withstand a problem that even the nation's rulers avoided. What happened next? Lin Jie asked. Curly walked over to Mammoth, tapping its outer armor with a look of admiration. After that, Jenna Downs really came up with a solution. This is the result of her plan. He pointed at Mammoth. Jenna decided to hold a competition on Death Star. Can you imagine? She's a genius. Curly's expression grew more excited as he continued. Although Jenna Downs is just an ordinary person and already 55 years old, there's no denying that she is a capable and creative woman. As I said, she organized a competition. The core of the competition was mech battles. Jenna found many infantry-class mechs on this junk planet and had them repaired to ensure they could fight. She then numbered the mechs, gathered all the gang leaders, and drew lots to assign the mechs. Finally, she organized a capture theft flag competition in a designated arena. There were no rules in the battle. Any combat mode and method were allowed. Even killing was not punished. As long as a mech captured the flag at the end of the match, it was considered a victory. If a mech won 7 capture theft flag matches or eliminated all other mechs, the gang leader associated with that mech would gain their freedom. The only rule was that mechs were not allowed to be equipped with parts sent from outside by various factions. This would speed up the competition, quickly and directly eliminating some mechs, and also prevent the supercriminals' backers from sending in overpowered parts, which could disrupt the balance of the competition. Lin Jie suddenly understood and looked at Curly. So, Simon is one of those supercriminals, Mammoth is his mech, and you? Curly shrugged and admitted frankly, yes, I'm the pilot of this mech. I specifically stole a high-ranking official spaceship, but the crime wasn't severe enough. Our leader had to spend millions of star coins to bribe the Karl Star Nation government to give me a heavy sentence and send me to the Ninth Prison. Lin Jie couldn't help but comment. You city folks sure know how to play. You city folks sure know how to have fun. Lin Jie couldn't help but remark, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. It was the first time he had heard of someone paying to get a heavier sentence. Lin Jie's mind raced as he quickly pieced together the logic. Curly had spent a fortune to get a severe sentence just to enter the Ninth Prison and pilot the mech named Mammoth for Simon in the competition. As for how he would get out later, that was clearly not the priority right now. Actually, there was supposed to be a professional mechanic with me, Curly added, but he ran into some trouble and couldn't make it. I'm just a pilot. I'm not skilled in repairing mechs. Hearing this, Lin Jie glanced again at the floor-to-ceiling window above, silently marveling at Jenna's cunning. This perfect solution was something he doubted he could have handled better himself. On the surface, the politicians of the Karl Star Nation had handed the decision-making power to Jenna, but in reality, they had placed a ticking time bomb in her hands. If Jenna released the supercriminals and they re-offended, causing public outcry, the blame would fall squarely on her. Conversely, if she refused to release any, she would offend the powerful families of those criminals. Jenna's plan cleverly shifted the pressure onto the gray areas of these factions. They wanted their own people released, but were also happy to see their rivals remain imprisoned. With a bit of maneuvering, her plan could smoothly pass. Lin Jie couldn't help but wonder if Jenna had some expert advising her. He refocused and brought the conversation back on track. What happens if the mech gets damaged and needs replacement parts? From what you've described, the battle damage rate must be extremely high. Curly casually draped an arm around Lin Jie's shoulder and pointed outside the high walls. Death Star is not just a prison, it's also a junkyard. Among the heaps of mechanical debris, there are plenty of usable parts. When a mech gets damaged, Jenna will have the guards take us to a specific junk area, giving us a day to scavenge for the parts we need. Lin Jie gazed thoughtfully at the towering walls. Though he couldn't see anything, an inexplicable sense of anticipation rose within him. Having roamed the underworld for years, it was his first time scavenging for scraps. After a brief conversation, Simon led Lin Jie and Curly back to his cell. This process highlighted Simon's special status in the T-Zone. If Lin Jie wanted to change cells, he would have to go through layers of approval. And even if the procedures were completed the same day, he would likely have to wait until the next day to move. But for Simon, a single word to the guards was enough to have Lin Jie relocated to his cell immediately, without any hassle. He asked for a new set of toiletries, and the guards immediately brought him one. Simon's words seemed to have a magical power, more effective than an order from their own fathers. Lin Jie watched the scene and couldn't help but smirk. An inmate casually ordering guards around, and the guards complying without complaint. Could there be anything more absurd? The answer was yes, there could. Lin Jie followed Simon and Curly through the prison's corridors. After a few minutes of winding turns, they finally reached Simon's cell. When the door opened, Lin Jie was stunned. What unfolded before him was a luxurious suite in full Western European style. The living room, bathed in warm tones, had a gigantic satellite TV mounted on the wall. To the left was a fully equipped dining room and kitchen, and to the right, a spacious conference room. Further in, there was a study and a gym. An entire wall of the living room was lined with a wine cabinet, showcasing an array of fine wines. On the coffee table sat a holographic communicator. You can contact the outside world anytime? Lin Jie asked in astonishment. Simon leisurely walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, and then sat back on the sofa. That's right. How else would my old buddies outside know I'm doing well in here? He explained while pouring the wine. As long as I don't try to escape or harm any of the prison staff, I can do whatever I want. The guards will meet my demands. Lin Jie was dumbfounded. A presidential suite of a cell, with the guards acting as service staff. This was no imprisonment. It was a vacation. Simon continued. There are 3 or 4 empty rooms, each with its own bathroom. You can pick one for yourself later. Just don't enter my study or bedroom without my permission. Everything else is available for you to use. He took out 3 professional wine glasses from a box and motioned for Lin Jie and Curly to sit down. Originally, I wasn't in the mood for wine because of the damage to the mammoth, but your arrival has turned things around. Let's drink, my friends, and talk. Lin Jie watched Simon's elegant demeanor, silently mocking him. He raised his glass to clink with the others, taking a small sip only after they had drunk. The 3 then delved into discussing the damage to the mammoth. Lin Jie detailed the damaged parts and the necessary components. Simon was clueless about these technical issues, like a Northeasterner singing opera to an American. Curly, being a pilot, had some understanding of mechs and could barely follow along. As the discussion progressed, the topic gradually shifted from the mech to the competition itself. Simon and Curly explained that 5 rounds of the Capture the Flag tournament had already taken place. To ensure fairness, each match was broadcast live on the interstellar dark web of the Karlstar Nation. Surprisingly, starting from the second match, the live streams caused a sensation on the dark web. Death Star, Ninth Prison, hardened criminals, enlisted level combat matches, coupled with a Norrell's no-holds-barred competition format, drew a massive audience on the dark web. At its peak, the viewership reached 40 billion. With such unprecedented popularity, betting agencies and underground casinos jumped in, setting up betting pools for the Death Island contest and heavily promoting it. This wave of publicity led to an explosive growth in dark web registrations. Curly was visibly excited, downing his glass of wine in one gulp. This kind of hype, this level of attention, these ratings, they even surpass the official mech leagues. And we're just using basic enlisted level matches. It's unbelievable. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Jie's lack of reaction and asked in confusion, Why? Why aren't you reacting at all? Lin Jie sipped his wine lightly, his face expressionless. What kind of reaction are you expecting? Lin Jie sipped his wine quietly, his expression unchanging. The intense popularity of the Death Star competition did not surprise him at all, despite his initial curiosity. He quickly understood the reason behind it. The Karlstar Nation, an advanced interstellar civilization, boasts official leagues for superhumans and mechas. These leagues, broadcasted on major platforms and television, are akin to the top European football leagues on Earth. They use more advanced mechas and have more sophisticated mechanisms and rules. In contrast, the brutal fights of the Death Star's hardened criminals seem crude and unrefined. However, official leagues have 2 critical flaws when it comes to attracting viewers. First, they're disconnected from the masses. Despite their higher standards and more powerful mechas, piloted by professionals with over 50 mechanical synchronization, these mechas are not accessible to the average person. The fighting techniques of professional pilots are also beyond the reach of ordinary people. This high threshold inevitably creates a sense of distance. On the other hand, the Death Star's matches, though basic, use soldier-grade mechas with almost no entry barriers, requiring only 20 mechanical synchronization to operate. This significantly narrows the gap between the contestants and the audience, increasing the level of engagement and discussion among viewers. Lin Jie compared this situation in his mind to traditional sports and esports. Esports have managed to challenge the viewership of traditional sports precisely because ordinary people can easily experience something similar to professional players. In contrast, the performance of professional athletes in traditional sports often exceeds the capabilities of the average person. The second key point is that professional leagues are free of fatalities. They have comprehensive protection mechanisms. Even if a mecha is destroyed, the pilot remains unharmed. In the Death Star competition, however, killing is permitted. Reportedly, 3 pilots were crushed to death in the first 5 matches. This bloody and thrilling combat taps into people's subconscious desire for violence, naturally driving higher ratings. You have a point there. That's exactly what the boss told me, said Curly, looking at Lin Jie. See? That's why he's the boss, and you're just a worker. Lin Jie downed his wine in one gulp, nodded to Simon, and found a room to rest. The next day, Lin Jie was woken up by Curly. Despite knowing they were about to face life-threatening danger, Curly was full of energy, showing his loyalty to Simon. After a quick breakfast, they left Simon's presidential prison cell. In the exercise yard, Lin Jie saw a flying car parked nearby, surrounded by several fully armed guards. Curly explained that the Death Star was vast, and with the suppression collars they wore, they needed transportation to move quickly between different areas. Lin Jie glanced at Curly but said nothing. He knew that even without the collars, pilots were no different from ordinary people. To ensure the highest mechanical synchronization, pilots could not have any other forms of energy in their bodies. Even their mental power had to be pure. Without their mechas, pilots were like wizards without magic or warriors without strength, just ordinary people. Once on the flying car, with the guards silently sitting in the corners, Curly turned to Lin Jie out of boredom. Buddy, tell me about yourself. How did you end up here? You brought me here, Lin Jie replied flatly. I mean, what got you into the Ninth prison? Curly said, exasperated. Lin Jie looked at him. Do you know why I didn't ask you and Simon for your detailed identities yesterday? Why? Because I knew we hadn't built any trust yet. Even if I asked, you would brush me off and not tell the truth. So, since we still don't have trust, if you ask me now, I won't tell the truth either. You won't even make up a lie to humor me. Curly's mouth twitched, losing interest in the conversation. He turned away and waited in silence. About half an hour later, the flying car began to slow down and descend. As the door opened with a roar, the outside scene came into view. Countless mechanical wrecks piled high, severed cables scattered everywhere, and the air thick with the scent of metal. In the distance, several large machines were processing and sorting the debris, with the faint sounds of crackling arcs of electricity. Simon sat on the luxurious sofa in the presidential cell of Section T, Ninth Prison, giving instructions in a low voice. The smart communicator responded promptly, connecting to Kino. After a few busy tones, a pale blue holographic image formed above the communicator. Oh, my dear uncle. The image revealed a well-dressed young man. His hair was perfectly groomed. He wore a shirt with a bow tie and sported a neatly trimmed short beard. He leaned lazily against his desk, holding a coffee cup in one hand and waving casually at Simon with the other. Uncle, how's prison life treating you? I caught the last Death Island capture the flag broadcast. The mammoth took quite a beating, didn't it? Can it still compete in the upcoming matches? Kino's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Don't get too disheartened, and definitely don't do anything rash. Of course, if you insist on ending it all, I wouldn't recommend using that electronic collar. It's not powerful enough. You might not die completely. If needed, I can arrange to send some drugs in. Just a milligram should do the trick. Simon's face darkened. His full name was Simon Liar, and the young man before him was his nephew, Kino Liar. This kid had inherited the Liar family's cunning and deceitfulness, but never bothered to disguise it with the facade of a gentleman like his father. Even when dealing with his uncle, he always came off as infuriating. Enough, Kino. I'm not here to joke around, Simon scolded, his face stern. I need you to look into someone, Lin Jie, 23 years old, an ordinary person from the Carl Star Nation. He was recently incarcerated in the Ninth prison, and he seems to be a high-level mechanic. Lin Jie. All right, I'll see what I can do. Sensing Simon's seriousness, Kino toned down his playful demeanor. He picked up his tablet and started operating it. But when a photo appeared on the screen, his serious expression vanished instantly. He turned the tablet towards Simon, a look of surprise on his face. Whoa, he's quite the handsome guy. Uncle, have you taken a liking to him? I didn't expect a few years in prison to change your preferences. Your joke is not funny at all, Kino. Simon snapped. All right, don't be so uptight, dear uncle. Being like this all the time can lead to hair loss. So, why are you looking into this guy? Do I even have hair left to lose? Simon touched his smooth, bald head, no longer in the mood to banter with his nephew. He recounted his encounter with Lin Jie the previous day in detail. Although he had accepted Lin Jie, it didn't mean he completely trusted him. Lin Jie, as an ordinary person, had faced danger shortly after entering the prison, and Simon just happened to be there. His mech was conveniently damaged, and Lin Jie conveniently turned out to be a mechanic. These coincidences piled up, making Simon suspicious of Lin Jie's true identity. He suspected Lin Jie might be an undercover agent planted by the Carl Star Nation government. This was why he wanted Kino to investigate Lin Jie's background. Given the Liar family's capabilities, looking into someone's records should have been a breeze. I see. Kino said while sliding his finger across the tablet screen. Suddenly, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Uncle, this Lin Jie is quite interesting. His records are encrypted. I can only access basic information. His detailed history is locked. Encrypted? Simon frowned. So, he really is an undercover agent? No, Uncle. I think this actually proves the opposite, Kino argued, tossing the tablet onto the desk. If I were to plan a mole, I would definitely fabricate a flawless detailed background for them to hold up under scrutiny, rather than completely hiding their past like this. That makes sense? Simon nodded in agreement. So, what do you suggest we do now? Our mechanic is out of commission, and since there's one ready and available, I suggest you collaborate with him for now. As for his true identity, I'll arrange for further investigation, but it will take some time. Kino paused, then grinned mischievously. Of course, if you're still worried, there's another way. You can subdue him. With that electronic collar, he's just an ordinary person and won't be able to resist you. Smack! Simon decisively ended the call, leaning back on the sofa with a sigh. He silently vowed that if he ever got out of prison, he would give his nephew the care he deserved in memory of his late brother. The scene shifted abruptly. In a junkyard on the Death Star, a voice called out, "This helmet isn't bad. The Mammoth's neural interface helmet is malfunctioning. The visual transmission module isn't working properly. This one should fit. Let me check the size." Lin Jie removed the helmet from a scrapped mecha and gently placed it on Zhuan Mao's head. To his surprise, the helmet fit perfectly. Satisfied, Lin Jie nodded and decided to let Wan Mao keep the helmet on while they continued searching for other parts. Wan Mao warily glanced up at the guards monitoring from above, then lowered his head and began rummaging through the junk pile with Lin Jie. Although this place was called the scrap zone and was filled with discarded mechanical debris, much like how useful parts can be salvaged from old cars, there were hidden treasures to be found here too. Because the private class mechas were basic models with low-value components, few merchants bothered to salvage parts from them. This gave Lin Jie and Wan Mao an opportunity, and in a short time, they managed to find quite a few usable parts. However, the crucial main control chip remained elusive. Lin Jie knew that the main control chip was highly valuable and would usually be taken out as soon as it was found. Whether they could find a suitable chip was still uncertain, but fortunately, they had plenty of time. Lin Jie casually tossed aside a broken mechanical arm, turned to the focused Wan Mao, and asked, "Tell me about yourself. What's your mechanical synchronization rate? What level are you at now?" Without looking up, Wan Mao replied, "Synchronization rate is 64. Just before I was imprisoned, my mental strength had just reached general level, but I haven't piloted a general class mecha yet." 64%? Lin Jie turned back in surprise. With such a high synchronization rate, and almost being a general class pilot, you could have lived well outside. Why did you end up in prison working for Simon? Lin Jie pondered silently. In this universe, the cultivation system was graded from weak to strong, typically in the order of E, D, C, B, and A. However, pilots were an exception. Their levels were determined by the class of mechas they could operate. Being able to pilot a general class mecha was already quite an impressive achievement. Speaking of this, we must delve into the Iron Rider system. In this highly advanced interstellar era, mechs have become the dominant force in warfare. Despite their variety, they can be fundamentally divided into two categories: agile and convenient single-pilot mechs and mammoth-like large-scale battlefield mechs. Single-pilot mechs are lightweight and nimble, with lower costs and only one mode of operation: neural linkage. In contrast, battlefield mechs are larger, with thicker armor and stronger firepower. They have both neural linkage and manual controls as a backup, though neural linkage is usually preferred. Experiencing neural linkage feels like directly inhabiting the mech. Once the pilot dons the connection helmet, visual signals and sensory simulators activate instantly, making them feel as if they are inside the mech, controlling the massive steel giant as easily as moving their own limbs, even performing astonishingly complex maneuvers. The key difference between ordinary people and professional Iron Riders lies in the mechanical synchronization rate. This metric combines multiple complex data points, but the simplest explanation is the depth of the neural connection. The higher the synchronization rate, the more complete the control over the mech. This is an innate talent that cannot be detected by instruments and can only be evaluated by professionals through practical operation. Statistics show that the mechanical synchronization rate of most ordinary people is only about 20, while the threshold to become a professional Iron Rider is 45. This 25 gap excludes 99.9% of the universe's population, making Iron Riders rare and precious talents. All civilizations regard Iron Riders as valuable resources and provide them with longevity serums and the best treatment, regardless of their rank. Curly, an Iron Rider with a high synchronization rate of 64, should be living a comfortable life. However, he said, "If it weren't for the boss, my sister and I would have starved a long time ago. My life belongs to the boss." Curly didn't elaborate, just shrugged helplessly. Lin Jie was about to continue his work when he was distracted by a commotion in the distance. A flying car sped towards them and parked nearby. Several prison guards got out first and took their positions, followed by two young men in prison uniforms. Upon seeing the two men, Curly's face immediately darkened. Lin Jie noticed his reaction and took a closer look at the newcomers. One was an ordinary human, and the other was a rare Thanatosiana species with green skin and a tentacle-like appendage on their head. It was said that this appendage was usually soft, but would harden and stand erect like an iron rod when the Thanatosian was extremely angry or excited. Know them, Curly said with a grim expression, pointing at the two men. The human is Lin Jie, and the Thanatosian is David. They also participated in the flag capture battle. Their boss has a grudge against Simon's boss, and Lin Jie was involved in damaging the mammoth mech during the skirmish. Lin Jie patted Curly on the shoulder and said, I see. Well, you handle them yourself. With that, he turned back to focus on his search. As a temporary worker for Simon, Lin Jie's primary goal was to survive and find a way out of the Ninth prison. He didn't want to get entangled in others' grudges. Just as Lin Jie was engrossed in his work, something caught his eye, and he quickly walked over to investigate. Meanwhile, Lin Jie and David had already approached Curly. Decent, didn't expect to see you here, Lin Jie said, his tone carrying a hint of something more. Lin Jie stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Wan Mao with a face full of surprise. There was a glint of mockery in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a disdainful smile. You really are naive. Your mech is already so damaged, you don't still intend to compete, do you? Lin Jie's tone was filled with provocation. Wan Mao remained expressionless, his voice neither cold nor warm as he replied, Why not? Lin Jie's smile grew even broader, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Sure, of course you can. I wouldn't mind smashing you up again. The flag capture battle had already gone through 5 rounds, with 7 out of the 20 mechs from the 20 districts of the Ninth prison being scrapped. The mecha pilots had become somewhat familiar with each other, due to the rarity and excellent benefits of professional mecha pilots, and the fact that only the lowest-ranked private field mechs were competing. Even the gray forces that ruled over the Karlstar nation found it hard to find high-level pilots to help their people compete. Someone like Lin Jie, a Vanguard-level pilot, was already considered advanced. Among the remaining 12 pilots, only 3 were on the same level as him. Wan Mao, however, was a Quasi General-level pilot, ranking even higher than Lin Jie. Despite the obvious performance difference in their mechs, Wan Mao had still managed to snatch 2 victories from them. This both infuriated and excited Lin Jie. Defeating someone like Wan Mao, even through unsavory means, still gave him a sense of achievement. The only regret was that he had only damaged the cockpit and hadn't been able to eliminate Wan Mao. Let's see who smashes whom then, Wan Mao retorted, stepping forward and staring straight at Lin Jie, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The tension between them was palpable, and it seemed they were about to come to blows when David quickly intervened. David spread his green hands, a mocking smile on his face as he said, Dyson, dreaming of smashing someone? Can your mech even still compete? You're just a pilot. Even if you know a bit about mechanics, you're still just a pilot. How are you going to repair your mech? You don't even have a mechanic. Lin Jie suddenly realized, looking at Wan Mao with even more ridicule. Right, I almost forgot. With your mech that badly damaged, what makes you think you can compete? Your half-baked mechanical skills? Huh. Unexpectedly, Wan Mao smiled, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Sorry to disappoint you, but I do have a mechanic. Lin Jie's eyebrows furrowed, his tone filled with suspicion. A mechanic? Where? He knew that the mechanic who was supposed to enter the Ninth prison with Wan Mao had been taken out by the forces behind him. Even so, Wan Mao had still won 2 out of the first 5 matches. Without reliable support, it was hard to say if they could take Wan Mao down. If there really was a mechanic who could repair Wan Mao's mech, the upcoming matches would be even tougher. Wan Mao let out a cold laugh, turning and raising his hand in a graceful gesture toward Lin Jie, who was not far away. Right there! At that moment, he felt a sense of vindication, as he believed his weakness had been compensated for, allowing him to fight Lin Jie on more equal terms. It was also a way of telling his opponent that he now had what they had, and not to look down on him. However, what happened next took everyone by surprise. Under the blue star's illumination, Lin Jie stood on a pile of junk, like an old farmer facing the soil, patiently searching for something. Suddenly, a look of joy flashed across his face, as he seemed to find what he was looking for, and reached out to grab it. But in the next second, zzz bang. A piercing electrical sound was followed by a muffled thud. Lin Jie's body instantly stiffened, then began to convulse violently. His jet-black hair stood on end from the electric shock. As if hit by an invisible force, his body jerked backward, and he tumbled down the rubble. Whoa! The scene made Wan Mao's face turn pale. Forgetting about Lin Jie and David, he dashed toward Lin Jie, shouting anxiously, Lin Jie, are you okay? Lin Jie, are you okay? The curly-haired man anxiously ran forward, lifting Lin Jie, who had just rolled down from the garbage heap and propped his upper body against his legs. He quickly patted Lin Jie's soot-covered face, his eyes filled with worry. Lin Jie slowly opened his eyes, as if waking from a dream. He tried to speak, but instead coughed out a thick plume of black smoke, directly into the curly-haired man's face. The man coughed repeatedly, but still held on to Lin Jie tightly. "I'm all right, just a bit dizzy." Lin Jie struggled to sit up, shaking his head vigorously to clear his vision. He glanced around. The junkyard was filled with heaps of mechanical debris, including old energy batteries. Lin Jie felt a pang of regret for being careless after finding a treasure and getting himself electrocuted. "Good thing I'm tough," Lin Jie said self-deprecatingly. "Otherwise, I'd be in the hospital right now." At that moment, Li Jie and David walked over with mocking smiles on their faces. "Is this your mechanic?" Li Jie asked sarcastically. The curly-haired man, lacking confidence, replied, "What's wrong with that?" He had hoped Lin Jie would impress Li Jie and David, but Lin Jie's mishap had caused him to lose face. "Sure, why not?" Li Jie feigned praise. "I mean, being able to stay conscious after a shock like that is impressive. Take good care of him. We're leaving now." "Huh?" With that, he and David turned and walked away, laughing loudly. The curly-haired man watched them leave, feeling deeply frustrated. He turned to Lin Jie, his tone slightly reproachful. "Yesterday, you seemed like a top-notch mechanic with your inspection skills. How could you make such a rookie mistake?" Lin Jie touched his soot-blackened face and calmly replied, "Because rookie mistakes are the most common." "You're wrong. I didn't get shocked by accident. I did it on purpose." "On purpose?" The curly-haired man looked incredulous. "Yes, on purpose." Lin Jie nodded affirmatively. "Why would you intentionally get shocked?" Lin Jie responded with a straight face. "I like your hairstyle and wanted to get the same look." The curly-haired man was momentarily speechless, then gave Lin Jie a thumbs up, thinking to himself, "This guy is really something. All right, take this." Lin Jie didn't want to dwell on the topic and handed the curly-haired man a black disc-like object. The man's eyes lit up, and all his complaints vanished instantly. "An intelligent core? Is this why you got shocked?" Lin Jie corrected him. "I didn't get shocked. I was just styling my hair." "Okay, styling your hair." The man nodded repeatedly. "You just styled your hair. You must be uncomfortable. Rest here for a bit, and I'll find the other stuff." With that, he pocketed the intelligent core, his spirits lifted, and quickly turned to leave. The curly-haired man didn't notice that as he turned away, Lin Jie's expression instantly became calm, and his eyes turned deep. Lin Jie leaned against the mechanical debris, closed his eyes as if resting, but his consciousness immediately delved into his own body. In his mind space, Lin Jie looked at the floating cube, his brow slightly raised. For 23 years, the cube had floated there quietly, never reacting to any of his efforts. But now, something was different. A faint blue one had appeared above the cube, and Lin Jie sensed a strange connection between himself and the cube. It seemed he could finally turn it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, there's no avoiding it. Lin Jie mused and decided to try turning the cube. This thing had been inside him for over 20 years, and now that it finally showed some signs of activity, he had to try. If he missed this chance, who knew when the next one would come? Click! Lin Jie commanded the cube to turn, and it obediently rotated as he had imagined. For the first time in 23 years, the patterns on it changed. Suddenly, the cube trembled slightly, and the light white patterns on the side, facing Lin Jie, lit up with a faint blue glow. These glowing patterns floated up and gathered above the cube, forming a holographic image of a large firearm, complete with detailed structural diagrams. It appeared to be a massive energy gun. At the same time, a stream of information entered Lin Jie's mind. Star Beast Chi Meng. Type: Heavy Energy Gun. Grade E. Combat Modes 3. Output Energy Levels 800-1700. Minimum Equipment Requirement: Private Class Field Mech. Lin Jie slowly opened his eyes, a big question mark forming in his mind. For 23 years, he had checked the cube almost daily, trying to communicate with it, hoping for a response. After all that effort, it finally reacted, only to give him a blueprint for a weapon, and a low-grade level weapon at that. "Are you kidding me?" Lin Jie's eyes were full of disbelief. "I'm a high-level talent, and you give me this kind of blueprint?" Blueprints. The value of these things is staggering. In a world where superhumans are rare and technology and firearms dominate, high-tech weapon blueprints are undeniably priceless. Even the most basic A-level weapon blueprints, if they meet standards, can fetch a patent fee from either civilized governments or renowned interstellar arms dealers that would ensure an ordinary person a lifetime of financial security. Lin Jie stared at the blueprint in his hand, his brow furrowed. To him, the value of this A-level blueprint was significantly diminished. With his knowledge and skills, he could easily design a dozen weapons of the same level, given the right conditions. However, his eyes suddenly sharpened as he carefully examined the structure of the blueprint. Within a few minutes, this mechanic discovered the unique features of the Chi-Man weapon. Compared to other level weapons he knew, this Chi-Man weapon had optimized energy output, output intervals, and structural ratios. These were optimizations absent from Lin Jie's knowledge base. He recalled that he had rarely seen similar weapons. Lin Jie understood why. Due to the vast variety of weapons, people typically don't focus on perfecting the performance of a single weapon. For instance, most people wouldn't bother significantly improving a handgun's range and lethality because rifles can compensate for these shortcomings. Similarly, if a rifle's firing rate is insufficient, one can use a submachine gun. If a submachine gun's lethality is inadequate, a sniper rifle can be used. Since weapon replacement can solve these issues, few are willing to painstakingly perfect a single weapon's flaws. But this Chi-Man weapon was different. Despite its low level and relatively simple blueprint, it achieved optimal performance in all aspects. Lin Jie was confident that this weapon could rival, if not surpass, its counterparts from the military and major tech companies. Lin Jie's eyes sparkled, and his thoughts raced. Although the blueprint was perfect, whether the actual weapon could function properly was still unknown. He suddenly recalled a heavy energy gun he had seen in a junkyard earlier. Perhaps he could try modifying it according to this blueprint. With this in mind, Lin Jie stood up and, with Wan Mao, began searching for the energy gun in the junkyard. They soon found the massive weapon, over 2 meters long. It was a basic infantry-grade, heavy gun originally designed for field mechs. After carefully inspecting the gun structure, Lin Jie confirmed that it could be modified according to the blueprint. He and Wan Mao then worked together to load it onto their hovercar. Once they confirmed they had all the necessary components, Lin Jie decided to head back. From a distance, Li Jie, who had been observing, muttered, "Going back so soon? Have they given up?" As the one responsible for damaging Juan Mao's mech, Li Jie knew the extent of the damage and doubted that Lin Jie and Wan Mao could find enough parts to repair it in such a short time. David, a professional mechanic, explained, "The external armor damage is easy to fix. The key issue is the main control chip. If they find the control chip, the rest of the damage is minor." Li Jie was silent for a moment before turning back to his scavenging work, a cold glint in his eye. "No big deal," he muttered to himself. "His mech isn't highly configured. As long as I find allies or launch another surprise attack, I can still destroy it." In his view, using ambush tactics even with a mech advantage wasn't dishonorable. As night fell, Lin Jie lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events. It had been 7 or 8 hours since he returned to the prison. Although the intelligent core could solve the main control chip issue, it wasn't fully compatible with the mammoth mech. He needed a specialized computer to modify the intelligent program within the core. Simon had arranged for someone to prepare it, and it would be delivered early the next morning. There were still 4 days until the next flag-capturing battle, so time was on his side. Lin Jie closed his eyes and murmured, "Maybe I underestimated this Rubik's Cube." After carefully inspecting the damage to the mammoth and the structure of the heavy energy gun, Lin Jie devised a repair and modification plan. A day of hard work left him utterly exhausted, but as night fell and he rested alone, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the mysterious cube in his mind. As time passed, Lin Jie became increasingly convinced that the cube held more than just an agreed blueprint. Although the blueprint he obtained this time was rather ordinary, he recalled that he had only lightly twisted the cube to receive this reward. What if he continued to twist it? What would happen the third or fourth time? Lin Jie did a rough calculation and realized that a third-order cube has approximately 432 trillion possible states. Assuming each twist results in a blueprint, the amount of information it contains is simply unimaginable. While he couldn't definitively say that all blueprints were a grade, even if it took multiple twists to get one, the knowledge within the cube was still vast. There might even be some incredibly powerful blueprints hidden inside. However, for Lin Jie, who was still serving his sentence, these distant possibilities were currently out of reach. The most pressing question now was, why did the cube, dormant for 23 years, suddenly react today? After much contemplation, Lin Jie came to a conclusion: electrocution. Reflecting on today's events, electrocution seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. The electric current that entered his body activated the cube, allowing him to twist it. The energy from the electricity was just enough for one twist, which explained why the cube had returned to its dormant state. Lin Jie couldn't help but wonder, hadn't he been electrocuted before? Why today of all days? As a mechanic, he had indeed experienced electrocution more than once. But in this advanced technological universe, safety measures were extremely reliable. Even if there was a slip-up at work, the power would be cut off immediately. His previous experiences with electrocution were more like brief contacts with low voltage. Today's experience was entirely different. He had gripped the electric switch tightly, his body stiffening for 4 or 5 seconds before being thrown off. This had never happened before. Lin Jie speculated that previous electrocutions were too brief, accumulating less than 2 seconds, leaving the cube insufficiently charged. This time, the prolonged high-voltage current finally provided enough energy for one twist. This discovery placed Lin Jie in a dilemma. To activate the cube again, he would have to endure another long electrocution. His gaze drifted towards the power outlet in his bedroom, and recalling the excruciating pain from earlier, he couldn't help but grimace. Lin Jie chuckled bitterly at himself. What is this? I get stronger by being electrocuted in this interstellar universe. He had never heard of other travelers having such painful abilities. This discovery left him both excited and apprehensive, as the path ahead seemed filled with unknown challenges and opportunities. You're the mechanic, so why am I the one doing all the work? The next morning, under the blazing sun in front of the storage room at Death Star's exercise yard, Wan Mao was drenched in sweat after tinkering with the mech for a whole hour. He looked up at Lin Jie, who was sitting in the shade working on a computer, and couldn't help but complain. The outdoor heat was draining Juan Mao's energy faster, and even though he was in better shape than most people, his arms were starting to ache. Without lifting his head, Lin Jie asked, "Do you understand intelligent core algorithms?" "Nope," Wan Mao replied honestly. "Oh," Lin Jie nodded. "Do you know how to replace energy for energy weapons?" "Nope," Wan Mao admitted again. Lin Jie finally looked up at Wan Mao and said plainly, "So, you don't know anything. What else can you do besides manual labor?" Wan Mao opened his mouth, but had no retort. He glanced at Lin Jie helplessly before climbing the ladder and diving back into the mech's cockpit. Lin Jie took in the scene with a slight smile before returning his focus to his work. Simon had been efficient. The computer Lin Jie needed was delivered before dawn. With the dual tasks of repairing the intelligent core and modifying the weaponry, Lin Jie delegated the maintenance work to Wan Mao, a seasoned pilot, while he focused on the core. After all, the core was essential for the mech's operation. Without it, everything else was pointless. Beneath the blue star hanging high in the sky, surrounded by alloy walls, the two men worked diligently. Simon, having no knowledge of mechanics or mechs, could only bring food and drinks occasionally. Even with his mouth full, Wan Mao, a chatterbox, never stopped talking. By noon, the sun was scorching, and the other prisoners had retreated to their cells to rest. During a short break, Wan Mao approached Lin Jie and asked curiously, "Lin Jie, how much will this intelligent core help me in the flag capture battle? Compared to the other mechs, what advantages will it give me?" Lin Jie glanced at Wan Mao skeptically. "Aren't you a near general level pilot? Most Vanguard mechs come with intelligent cores. As an experienced pilot, don't you know the advantages of an intelligent core?" Wan Mao scratched his head and explained, "You said it yourself, most, not all. This thing is too expensive. My mech doesn't have one. I've only occasionally piloted other Vanguard mechs equipped with intelligent cores and didn't use the intelligent assist much, so I'm not very familiar." "I forgot about that," Lin Jie nodded thoughtfully. Juan Mao's situation was actually common among pilots. Although the profession was rare and well-paid, the value of mechs often exceeded their income. Most pilots, especially lower-ranked ones, didn't own mechs. The mechs they used in combat were usually provided by the organizations they worked for. Essentially, most lower-ranked pilots were just highly paid employees. If they didn't buy a mech, their income could ensure a comfortable life. But owning a mech was like getting married, paying a dowry, taking on a mortgage and car loans with wages handed over, and worrying about kids' expenses. The once substantial salary suddenly seemed insufficient. Lin Jie paused his work, took a sip of the cold drink Simon had brought, and explained, "The most significant advantages of an intelligent core are threefold. First, it monitors the mech status in real time and provides feedback to the pilot, allowing the pilot to focus entirely on combat. Second is its computational ability. Although the Vanguard-level intelligence might be a bit rigid in combat, its computational power is superior to the human brain, at least better than yours." "Why does it feel like you're insulting me?" Wan Mao grumbled, giving Lin Jie a deadpan look. Ignoring the complaint, Lin Jie continued, "If the mech is equipped accordingly, it can calculate wind force, air humidity, planetary gravity, and, at the very least, assist with aiming. The third and most crucial point is that the intelligent core allows the mech to operate independently, enabling combat without a pilot. Although there are limitations, it frees up the pilot and adds tactical diversity." Glancing at the data at hand, Lin Jie remarked, "Take this mammoth, for instance. Based on the data you gave me, it ranks in the lower middle among the 20 mechs. Simon clearly has bad luck." "You actually dare to say that about the boss?" Wan Mao asked in surprise. Lin Jie shrugged dismissively. "He's your boss, not mine. Even if he were here, I'd still say it." He continued, "There are differences even among enlisted level mechs. Some are military grade, some are for racing, and others are entertainment mechs. Entertainment mechs are simplified versions made by mechanical companies to satisfy ordinary people's fascination with mechs, and they significantly differ from military and racing mechs in all aspects. Mammoth, an entertainment mech, ranked at the bottom among the more than 20 mechs prepared by Jenna. Lin Jie glanced coldly at the massive dark blue machine, silently assessing it. If Curly's level and synchronization rate weren't above average, this mech wouldn't be able to win even 2 rounds of Capture the Flag. Simon really didn't have good luck, Lin Jie remarked without looking up, tapping the heavy armor of the mammoth with his finger. Its tonnage, armor thickness, and firepower configuration are inferior to military mechs. Its energy output and maximum torque are far below those of racing mechs. If it weren't flexible enough, it would be practically useless. In battles against mechs of the same level, it would be at a significant disadvantage. Curly's face darkened instantly, as if recalling some unpleasant experiences. He forced a bitter smile and said, "I hate to admit it, but you're right." Lin Jie continued, "But once the intelligent core is installed, the situation changes dramatically. With an intelligent core, the mech gains autonomous combat capabilities. You can be freed up for a certain period and change the course of the battle by cooperating with the mech." "Like how?" Curly asked curiously. "For instance, the mech could engage the enemy heating while you exit the cockpit to remove the opponent's battery," Lin Jie said calmly. Curly's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Although Curly had seen other pilots hand over control to the AI and leave the battlefield mech to deal with the opponent, that was always with the support of a personal mech. Only with a personal mech could a pilot's strength, speed, and protection be significantly enhanced to rival a warrior's abilities. However, in the Capture the Flag battles on Death Island, only battlefield mechs were allowed, and pilots had no right to equip personal mechs. In such circumstances, leaving the cockpit's protection left the pilot as nothing more than a highly agile, physically fit ordinary person. Facing battlefield mechs weighing dozens of tons, one misstep could be fatal. Lin Jie remained focused on his work, not looking up as he responded. "It is risky, but not impossible. I know a pilot who managed to do what I described more than once, even with only basic equipment." "Really? What's his name?" Curly asked. "His name is Jack Cooper. Before he became a pilot, he was just a rifleman," Lin Jie replied nonchalantly. Curly nodded thoughtfully, mentally noting the name for future reference. However, he soon turned his attention back to Lin Jie. Watching Lin Jie's fingers fly over the control panel, Curly suddenly wore a sly smile and leaned in, lowering his voice. "Lin Jie, you must be more than just an ordinary mechanic, right?" Lin Jie finally paused his work and looked up at Curly. "What makes you say that?" Curly explained, "I may not understand mechanical programming, but I know it must be incredibly complex. An ordinary person couldn't work like you while having such a fluid conversation with me." Lin Jie was silent for a moment, giving Curly a deep look before lowering his head and working even faster. "Lin Jie." Curly was taken aback. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Yes." Lin Jie nodded. "I just realized that while chatting with you, I made a lot of coding errors." Curly was momentarily speechless and could only watch helplessly as Lin Jie continued working. As someone with a bit of a perfectionist streak, Lin Jie always tried to finish the work he could within the day. To make the intelligent core compatible with the mech, he worked for over 10 hours straight from morning until late at night. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Simon and Curly, he installed the intelligent core into the mech. With a low hum, the visual lights on Mammoth's head lit up, and the 30-ton dark blue mech slowly raised its head. The intelligent core's response echoed from within. "Program activated, self-diagnosis in progress. Current energy level, 84. Energy supply normal, neural connection equipment normal, sensory simulator normal, mech structure intact, total mass, 32.5 tons. Intelligent Directive 1. Absolutely follow the pilot's commands. Intelligent Directive 2. Assist the pilot in combat. Intelligent Directive 3. Prioritize pilot safety and protect the pilot. 7th Generation Pioneer Class Intelligent Core Kane, standing by." "Done." Lin Jie exhaled deeply and stretched. Now he could fully commit to his second task. Lin Jie's second task was to study the blueprint of the red python in his mind. The rotating cube not only gave him the design, but also provided more detailed information, including the alloy characteristics, the optimal metals, and energy sources required for manufacturing. Theoretically, following the blueprint strictly could achieve the ideal state, but as a cautious mechanic, Lin Jie wouldn't draw conclusions without experimentation. The real dilemma was that he lacked suitable materials and sufficient time to create this 400-kilogram giant weapon. In the makeshift workshop, 3 days were far from enough. Therefore, Lin Jie had to attempt modifying existing weapons, which is why he and Wan Mao brought back a heavy energy gun. Although the basic structure of the two guns was similar, the materials differed significantly. To convert the energy gun into a replica of the red python, Lin Jie had to recalculate the weapon's parameters based on the materials. This was a project that would typically take half a month, but with the assistance of a high-end computer provided by Simon, Lin Jie barely managed to complete the pseudo-red python within the deadline. As night fell, Lin Jie, Simon, and Wan Mao gathered in the president's cell. Simon was sipping expensive red wine, while Lin Jie and Wan Mao each held a cup of warm water. Lin Jie didn't like alcohol, and Wan Mao wanted to stay in peak condition for tomorrow's battle. Simon asked, carrying that energy gun, won't it affect Mammoth's agility? Lin Jie nodded, acknowledging, there will definitely be some impact, but it shouldn't be too significant. It's unavoidable since Mammoth has almost no long-range attack capabilities and needs additional weapons. Comparatively, energy weapons are already the lightest option. Wan Mao agreed and asked, is there anything I need to be aware of? Lin Jie raised 3 fingers and explained in detail. This gun has 3 modes, or rather 3 levels, a low-output practice mode, a stable moderate normal mode, and a full power war mode. But unless absolutely necessary, I suggest you avoid using the 3rd mode. Why? Wan Mao asked curiously. Lin Jie paused briefly and answered, this gun is, after all, modified from a scrapped one and isn't very stable. Operating at full power might cause an overload and a barrel burst. In fact, he concealed part of the truth. The risk of a barrel burst did exist, but the reason was that he had modified it according to the ideal state of the red python, and this theoretical limit had not been practically tested. Due to the lack of experimental conditions, Lin Jie had to divide the output power into 3 levels, with only the highest level being uncertain. He explained this in advance to give Wan Mao and Simon a heads up. Wan Mao nodded seriously. Got it. I'll be careful. He suddenly remembered something and added, oh, by the way, make sure you go through the other mechs and pilots data I gave you. As my support, understanding them will help you with on-the-spot analysis. Lin Jie lazily replied, don't worry, I've already gone through it. In the flag capture battle, pilots could use wireless communication. Mechanics would monitor the mech status through live feeds, observe the battle, and provide off-field support. In the previous matches, this task was handled by Simon, but he was completely clueless, leaving Wan Mao essentially fighting alone. These past few days, Wan Mao had been hoping Lin Jie would take over this role. After careful consideration, Lin Jie finally agreed for 2 reasons. Lin Jie was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Jenna, or rather the forces backing her, wouldn't easily give up their pursuit of him. Within the high walls of this prison, he still needed Simon's protection to ensure his survival. Over the past few days, Lin Jie had been repairing mechs while secretly observing the prison's structure and security forces. He quickly concluded that escaping on his own was nearly impossible. The power behind Simon was his only potential ally. Maintain good relations and show my value, Lin Jie calculated in his mind. Maybe one day, they can help me regain my freedom. With this thought, Lin Jie decided to fully assist Curly and Simon. He had already carefully studied and memorized the materials Curly had given him. 5 matches have already concluded. Lin Jie analyzed for Curly. Out of the 20 mechs, 7 have been eliminated. Among the remaining 13, 3 are particularly challenging. He pointed out that 2 of them were modified retired military-grade combat mechs, and the other was a former military-grade racing mech. Military mechs are designed for the battlefield with heavy weight, thick armor, and powerful firepower, Lin Jie explained, but they are relatively slow. I suggest you avoid direct confrontation. He continued, racing mechs are high-performance models used in professional leagues. Their energy reserves are on par with military mechs, but for the sake of spectacle, their weight and defense are weaker. However, they are more agile and have more flashy moves. When you encounter these, keep your distance and use energy guns for mid to long-range attacks. Curly listened intently to these professional suggestions, feeling his confidence grow. He nodded solemnly and said, all right, I'll keep that in mind. The 3 of them exchanged a few more words before heading to their rooms to rest. The next morning, the first rays of the blue star's light touched the earth. Lin Jie rose with the dawn and gazed out the window into the distance. The 6th Death Star Capture Theft Flag match was about to begin, and a new challenge awaited them. Perhaps in a bid to garner higher attention and ratings, the deadly Capture Theft Flag battle was scheduled for a weekend afternoon. Much like many reality shows and sports events on Earth, this timing was chosen to maximize audience engagement. Lin Jie, Wan Mao, and Simon had meticulously prepared, taking a short nap after lunch to recharge. At 3 p.m., they boarded a specialized transport ship with their mechs. Inside the cabin, a high-tech electronic display was split into 2 sections. On the left was a stunning female host, enthusiastically introducing the competition. On the right was an aerial view of the battleground, showcasing a desolate wasteland littered with mechanical debris and complex terrain. Atop a vertical wreck of a warship, a blue flag fluttered in the wind. In the top left corner of the screen, a small human icon accompanied by a constantly changing number indicated the real-time online viewers on the dark web. Lin Jie couldn't help but marvel. That's quite a number, considering the population of over 200 billion across the 20 or so colonial planets within the Karl Star Nation, and excluding those uninterested in the competition, having over 100 billion potential dark web viewers was comparable to major professional mech league events. The transport ship landed, and the hatch opened. Wan Mao took the lead. I'll head to the inspection station. To ensure fairness, the Mets had to undergo a check to confirm no unauthorized modifications exceeding the rank-and-file standards. Lin Jie and Simon, guided by the guards, entered a temporary room filled with professional equipment. Two large monitors stood out, one broadcasting the dark web's live feed, and the other connected to the battleground's internal and multiple drone cameras, allowing the mechanics to switch perspectives and monitor their match status in real time. Moments later, Zhuan Mao's voice crackled through the radio on the control panel. Hello, hello. This is Mammoth Mech, confirming communication equipment is connected. Do you read me? Over. Lin Jie quickly put on his headset and jokingly responded. Can't hear you, can't hear you. Not responding, not responding. Simon and Wan Mao were momentarily speechless, simultaneously questioning Lin Jie's reliability as a mechanic. Meanwhile, at the inspection station, rows of mechs were lined up for checks. Lin Jie had completed his inspection and was waiting for the competition to start. Noticing Zhuan Mao's arrival, he frowned and reported to David via radio. David, I'm at the inspection station, and I see Wan Mao. His mech seems to be fully operational. Lin Jie's disdain for Wan Mao had long been established. In previous capture theft flag battles, Wan Mao had consistently outperformed him, especially during a critical moment in the third match when Wan Mao had snatched the flag from him, securing victory. This had only deepened Lin Jie's resentment towards Wan Mao, who was evidently superior in certain aspects. David's voice came through the radio. Looks like they did find the main control chip. But it's okay, his mech stats aren't impressive. It's lacking in long-range firepower and has a low tolerance for damage, making it easy to cripple. Lin Jie noticed the energy gun in Mammoth's hand and sent a photo to David. David analyzed. It appears to be a modified basic Model 7 heavy energy gun. While it has long range, its output is low, penetration is poor, and its firepower is insufficient. Your military-grade mech has thick armor and strong defenses, so this gun poses no threat to you. Lin Jie felt slightly reassured and nodded. Meanwhile, the event organizers were closely monitoring the viewer data. How's the online count? Asked one staff member. Still climbing, already at 2.5 billion, another replied. And the mech inspections? Can we ensure the competition starts on time in 2 hours? Just got word, everything's on track. Barring any unforeseen issues, all inspections should be completed within half an hour. All right, inform Kenny to get ready. The camera will switch to him in 10 minutes. In Area A of the Ninth Prison, Jenna has transformed a spacious room into a professional broadcasting control hall. The walls are lined with dozens of monitors of various sizes, each displaying different footage, and the entire space hums with the sound of electronic equipment. Dozens of staff members are busy at their stations, the sound of keyboards clicking and low conversations filling the air. Jenna, dressed in a perfectly tailored blue business suit, her high heels clicking crisply on the floor, stands at the central command desk. Her sharp eyes scan each monitor, occasionally issuing concise and powerful commands. Compared to her aggressive demeanor in the interrogation room, she now resembles a seasoned media director. As the number of online viewers soars, Jenna takes a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. A confident smile tugs at her lips. In the Ninth Prison, everyone knows Jenna as the formidable warden. However, few are aware that in her younger days, she was a star director for an interstellar channel, a rising talent highly regarded by the higher-ups. Normally, she would have become a director-level figure at an interstellar channel. But Jenna's ambitions went far beyond that. She craved higher status and greater power. The interstellar channel was merely a stepping stone to a broader stage. When her program became a hit, she began to mingle with high-ranking individuals. Seizing this opportunity, Jenna leveraged her youthful beauty and boldness, forging pure and pure relationships with several political figures, paving her way into the political arena. With her ambitions growing, Jenna's tactics became increasingly audacious. She exploited her physical allure, engaging with more and more influential figures, using these relationships as leverage to climb to her current position. However, in recent years, she has hit a ceiling. As Lin Jie pointed out, as an ordinary person with no background or special abilities, she is starting to age. The beauty she once prided herself on is fading with wrinkles, and her once impressive figure has lost its charm. Without an unexpected turn of events, being a warden might be the pinnacle of her career. But this capture theft flag event has given Jenna new hope. The competition involves a complex web of gray area factions and has sparked unprecedented attention on the dark web, creating significant ripple effects. From the underground world to betting companies to the political arena, countless eyes are now focused on Death Star. Jenna realizes this could be another springboard for her resurgence. At that moment, a staff member hurriedly approaches Jenna and whispers, "Warden, The message from the testing station says the testing is almost complete. Jenna nods slightly, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. Good. Switch the broadcast camera to Kenny. Her voice is filled with anticipation and confidence, as if she is about to reach another peak in her life. Harsh conditions, ironclad warriors, life and death eliminations, and the dawn of freedom. Kenny Brown's magnetic voice echoed through the dark web livestream. Welcome to our afternoon break show on the dark web. You're watching the Death Star Capture the Flag competition, and I'm your host and commentator, Kenny Brown. The screen shifted to a commercial for Assassin's Guild. No target can hide. The chilling slogan played alongside eerie visuals. Framing, assassinations, annihilations if you can think it, we can do it. Need someone taken out? Look no further than Assassin's Guild. The ad's message was stark and clear. Next up was a commercial for Ninth.I armaments. We only make top-tier weapons. Their slogan flashed across the screen. Back in the live stream, Kenny continued, "All right, welcome back to the commentary desk. Let's cut to the chase. The contestants and their mechs are undergoing their final checks and warm-ups. Allow me to introduce our competitors and their machines." In the control room, Lin Jie lounged in his chair, feet propped up on the console, watching Kenny on the screen with keen interest. Unlike the behind-the-scenes Jenna, Kenny had some fame to his name. Lin Jie recalled that about 7 or 8 years ago, Kenny was a star commentator in professional leagues. His good looks, magnetic voice, and insightful analysis had garnered him a massive following, even surpassing top players. Unfortunately, his career came to an abrupt halt due to a scandal at the peak of his fame. It was surprising to see Jenna had roped him in for the Death Star Capture the Flag event. Simon walked up to Lin Jie and asked, "Watching Kenny? He's quite the character, though he got involved with too many women." Lin Jie shook his head and pointed to the bottom left corner of the screen. "No, I'm watching the chat. It's way more interesting than the commentary." Simon followed Lin Jie's finger and saw the chat box scrolling at an incredible speed. Even with restricted posting permissions, the volume of messages was overwhelming. Lin Jie keenly sifted through the information, particularly noticing a user claiming to be a professional assassin. This 4-star certified assassin offered to take on targets below level, clearly someone not to be trifled with. More intriguing was a user named Call Me Princess Nina, who had gotten into a spat with the assassin. Princess Nina disdainfully told the assassin to get lost, while the assassin threatened to take action against her. Lin Jie watched the online confrontation with interest. Princess Nina seemed unaware of the dangers of the dark web, boldly revealing her address. Other users chimed in, some marveling at her bravery, others mocking her foolishness. The assassin coolly replied, "Don't worry, I'm on my way." This statement caused an uproar in the chat. Princess Nina seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, her final message lacking confidence. "Who are you trying to scare?" Then, her messages abruptly stopped. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, thinking this was going to be an interesting show. Lin Jie stared at the screen, thinking this farce had finally ended. However, just as he was about to shift his focus, Princess Nina reappeared in the chat. She frantically tagged several users, her voice filled with panic. "It's over. That assassin has blocked me. He can't see my apology. Is he really going to kill me? What should I do? Am I really going to die?" She even directly tagged the professional assassin, her tone shifting from arrogance to pleading. "Please, I was wrong. Spare me." Seeing this, Lin Jie couldn't help but mock internally. "Really? Where's your arrogance now? Your confidence? Weren't you convinced he was just bluffing? Weren't you the princess? And now you're scared of a 4-star assassin? Stand your ground." The scene shifted to Maine, a planet in the Dorno system of the Karlstar Nation. This planet, with its favorable living conditions, abundant resources, and convenient transportation, was one of the political and economic hubs of the Karlstar Nation. Its significance to Karlstar Nation was akin to that of Shanghai to China or New York to the USA. The highest valued professional mech leagues in Karlstar Nation were also held here, home to some of the most prestigious clubs in the nation. At this moment, in a training hall of one such club, Zhang Rui, who had just finished a day of training, was sitting on her mech, seriously watching a live broadcast of the Death Star on her tablet. Unlike Lin Jie, she wasn't concerned with the love and hate drama between ignorant girls and professional assassins. She cared about the competition itself. A black girl walked out of the training room, greeting Zhang Rui as she climbed a ladder to sit beside her. "Xiao Rui, what are you watching?" Zhang Rui didn't hide anything and moved the tablet closer to Becky. "Death Star's Capture the Flag live broadcast. Want to watch together?" Becky was initially curious, but immediately showed disdain after hearing Zhang Rui's response. "What's so interesting about that? A bunch of Vanguard-level pilots driving infantry-level mechs. It's just child's play. What kind of skills can you expect from such a match?" She exaggeratedly touched Zhang Rui's forehead. "Xiao Rui, are you okay? We're professional players, driving Dominator-level mechs. You're the best among us, the runner-up in the last solo match. How could you be interested in this?" Zhang Rui pushed Becky's hand away, annoyed. I'm fine. Kappa recommended it. Kappa? The one who beat you in the finals of the last solo match. Becky was surprised. Who else? Zhang Rui shrugged. She explained that Kappa, like her, was a top player in the professional league but played for a different club. Unlike Zhang Rui, who had been trained as a professional player from a young age, Kappa was a former soldier and pilot in the military. He retired for some reason and later joined the professional league, winning the championship in his first solo match. His opponent back then was Zhang Rui. I never understood how Kappa, with slightly inferior mech performance and mechanical synchronization, managed to beat me. At a party yesterday, he gave me an answer. Zhang Rui continued. Becky's eyes lit up. Really? What did he say? Insights from a star system champion are invaluable. Zhang Rui spread her hands. He said he won because I've never felt the threat of death. The professional league has high commercial value, and the mechs are very advanced. Our training facilities are even better than those in the military. The only difference is that in both training and matches, we are too safe. With all the protective measures, we know that even if we lose, we won't be harmed. But it's different for him. Any mistake on the battlefield could mean death. Becky frowned. What's that supposed to mean? According to him, do we need to experience life and death situations on the battlefield to beat him? Zhang Rui didn't respond and instead continued watching the match. Kappa had mentioned yesterday that this level of competition would offer little technical improvement for her, but would let her experience the harshness of hovering on the edge of life and death. The scene switched back to the match. The curly-haired pilot's mech passed the inspection. Although intelligent cores are typically equipped only on Vanguard mechs, it doesn't mean other mechs can't have them. The core itself doesn't enhance a mech's performance. As for the modified pseudo-red Python weapon, it was within the infantry-level standards and easily passed the inspection. At this point, all 13 mechs were in place, scattered across the battlefield. The camera quickly switched, giving a close-up of each mech, then transitioned to a wide-angle view starting from the blue flag, sweeping across the battlefield, and finally hovering at a perfect vantage point. Kenny's unique voice echoed, gripping everyone's attention. So, dear viewers, the 6th Capture the Flag match on Death Star begins now. Boom! As Kenny's words fell, a deafening explosion instantly echoed across the battlefield, and billowing dust rose abruptly. The life and death war was on the brink of eruption, with mechs baring their fangs and engaging in ruthless combat. Lin Jie, piloting the Demolisher, was the first to attack. Despite its cumbersome figure, this standard military mech boasted thick armor and impressive tonnage. Lin Jie controlled the steel behemoth, hoisting its massive onboard machine gun and unleashing its full firepower. Bullets rained down like a storm, with shell casings over 50 millimeters in diameter flying everywhere, their landing sounds drowned out by even more intense artillery fire. Get out of my way! Lin Jie roared, maneuvering the 40-ton mech forward, maintaining relentless fire to suppress the advancing opponents. Although military mechs were less maneuverable in close combat, Lin Jie temporarily held the upper hand in the early stages of the battle due to his overwhelming firepower. On the other side, Wan Mao wasn't as fortunate. He faced one of the toughest opponents, the racing mech known as Red Dragon. This six-meter red giant had a sleek, well-proportioned frame, top-notch equipment, various weapons hidden under its armor, and flashing blue indicator lights, wielding a high-tech combat blade with an imposing presence. The two mechs clashed at close quarters, with Red Dragon moving like a trained professional boxer, while Juan Mao's mammoth seemed like a flustered farmer. Despite also wielding an alloy combat blade, the significant differences in tonnage and power levels forced Wan Mao to retreat step by step. The opponent's tonnage and power level surpass our mechs. Recommend disengaging immediately. Kane's analysis and advice came through just in time. I know. Juan Mao's voice was heavy with tension. Though his face was hidden by the mask, his anxiety was palpable. After being pushed back more than 10 meters, Juan Mao's mech's leg armor collided with a heap of junk behind him. In a critical moment, he had a flash of inspiration, diverting Red Dragon's attack to the side while rolling his mech swiftly. The 30-ton body carved a deep trench into the ground. Standing up, Wan Mao quickly adjusted his strategy. He activated the flamethrower concealed within the left arm, more a standard feature of entertainment mechs. Though its lethality was limited, it consumed little energy, posed low risk, and created a decent visual effect. Whoosh, torrents of flames spewed out, dousing Red Dragon. However, the flames barely affected Red Dragon, whose blade flashed as it advanced again. Damn it! Wan Mao gritted his teeth, pairing the attack with his blade and using the momentum to create distance. Faced with all-around suppression, he could only fight while retreating. Meanwhile, in the control room, Simon watched the battle anxiously, while Lin Jie remained unusually calm, focused on his tablet game. Wan Mao is being overwhelmed, Simon said. Lin Jie responded without looking up. He's up against a racing mech. Aren't you going to do something? Not planning to? Lin Jie continued his game. Simon couldn't help but ask, how can you stay so calm? Lin Jie finally looked up, explaining while still playing, no need to rush. Rushing won't help. Red Dragon, as a racing mech, is more expensive overall than military mechs. In terms of power, tonnage, and agility, Mammoth is at a disadvantage with little room for maneuver. All Wan Mao can do now is stall. Stall until when? Simon pressed. Until a third mech enters the fray, or until Red Dragon's pilot realizes he can't take down Wan Mao quickly. Lin Jie said, just as he completed his game. Tossing the tablet aside, he continued, the big shot behind Red Dragon isn't really your enemy, right? His main goal is to win the match, not to destroy Mammoth and keep you locked up. As long as his goal is to capture the flag, he'll eventually abandon his assault on Wan Mao to seize the flag. Let's hope you're right. Simon watched the live feed as Wan Mao was forced to retreat again, his expression growing more serious. Even someone as influential as him couldn't remain entirely calm in the face of freedom's allure. On the battlefield, the fight raged on. Over 10 mechs, each weighing more than 30 tons, caused the ground to tremble as they ran, slightly distorting the broadcast footage. Wan Mao barely managed to hold up his energy shield, just enough to withstand Red Dragon's barrage of bullets. As Red Dragon prepared to attack again, a voice from logistics came through the radio. Hook, that's enough. Don't waste too much time on this mech. You've strayed too far from the center of the battlefield. I understand. Red Dragon's pilot responded tersely, clearly ready to change tactics. Listening to the radio, Hook in the Red Dragon's cockpit nodded. He glanced at the Mammoth with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, then turned and left. After the intense battle, just now, he knew that he couldn't deal with this tenacious opponent in a short time. Watching the Red Dragon retreat, Wan Mao couldn't help but sigh in relief, his tense muscles finally relaxing. He looked down to inspect his alloy sword, noticing fine cracks on the blade with faint arcs of electricity flickering within them, and a wisp of black smoke rising. Kane, what's the status of the mech? Wan Mao asked gravely. The intelligence system, Kane quickly responded. Some components are slightly misaligned, but within correctable limits. All parts are functioning normally, and the intelligent core's calculations are stable. Remaining energy is at 62. Wan Mao frowned in thought. Given the 40-minute match duration, the energy might not last if the high-intensity combat continued. He began strategizing silently. Kane suggested, recommend avoiding close combat for the time being to conserve energy and switching to long-range attacks. Damn it! Wan Mao cursed under his breath. Compared to the Mammoth, the Red Dragon was indeed a higher tier. Just 7 or 8 minutes of close combat had drained a third of the Mammoth's energy, and the match had only just begun with half an hour left. After weighing his options, Wan Mao decided to avoid the fight for now. He cautiously scanned his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, and then quietly retreated to the edge of the battlefield. He hid behind a large meteorite and unfastened the energy gun from his waist. For the Mammoth, which was at a disadvantage in every aspect, victory would require avoiding combat and waiting for the right moment. When everyone's energy was depleted towards the end of the battle, he would strike to claim victory. This had been his winning strategy in the previous 2 matches. Now, he could only rely on the energy gun in his hand, hoping it could severely damage 1 or 2 opponents. Wan Mao carefully examined the pseudo-red python in his hand and muttered, it's time to see what you're capable of. He cautiously exposed half his body from behind the meteorite and aimed the energy gun. Meanwhile, Lin Jie put his feet down from the control panel, sat up straight, and focused intently, ready to face the upcoming challenges. Hook's pilot of the Red Dragon suddenly changed tactics, ceasing his assault on Dyson. This move caught the attention of commentator Kenny, who sat in the studio, eyes glued to the broadcast screen, quickly analyzing. The Red Dragon's tactical adjustment is very wise. At the beginning of the match, it's unnecessary to expend a lot of energy on the Mammoth. For Dyson, piloting the less agile Mammoth, he must conserve resources for the final flag capture phase. At this moment, avoiding combat or engaging from a distance is the best strategy. The camera then switched to Curly, who was hiding behind an asteroid, zooming in on his energy gun. The grayish-white weapon, over 2 meters long, had a sizable energy furnace at its end, emitting a faint green glow. Kenny continued his commentary. Dyson's experience is showing. He has recognized the situation and is preparing for long-range harassment. He's using the 5th-generation basic heavy energy gun from Mark Company, which features independent energy supply. Compared to traditional projectile firearms, this energy gun has a faster firing rate, stable trajectory, and eliminates the need to carry additional ammunition, reducing the mech's burden. However, its shortcoming is its limited range and insufficient firepower to directly penetrate the outer armor of field mechs. Nonetheless, it can still serve to disrupt and damage structures. In the control room, Lin Jie listened to Kenny's expert analysis and nodded in agreement. Kenny's insights on tactics and equipment were remarkably clear, especially his ability to identify the old, worn-out energy gun with its barely visible trademark and serial number, which was truly impressive. At this point, the camera shifted to the intense battle at the center of the arena. Lin Jie also redirected his focus to another monitor, keeping an eye on Curly behind the asteroid. In the battlefield center, three main Mech-2 military models and one racing model leveraged their superior configurations to seize advantageous positions, engaging fiercely with other mechs. The sounds of metal clashing and explosions filled the air as missiles, energy shields, and alloy blades intertwined, creating a thrilling symphony of steel. The Red Dragon brushed past another mech, their massive alloy blades clashing and sparking brilliantly. Hook's eyes narrowed as he rapidly made a decision. Rocket punch ready. The Red Dragon's elbow thrusters were instantly exposed, engines roaring deafeningly. With a swift turn, the nearly 1-meter diameter steel fist, boosted by the thrusters, slammed into the opponent's back. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the opponent's back armor deformed severely as the Red Dragon's fist plunged into it. The mech froze momentarily, its indicator lights flickering before going dark, collapsing like a giant metal carcass. Hook glanced at the fallen mech briefly before decisively turning away, heading towards the top of the wrecked battleship. As a seasoned professional pilot, he didn't need to confirm if his opponent was entirely incapacitated. Such severe back armor deformation meant the cockpit was critically damaged, and even if the pilot survived, they wouldn't be able to continue fighting. From a distance, Curly witnessed this scene, a hint of envy in his eyes. Despite having top-notch overall abilities among all pilots, he was forced to compete with the least capable mech. Just as he was momentarily distracted, Lin Jie's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Stay focused, someone has noticed you. Curly quickly snapped back to attention, scanning his surroundings warily. Sure enough, he soon spotted a mech striding towards him. With danger imminent, Curly tightened his grip on the energy gun, ready to face the approaching battle. The humanoid mech stood tall on the battlefield, about 6 meters high, its dark gray armor gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Its structure was broad with thick limbs, and each step it took caused the ground to tremble, showcasing its impressive weight. When Wan Mao saw the mech, he couldn't help but curse. He quickly adjusted the mode on his energy gun, switching it to standard mode and aiming it. Having been through 5 capture theft flag battles, he knew all the mechs on the field like the back of his hand, and this black giant was no exception. The mech was called Gladiator, and its pilot was known as Old Hay among everyone. Wan Mao calculated that both Gladiator and his own mech, Mammoth, were entertainment mechs. However, even among entertainment mechs, there were significant differences. Gladiator had once been a competition mech, participating in private-level matches, which meant it had real combat experience. After being decommissioned due to design flaws, it had been modified by other engineers into its current entertainment form. Wan Mao had to admit that Gladiator excelled in energy reserves, weight, armor thickness, and output levels, second only to the top 3 mechs on the field. Yet, Gladiator never ranked well on the odds board due to its fatal flaw lack of weaponry. Apart from a basic energy shield, it had no long-range attack capabilities and could only rely on its weight and strength for close combat. This cumbersome fighting style often made Gladiator a target for mockery by other mechs. Dyson, if you have the guts, don't run. Old Hay's voice came through the communication system, a grin on his face. Wan Mao raised an eyebrow and sneered. Run? From you? Who do you think you're underestimating? Seeing Gladiator closing in, Wan Mao deliberately took a few steps back before suddenly pulling the trigger. The energy reactor trembled for half a second. Then the pseudo-python unleashed a barrage of energy bullets at an astonishing speed, all hitting Gladiator's armor. The sound of bullets hitting metal was incessant, sparks flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Gladiator's armor showed visible damage and dents. Old Hay was shocked, the red warning lights in the cockpit flashing frantically. He quickly maneuvered the mech to roll behind cover, staring in disbelief at the damage report. He had chosen Wan Mao as his opponent because he believed energy weapons weren't very lethal and that Gladiator could withstand the firepower. But in just a few seconds of shooting, the effect was comparable to Lin Jie's mech-mounted heavy machine gun. Old Hay's eyes widened, his confusion growing. Is this kid really using an energy gun? The moment the firepower erupted, Wan Mao was stunned by the sheer power of the Red Python energy rifle in his hands. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the formidable weapon. Shock quickly turned to excitement, as Wan Mao realized he now had a powerful means to combat his enemies. Lao He, come out! You coward! Didn't you tell me not to run? Why are you hiding? Wan Mao shouted through the mech's loudspeaker, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He immediately adjusted his tactics, piloting his small, yet agile mammoth mech to swiftly maneuver along the terrain's cover. Before long, Wan Mao flanked the Gladiator, firing without hesitation. The red python's energy core trembled, spitting fire as a barrage of energy bolts engulfed the gladiator. Lao He was forced to raise the mech's arm to shield the cockpit, while frantically searching for cover. Damn it, how can this piece of junk outgun me? He cursed, realizing the heavy disadvantage of the gladiator's bulk. Scanning his surroundings, Lao He decisively grabbed an abandoned hovercar with his iron fist. With a loud crash, the iron fist embedded itself into the car's body. Die already! He roared, lifting the hovercar as a shield and charging towards Wan Mao through the hail of bullets. However, he had clearly underestimated the firepower of the red python. Wan Mao, piloting the blue medieval-themed mammoth, showcased an imposing presence despite its size. The red python in his hands seemed to come alive, pouring out energy relentlessly, with the heavy weapon firing at the rate of a submachine gun. In the blink of an eye, the hovercar was riddled with holes. Bullets pierced through the car, scattering metal fragments and leaving visible dents on the gladiator's armor. The next moment, the hovercar, unable to withstand the onslaught, exploded with a deafening roar, sending the multi-ton gladiator sprawling to the ground. This astonishing scene immediately caught the attention of the broadcast director. The live feed split into two, one side showing the central battlefield where several mechs fought over the flag, and the other focusing on Wan Mao's one-sided domination of the gladiator. On screen, the over 5-meter mammoth stepped over the wreckage of the exploded hovercar, gun at the ready, emerging from the billowing smoke. Wan Mao was exhilarated. This is awesome, absolutely awesome. The caution of the previous 5 matches was gone. For the first time, he experienced the thrill of completely controlling the battle, his blood boiling with excitement. The red python's ammunition seemed endless, relentlessly pouring onto the gladiator. In no time, the gladiator's external armor showed significant damage. With a loud crash, a mountain of junk behind the mech collapsed, burying the gladiator under countless mechanical remains. This scene immediately ignited the audience's enthusiasm. The comment section exploded. Didn't they say energy rifles lack killing power and armor penetration? Is this what they call weak? Morno, is this really an energy rifle? Isn't it supposed to be unable to pierce field mech armor? Commentator, give us a reasonable explanation. Oh my god, energy rifles are this powerful? I need to order one right now. A mechanic who preferred to remain anonymous calmly responded. Savage Mary, calm down. This energy rifle has clearly been modified. A standard energy rifle would never achieve this level of damage. Commentator Kenny, recovering from his shock, quickly adjusted with professional poise. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not rush to make purchases. Dissun's heavy energy rifle has evidently been modified, likely through violent means. Such modifications greatly shorten the weapon's lifespan, making it not worth the cost. Remember, this is a real battlefield. The contestants are fighting for freedom, and more importantly, for their lives. They're going all out because they have no other choice. Please do not view our competition with the same mindset as watching those highly safe professional leagues. His words not only clarified the situation, but also cleverly elevated the status of the Death Star capture the flag match. In the control room, Simon looked at Lin Jie with delight. It seems you truly are a talent. He had just witnessed curly-haired blow up a gladiator, but due to his lack of understanding of mechanics, he mistakenly thought it was normal. Now, after reading the comments and hearing Kenny's explanation, he suddenly realized the truth and looked at Lin Jie with a face full of surprise. To him, Lin Jie had seemingly come to him out of desperation, and he didn't have high expectations, just hoping Lin Jie could fix the mammoth. Unexpectedly, Lin Jie brought an unexpected surprise. You got it wrong, boss. I'm not talented, Lin Jie suddenly spoke up. Oh, then what are you? Simon asked curiously. I'm a genius, Lin Jie replied without changing his expression. Simon stared at Lin Jie, momentarily at a loss for words. In all his years of making waves, he had never met anyone as thick-skinned as Lin Jie. What left him both amused and exasperated was that, coming from Lin Jie, even such shameless words seemed entirely true. On the battlefield, Curly stood in place holding the crimson python, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle. This was the 5th round of the flag capture game and his first time successfully eliminating an opponent. Previously, due to the disadvantageous configuration of his mech, he had to constantly avoid direct confrontations and maneuver against his opponents, barely winning by relying on the mammoth's agility and his own piloting skills. But this time, personally destroying a mech felt completely different. Curly stared at the crimson python in the mammoth's hand, his eyes sparkling. If he weren't still in the middle of the battlefield, he would have rushed out of the cockpit to kiss the gun. The exhilarating feeling was simply too satisfying. Curly, time is running out. Lin Jie's voice suddenly came through the radio, pulling Curly back to reality. He glanced up at the timer and realized that 33 minutes had already passed in the 40-minute game. Damn it, Curly thought, turning to see three large mechs climbing and fighting on the remains of a battleship, just 40 meters away from the blue flag at the top. Damn, old Black held me up, Curly muttered through gritted teeth as he started towards the battleship. Although the previous battle seemed quick, he had actually been observing from a distance for some time before engaging in a protracted fight with Old Black, which had consumed a considerable amount of time. Now, the remaining time was critically short. Distance: 574 meters, slope: 54 degrees, few footholds, combat interference. Dyson Iron Rider, we don't have enough time to reach the top of the battleship. The AI, Kane's analysis made Curly roll his eyes. Field mechs, though large and powerful, had heavy armor and cumbersome structures, making them slow and ill-suited for climbing and jumping. Even if the power was enough to propel the mech high, the structure couldn't withstand the impact of landing from a great height. Climbing to the top of the battleship amidst potential combat interference seemed like a pipe dream. At this moment, it seemed Curly could do nothing but watch as the three large mechs got closer to the flag. He couldn't help but wonder why, with such a clear advantage, the other mechs hadn't teamed up against them. In fact, they hadn't. Just as Simon and Lin Jie's boss had a grudge, the 20 or so prison lords participating in the flag capture game all had irreconcilable feuds with each other. Rather than teaming up to take down the strongest opponents, they preferred a mindset of anyone can win, as long as it's not the other guy. This allowed the three large mechs to dominate even more, especially in such complex terrain where they could leverage their mech's performance advantages to outpace the others. At this moment, Lin Jie was piloting the demolitionist, firing at Red Dragon while steadily climbing. However, he didn't notice that Curly had already raised his gun at the end of the battleship. As previously mentioned, in the competition among the three large mechs, Curly preferred anyone to win, just not Lin Jie. You blew up my mech before. Now it's my turn for revenge, Curly muttered, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A loud explosion echoed across the battlefield. Lin Jie was steadily advancing, the closest among the three large mechs to the top, less than 10 meters away. Facing a steep slope with no proper footholds, he had to use the demolitionist's iron fist to punch through the battleship's deck to anchor himself, aiming to reach a nearby alloy pylon. These pylons were used to secure small ships during the battleship's interstellar travel, and they were incredibly sturdy. Lin Jie thought that once he reached the pylons, he could climb up to the adjacent watchtower. With the demolitionist's powerful engines, he was confident he could leap 7 or 8 meters to the top of the watchtower. However, just as he was about to execute his plan, a blinding red light flashed on his visual display, indicating a severe attack on the mech's lower limbs. There he was again. Lin Jie turned his head and immediately spotted Wan Mao firing continuously from behind. Fortunately, the heavy armor of the military mech and the long-range shooting meant that the demolition expert wasn't significantly affected. Clenching his teeth, Lin Jie pushed the demolition mech to its limits, leaping towards a nearby alloy pillar. However, just as he leapt, Wan Mao swiftly switched targets. Bullets rained down on the pillar where Lin Jie was aiming to land. The pillar, already damaged from previous battles on the war-torn derelict ship, collapsed under the intense barrage. The remaining pillars couldn't support the massive weight of the demolition mech. Lin Jie suddenly found himself stepping into thin air, and the colossal mech tumbled from the ship. The tons of steel rolled uncontrollably on the deck, smashing numerous structures along the way before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Dysons! A roar echoed through the smoke, and the demolition mech's lights flickered on first, followed by the massive frame slowly emerging from the haze. Inside the cockpit, Lin Jie's eyes were filled with venom, and a trickle of blood marked the corner of his mouth. Thanks to the practical heavy armor of the military mech and the cushioning effect of the destroyed buildings, he managed to land relatively smoothly. Even so, the immense impact had still injured his internal organs. To make matters worse, there was hardly any time left in the match. He had no chance to climb back up. Juan Mao's move had almost obliterated his near-certain victory. Damn it, you like shooting, huh? Lin Jie snarled, swiftly unhooking the onboard machine gun from his waist and aiming it directly at Wan Mao. In the next instant, 60mm bullets poured out like mini grenades, carving a straight line towards Wan Mao. The terrifying firepower shattered Mammoth's energy shield almost instantly. Damn! Wan Mao cursed, quickly executing a tactical roll to hide behind a meteorite. However, the meteorite didn't provide the protection he hoped for. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jie's bullets pierced through the meteorite, narrowly missing Mammoth's frame. Come on, come out. What the hell are you hiding for? Watching victory slip away, Lin Jie was furious. The demolition mech, weighing tens of tons, held the gun with both arms, and the massive internal ammo belt fed bullets relentlessly. Shells rained down as he approached, and the 60mm armor-piercing rounds drilled hole after hole into the meteorite. There are no other covers nearby. This meteorite won't hold for long. You have to fight back, or you and Mammoth will be shredded by the demolition mech, Lin Jie's voice rang out at the critical moment. Fight back! Fight back! With the mech already damaged and under a hail of bullets, Wan Mao felt the pressure reaching its peak. He knew he had to fight back, but with such overwhelming firepower, what could he do? Even in a shootout, Red Python's firepower couldn't scratch the demolition mech. Suddenly, Juan Mio's eyes lit up as he looked at the Red Python in his hands. The gray-white gun lay quietly in Mammoth's hand, its mode set to normal, with nearly half of its energy still in the reactor. Screw it! Wan Mao gritted his teeth and decisively switched to war mode. Despite Lin Jie's warnings about the risk of a barrel burst in war mode, he had no other choice. He cranked the power to maximum, a hint of madness in his eyes, and stepped out from behind the meteorite, aiming the gun at the approaching Lin Jie and pulling the trigger without hesitation. In that moment, it was gun against gun, bullet against bullet. A true man against a true man. The Red Python's energy converter roared like a beast, greedily consuming the reactor's energy. The gun, weighing nearly 800 pounds, shook violently. In the next second, devastating bullets erupted from the barrel like a volcanic explosion. The extreme rate of fire turned the gunfire into a continuous roar, and the energy in the Red Python's reactor visibly plummeted. Lin Jie's firepower was almost instantly swallowed up, as countless energy rounds pounded the demolition mech, sparking and smoking. The mech staggered back as though hit by a battleship, finally crashing into a mountain of debris and disappearing into a cloud of thick smoke. With a crack, the Red Python's firepower abruptly ceased. The retired, defective weapon couldn't handle such high output, and its reactor shattered. All eyes were on the demolition mech, shrouded in smoke. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, the smoke cleared, revealing the scene inside. The demolition mech's right arm and head had been blown off, its exterior armor riddled with dents. The cockpit area was the most damaged, with a gaping hole in the chest armor exposing the unconscious Lin Jie inside, his fate uncertain. The demolition mech lay deep in the debris pile, emitting black smoke. Instantly, the dark web live stream exploded. At this moment, Kenny stared blankly at the broadcast screen, his words swallowed by shock. The director seemed to have forgotten his duties, keeping the camera fixed on the mammoth and the demolitionist. So much so that no one noticed the red dragon had quietly captured the flag. Curly was equally dumbfounded, as if frozen in place. It felt as though the entire world had hit the pause button. Lin Jie involuntarily glanced at the cables plugged into the console, thinking that the power of the Crimson Python made the idea of getting electrocuted seem less terrifying. It wasn't until the end-of match signal sounded that everyone snapped out of their trance. They gasped for air like drowning people finally surfacing, quickly engaging in conversation in the live chat. Brutal Mary exclaimed, "Did I just see that? Is that really the destructive power of an energy gun?" Star B Surgeon immediately followed up, "Did you see that firing rate? The shots were so rapid they sounded like a single continuous burst." Kyle Ken flatly denied it, "No way. An E-Class energy gun can't possibly have that kind of firepower. The pilot of that mammoth must be cheating, using an overpowered weapon." Someone claiming to be a mechanic tried to explain, "It doesn't look like cheating." The commentators were right. This is indeed a basic E-Class heavy energy gun. I remember the manufacturer output level of this gun can exceed the E-Class limit. I can explain the principles behind it. Before he could finish, the live stream abruptly cut off. Billions of online viewers flooded in, and the barrage of high-frequency keywords overwhelmed the darknet's streaming servers. The entire broadcast room went dark, and the chat system crashed, leaving countless viewers in a panic. "Are you kidding me? It crashes right at the climax? Couldn't it have waited a bit? Fix it now," the viewers roared internally. Interstellar technology didn't disappoint. Within seconds, the darknet resolved the issue, and the live stream resumed. However, the camera was no longer focused on the battlefield but on the commentator, Kenny. Kenny quickly regained his composure, showcasing his professionalism. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Death Star Capture the Flag match has concluded. The champion is our Iron Rider, Hook, piloting the Red Dragon." After a brief analysis of the match results, Kenny astutely shifted the topic to the Crimson Python. The most surprising element of this match was undoubtedly the performance of player Dyson. His mammoth mech wielding the energy gun stunned us all, even surpassing my own understanding. He continued, "We've received a lot of questions about whether Dyson's energy gun exceeded the limits. I can assure all viewers that every mech and weapon in the Death Star Capture the Flag match undergoes rigorous testing. This gun's output level is fully compliant with E-Class standards. The terrifying firepower is entirely due to a masterful mechanic's aggressive modifications. As you saw, the energy core couldn't handle the strain and self-destructed. As for the identity of this master mechanic, we're not at liberty to disclose that." Carl Star Nation, main star. Zhang Rui and Becky exchanged incredulous looks. As professionals with experience from rank and file to dominator level, they were well versed in various grades of weapons. In their understanding, An E-class weapon, particularly an E-class energy gun, shouldn't have such output. Energy weapons are typically used for clearing out minor enemies, with insufficient suppression power to even push back a mech, let alone penetrate military-grade armor known for its defense. Becky suggested, why don't we buy one and test it out? She remembered the commentator mentioning the manufacturer and model of the energy gun. Zhang Rui nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same. She had already opened her communicator, ready to place an order. As a star player in Dominator-level Iron Rider, buying a basic E-class weapon was no big deal for her. She was genuinely curious about why this gun had such terrifying firepower. As for the modification issue, it was a piece of cake for them. Their Poseidon Club was one of the largest event clubs in the Karlstar Nation, with numerous high-level mechanics, at least at the Vanguard level. Modifying a gun would be a breeze for them. They thought a mechanic in prison couldn't possibly be better than their own mechanics, right? Death Star, outside the arena. Brother Lin, a voice broke the silence. Curly jumped out of the mech in a flash, like a whirlwind, and rushed over to Lin Jie, giving him an enthusiastic hug. Lin Jie barely had time to react, or Curly might have planted a big kiss on his cheek. Lin bro, from now on, you're like my real brother. Curly babbled excitedly. Even though they didn't win the match, Lin Jie's modified energy gun had such incredible firepower that Curly was in awe of his skills. He was already thinking that if all of Lin Jie's mechanical creations were this good, they could compensate for the mech's weaknesses and greatly improve his chances in the capture theft flag battles. Lin Jie, feeling a bit awkward, pushed Curly away and patted off imaginary dust from his clothes. Don't call me Lin bro. How about Jie bro? Curly's eyes lit up. I'll call you Jie bro from now on. Lin Jie sighed helplessly. Just stick with Lin bro. The three of them chatted as they boarded the transport ship they had arrived on. That evening, in high spirits, Simon opened a bottle of his long-preserved fine wine and warmly invited Lin Jie and Curly to join him. Simon, rubbing his shiny bald head with one hand, poured drinks for the two with the other, grinning from ear to ear. Curly, you were amazing today, especially when you almost took out Lin Jie. Horst must be fuming right now. We need to celebrate this. Curly humbly shook his head. Boss, I was just desperate. And it's all thanks to Lin bro's modified energy gun. Without that miracle weapon, I'd probably be in the hospital right now. Simon nodded approvingly and turned to Lin Jie. Yes, Lin Jie was a huge help too. You, he was about to say, ask for anything you want, but then he remembered something and instead asked, Lin Jie, that energy gun is completely wrecked, and we might not find the same model in the scrapyard. Can you modify other machinery to be as effective? Lin Jie internally rolled his eyes, but outwardly remained calm. If the materials are good, they might not all be as powerful as that gun, but they'll definitely be enhanced to some degree. Great, fantastic. Simon was clearly thrilled with this answer. His whole demeanor brightened, and even his bald head seemed to shine a little more. He looked around at Curly and Lin Jie sitting on either side of him, as if envisioning the day he would regain his freedom. Growing more excited by the moment, Simon raised his glass, first gesturing to Lin Jie. Lin Jie, cheers. Then he turned to Curly. Curly, cheers. Lin Jie and Curly exchanged a smile and raised their glasses in return. To the boss, cheers. The next morning, the exercise yard was bustling with activity. Curly was meticulously inspecting and adjusting the mammoth mech, his movements skilled and focused. Simon stood opposite the mech, arms crossed, eyes fixed on Curly's every move. Surprisingly, Lin Jie, the mechanic, was leisurely sitting on a nearby chair, one hand holding a steaming cup of coffee and the other operating a computer, engrossed in browsing dark web forums. The recent capture theft flag battle had set new viewership records, prompting the warden, who was struggling with menopause, to make a decision to delay the next capture theft flag battle by 2 days and schedule it for the weekend. This decision was a triple win, ensuring a larger audience on the day of the match, extending the interval between the two battles to keep the excitement alive, and giving the participants more time to adjust and repair their mechs. For Lin Jie, this decision was undoubtedly good news. He no longer had to rush preparations for the next step, and could instead relax and surf the web. At the moment, the hottest topic on the dark web was still the capture theft flag battle on Death Star. Curly's astonishing performance yesterday, blasting a military mech with an energy gun, had secured the top spot in the trending discussions, sparking numerous posts. Titles like Shocking, Entertainment Mech blows up military mech, How an energy gun changed the battle landscape, and even the gun couldn't believe it, so it exploded, were rapidly climbing in clicks. Lin Jie thought, these dark web titles are surprisingly tame. If he were to write them, they might be something like Riding the War Mech, If I'm Not Invincible, Who Is, or Why Not Rise with the Wind and Shoot You Dead, or That Day My Gun Barrel Pierced the Military Mech Cockpit. Such titles would surely dominate the click rates. Of course, those who thrive on the dark web are often formidable figures. They could certainly come up with such titles, but they might care more about their reputation. Regardless, the shock brought by the red python on the battlefield had reached its peak overnight, even attracting wealthy individuals to purchase the same model as the unmodified red python, hoping to test their skills. People were also somewhat curious about the mechanic behind Curly, but that was the extent of it. After all, no matter how impressive the red python was, it was still just in a grade equipment too low level. It was like a first grader breaking the city record for the 100-meter dash at a school sports meet. People would nod and say impressive without bothering to ask who the kid was. Knowing wouldn't mean much anyway. Similarly, the red python, no matter how formidable, was still just in a grade energy gun. If the red python had any real impact, it was making people realize that Curly now had a skilled mechanic backing him, no longer fighting alone. Combined with Curly's own level advantage, this slightly boosted his ranking on betting sites. As Lin Jie was immersed in the online world, Curly approached him excitedly. Lin, the mech's hardware is intact. Only the external armor is somewhat damaged. The problem is the mammoth's alloy blade is severely damaged and probably beyond repair. But I believe you can figure something out. Lin Jie looked at Curly and shrugged. Speaking calmly, you might be disappointed. Perhaps it was the unexpected help, but Curly now looked at Lin Jie with more eagerness than at a girl. Unfortunately, enthusiasm doesn't get the job done. Lin Jie explained, alloy blades, especially those of field mechs, are challenging not because of mechanical technology, but because of the steel. The material properties determine the blade's durability and lethality. Take yesterday's capturing theft flag battle, for instance. The red dragon sword was clearly superior in material and smelting compared to the mammoths, which is why it got damaged so quickly. This is purely due to the material, not something that can be fixed with mechanical skills. He continued, the capturing theft flag battles don't allow external equipment. We have to use what's available in the junkyard. Finding another alloy blade is a matter of luck. See if the junkyard has an intact, usable grade alloy blade. If not, I'll have to enhance other configurations to compensate for the lack of a blade. Curly nodded vigorously, eyes shining with trust. Lin, I believe in you. Really? Then I can't let you down. Lin Jie glanced at Curly, put down his computer, and walked seriously to the front of the mammoth. He removed a piece of armor from the leg, reached inside, and pulled out 2 cables. Although Lin Jie had enough knowledge to enhance some mech weapons through modifications, it was still far from the boost the red python had received. He realized that having a treasure trove and not using it was as good as having none. The mechanical equipment in the cube was clearly a cut above what he had learned in this world. It made no sense not to use it. He also wanted to test if activating the cube involved getting electrocuted. As for whether doing this in front of Curly and Simon was inappropriate, there was no avoiding it. The changes brought by electrocution could not be hidden, and it would be hard to explain later. It was better to be upfront. At this moment, he needed to move his hands another 10 centimeters forward to grab the cable ends and form a closed circuit, allowing the current to flow through him. Lin Jie turned to Simon with a mysterious smile. Boss, do you believe I can perm my hair instantly? It would take less than a minute to make my hairstyle look like Curly's. Perm your hair? Simon instinctively touched his bald head, looking puzzled, clearly not understanding Lin Jie's meaning. Curly's expression changed, and he opened his mouth to shout. But before he could say, don't, Lin Jie had already grabbed the 2 cables and pressed them against himself. A real man has to be tough on himself. Lin Jie's voice sounded particularly firm amidst the electrical noise. I understand that you would like me to translate and refine the following content into natural, fluent, and easily understandable English. Hey, erase the translation. This section of the novel describes a scene set in a sci-fi prison environment. The main events include 1. Warden Jenna receives a call from a mysterious figure who expresses dissatisfaction with her. 2. Jenna realizes she might be used as a scapegoat and decides not to personally kill Lin Jie. 3. Jenna discusses cooperation with inmate Horse to deal with Simon and Lin Jie. 4. Simon and Curly discuss the incident where Lin Jie was electrocuted and are surprised by his ability to survive. 5. A flashback to the specific scene where Lin Jie was electrocuted and Simon's reaction to it. These events showcase the complex interpersonal relationships and power struggles within the prison, as well as the unique nature of the character Lin Jie. If you'd like to further discuss the structure or themes of this story, I'd be happy to provide suggestions, but I will not directly rewrite the original text. Feel free to let me know if you need any further assistance or specific parts of the text translated. In contrast, Lin Jie seemed to be almost unscathed, save for some scorch marks. After just a few hours, he was back to his energetic self, which was quite a spectacle. Curling his curly hair, Simon leaned closer to whisper in Simon's ear, Boss, should we ask Lin what's really going on? Simon shook his head and sighed, sinking into the couch. No need. Didn't we ask him during the day? His excuses like electricity is good for health and electric shocks enhance muscle strength don't sound credible at all. Simon's tone carried a hint of resignation. Everyone has their secrets. Even if you ask, he might not tell you. Even if he does, you might not believe him. And even if you believe him, what he says might not be the truth. Simon closed his eyes and continued. Lin Jie getting shocked is just a minor incident. Regardless of whether the shocks are genuinely beneficial to him or if he simply enjoys the pain, it doesn't matter. As long as Lin Jie is safe and useful to me, everything else is trivial. Even if he likes playing with grenades, I can afford it. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Lin Jie appeared to be resting, but was actually focused on observing the cube inside his body. My hypothesis was correct. Electric shocks are how the cube charges, Lin Jie thought to himself. Moreover, it seems the cube has altered my physique, significantly reducing the damage electricity does to me. After the day's energy replenishment, the number 3 reappeared above the cube. Reflecting on his nearly half-minute electrocution experience earlier, Lin Jie calculated, I got shocked for almost half a minute during the day, which increased the number of times I could turn the cube by 2. I'll be busy with mammoth weapon crafting and maintenance in the coming days, so I can't just keep shocking myself for fun. I need to make the most of these 3 opportunities. Lin Jie examined the patterns on the cube, recalling his previous experience of crossing over. Last time, I crossed over because I pieced together these fragmented patterns into an unknown design. If I can complete a whole pattern, there should be a bigger reward. A glint of anticipation appeared in Lin Jie's eyes. Although I don't have enough turns now, bit by bit, I'll eventually piece it together if I keep at it. Suddenly, Lin Jie's eyes sharpened. As a mechanic, his spatial visualization skills were exceptional. After a quick scan, he found a solution. He willed the cube to turn gently. Click! The cube trembled slightly, and the light gray patterns on it glowed with a faint blue light, converging above the cube to form the shape of a mechanical arm gauntlet. Mechanic's glove type, mechanical arm guard mode, 1 power output level, 70 equipment requirement, must have a functional arm. Lin Jie silently noted this information, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. This thing isn't very useful. Lin Jie frowned as he stared at the mechanic's gloves in his hand. Initially, he thought he had found something valuable, but after studying their structure and output levels, his face turned slightly bitter. These gloves, which appeared to be mechanical arm armor, were actually just an auxiliary tool, and not even designed for pilots but for mechanics. Lin Jie sighed inwardly. Mechanics with ordinary physical strength needed such tools to assist in the maintenance of advanced or field mechs. Although the craftsmanship and technology were slightly more advanced than what he was familiar with, they offered no performance boost to Mammoth, his entertainment mech. At best, they could only improve maintenance efficiency. Recalling the electric shock he suffered earlier that day, Lin Jie felt it wasn't worth it. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, refusing to dwell on the failure, and twisted the cube once more. A few seconds later, an object resembling a transceiver appeared on the cube. Lin Jie's eyes lit up as he read. R-Charge shield type, heavy energy shield grade, E mode, 2 output levels, 900, 1100 minimum equipment requirement, E-class field mech. This seemed promising. Lin Jie noticed that, like the Red Python, this charge shield's technical level surpassed the typical E-class weapon standards he knew. Both its energy transmission and material composition were theoretically optimal. More importantly, the energy shield's raw material requirements were low, relying mainly on technology. With a complete blueprint in hand, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Jie to realize it. However, he quickly realized another issue: output levels. To avoid affecting a field mech's mobility, energy shields were typically small and lacked independent power supplies, relying on the mech's energy battery. Although this charge shield was superior in stability and defense compared to Mammoth's original energy shield, it consumed more energy. For Mammoth, which already had a small fuel tank, adding this charge shield would undoubtedly increase energy consumption, potentially being detrimental for Wanmao. Lin Jie shook his head helplessly and decided to use his last chance to twist the cube. This time, the cube played a new trick. With a faint click, it began to tremble, emitting a soft blue glow. However, just as Lin Jie anticipated a new blueprint, the cube suddenly stopped all movement, and the blue glow dispersed into the space within him. Lin Jie was momentarily stunned and tried to activate it several more times, but the numbers on the cube had reset to 0. No matter how hard he tried, the cube remained motionless, like a meditating monk. Doesn't twisting the cube always yield a blueprint? Lin Jie wondered, taking a sip of water. He realized that the cube had only recently reawakened and would require more time to understand its operating rules. The next morning, Lin Jie and Wanmao set off for the junkyard again. To Lin Jie's surprise, they encountered Li Jie once more. After Wanmao shot through his armor, the Red Python's energy furnace had exploded due to overload. Fortunately, the cockpit's protection left Li Jie merely unconscious, and after drinking some nutrient solution, he had recovered. This time, Li Jie didn't provoke them. He merely glanced at Lin Jie and Wanmao from a distance, muttered something under his breath, and went off to pick through the trash. He can still come to the junkyard, so the demolition expert must be reparable, Lin Jie observed. Wan Mao spat angrily in Li Jie's direction. I hit him so hard, yet both he and his mech are fine. This guy has some serious luck. Energy guns have weak armor-piercing effects, and the energy furnace exploded at a critical moment without damaging the mech's core. It's normal for it to be reparable, Lin Jie explained. Forget about him. We need to hurry. With that, they split up the search. Lin Jie's plan was to find an E-class heavy energy gun and rebuild the Red Python. With its impressive performance in the last capturing theft flag match, the Red Python could not only provide Mammoth with long-range firepower, but also serve as a strategic deterrent. However, reality rarely meets expectations. After 2 hours of searching through the junk piles, Lin Jie didn't find a single heavy energy gun. Where are the guns? Lin Jie wondered. Energy guns were typically short-lived and had a high discard rate. He was lucky to find a suitable modified gun for the Red Python last time. Why couldn't he find any now? Finally, a prison guard overseeing the junkyard provided the answer. You're late. 2 hours ago, other pilots and mechanics came through and took all the heavy energy guns. Lin Jie was speechless, inwardly grumbling. No one told me scavenging in the junkyard was a race. And really, do they even know how to modify them? Why not leave them for those who can actually use them? With no other option, Lin Jie moved to another junk pile to continue searching. He had a hunch about their motives. After witnessing the Red Python's power, they wanted to try their own modifications and prevent Lin Jie from rebuilding it. This certainly caused Lin Jie some trouble, but only to a limited extent. The junkyard was vast with several piles of trash. Although others had taken the energy guns, there were always some hidden gems. After 6 hours of arduous searching, Lin Jie and Wan Mao finally found an energy gun under a discarded spaceship, completing their list of required materials. The only regret was that they couldn't find a usable alloy battle knife. In the upcoming capture theft flag match, Wan Mao would have to make do with the broken one. With all the materials ready, Lin Jie pulled Wan Mao along to start working the next day. The workshop was filled with a mixed scent of engine oil and metal. Lin Jie habitually planned to assign the heavy tasks of armor repair and parts maintenance to Wan Mao. Surprisingly, Wan Mao didn't complain this time. Instead, he was unusually enthusiastic. His eyes gleamed with respect, clearly impressed by the power of the Scarlet Python. He volunteered eagerly, his voice carrying a hint of flattery. Lin, you just focus on the RD. I can handle all the dirty and tiring work by myself. Lin Jie couldn't help but chuckle, but accepted Wan Mao's proposal gladly. After assigning the tasks, he immediately dove into the intense process of creation. He had 3 items to complete: the Scarlet Python, the R-Assault Shield, and the Mechanic's Gloves. In theory, he should start with the Mechanic's Gloves to save time on tool changes and improve efficiency. However, considering the urgency and the fact that gloves wouldn't directly enhance combat power, Lin Jie decided to prioritize the Scarlet Python. Thanks to his previous experience, the modification went exceptionally smoothly this time. In just 2.5 days, a brand new Scarlet Python lay on the workshop table. Since it was modified from another energy gun, its appearance differed slightly from the one described by the cube. The gun body was longer, pure blue, and the energy core was closer to the trigger. Lin Jie wiped the sweat from his forehead and gently ran his fingers over the gun's surface. Despite its age and slight deformations from being buried under the junkyard for too long, the internal structure was intact, allowing it to function normally. Suddenly, Lin Jie's eyes narrowed. Faint blue text appeared before him. Pseudo Scarlet Python. Type: Heavy Energy Gun. Grade E. Combat Modes: 3. Output Energy Level: 800-1650. Minimum Equipment Requirement: Private Rank Field Mech. He was stunned. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that the text was indeed there and seemed to be the specs of the Scarlet Python in front of him. He looked around the workshop, seeking an explanation, but found none. Puzzled, Lin Jie left the workshop and walked over to the Mammoth in the gym area. Placing his hand on the mech, blue text appeared again. Crude Large Machine. Type: Field Mech. Grade E. Mode 1. Output Energy Level: 3400-3700. Minimum Equipment Requirement: Pilot's Mental Power over 500. Note: Only a fool would install an intelligent core in this piece of junk. Lin Jie frowned in thought. The output energy level for a grade single soldier mech was typically between 350500, while the same grade of war mechs had values about 10 times higher. These were indeed the stats for the Mammoth. Could it be that he had gained the ability to read data just by touching? Lin Jie recalled that there was no feedback the 3rd time he twisted the cube. Perhaps that was when he acquired this ability. While Lin Jie was deep in thought, Wan Mao poked his head out of the cockpit. Seeing Lin Jie's serious expression, he thought there was a problem with the mech and quickly jumped down the ladder. Lin, what's wrong? Is there a problem? A bold idea suddenly struck Lin Jie. What if touching a person could reveal their attributes too? He decided to test it out. Lin Jie smiled and shook Zhuangmio's hand. Wan Mao, it's really hot. You've worked hard. Wan Mao was momentarily stunned, but then shook his head. It's nothing, Lin. You've worked hard too. After waiting for a while, the blue text didn't appear. Lin Jie guessed the touch might be in the wrong place, so he patted Zhuangmio's chest. Good job, keep up the energy. Wan Mao responded enthusiastically. Don't worry, Lin. You focus on your work. Leave the dirty and tiring tasks to me. Still, there was no reaction. Lin Jie wondered if the clothes were blocking the ability. He stepped forward and began to unzip Zhuangmio's jacket. Curly sensed something was off and immediately took a step back, instinctively covering his chest with both hands. He looked at Lin Jie with a mix of fear and confusion, his voice trembling. Brother Lin, are you okay? What's going on? Lin Jie first shrugged, then a sly grin spread across his face. Rubbing his hands together, he took a step closer. Can't brothers get a bit closer when there's nothing wrong? Come on, let me check out your chest muscles. Ah! Curly was momentarily stunned, then shook his head firmly. No way. What do you mean no? Let me see. Lin Jie pressed on. Brother Lin, no. Curly covered his chest like a startled deer and quickly ran away. In the end, Lin Jie didn't get what he wanted. Although he had previously confirmed through touch that simple contact didn't reveal others' data, Curly's strong resistance left Lin Jie feeling a bit humiliated. We're both men. What's the big deal about a little touch? Lin Jie muttered to himself. If you were a woman, I might still give it a try. He quickly dismissed this thought, coughing to hide his embarrassment. All in all, Lin Jie managed to conduct a small experiment on Curly. Although he didn't obtain any data, as a Hansen engineer, he knew the limitations of a single sample. He decided to conduct tests on more people to get more reliable results. Unfortunately, being in prison limited his options. Besides Curly, the only other person he was somewhat familiar with was Simon. However, Curly was now clearly wary of him. Lin Jie tilted his head, picturing Simon's nearly 2-meter tall frame, and shivered. Curly is still someone I can mess with, but if I try to touch Simon, his chest muscles would probably crush me, Lin Jie thought to himself. The boss is the boss for a reason. Better not mess with him. Shaking off these thoughts, Lin Jie threw himself back into his work. After a whole night of effort, he finally completed the other 2 items that had emerged from the magic cube. After some contemplation, Lin Jie decided to retrieve the notes. He always felt that without the notes, it was like losing a part of his soul. Done. As the next day dawned, a blue star slowly rose from beyond the high walls, bathing the workshop in a gentle light. Lin Jie removed his gloves and welding mask, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes fell on the workbench in front of him, where 2 freshly completed pieces of mechanical equipment lay. The first was an oversized bracelet with a diameter of about 50 to 60 centimeters. Its golden surface shimmered softly in the morning light. The segmented design and fastening mechanism at the ends allowed it to open easily. At the center of the bracelet was a device resembling a storage UNITA transceiver for an energy shield. When installed on the arm of a mech suit and connected through a specialized port to the internal energy circuits, it could deploy and retract the shield at will. Lin Jie's gaze swept over the notes on the bracelet. Pseudo-R charge energy shield type, heavy energy shield level, E mode, 2 output levels, 860-1020 minimum equipment requirement, E-class field mech Lin Jie. Although he was not easily swayed by external factors, the provocative note made him wince. He grimaced and turned his attention to the second piece of equipment. It was a pair of uniquely designed forearm gauntlet gloves. Made entirely of alloy, the gloves featured a tiered design to maximize flexibility. From the forearm to the fingertips, the gloves were composed of 20 layers of alloy plates, overlapping like the tiles on an ancient building. This complex design increased the weight but greatly enhanced the glove's dexterity, allowing for both the maintenance of large components and precise operations. Simple mechanical exoskeletons extended from the outer sides of the gloves, connecting to a disc-shaped energy device on the back. When worn, this device would be secured to the technician's back like a backpack, providing power to the gloves and driving the miniature engines, granting the user extraordinary strength. Lin Jie's attention was again drawn to the notes on the gloves. Mechanics gloves type, mechanical gloves auxiliary tools mode, 1 output level, 70 equipment requirement. Note, requires intact arms. When a mechanic encounters the perfect blueprint in their life, everything else is a compromise. Normal people don't settle for compromises, and you are not normal. The terse yet piercing note left Lin Jie speechless. He silently retorted in his mind. So what if I compromise? Who says an advanced mechanic can't have OCD? Who says I want to compromise? But in a place where everything is just junk, where else can I find better materials? Suppressing his frustration, Lin Jie pretended not to see the notes and picked up the 2 pieces of equipment, leaving the workshop. Despite the magical ability to gather data with just a touch, he chose to endure. After all, the second round of the flag capture battle was tomorrow, and after several days of intense work, he needed to rest. Meanwhile, in H zone of the Ninth Prison, another story was unfolding. This was the territory of Horst Landon, Simon's old rival. Their animosity dated back to before the establishment of the Karlstar Nation, when this region was still in chaos, overrun by interstellar pirates and assassins. The Landon and Lyre families were both notorious space rogues, competing for business and often engaging in bloody conflicts. Later, with the rise of powerful civilizations and the purge of criminal elements, the two families used their accumulated wealth to go legitimate, transforming into the new elite of the Karlstar Nation. However, despite their changed status, the feud between the families never dissipated. Now, Simon and Horst, as representatives of their respective families, had been thrown into the Ninth Prison by the politicians of the Karlstar Nation for various reasons. Initially, these politicians sought only to bolster their own records, but soon found that these big shots brought not just prestige, but also immense pressure. Unable to cope, they had no choice but to place these hot potatoes into the Ninth Prison, scattering them across its 20 zones. Openly and covertly, the feud between the Langdon and Simon families has been simmering for years. Simon's imprisonment was not without the Langdon family's machinations. Even behind bars, the rivalry between the two families continued to simmer, evolving into a unique battle within the prison walls. Horst's cell was no less luxurious than Simon's. At this moment, he was seated at an exquisite mahogany round table with his subordinates, Lin Jie and David, discussing their strategy. With a furrowed brow, Horst got straight to the point. Simon's guy, Curly Iron Rider, is already incredibly skilled, and now, with the help of a mechanic, he's an even bigger threat. Do you have any good ideas? David, looking dejected, with his tentacles drooping, muttered, "I'm sorry, boss. Even though Lin Jie and I managed to get a heavy energy gun, I've been trying to modify it for days, but it's still not as effective as the one Curly used." Lin Jie, clenching his teeth, slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, if it weren't for that damn energy gun, Curly would be dead by now. The memory of his armor being pierced still haunted him, and his hatred for Curly and Lin Jie grew stronger by the day. However, this hatred could only burn uselessly within him. Curly's skills were already superior, and now with Lin Jie, the mechanic, assisting him, they were practically unbeatable in the competition. Horst glanced at his two subordinates, seeing their downcast expressions, and suddenly a knowing smile spread across his face. "It seems you're all out of ideas, but I might have a plan." Lin Jie's head snapped up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "You have a solution?" Horst's smile grew more dangerous as he slowly revealed his plan. "Since we can't beat them in the competition, why not shift our focus outside the arena?" Lin Jie's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Boss, you mean?" Horst chuckled, meticulously detailing the plan he and Jenna had crafted. "It's simple. Tomorrow, when you get to the arena, someone will approach you. The guards will pretend not to see. Understand?" As Horst elaborated, Lin Jie's eyes brightened, as if he could see a glimmer of hope. The next morning, the 10 surviving mech teams boarded the transport ship once again, heading to a new battlefield. Lin Jie moved with the crowd but remained vigilant. Just as he stepped off the transport ship, a staff member hurried over and handed him an unexpected surprise. At the entrance of the transport ship's cargo hold, Simon, Lin Jie, and Curly all froze simultaneously, their eyes locking onto the prison guard in front of them. The guard, masked and holding a gun, nodded slightly and said, "Yes, we're here for an interview." He succinctly explained the reason. The Capture the Flag competition was gaining immense popularity on the dark web, and the pilot's fame was rising accordingly. Fans were eager to see their idols up close. To cater to this, the organizers had added an interview segment, with the recorded footage to be aired before the competition began. "Mechanics will also participate," the guard added. "Once you've driven your mechs to the inspection area, follow me." Simon thought to himself, Jenna is turning this competition into a reality show. He glanced around and noticed that some of the other pilots and mechanics were already following the guards. Turning to Curly and Lin Jie, he advised, "Go, but remember, don't talk about anything unrelated to the competition." "Got it, boss," Curly responded, then climbed into the cockpit, maneuvering the mammoth mech towards the inspection area. Lin Jie and the guard followed closely behind. As they distanced themselves from Simon, Lin Jie leaned closer to the guard and whispered, "Officer, was this interview the warden's idea? Did she specifically ask for mechanics to be involved?" The guard glanced sideways, revealing only his eyes from under the mask. "Yes, is there a problem?" The warden didn't mention anything else? "Like about me?" Lin Jie pressed. "No," the guard replied, sounding a bit impatient. "Why? Are you special in some way?" "No, of course not." Lin Jie laughed and shook his head. "I'm just one of the many ordinary prisoners." By this time, Curly had parked the mech in the inspection area and jumped out of the cockpit, joining the guard. "Let's go," he said. The guard led Lin Jie and Curly to a makeshift housing area. This temporary setup was hastily constructed to accommodate the new competition venue, linking various equipment within the site. Inside, people bustled around, and cameras were everywhere. To save time, interviews with both pilots and mechanics would be conducted simultaneously. At the door of one room, the guard said to Lin Jie, "This is the mechanics interview room. You go in first. I'll take him to the pilot's room." Lin Jie pushed the door open, took a quick look around, and then turned back to the guard with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work." The guard, feeling uneasy under Lin Jie's gaze, hurriedly responded and then left with Curly. Lin Jie chuckled softly and walked into the room. The room was simply furnished, with a backdrop facing the camera and a high stool in the middle. David, Lin Jie's mechanic, had just finished his interview and stepped aside as Lin Jie entered. The cameraman waved Lin Jie over. "Come on in, have a seat here." Lin Jie looked puzzled. "Is that it? No host?" "No need," the cameraman said, shaking a card in his hand. "The questions are the same for everyone. I'll just read them out." Lin Jie muttered to himself. They really put on a good show, but he took his seat opposite the camera anyway. The cameraman adjusted the lens and began reading from the card. "What are your expectations for the Mets you maintain and repair?" Lin Jie answered the questions earnestly, while David quietly unplugged a cable from one of the devices and cautiously approached Lin Jie. As a member of the landing group, David was no saint, but this was his first time attempting to kill someone. He held his breath, his nerves on edge, with the tendrils on his head standing upright. Lin Jie continued speaking to the camera, seemingly unaware. The process went surprisingly smoothly. Suddenly, David lunged forward and thrust the cable at Lin Jie. Lin Jie stiffened instantly, his body convulsing irregularly. After a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground, his fur standing on end, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at David. You all!" Lin Jie struggled to speak. "Still talking? Looks like you need another dose." David sneered and jabbed the cable at Lin Jie again. This time, Lin Jie's body was engulfed by the electric shock. His hair singed and curled. He lost consciousness, lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back and foam at his mouth. Umph. The electric shock lasted for a full minute. Lin Jie's convulsions grew weaker and weaker until he was almost completely still. Only then did David stop and reattach the cable. He turned to the cameraman who had been recording the whole time and said coldly, "We're done here. Now let's see how things are going with Lin Jie." David pushed open the door to another room and was stunned by what he saw. There were no cameras, no backdrop, just Lin Jie and two burly men, grinning as they surrounded Wan Mao. Sensing something was wrong, Wan Mao tried to flee, but the door had been locked from the outside. He banged on it desperately, but no one answered. Suddenly, Wan Mao felt a rush of wind behind him and instinctively ducked. A chair flew over his head, smashing against the door and splintering into pieces. "Damn it," Wan Mao cursed, realizing it was a trap set up by Horst and the prison guards. He quickly grabbed a broken chair leg and charged at Lin Jie. However, without his mech suit, the Iron Rider was just a well-trained, ordinary man. Against three opponents, Juan Mao's resistance seemed futile. Before he could reach Lin Jie, one of the burly men kicked him hard, sending him crashing into the wall. The impact made Juan Mao's body involuntarily curl up. Lin Jie. Juan Mao gritted his teeth against the pain, glaring at his opponent. "If you got guts, fight me on the field. Playing dirty doesn't prove anything." Lin Jie smirked and crouched down to pat Juan Mao's cheek. "Anyone can talk tough, but you won't be getting back into the arena." With that, he kicked Juan Mao in the head, causing a dull thud and blurring Juan Mao's vision with blood. "Hit him," Lin Jie ordered. The two burly men grabbed whatever they could find and started beating the defenseless Juan Mao. Amid the violent sounds of the assault, blood splattered and stained the wall. Lin Jie watched with a cruel smile on his face. "You brought this on yourself." A little over 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the makeshift housing area, Lin Jie and two burly men dragged a blood-soaked, barely recognizable man Curly. They met up with David, who was also covered in blood, as the air filled with a nauseating metallic scent. Lin Jie spoke first, his voice tinged with fatigue. "How did it go on your end?" David nodded, a flicker of malice in his eyes. "Don't worry, it's taken care of. When they demolish this area, someone will deal with the body." His gaze shifted to Curly, frowning slightly. "Why didn't you just kill him?" Lin Jie glanced back at the barely breathing Curly and smirked coldly. "The boss's orders. Leave him barely alive, so he can't participate in the competition." He paused before continuing. "With today's technology, as long as you're not dead, you can usually be saved. But the human body needs time to recover." Reflecting on how Curly was only stunned last time compared to his current battered state, Lin Jie said coldly, "Curly's body is wrecked. Even with medical aid, it will take at least 2 months to recover. By then, the capture the flag competition will be long over." He added thoughtfully, Maybe the boss wants Simon to feel the helplessness of having a pilot and a mech but still being unable to compete. It's psychological warfare. Lin Jie clicked his tongue, admiring the boss's tactics, then waved his hand, leading his men towards the monitoring area outside the arena. Meanwhile, the chat room of the live stream was buzzing with activity. Kaiser, finally it's starting again. Ever since I watched Capture the Flag, I can't watch any other matches. Cheese lover Jerry. I bet 400,000 star coins on Mammoth winning this round. Hope I don't lose. Pro Killer. Cheese lover Jerry. Hey big spender, want to do business? A non-mechanic. I'm really curious about who modified that energy gun. I bought the same model, but I can't get it to output like the one in the Capture the Flag match. In a dedicated monitoring room, Simon glanced at the chat room, feeling a headache coming on. Leaning back in his chair, his bald head glistened under the light. He thought to himself, these people really have nothing better to do. What's so interesting about this? For a skilled pilot like Simon, watching Curly and the others battle with the class mechs was as boring as watching ants fight. If it weren't for the fact that this competition determined his freedom, he wouldn't even be here. Simon rubbed his bald head, recalling that Kino was investigating Lin Jie's identity. Although he could contact Kino anytime via his wrist communicator, he chose to remain silent. He knew his nephew well. Despite his usual lack of seriousness, Kino was reliable when it mattered. If he had any information, he would inform Simon immediately. Just then, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. Come in, Simon called out, thinking Lin Jie and Curly had returned from their interview. However, after a moment, no one entered. Sensing something was wrong, Simon stood up and walked to the door. As he opened it, he froze. Lying on the floor, drenched in blood and barely breathing, was Curly. Simon squinted to recognize him. Curly! Simon's heart sank. He rushed forward, lifting Curly and pulling out a high-grade medical serum from his pocket, forcing it down Curly's throat. The serum was meant for potential injuries during the competition, but it was needed now. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Curly's throat moved slightly, showing signs of life. Simon gently patted his face. Curly, Curly. Curly weakly opened his eyes, his voice barely audible. Boss, it's Horst. The interview was a trap. Horst's men were already waiting. That bastard Horst? Simon had suspected, but the confirmation still filled him with rage. Curly weakly looked around, asking, Boss, where's Lin Jie? Simon's expression darkened, anger mixed with a hint of sorrow. Without Lin Jie, Mammoth was just a low-ranking mech. Even with Curly's refined skills, it would be hard to compensate for the mech's attributes. But with Lin Jie, everything changed. Just that energy gun alone was enough to make everyone wary. Lin Jie's creativity seemed boundless, and no one knew what other astonishing creations he might unveil as the competition progressed. Horst's stance was clear. Curly could live, but Lin Jie had to die. This thought ignited a blaze of anger in Simon. He suddenly stood up, threw out a Curly, you take a break, and stormed out of the surveillance room, heading straight for Horst's quarters. Along the way, several prison guards tried to block him, but Simon brushed them aside effortlessly. Even when someone pointed a gun at him, he didn't slow down. The truth was, these weapons posed no threat to Simon. Even the electronic collar around his neck could be torn off at will. Its explosion wouldn't harm his formidable physique. Simon had stayed compliant and avoided escaping for 2 reasons. Firstly, he didn't want to give the higher-ups of the Karlstar Nation any leverage that could jeopardize the Liar family's business in the nation. Secondly, the Death Star harbored other high-tech weapons, and warships patrolled space. Even if he took out all the prison guards, he couldn't withstand the bombardment from giant laser cannons and battleships. So, for 2 years, Simon had behaved himself, never provoking the prison authorities or causing trouble. But today, he was genuinely furious. Bang! Simon kicked down the door to Horst's team's surveillance room, sending the door flying like a missile into the control panel. Inside, Horst, Lin Jie, and David seemed unsurprised and showed no signs of panic. Horst leisurely sat in his swivel chair, legs crossed, smiling as he looked at Simon. What's the matter, Simon? You look quite upset. Did something happen? Everything okay? No one saw you, right? A deep voice whispered in the darkness. All clear. Don't worry. Another voice responded, tinged with a hint of pride. And the body? Over there. Follow me. In a recording studio outside the arena, 2 prison guards met covertly, their behavior reminiscent of secret agents. Guard A led Guard B swiftly into the depths of the facility, their footsteps muffled by the carpet. Before long, they reached the door of the previous interview room. Guard A stopped and nodded toward the room, speaking in a hushed tone. The body is inside. Remember what the warden said? Once you see the body, shout. Got it, Guard B nodded. This was all part of Jenna's meticulously crafted plan. First, kill Lin Jie, then have the guards discover the body, creating an illusion of an accidental death. A perfunctory investigation would follow, turning the incident into an unsolved case, distancing it from the Ninth prison. Even if it came under scrutiny, it would merely appear as a prisoner's accidental death. Guard A nodded in satisfaction and hid around the corner. He watched as Guard B opened the door, a look of relief crossing his face. Now, all he needed was Guard B's shout, and he could rush in as the first witness, putting an end to this troublesome affair. The warden said if I do this right, I'll get a promotion and a month off. Guard A mused, already daydreaming about a blissful vacation. However, the unusual silence soon caught his attention. Guard B had been in the room for a while, yet there was no sound. Guard A frowned, waited a moment longer, then could no longer hold back and rushed into the room. The sight before him left him frozen in place. The interview room was empty, except for Guard B and a lone camera prop. There was no trace of a body. What's going on? Where's the body? Guard A shouted, his face filled with terror. Guard B slowly turned around, his voice low and icy. Where's the body? Shouldn't I be asking you that? From the moment I walked in, this room has been empty. Not a person, not even a shadow. Stop playing dumb. Guard A roared, his face turning pale. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of Horst's team, Simon stormed in, his towering frame exuding an intimidating presence, eyes blazing with fury. Horst, you like to get physical, huh? Simon bellowed. Come on, I'm right here. Fight me. Horst looked puzzled, feigning innocence. What physical? What fight? Simon, what are you talking about? I'm a model prisoner, dedicated to rehabilitation. I never get into fights. Simon glared at Horst's smiling face, seething with rage. He took 2 quick steps forward, grabbed Horst by the collar, and slammed him against the wall. Boss! Lin Jie and David exclaimed, moving to intervene, but Horst gestured for them to stop. What's the matter, Simon? Gonna hit me? Horst asked calmly. Stop pretending. It was your men who injured my subordinate. Simon snarled through gritted teeth. Don't make baseless accusations, Horst retorted. Which eye of yours saw my men hurting your subordinate? Who can testify for you? If I really wanted to kill you, would I need evidence? Simon stared at Horst's infuriating smile, his anger boiling over. Horst, however, remained unfazed, even leaning closer provocatively. Go ahead, hit me. I dare you. Damn it. Simon raised his free hand, ready to slap Horst. He was confident that even with his powers restrained by the collar, this slap could knock Horst out cold. But just before his hand landed, Simon came to his senses. He looked around and noticed several surveillance cameras trained on them, along with a few staff members recording with handheld cameras. He's doing this on purpose. He's not resisting, because he wants me to strike first, Simon thought, his teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Finally, he lowered his hand. Simon knew his unique status well. The Karlstar Nation was already reluctant to release someone like him. If he attacked Horst now, especially in plain view, it would give the politicians a perfect excuse to keep him locked up. That was precisely what Horst wanted. Not now. I have to hold back. Simon reminded himself, releasing his grip on Horst's collar. What's the matter? Why aren't you hitting me? Horst raised an eyebrow, continuing to provoke him. Is the mighty strongest of the Liar family all talk? Save your cheap provocations. Simon shot Horst a cold glare and turned to leave the monitoring room, his footsteps fading into the distance. As Simon left, the cameramen outside the door lowered their cameras, a hint of disappointment on their faces. Simon, who hadn't gone far, saw this scene and his eyes turned even colder. Horst's plot was now evident. In Horst's surveillance room, Lin Jie and David saw Simon walking away and immediately approached to check on Horst. Horst waved them off, indicating he was fine, his eyes still following the direction Simon had disappeared. He sighed inwardly, having hoped Simon would lose his temper and attack. That way, he might get hurt, but Simon would end up in the Ninth prison forever. It should have been a foolproof plan. When did this big guy get smart? Horst murmured to himself. Lin Jie stepped forward and reassured him. Boss, even if we didn't provoke Simon, we still have the upper hand. Lin Jie is dead, and Curly is on his last legs. Simon has no chance of winning this flag battle. Horst straightened his clothes, which had been disheveled by Simon, and looked at David. David, are you sure Lin Jie is dead? David grinned maliciously. Don't worry, boss. He's definitely dead. That high-voltage cable electrocuted him for a full minute. Even a martial artist couldn't survive that. If he isn't dead, you can kill me. Horst nodded, his smile returning. Lin Jie's death meant Simon's main problem was solved, and he had no hope in this flag battle. But just as he was contemplating his next move, Horst's pupils suddenly contracted, and all his thoughts vanished. He stared fixedly at the door. Lin Jie and David followed Horst's gaze, and the 3 of them froze simultaneously. Because Simon had kicked the surveillance room door open earlier, they had a clear view of the distance. There, a figure, charred all over, with curly hair and smoke still rising from his head, was leisurely walking towards them. Lin Jie. Despite not meeting often, the 3 of them remembered Lin Jie's figure vividly, due to the Red Python incident. There was no mistaking it. This was Lin Jie. At that moment, Lin Jie arrived at Horst's surveillance room door. He looked at the three dumbfounded faces inside and even raised a hand in greeting. Hi. Then he turned and walked toward Simon's surveillance room, his steps light and almost bouncy, as if in an exceptionally good mood. In that instant, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Horst, Lin Jie, and David stood side by side, staring blankly at Lin Jie's retreating figure, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, Horst snapped out of it, turned, and glared coldly at David. David, I need an explanation. Boss, I really don't know. David stammered in panic, his tentacles standing on end from the tension. I electrocuted him with high-voltage cables for a whole minute, watched him lose all signs of life before I left. The kind of current would kill anyone instantly, even a warrior. Although Horst and Lin Jie hadn't witnessed it themselves, David's account left them equally baffled. High-voltage cables in direct contact with the body should be enough to deform a corpse. How could anyone survive that? David, what on earth are you playing at? Lin Jie demanded, frowning. His hatred for Lin Jie was no less than his loathing for Juan, as it was Lin Jie's guns that nearly claimed his life. I'm telling the truth. David tried to defend himself, but was cut off by Horst. Enough, Horst said after a moment of silence. If he's alive, there's no point in dwelling on it. We need to find a way to deal with him. At least Juan is out of commission for a few months. Without a pilot, even the best mechanic is useless. As he spoke, Horst couldn't help but glance in the direction where Lin Jie had disappeared. Despite his words, the image of Lin Jie's charred body filled him with unease. Could a mechanic really be that formidable? Horst shook his head, trying to dispel the absurd notion. Meanwhile, Lin Jie was walking briskly down the corridor. Though his entire body was charred, his hair frizzed, his head smoking, and foam still at the corners of his mouth, his spirits were surprisingly high. Want to kill me? Try boxing with my shadow first, he muttered to himself, his steps growing lighter. Lin Jie had sensed something was off during his conversation with the prison guard. The guard said Jenna merely wanted him to be interviewed like everyone else, which didn't align with Lin Jie's understanding. The higher-ups in Karlstar Nation would love to see him dead. Why would they let his face appear on the dark web? It wasn't until he opened the door and found only David and the cameraman in the interview room that he fully grasped the conspiracy. Jenna, the ambitious woman, had evidently teamed up with Horst. He didn't resist immediately, partly because of the armed guards outside, and partly because he was confident he could handle a mechanic and a cameraman. When David unplugged the cables, Lin Jie couldn't help but laugh. Electrocution was not only harmless to him now, but it was also something he eagerly anticipated. If he were more certain about his resistance to electricity, he'd even consider getting struck by lightning. David trying to kill him with electricity was the most considerate assassination attempt ever. Lin Jie decided to stop resisting and let David do his worst. He was just a bit worried about Juan. Over the past half-month, they had formed a bit of a bond. He didn't help because he could barely protect himself and believed one wouldn't be in mortal danger. But he couldn't be entirely sure. If Horst was reckless or foolish, Juan's life could really be at risk. With this thought, Lin Jie quickened his pace. Meanwhile, in Simon's monitoring room, a prison guard was relaying a message from Jenna. Mr. Simon, the match starts in 2 hours. The warden asked me to check if you have a backup pilot. If not, you'll have to forfeit the match. Simon was experiencing the true meaning of when it rains, it pours. He was already fuming, and Jenna sending someone to ask about a forfeit only fueled his anger further. Mr. Simon? The guard called again, seeing Simon remain silent. I'm not deaf. I heard you, Simon replied through gritted teeth, the veins on his forehead visibly throbbing. How about you? Forfeit. Just forfeit already and get out. Simon roared, his voice like thunder. The guard, startled by the sudden outburst, staggered back as if pushed by an invisible force, then quickly turned and fled. Simon turned around, his eyes blazing with fury, and slammed his fist into the wall. The dull thud echoed through the small cell, and a noticeable dent appeared where his fist had struck the concrete. I'm sorry, boss. Curly Hair managed to croak out, his voice weak and hoarse. The medication was starting to take effect, allowing him to speak even though he still couldn't move. Watching Simon being forced to withdraw from the competition while he lay there helpless filled him with guilt. Simon took a deep breath and looked at Curly Hair, his anger slowly giving way to a long sigh. You don't need to apologize. This is all Horst's fault. If anyone should apologize, it should be me. His gaze swept over Curly Hair's battered body, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. Simon recalled the series of events that had led to this moment. Initially, his nephew, Kino, had gone to great lengths to get the Iron Rider and the mechanic into the prison to help Simon win the competition. However, fate had other plans. The mechanic disappeared halfway, leaving only the Iron Rider. At first, Simon was disappointed, thinking this competition would be a lost cause. But to his surprise, Curly Hair displayed remarkable skills, managing to steal 2 victories from other contestants. In that moment, Simon saw a glimmer of hope for freedom, but it didn't last long. After just a few matches, the mammoth was sabotaged, blown to pieces. Curly Hair's limited skills couldn't repair such severe damage. Simon felt despair, thinking everything was over. Then Lin Jie appeared, instilling hope once more with his exceptional mechanical skills. The energy gun he built could easily penetrate military-grade mech armor. Everything seemed to be looking up, yet fate struck Simon down again. Lin Jie was dead. Damn it, is the universe really playing with me? Simon rubbed his weary face, thinking of Lin Jie, the mechanic who had appeared when he needed help the most. Now, who could help him overcome this crisis? Was he doomed to wait for failure to descend upon him? In his despair, Simon prayed to unknown gods. To all the gods out there, no matter who you are, send me someone who can solve this crisis, and I'll trade 10 years of my life. Just then, with a click, a charred and disheveled figure appeared at the door. Despite being covered in soot and almost unrecognizable, the familiar silhouette and confident smile unmistakably belonged to Lin Jie. Comrades, I'm back, Lin Jie grinned, like a warrior returned from hell, bringing with him a glimmer of hope and a chance at redemption. Lin Jie, you're alive? Simon and Curly stared in astonishment at Lin Jie, who had suddenly appeared. The man before them was disheveled, his clothes in tatters, looking like he had just escaped from a crime scene. However, they quickly recognized him. This was the same Lin Jie they had seen after he was electrocuted. Their heavy hearts were lightened by a glimmer of joy. Brother Lin, it's really you. Curly's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, You're not dead. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The way you say it, it's like I was supposed to be dead. No, that's not what I meant. Curly hurriedly shook his head to explain, wincing in pain from his injuries. Simon interjected, Did they not do anything to you? Lin Jie silently felt sorry for David, but only shook his head. Of course not. They gave me 6 more chances to solve the Rubik's Cube. He then turned to more pressing matters. Boss, now's not the time to discuss this. Curly is injured and can't pilot the mech. What's your plan? Simon sighed in resignation and briefly explained his earlier decision to forfeit. If there was even a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. But as things stood, he had no choice. With his mechanical synchronization rate at only 15, he couldn't possibly pilot the mech himself. Lin Jie suddenly smiled mysteriously. Boss, what if I told you I have a solution? Simon scrutinized Lin Jie. Puzzled you? What solution could you have? Unless you're not just a mechanic, but also a... Halfway through his sentence, Simon realized it wasn't impossible. He hadn't considered this before because Curly was their pilot, and Lin Jie had demonstrated exceptional mechanical skills, clearly a professional mechanic. Both mechanics and pilots required immense dedication and effort. Pilots, to combat superhumans, not only had to control mechs but also undergo rigorous training. VR simulations, meditation, physical conditioning, and neural response drills. Becoming a pilot was as grueling as any other superhuman endeavor, if not more so. Mechanics, on the other hand, had to master a vast body of knowledge which required significant time and effort to fully comprehend. While it was rare, it wasn't unheard of for someone to excel as both a mechanic and a professional pilot. Given the limited energy one person has, many struggle to excel in just one field, let alone 2 demanding ones. So initially, both Simon and Curly had assumed Lin Jie was just a mechanic after witnessing his impressive technical skills. But now, hearing Lin Jie's tone, it seemed there was more to him. Seeing the sudden spark of hope in Simon's eyes, Lin Jie crossed his arms and shook his head slightly. I'd hoped to live as an ordinary person among you, but it seems that's not possible now. No more pretending. I'm also a professional pilot. I'm coming clean. Meanwhile, in the dark web livestream, commentator Kenny, dressed in a blue suit, was introducing the next match. Next up, we have our contestant Hook, piloting the Red Dragon mech. In the last match, Hook not only eliminated a mech, but also emerged victorious, bringing his win count to 2, tying with Dyson's Mammoth. Kenny paused and added half-jokingly, I have to mention, I didn't bet on Hook last match, and he cost me $5 grand. My wife has had me sleeping on the couch for a week now. As a once popular commentator, Kenny had his unique style. The introduction segment was tricky since there were only a few contestants, and with 6 flag battles already completed, regular viewers were familiar with them. However, introductions were necessary for new viewers joining the live stream. This could easily make some viewers feel the segment was redundant and leave temporarily. Kenny skillfully tackled this by incorporating personal anecdotes, jokes, gossip about the pilots, and other tidbits of interest. This way, even though he was introducing the same group of people each time, he managed to keep the audience engaged and maintain viewership. But today, for the first time, Kenny paused during his broadcast. On the broadcast screen, after introducing a contestant, the host suddenly made a hold-on gesture to the camera. He quickly pressed his earpiece, listening intently for about 10 seconds. Then he straightened up, faced the camera, and said in a serious tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to bring you some bad news. Dyson, who performed exceptionally well in the last match, has been injured and cannot participate in today's competition. The details of his condition are still being confirmed. Let's all wish Dyson a speedy recovery." Kenny demonstrated his excellent ability to handle the situation. To avoid causing too much commotion, he quickly shifted the topic to other contestants. However, due to Dyson's impressive performance in the previous match, he had become one of the most anticipated competitors. His absence caused quite a stir in the live broadcast. In the live chat, viewers expressed their opinions. "What the heck? I was looking forward to seeing what new gear Mammoth had this time. And now you're telling me he's out?" complained a viewer who called themselves Mechanic. "How'd he get injured?" "Just announcing he's hurt, and that's it," questioned Scissorhands Jack. "Are you kidding me? I bet 300,000 on this." "What now?" asked Cheese Lover Jerry anxiously. "Is he withdrawing?" commented Main Star briefly. Meanwhile, in a meticulously decorated bedroom, Zhang Rui was staring at the live broadcast on her tablet, her brow furrowed. For a viewer of her caliber, this kind of competition rarely offered any significant improvement. As Kpa had mentioned, the main benefit of the Capture the Flag match was understanding the harshness of the battlefield, something she had already experienced deeply in the last match. The only reason she chose to watch this competition was because of Mammoth, or more precisely because of Red Python. After the last Capture the Flag match, she had bought many of the same energy guns and had various mechanics modify them, but the results were disappointing. None of the professional mecha mechanics could replicate that effect. This piqued her curiosity about Mammoth and the mechanic behind him. She hoped to see some extraordinary equipment in this match. However, Dyson's withdrawal caused her to lose interest. Zhang Rui shook her head and was about to close the live stream. Just then, the expression on Kenny's face suddenly changed. He pressed his earpiece again and made another hold-on gesture. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have an update," he said. "I've just received news that Simon's team seems to have found a new pilot to replace Curly. Let's take a look. The new pilot is..." Kenny glanced down at the monitor in front of him. Suddenly, his expression froze, his eyes widened, and he slammed the table as he stood up, exclaiming, "What? The mechanic is warming up?" As Kenny let out a piercing, off-key scream, the broadcast camera seemed to jolt awake, rapidly zooming in from a wide shot to a close-up, finally fixing on the empty space outside Simon's control room. In the frame, a figure, charred and blackened all over, stood out starkly. It looked as if he had just escaped a mining disaster and was now performing calisthenics in a comically precise manner. Warm-up exercises, stretching, chest expansion, each movement was executed with meticulous attention to detail, making it hard to know whether to laugh or be amazed. In front of this unexpected scene, the Mammoth had already completed a thorough inspection and stood silently nearby. The livestream audience, clearly more intrigued by this mining disaster survivor, flooded the chat with comments. "Is this the curly-haired mechanic? Mammoth's new pilot? He looks like he got struck by lightning. You can't even see his face. Does his appearance matter? The real question is, can he be a pilot? Ordinary people have a mechanical sink rate of only 20 to 30%. Isn't he just courting death by going into the arena?" Amid the barrage of doubts, a few comments suggested that Lin Jie could be both a mechanic and a pilot, but these remarks were quickly drowned in the torrent of information. Zhang Rui's finger, originally poised to exit the livestream, suddenly stopped. She licked her lips. Her female intuition told her that this seemingly hapless mechanic might bring some surprises. Meanwhile, in Horst's control room, the atmosphere was tense. Horst had planned to eliminate Lin Jie and cripple Curly, forcing Simon out of the competition. But Lin Jie's appearance had thrown everything into disarray. "Boss, don't panic," Li Jie stepped forward to analyze. "Professional pilots and skilled mechanics both require extensive training. Lin Jie can't possibly excel at both. At best, he's an ordinary person with a slightly higher sink rate." Horst nodded slightly, appearing convinced. David regained his confidence and told Li Jie, "Buddy, don't give him any chance on the battlefield." Li Jie's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Don't worry, I'll make sure Simon is utterly hopeless." At the same time, in the backstage broadcast room, Jenna's face was grim. Simon had just requested to have Lin Jie replace Curly, and she had initially wanted to refuse. But now, it seemed she had no other choice. Due to the explicit orders from the higher-ups, Lin Jie must die. Jenna furrowed her brows, recalling how her previous mistake had already enraged the big boss. If Lin Jie not only survived this time, but appeared on camera, the consequences would be dire. Her position as warden would be at risk, and it could get even worse. However, Jenna was caught in a dilemma. She couldn't afford to offend the big boss, but she also couldn't easily cross Simon. The Lear family wielded immense power and wealth, with a vast network of gray industries and complex connections. If it were an ordinary prisoner, The Karl Star Nation might release him as a favor to the Lear family. But Simon's status made it impossible for Jenna, a mere warden, to act rashly. To make matters worse, this operation involved cooperation from the prison guards, and Simon would undoubtedly suspect her collaboration with Horst. This was her chance to make amends after offending Simon, and she couldn't refuse. Offending the higher-ups might cost her political future, but offending Simon could cost her life, given the Lear family's ruthless ways. Jenna took a deep breath, her gaze darkening. She could only hope Lin Jie would die in the arena. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone specifically targeted by the higher-ups couldn't be just an ordinary mechanic. Cut to the next scene. Moments later, Jenna spoke coldly, unwilling to look at Lin Jie any longer. Every second she looked at him, her headache worsened. In Simon's studio, Lin Jie noticed the camera had shifted away from him. He turned to face Simon, his tone serious. "Boss, we need to discuss terms now. I've been maintaining your mechs and crafting mechanical equipment in exchange for your protection. But the situation has changed. Curly can't compete, and I have to step in as a pilot. I think it's reasonable to make some demands." Simon nodded slightly. Of course. In fact, if Lin Jie didn't make any demands, he would find it suspicious. "What do you want?" "I want freedom." Lin Jie dropped his usual nonchalant demeanor, his gaze resolute. "If I win the flag battle and secure your freedom, you must take me with you out of the Ninth prison." Simon inwardly pondered. What are the chances of a mechanic winning? But he still nodded in agreement. "That's not difficult. If you help me pilot the mech, you're part of our team. According to the rules, winning the battle means the entire team gains freedom." Lin Jie shook his head. No, it's not that simple. He had spent over half a month with Simon and Curly, and he knew the rules of the flag battle well. But those rules didn't apply to him. If he were just a nobody, he might easily get released by blending into Simon's team. But his unique status meant someone high up was watching him, and they wouldn't let him go easily. Securing his freedom would come at a cost. "I'm just a prisoner now with nothing to my name. But the Lear family is different. They have the means to pay the price for my freedom." Lin Jie paused, glancing at his watch before turning back to Simon. "Time is running out, and we need to enter the arena soon. So I hope you can promise that if I win this flag battle and secure your freedom, the Lear family will also pay the price for mine." Lin Jie's earnest words and grave expression made Simon frown. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't agree so easily. At the very least, he should understand Lin Jie's true identity, the reason for his imprisonment, and the cost of his freedom. But with time running out and the mechs about to enter the arena, there was no time for a detailed discussion. After a moment of deliberation, Simon responded, "I can personally agree for now. After the match, we can discuss it in detail. If the cost is within the Lear family's means, I'll ensure you regain your freedom, just like me." He silently added, "If you manage to survive, that is." He still held little hope for the Mechanic Nerdpullet. After a brief exchange, with Simon reminding Lin Jie to be careful, Lin Jie entered the mammoth's cockpit and headed towards the arena. In the monitoring room, only Simon and Curly remained, one standing and one lying down. As they watched the mammoth gradually disappear over the horizon at midday, a sense of solemnity filled their hearts. Curly hesitated for a moment before turning his head to ask, "Boss, can Lin Jie handle this?" Despite his admiration for Lin Jie's mechanical skills, he had doubts about his ability to pilot a mech. Their half-month acquaintance made him reluctant to see Lin Jie risk his life. Even for Curly himself, piloting this obviously disadvantaged mech was fraught with danger. Simon took a deep breath, about to speak when his wrist communicator suddenly lit up. He glanced at the caller ID and motioned for Curly to wait a moment before answering the call. "Dear Uncle," came the familiar and irritating voice of Kino. "I'm watching the live stream. Curly got injured, right? How bad is it?" "Not too bad, but he needs some treatment." "Nothing too serious," Simon replied curtly. "That's good to hear," Kino responded, then abruptly changed the subject. "Dear Uncle, you let Lin Jie take over, didn't you? Coincidentally, I just got detailed information about him. There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Simon's face darkened, and he snapped, "If you keep beating around the bush, I swear I'll make you regret it once I'm out of here." "So rude," Kino muttered before quickly getting serious. "All right, I'll get straight to the point. Listen carefully. Lin Jie, 23 years old, a civilian, topped the entrance exam for the Karl Star Nation's North Star system, ranked 7th in the entire Karl Star Nation. But that's not the important part. Before the exams, he was already accepted into Karl's first military academy. He majored in command, with minors in mech piloting and mechanical engineering. He consistently ranked in the top 10 for 3 years and was specially recruited by the Ninth Fleet due to his outstanding performance in combat exercises, graduating early from the academy. Enough, I don't have time for his life story, Simon interrupted impatiently. Now, tell me about his current status, capabilities, and whether he can be trusted. My dear uncle, must you always be so impatient? Kino sighed, followed by the sound of pages flipping. Alright, long story short, Lin Jie, former acting lieutenant commander of the Ninth Fleet, class mechanic, Titan-level mech pilot, with a mechanical synchronization rate of 87%. Smack! Simon suddenly froze, his hand dropping as his gaze fixed on the direction where Lin Jie was piloting the mech into the arena. His eyes lit up, and his breathing grew heavy, completely tuning out the rest of Kino's words. Titan-level mech pilot? Mechanical synchronization rate of 87%. Simon stood still, his body trembling slightly with excitement. He took a deep breath, shouting inwardly, "Heaven is helping me!" A wave of freedom washed over Simon, invigorating him like never before. He was convinced that this was the key to his liberation. At the end of the chapter, the author explained to readers that updates might be limited in the near future due to an impending move caused by the lease expiration. The author also expressed a deep love for this book and a determination to continue writing, hoping for the reader's support. Lin, you're actually a lieutenant commander of the Ninth Fleet of the Star Nation? Once upon a time, and you're a Titan-class pilot? Yes. Your synchronization rate with the mech is as high as 87. More or less. Curly's voice crackled through the radio, filled with an excitement that was almost palpable. Lin Jie couldn't help but roll his eyes as he listened to Curly's enthusiastic chatter. Lin, please take me as your student. I'm begging you. Lin Jie glanced at the age information displayed on the screen. He thought to himself, you're already this old, and you still want to be a student? Though Curly kept calling him Lin, he was actually 27, 4 years older than Lin Jie. The term of address stemmed more from admiration than anything else. Lin Jie knew that at Curly's age and level, he was somewhat set in his ways. Even if Lin Jie was willing to teach, there was little Curly could learn at this point. Curly's lack of systematic training was one reason, but even without any missteps, his innate talent was at best above average. Unless he could undergo a complete transformation, his achievements as a pilot would always be limited. Lin Jie couldn't help but think of that old saying. Edison once said that genius is one inspiration and 99 perspiration. But what he didn't say was that the one inspiration is often more crucial than the remaining 99. As for the saying, those more talented than you are also working harder, Lin Jie saw it as pure motivational fluff. Talented people might not necessarily work harder, but their efforts are often more effective. Of course, Lin Jie wasn't advocating for people to give up. As an idealist, he believed that everyone has their own unique talent in some area. It's just that some people discover it while others don't. Or some people's talents are lucrative while others aren't. In any case, Lin Jie still encouraged everyone to strive, to work hard. He abruptly cut off this line of thought. Curly continued to chatter incessantly, so Lin Jie simply cut off the radio communication. As the line went dead, Curly's excitement quickly waned, replaced by the aches and pains of his body. He visibly slumped. Finally, in peace, Lin Jie began to carefully survey his surroundings. This battlefield, chosen by Zhena, was much simpler in terrain than the last one. Gone were the mountains of junk and meteorites, replaced by more natural features. A few low hills surrounding a hilly area. In the center of the battlefield was a lake, though it was more like a large puddle. Over the years, Death Star, being a dumping ground for military waste, had accumulated countless hazardous materials. Various residual energies and toxic substances had severely eroded the already fragile ecosystem. The lake water had long since turned a murky green, resembling poisoned soup, occasionally bubbling ominously. A blue flag, symbolizing freedom, was planted on a large rock in the middle of the lake. Looking up, apart from the surveillance cameras in the mountains, Zhena had also added numerous drones to capture every moment of the mech battles. Suspended 100 meters above the lake was a small warship. Below it hung a giant timer, visible to all the participating mechs. Staring at the lake, Lin Jie briefly considered submerging his mech to cross it, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The field mech was too large to crawl effectively, especially in this contaminated water. Who knew what corrosive substances it contained? Damaging the mech's armor would be a costly mistake. It was best to fight on land or wait for others to capture the flag, and then seize it from them. Lin Jie scanned his surroundings. Although there weren't as many meteorites and steel debris as the last battlefield, there were still plenty of cover options. Scattered across the battlefield were numerous massive dead trees, either native to Death Star or mutated due to pollution. These trees were tall and thick, with diameters generally exceeding 2 meters, some even reaching 4 or 5 meters. Lin Jie estimated that even heavy gunfire would take some time to bring them down. Just as Lin Jie finished assessing the battlefield, the countdown on the warship reached 0, and the sound signaling the start of the match echoed across the field. Lin Jie smiled, ready to hunt his first target, but was immediately interrupted by the sound of heavy, rapid footsteps approaching. Turning his head, Lin Jie was caught off guard by the sight of a massive mech charging toward him. This machine, known as the lumberjack, was a menacing gray-black with striking yellow stripes, and its thick armor was intimidating. Though it stood about 5 meters tall, similar to the mammoth, its build was much more robust. Instead of wielding the usual alloy blade, the lumberjack gripped a fearsome, heavy-duty power hammer. The massive hammer had a sharp end on one side and a blue flame burning on the other, silently showcasing its incredible destructive power. The scene reminded Lin Jie of Reinhardt, a character from a game in his previous life. Even though he had thoroughly studied the specs of all competing mechs, seeing the lumberjack's imposing presence in person made his heart race. The lumberjack wasn't just an entertainment mech, it also had engineering functions designed for frontier work. While it wasn't the largest, its output capacity was formidable, and it had ample energy reserves. Based on comprehensive data, it ranked in the second tier, just below the top 3 mechs, and it was one of the best in its class. The intelligence system, Kane, quickly analyzed the situation in the cockpit. The opponent has advantages in mass and output capacity. Our only edge is slightly better maneuverability. Recommend pilot to retreat and employ guerrilla tactics. Lin Jie agreed with this logical strategy, but his body remained still. In fact, even without Kane's reminder, he knew the mammoth was at a disadvantage against all the competing mechs. This wasn't due to any incompetence on the part of the mammoth's creator, but rather the nature of field mechs. Field mechs were designed for large-scale siege battles, prioritizing tonnage and power. Unlike competition mechs, which needed some agility to handle various scenarios, field mechs focused on raw strength. Most people favored field mechs for their heft and destructive capability. After all, if agility and convenience were the goals, why not pilot a single soldier mech? However, there are always exceptions in large groups. The creator of the mammoth was clearly a maverick, who, during a moment of inspiration, sacrificed the typical advantages of a field mech to pursue agility, resulting in the mammoth's current struggles against any opponent. But if the creator of the mammoth was an exception, then Lin Jie was an exception among exceptions. They think I'm an easy target? Lin Jie muttered softly, standing his ground, a slight smile playing on his lips as he watched the lumberjack approach. For an average pilot, the mammoth's slight advantage in agility wouldn't be enough to offset the disadvantages in power and mass. But Lin Jie was different. His exceptionally high mechanical synchronization rate allowed him to perform feats others could only dream of. For instance, piloting this massive field mech as if it were a nimble single-soldier mech. Bang! As the lumberjack mech charged forward, Lin Jie acted decisively. He maneuvered the mammoth mech to swiftly turn around, sprinted 2 steps, and stomped onto a massive dead tree. The power levels of the mech surged to their maximum, and with 2 consecutive stomps, each at their limit, the colossal steel beast, weighing several dozen tons, leaped over 9 meters into the air. In midair, the mammoth mech flipped agilely. Lin Jie wielded his alloy battle blade, slashing down with the force of a mountain. His tactic was simple. If you can't match their strength, crush them with the weight of tons of steel. Inside the lumberjack's cockpit, Hank was stunned. With all his skill and experience, he couldn't fathom how a field mech could perform parkour moves that even humans would struggle to execute. Was this really a field mech? Clang! Seeing the alloy blade bearing down, Hank instinctively raised his hammer to block. The clash of the 2 mechs resounded across the battlefield with a deafening roar. The ground beneath the lumberjack collapsed immediately, sending dust and shockwaves in all directions. The impact was so intense that it briefly disrupted the lumberjack's visual transmission system. But this was just the beginning. Lin Jie knew that the mammoth was at a disadvantage in terms of raw power. If the lumberjack found a chance to counterattack, he would be in a passive position. Thus, he had to maintain relentless pressure. Clang! Due to the mammoth's lighter weight and its initiative, it recovered faster. Missing the first strike, Lin Jie immediately maneuvered the mammoth to withdraw the blade. The mech turned with astonishing agility, instantly flanking the lumberjack and slashing again. The screech of metal on metal was piercing. The lumbering lumberjack couldn't react in time. This strike left a deep gash in its back armor. So fast. Hank was utterly shocked. He never imagined that a field mech could move so gracefully. If the opponent were the specialized Red Dragon mech, he might understand, but this was the mammoth, the one ranked lowest in overall attributes. How could it perform at this level? Boom! Before Hank could find an answer, an even more ferocious attack came. Seizing the advantage, Lin Jie pressed forward, driving the mammoth directly into the lumberjack. As the lumberjack struggled to regain its footing, Lin Jie forced it back step by step, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks. This was a fight to the death. Any mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Lin Jie held nothing back, piloting the steel beast with relentless precision, his alloy blades slashing with a brutal rhythm. He adhered to the principle of strike while the iron is hot, making his assaults increasingly aggressive and ruthless. In the control room, Juan stared at the screen, momentarily forgetting his own pain. Compared to Lin Jie, his level and mech synchronization rate were slightly higher, but he could only barely hold his own against other mechs. Lin Jie, however, was dominating his opponent. Was this the power of a Titan-class pilot? Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion disrupted the battlefield's rhythm. Lin Jie quickly raised his energy shield, but the mammoth mech was still forced back several meters by the immense impact, creating distance between it and the lumberjack. Looking up, he saw the lumberjack now wielding its hammer in one hand, while the other held a massive handgun. The barrel's diameter was at least 20 centimeters, with smoke trailing from the muzzle. The attribute gap is still a big problem, Lin Jie muttered to himself as he stabilized the mech. He had hoped to finish off the lumberjack in one go, but its armor was too thick and its strength too great. Additionally, his alloy blade was already damaged, reducing its effectiveness. Unable to break through quickly, he was eventually forced back by a shot from the lumberjack. Lin Jie recognized the weapon. According to the information, it was a giant shotgun, modified from a short cannon by Hank's mechanic. Though slow to fire and with limited range, its destructive power at close quarters was formidable. Fortunately, Lin Jie had upgraded his energy shield. Otherwise, the original shield on the mammoth wouldn't have withstood the shot. Pilot Lin Jie, our battle blade is severely damaged. If we continue at the current combat intensity, it will last no more than 5 to 6 minutes. The most reasonable strategy now is to disengage and switch to long-range attacks, the AI, Kane, calmly analyzed. The most reasonable strategy won't bring victory. Lin Jie softly dismissed Kane's suggestion. Indeed, the AI's calculated tactics were undoubtedly the safest. But the safest strategy often strayed far from victory. Take Kane's suggestion of long-range attacks, for instance. Lin Jie's Red Python wasn't a genuine article, but a modified weapon from scrap. No one knew how long it would last. If he used it heavily at the beginning of the match, it might not make it to the end. That gun was one of Lin Jie's trump cards for capturing the flag, and couldn't be used lightly, at least not now. Damn, it's my turn! Hank roared, ready to counterattack. Lin Jie's thoughts flashed like lightning, gone in an instant. At the same time, Hank, a professional pilot, was surprised by Lin Jie's skills but kept his composure. He clearly recalled the details of the last match and knew well how terrifying the energy cannon of the mammoth was, capable of destroying military mechs. Hank's logger couldn't withstand such an attack. Even though Lin Jie's close combat abilities exceeded expectations, Hank didn't dare give him a chance to create distance. The previously defensive situation had reversed, and leveraging his strength, Hank decided to regain the initiative. He charged forward with the logger, the power hammer's engine roaring through the air, aiming a fierce blow at Lin Jie. Lin Jie had just regained his footing when he saw the incoming attack. He knew his half-wrecked alloy sword couldn't block the heavy power hammer. With a nimble tactical roll, he narrowly avoided the deadly strike. Upon rising, the mammoth once again engaged in close combat with the logger, but this time, Lin Jie was at a disadvantage. Under the relentless assault of the power hammer, Lin Jie kept dodging. Several times, the hammerhead grazed the mammoth's armor, sparking brightly and nearly hitting vital spots. However, Lin Jie neither counterattacked nor could he. The earlier fierce offensive had pushed the mammoth, a field mech, to its limits. It was like putting a Ferrari engine in a compact car. Continuous high-speed operation would inevitably cause other parts to fail. Lin Jie needed to buy the mammoth some breathing room. Seeing Lin Jie retreating step by step, Hank's attacks grew fiercer. The ground was pockmarked with deep craters from the power hammer's blasts. Just then, the AI, Kane, alerted pilot Lin Jie. Our energy reserves are lower than the opponent's. Continuing this high-intensity combat puts us at a disadvantage. While dodging nimbly, Lin Jie responded, "No, Kane, your calculations are off. We're not losing. Apologies, but my intelligence matrix cannot compute where our advantage lies." Lin Jie explained, "Think about it, he's heavier, so his energy consumption for movement is higher. We're lighter, so even though our energy reserves are lower, our relative consumption is also less. According to Lin's theory of relativity, in a battle of the same intensity, we consume less, thus saving energy. The more aggressively he attacks, the more he consumes, and the more we save. The more we save, the more he loses. The conclusion is, the more he fights me, the more he loses." Kane fell silent. Lin Jie's seemingly rigorous Lin's algorithm completely upended the logic-driven calculations of the intelligence system. Die! Hank seized the moment and unleashed a deadly strike. His power hammer roared through the air, delivering a sweeping blow. Despite his superior skills, Lin Jie couldn't completely evade the attack, given the overwhelming attribute difference. He quickly raised his alloy warblade to block it. A deafening crash reverberated as the power hammer collided violently with the alloy warblade. The tremendous impact force acted on the mammoth mech, pushing the colossal steel beast 7 or 8 meters back. carving a deep trench into the ground. Suddenly, a faint yet piercing sound cut through the battlefield's chaos. The alloy warblade of the mammoth mech, unable to withstand the lumberjack's relentless assault, began to crack. The small fissure rapidly spread like a spiderweb, covering the entire blade in the blink of an eye. The massive warblade, now riddled with cracks, was on the verge of shattering. Lin Jie decisively abandoned the now burdensome weapon, thrusting it into the ground. He swiftly drew the crimson python from his waist, switching to standard mode to suppress the lumberjack with gunfire, attempting to halt his advance. However, Hank was no ordinary foe. Realizing Lin Jie hadn't used his full strength, Hank maneuvered the lumberjack to wield the hammer single-handedly. He raised his right arm, and with a heavy mechanical sound, layers of armor interlocked, forming a colossal alloy shield that securely guarded the lumberjack's massive frame. The crimson python's bullets rained down on the shield, sparking furiously but failing to breach its formidable defense. This shield is reforged from the external armor of a small battleship. It's thicker than military-grade armor. "You can't harm me," Hank's sneering voice echoed through the loudspeaker amidst the hail of bullets. "Impressive," Lin Jie replied expressionlessly, maneuvering the mammoth mech to take cover behind a giant withered tree while continuing to fire. It was undeniable that the lumberjack shield had incredible defensive capabilities, but its immense weight and size inevitably hampered the mech's mobility, exactly what Lin Jie needed. "Lin Jie, the mech's energy reserves are down to 30%. We must change the situation, or we'll lose our chance in the final battle," Kane's voice sounded in the cockpit. "I know," Lin Jie responded curtly, then ordered, "Unload the 2 depleted energy cells to reduce the mech's weight." "Lin Jie, I advise against this. It will result in—" "Execute the order," Lin Jie interrupted Kane firmly. "Understood." Despite Kane's advanced analytical and combat systems, its primary directive was to follow the pilot's commands. Under Lin Jie's resolute tone, the battery compartments on the mammoth sides emitted metallic clicks, and 2 30-centimeter diameter energy cells detached and rolled to the ground. They were soon struck by grenades, exploding violently. "Good, Kane. Now let's get creative." Lin Jie's eyes sharpened as he saw the successful detachment of the cells. The so-called Lin's theory was merely a bluff. The real challenge was the energy shortage. With the mech's evident disadvantage, it was time for him to step up personally. "Come closer," Lin Jie muttered, watching the lumberjack's steady approach. He instinctively flexed his hands, and the mechanics of his newly crafted engineer's gloves clicked in response. Meanwhile, in a distant control room, Wan Mao was monitoring Lin Jie's battle through a camera locked on by Simon. When he saw Lin Jie unload the cells, his eyes widened in shock. "Lin Jie? Are you crazy? How can you drop the cells?" Wan Mao shouted into the radio, but Lin Jie had already turned off communications, leaving his calls unanswered. "What is it?" Simon asked, glancing at Wan Mao, who was slumped against the wall. Lin Jie chose to unload the energy cells. "Is it risky?" Simon inquired. "Not just risky, it's extremely risky." Wan Mao winced as he explained. "Without those 2 cells, even if he defeats Hank's lumberjack, the mammoth won't be able to compete in the final flag capture." Wan Mao had a rough idea of Lin Jie's plan. The depleted cells were unloaded to maximize weight reduction and minimize energy consumption. But this decision was like dancing on the edge of a blade, with the slightest misstep leading to disaster. The outer shell of this field combat mech's power battery is made of alloy, with each unit weighing over 100 kilograms. Although this is a small fraction of the mech's total weight of several tons, it still adds significant heft. Offloading the batteries reduces the weight by nearly 300 kilograms, which can indeed extend the mech's operational time. However, to Wan Mao, this is akin to burning bridges. Frowning, Wan Mao explained, "Even when the battery is depleted, it can still provide some energy after being left idle for a while. In a life-and-death battle, that bit of power can be a lifeline." Lin Jie removing the batteries means that once the last one is drained, the mammoth will completely lose its combat capability. Hearing this, Simon's brow furrowed as he turned to the monitor in the control room. The screen showed the lumberjack rapidly approaching, while Lin Jie remained stationary, showing no intention of retreating. This puzzled Simon. Despite Zhuan Mao's explanation, he still felt that a Titan-class pilot shouldn't be driven to such extremes. At that moment, Jenna's voice echoed in the main broadcast room. "Switch the camera. Split the broadcast to show both the central battle zone and the mammoth's battle zone." A staff member asked in confusion. "Warden, didn't you specifically instruct us not to give any camera time to the mammoth?" Still dressed in her deep blue professional attire, Jenna's eyes were fixed on the mammoth as she replied firmly. "That was then. This is now." As the main planner of the Capture the Flag event, Jenna, though an ordinary person, had a good understanding of pilots and mechs. Initially, she didn't want the higher-ups to see Lin Jie in action, but the situation had changed. Despite Lin Jie's impressive start, He was now cornered, even having to offload the batteries, clearly at the end of his rope. Jenna thought switching the camera now would mean broadcasting Lin Jie's defeat at the hands of the lumberjack. This way, what could the higher-ups possibly say? Switch the camera, right now. Jenna ordered again, her tone even more resolute. The director immediately executed the command, and the dark web livestream split into two screens, successfully showing the battle zones of both the mammoth and the lumberjack. However, just as Jenna thought Lin Jie was about to be defeated, the situation took a dramatic turn. In the blink of an eye, even before the audience could grasp the sudden insertion of this battle, Lin Jie moved. As the lumberjack, with its power hammer raised, closed in, the mammoth didn't retreat but instead advanced. It took a step forward, using its shoulder to lock under the lumberjack's raised arm. This was a critical position, perfectly locking the lumberjack at its shoulder joint. Despite the lumberjack's higher output level, this lock caused it to momentarily freeze. In that split second, the mammoth's cockpit suddenly opened. Lin Jie, his face smeared with soot, slipped out like a slick eel, climbing onto the lumberjack's waist joint. With a swift move, he reached the mech's back, grabbed two power batteries with his gloved hands, and twisted them off. With a crisp snap, the two batteries were removed. At this moment, the mammoth's right hand extended just in time to catch Lin Jie. In a flash, Lin Jie climbed back along the mammoth's arm, quickly reinserted the batteries into the mammoth's battery compartment, and swung back into the cockpit with a graceful one-armed maneuver. The struggling lumberjack suddenly froze and collapsed to the ground, revealing the still-standing mammoth. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire world had gone silent. The lumberjack fell with a crash, but the mammoth remained standing tall and unyielding. In this stark contrast, the mammoth's stature appeared even more imposing and majestic. This scene left everyone watching the live broadcast in awe. In the control room, Jenna was dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to switch the camera angles. At the commentary desk, the professional commentator Kenny was left speechless by Lin Jie's daring move, sitting there in a daze. Curly, completely ignoring his pain, sat up straight and widened his eyes. The live stream exploded instantly. The chat was flooded with comments flying in like snowflakes, and the interaction numbers soared, causing severe lag in the video. However, this did not dampen the viewers' enthusiasm one bit. None of the billions of online viewers left, continuing their heated discussions despite the lag. Oh my god, what did I just see? He jumped out of the Titan to grab the battery. Is that even possible? I didn't know you could pilot a mech like this. Wait, isn't he a substitute mechanic? Did you see it? He's wearing a mechanical armor. The viewers' exclamations came one after another, with some even speculating that Lin Jie was not just a mechanic but also a professionally trained Titan pilot. Meanwhile, in a bedroom on the planet Maine, Zhang Rui stared intently at the laggy live stream, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her chest heaving with exhilaration. As a professional Titan pilot and league champion, she could better understand the riskiness of Lin Jie's actions compared to the average viewer. This is insane, Zhang Rui muttered to herself. One small mistake, and it's certain death. But why? Why am I so excited? She clenched her fists, her heartbeat quickening, as if grasping something crucial. However, Lin Jie was unaware of the uproar his actions had caused among the viewers. He was fully focused on the battle at hand. Current energy at 80%, energy levels adequate, mech status optimal, Kane's voice echoed in the cockpit. Pilot Lin Jie, your recent performance was astonishing. I can't find the right words in my database. However, I must advise against such tactics in the future. Any error would leave you with less than a 0.5 chance of survival. Lin Jie chuckled. Are you worried about me, Kane? Technically, my actions do fall within the scope of concern, Kane replied. All right, I think I'm starting to like you, Lin Jie said. Once the flag battle is over, come with me, and let's get out of this hellhole. Lin Jie scanned the surroundings, his gaze eventually landing on the lumberjack sitting on the ground. Hank felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed Lin Jie's stare. What are you going to do? Hank's voice trembled. Lin Jie didn't answer, simply walking forward slowly. Hank desperately tried to crawl backward, but soon gave up resisting and closed his eyes. If I die, so be it, Hank thought. Dying at the hands of such a master isn't too disgraceful. However, the anticipated pain never came. Hank opened his eyes to see Lin Jie picking up the lumberjack's power hammer, testing it with a few swings as he gradually walked away. Hank blinked in confusion. Is that it? He's not going to kill me? This thing is way too heavy. Curly might not be able to handle it. Lin Jie muttered under his breath as he slowly emerged from behind a cover near a puddle in the center of the capturing theft flag battlefield. He gripped the power hammer tightly with both hands, swinging it tentatively. The massive weapon sliced through the air, creating a gust of wind and stirring up debris around the mech's feet. The power hammer, with its independent power supply, was enormous. to house its internal engine and thrusters. Its height even exceeded that of the mammoth by several centimeters. For the mammoth, which wasn't particularly notable for its size or output among field mechs, the hammer's weight was indeed excessive. Lin Jie surveyed the surroundings. The battlefield was a scene of utter chaos. The roar of heavy machine guns was incessant, with shell casings falling like raindrops, creating a symphony of destruction amidst the artillery. Scorched earth, shrapnel, explosions, and alloy blades intertwined to paint a heart-pounding picture. Several mechs had already entered the puddle, braving the hail of bullets as they advanced towards the flag. Lin Jie knew that with the mammoth's small size and thin armor, plus the burden of the power hammer, recklessly entering the water would only put him at a disadvantage. He had to be patient, waiting for the flag to be driven on a land by the chaos only, then would it be his moment to strike. Glancing at the timer overhead, Lin Jie maneuvered his mech behind a giant tree, poised like a leopard ready to pounce. 5 mechs had converged in the puddle, including Lin Jie's demolitionist, Hook's Red Dragon, and another Blood Engineer. Although the Blood Engineer and demolitionist were both military mechs, their combat roles differed. The Blood Engineer was equipped with an alloy drill on one hand and a steel shield on the other, rather than long-range weapons. "Get out of my way!" Hook roared as the Red Dragon charged forward. Switching its alloy blade to the other hand, it launched a rocket punch that smashed into the Blood Engineer's shield. The massive shield dented, causing the engineer to stagger backward, while the Red Dragon used the momentum to surge towards the flag. The Blood Engineer regained its stance, and its waist armor slid open to reveal 2 menacing gun barrels. A rapid burst of fire erupted, but it had little effect on the Red Dragon. Hook ignored the bullets clanging against his mech, taking several quick strides to reach the flag. At that moment, the mechanic's alert sounded. Hook instinctively rolled forward. Boom! A rocket exploded near the flag, sending a spray of water into the air and hurling the flag dozens of meters onto the shore. "Get out of the way! The flag is mine! Lin Jie bellowed as he piloted the demolitionist towards the shore. The mechs in the puddle covered each other and scrambled to retreat. With his positional advantage, Lin Jie was the first to reach the flag. However, just as he was about to grab it, Lin Jie made his move. The mammoth emerged from its cover, and the power hammer whistled through the air, heading straight for the demolitionist. Caught off guard, Lin Jie hastily raised an arm to block. Thud! The massive impact sent the demolitionist tumbling, its right arm severely deformed, with sparks flying from its joints. "You damn fool," Lin Jie snarled, seething with rage. He had already planned to take Lin Jie down, but he hadn't expected the kid to provoke him first. "Be careful, this kid isn't just any mechanic," David urgently warned over the radio, but Lin Jie, blinded by fury, paid no attention. The demolitionist got back on its feet and charged at Lin Jie with reckless abandon, the bull rush roaring towards its target. Lin Jie deftly maneuvered the mammoth mech, easily dodging the demolisher's charge. Lin Jie, however, took the opportunity to roll forward, quickly creating distance. With a sinister grin, he set up his heavy machine gun, ready for long-range suppression. Lin Jie felt a chill in his heart, realizing his opponent's strategy. With the power hammer in tow, the mammoth couldn't dodge and shoot simultaneously. The surrounding area was wide open. A single burst of gunfire could be lethal. "Die!" Lin Jie roared as he pulled the trigger. However, just as the bullets were about to hit the mammoth, a blue, translucent energy shield suddenly appeared. The barrage of bullets created ripples on the shield, but was completely deflected. Lin Jie's pupils dilated in disbelief. He knew the mammoth's configuration well. A standard energy shield couldn't last more than a second or two. Yet this shield had blocked hundreds of bullets without any sign of breaking. "Idiot," Lin Jie sneered. "Did you really think I was afraid of your firepower?" It turned out Lin Jie had crafted an assault shield from a cube he acquired, greatly enhancing his defense. Combined with 2 newly acquired batteries, his energy reserves were more than sufficient to withstand the heavy machine gun. "Come on, let me show you how to pilot a mech," Lin Jie said as he advanced, shield raised, sidestepping and sliding forward. The power hammer swooped down with a whistle. Lin Jie gritted his teeth, stowing away the machine gun and dodging to the side, then swung a punch. The military-grade mech's fist, made of special alloy, was as powerful as a Red Dragon's rocket punch. Lin Jie had just made his move. If hit, the cockpit would certainly deform. But Lin Jie didn't dodge. He knew the mammoth's weaknesses and couldn't afford to be led by the nose. Facing the heavy punch aimed at the cockpit, Lin Jie controlled the mammoth to pivot the hammerhead, kicking the power hammer forward. With the thrusters at full power, the entire mech roared towards the enemy cockpit. "If you've got the guts, let's trade lives," Lin Jie shouted. "Madman! Damn madman!" Lin Jie was terrified and finally chickened out. He quickly retracted his fist to shield the cockpit, but the mech was driven back by the hammer blow. Lin Jie pressed the attack, swinging the hammer again. Lin Jie, having lost the initiative, quickly fell into a defensive posture. The cumbersome power hammer in Lin Jie's hands moved with the agility of a single pilot mech, forcing Li Jie to retreat step by step. Shocked and disoriented, Li Jie's anger dissipated, leaving only confusion. Damn, is this guy really a mechanic? In the monitoring room of Horst, David was sweating profusely. Boss, we were all wrong. That Lin Jie is definitely not just a mechanic. He's also a pilot, and his rank is definitely higher than Li Jie's. Horst's expression changed drastically. You mean? Before he could finish, a loud crash echoed from the live feed. The demolisher was sent flying by the mammoth's hammer blow. You're not that impressive, Lin Jie chuckled, controlling the mammoth as it advanced step by step. The power hammer dragged along the ground, sparking and terrifying Li Jie. Li Jie's cockpit was already deformed, and his heavy machine gun had been knocked away. He knew that if he got caught at close range again, he would be finished. Desperately, he searched for a way to escape. In this critical moment, a blue flag, knocked loose by someone, landed right in front of Li Jie. He hesitated for a moment, then burst into joy, grabbing the flag and throwing it at Lin Jie. Damn! Lin Jie was caught off guard. He instantly understood Li Jie's intention. Whoever caught the flag would become the target of everyone and would have to endure concentrated fire in the final moments. But if he didn't catch it, victory would slip away. With little time left in the match, missing this chance would make it nearly impossible to capture the flag. Screw it, let's do this. Lin Jie gritted his teeth and caught the flag. He quickly switched to the red python and set it to war mode. As several mechs charged towards him, Lin Jie turned his weapon. The red python's energy engine roared, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The rapid fire of the energy gun, though not as sharply intense as that of a traditional firearm, still delivered an adrenaline-pumping impact with its high rate of fire and the roar of its engine. In an instant, a terrifying barrage of bullets was unleashed, with the blue flames erupting from the muzzle of the mammoth mech's gun, forming a massive web of firepower, sweeping towards the advancing mechs. As the bullets struck, dust and debris flew everywhere, and the ground was scraped away layer by layer. Several pilots, jolted awake, felt a chill down their spines as they scrambled to maneuver their mechs to either side, seeking cover. These were professional pilots, and from the rate of fire alone, they could tell that Lin Jie had set his energy gun to maximum power. With the memory of Li Jie's mech being blown apart still fresh in their minds, none of them dared to challenge the firepower of the red python. Hook, the pilot of the Red Dragon, was hiding behind a giant tree, panting heavily. As the Red Dragon's pilot, he usually held the advantage thanks to his mech's excellent all-around combat capabilities. He had been at the forefront when seizing the flag, which put him closest to Lin Jie's line of fire. Though he avoided a fatal hit, the armor on his mech's leg had cracked, and the internal structure was deformed. Hook immediately contacted his mechanic to report the situation. Lin Jie was acutely aware that holding the flag made him the prime target. He decisively discarded his power hammer, gripping the gun with both hands, and the red python's fire output never ceased. Any sign of movement was met with a barrage of bullets, forcing the four mechs to stay hidden. Time was running out. Hiding behind cover, Hook glanced at the timer, only 2 minutes left. If no one could disrupt Lin Jie's fire, victory would slip away. The mechanic's voice came over the radio, reminding him to prioritize the safety of his mech and himself. Hook was about to retreat when he noticed an unusual change in the rate of fire and sound of the red python's gun. Lin Jie also sensed the problem. The red python structure was at its limit, and the use of modified, scrap firearms had pushed it to the brink of collapse. With his high level of mechanical synchronization, he could clearly feel the intense vibrations in the red python, signaling it could fail at any moment. One more minute, Lin Jie muttered, his eyes flickering. If we can hold out, we'll win this. If not, Kane, can I count on you? At that moment, not far behind, Li Jie's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly. His energy gun is failing. Originally, Li Jie thought Lin Jie would actually win the flag-capturing battle, as he watched Lin Jie suppressing the other mechs. However, at this critical moment, Lin Jie's energy gun couldn't withstand the high power output. That's the consequence of violent modifications. That bastard Lin deserves it, karma. Li Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement. The battle situation became clear instantly. Once the energy gun was out of commission, Lin Jie, holding the flag, would become everyone's target. No matter how skilled Lin Jie was, with the mech's disadvantageous attributes, it would be impossible for him to survive the siege of multiple wild mechs. Bang! As if responding to Li Jie's prayers, Lin Jie's energy gun finally couldn't take it anymore, and its energy engine exploded. Now's the time. Li Jie felt a surge of adrenaline, readying his demolition mech to join the others in attacking Lin Jie. At this moment, the victory of the match no longer mattered. As long as Lin Jie was taken down, the flag could be ignored. However, Lin Jie's next move left Li Jie utterly stunned. Sorry, but I don't need this anymore. As the suppressed mech swarmed in, Lin Jie decisively pulled the flag from his back and hurled it into the sky. Under the massive energy output of the wild mechs, the flag easily soared over 100 meters, becoming a tiny black dot. Capture the flag. The other mechs, seeing this, ignored Lin Jie and started attacking their nearest opponents, vying for advantageous positions amidst the deafening clashes of steel. Most low-tier wild mechs lack the ability to jump or fly, especially the E-class ones, which were too heavy to withstand the impact of jumping. They could only observe and predict, competing for the first landing spot. The live broadcast camera followed the flag's ascent, with drones capturing close-ups. The live chat exploded with comments. "Oh my god, this is even more exciting than before. Earlier, you could tell who had the upper hand, but now anyone has a chance. It's all about who can grab the first landing spot. That mammoth mech doesn't stand a chance. It's too small to compete with the others. Even if he didn't win, that mechanic is impressive. Did you see his fight? He's definitely more than just a pilot." Suddenly, a shadow entered the frame, causing everyone's pupils to contract. Upon closer inspection, it was a person wearing mechanical arm guards. Like a rocket, he shot up from the ground into the frame, seizing the flag while the mechs below were still fighting. "Oh my god, it's the mammoth pilot, the substitute mechanic contestant. How did he get up there?" Commentator Kenny exclaimed, staring intently at the broadcast. In the footage after a brief ascent, Lin Jie began to fall. With powerful inertia, his mechanical glove dug into a massive dead tree, carving a deep groove as debris flew. He slid down, finally performing a backflip 2 or 3 meters from the ground, landing steadily. Simultaneously, the timer hit 0. Swish, Lin Jie stood up, waving the flag in his right hand. The blue flag fluttered in the war-torn wind, flapping loudly. Man landed. Whistle blew. Flag in hand. At that moment, the outcome was decided. On the battlefield, smoke and flames filled the air, and rows of armored warriors stood tall. Lin Jie, holding a flag, stood upright and prominent amidst the surrounding combat mechs. Despite his modest height of just over 6 feet, he seemed to transform into a towering giant, overseeing the entire battlefield. The scene was visually striking, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the dark web livestream audience. Viewers exclaimed, "Oh my god, did you see that? He's actually flying!" While everyone else was scrambling for the first landing spot, he had already leaped into the air. Doesn't this mean he won? He personally grabbed the flag. It has to be his victory. How did he do that? It's unbelievable. In the commentary booth, Kenny was momentarily speechless until the director's reminder in his earpiece snapped him back to reality. Clearing his dry throat, he managed to say, "The match is over, and the substitute pilot for Curly has secured the victory. Since our broadcast camera missed the entire sequence, I'm sure you all, like me, are stunned by this player's incredible performance." Now let's review the highlights. As Kenny's somewhat stiff commentary continued, the dark web live stream switched to the replay. All eyes, including Kenny's, were glued to the screen. The replay used an aerial view, starting from the moment Lin Jie's energy gun was rendered useless. The mammoth mech decisively discarded its weapon, and as other mechs closed in, Lin Jie maneuvered the mammoth to pull out the flag and hurl it skyward. The flag quickly disappeared from the frame. While everyone tracked the flag's trajectory, trying to predict its landing spot, Lin Jie piloted the mammoth out of the combat zone to a relatively safe position. The cockpit suddenly opened, and Lin Jie leapt out, landing securely in the mammoth's massive metal hand. The next moment left all viewers holding their breath. The mammoth raised its left arm high, lowered its right arm, and assumed a stance akin to aiming. Lin Jie was fixed in the mech's hand, poised to launch. Kenny instinctively swallowed, a wild thought flashing through his mind. The next second, that crazy idea became reality. With a whoosh, the mammoth mech catapulted Lin Jie into the air like a human cannonball. The live stream then captured Lin Jie's astonishing midair interception of other pilots. Lin Jie deftly twisted in midair, grabbing a large dead tree to slow his descent, and finished with a perfect backflip, landing smoothly. The entire sequence was fluid and flawless, as if rehearsed countless times. Viewers watched with bated breath and racing hearts, only relaxing once Lin Jie safely landed, realizing they had broken into a cold sweat. The chat exploded. "Is this even humanly possible? This move must be one in a million. How did he dare? This is insane." The dark web server struggled under the barrage of comments, teetering on the brink of crashing. Kenny finally regained his composure and said with difficulty, "Ladies and gentlemen, as a professional commentator, I've witnessed countless thrilling matches, but never have I seen such a heart-stopping moment, even in the Dominator-class combat mech leagues. This blend of elegance and madness, seemingly reckless yet decisively precise, is beyond my descriptive ability. This is the real capture theft flag battle. showcasing the human potential unleashed at the edge of life and death. This is something that the safety-focused professional leagues can never present. Friends, this is true combat. How can you not be thrilled? Although Kenny had been instructed by Anna not to reveal Lin Jie's identity, he skillfully downplayed Lin Jie's personal presence, instead highlighting the allure of the capturing theft flag battle. However, this effort was in vain. Lin Jie's wild yet exhilarating tactics had left an indelible mark on every viewer's mind, impossible to overshadow with words. Within 10 minutes of the match's conclusion, the dark web forum was flooded with discussions about Lin Jie. Posts speculating about his identity, analyzing his out-of-cockpit tactics, and debating the feasibility of mech pilot throws were everywhere. That breathtaking video was uploaded to the official network of the Carl Star Nation. In just half an hour, the view count soared past hundreds of millions, and the shares reached 9 digits. Lin Jie's astonishing performance swept across the interstellar network in that moment. It wasn't long before it was taken down from the entire internet. The official explanation was that such a highly dangerous and inhumane act should neither be disseminated nor learned. Late at night, on the planet Maine, Zhang Rui's bedroom was dimly lit. Tossing and turning in bed, the girl's eyes were fixed on the communicator in her hand. The screen repeatedly played the scene of Lin Jie being thrown by the mech. This less than 30-second video was a precious clip she had saved just in time before it was removed from the internet. Mech pilot. This is a real mech pilot, Zhang Rui murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had recommended this video to her friends and teammates, only to receive unanimous disapproval. It's too dangerous, completely reckless behavior. Don't even think about it. However, these warnings only fueled Zhang Rui's fascination even more. In Lin Jie's fighting style, Zhang Rui saw the possibility of a mech pilot turning the tide with their own abilities when the mech couldn't win. It was the survival rule for an ordinary person in a steel jungle. As Kenny once said, this tactic was so crazy it bordered on foolishness, yet it was incredibly exhilarating. Perfect, absolutely perfect, Zhang Rui whispered in admiration. This mechanic's identity must be extraordinary. Zhang Rui spent the entire afternoon watching the video repeatedly, her excitement making her feet tap uncontrollably. Her desire to share was ignited, and she opened her contact list again, only to find that everyone she could share it with had already seen it. Their indifferent responses dampened her enthusiasm, and she turned over, intending to sleep. Just then, her gaze fell on a name in her contacts, Kepa. Zhang Rui blinked, recalling the scene from the last Carl Star Dominion-level mech battle solo championship. She had won the national runner-up, while the champion was none other than the silent Kepa. In fact, it was Kepa who had recommended the capturing theft flag battle to her. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Rui clicked on Kepa's avatar and sent a message. Did you watch the capturing theft flag battle today? Did you see that mechanics move? A few seconds later, her communicator buzzed. Kepa had replied with a single Zhang Rui was a bit surprised and continued to ask, you don't seem very impressed. Don't you know? The entire dark web is stunned by that mechanics move. This time, Kepa's reply was delayed. Zhang Rui saw the typing indicator flashing repeatedly, as if Kepa was unsure how to respond. Finally, Kepa replied, I'm more shocked by his identity than his fighting style. Identity? Zhang Rui perked up instantly and quickly asked, you know his identity? Who is he? Kepa's response fell into another long silence. Zhang Rui could see the typing indicator flashing intermittently, suggesting Kepa was carefully choosing his words. Just as Zhang Rui was about to fall asleep, the communicator buzzed again. She immediately picked it up and was stunned. Kepa had only replied with 7 simple words. He was once my instructor. Lin, I've replayed your battle in my mind several times, and I realize you're right. I just can't master your techniques. Curly lay on the couch, bandaged all over, yet still excited as he spoke to Lin Jie. Lin Jie nodded slightly, looking at the resilient young man with a sense of satisfaction. Curly continued, so, I've decided not to become your student. Instead, let me be your assistant. I don't expect you to teach me anything. Just let me follow you around. I'll handle all the grunt work, no matter how tough it is. Even if it means walking through fire or climbing a mountain of knives, I won't hesitate. Climbing a mountain of knives? You can barely get up from the couch, Lin Jie retorted, rolling his eyes instinctively as he looked at Curly, who was still gravely injured but determined to stick with him in Simon's presidential cell. Several hours had passed since the flag capture battle ended, and night had once again fallen on this planet. Lin Jie wasn't particularly concerned about the uproar on the interstellar network of Carl Star Nation. Curly, however, was more excited than Lin Jie himself. Despite his extensive injuries, he was using voice commands to browse various forums on his tablet, eagerly sharing every post he read with Lin Jie. Lin Jie had spent considerable effort convincing Curly to give up the idea of becoming his student, only to find that Curly was now plotting to become his assistant. You don't need to be so excited. We're still in prison, Lin Jie said helplessly. So what? With you here, Lin, getting out will be a piece of cake, Curly replied, brimming with confidence. No, our freedom doesn't depend on me. Lin Jie shook his head and whispered, glancing at Simon. For him, the uproar on the interstellar network and Kali's enthusiasm were insignificant compared to his deal with Simon. Although they had previously reached an understanding, it was merely Simon's personal promise. At that time, Simon was more desperate than trusting. But now things were different. Lin Jie had demonstrated his abilities and helped Simon win a flag capture battle. Now it was Simon's turn to fulfill his promise. If Simon could truly grant him freedom, then he would continue participating in the flag capture battles, and they could all leave this wretched place together. However, if Simon or the real family outside the prison were unwilling to pay the price, the future battles would be uncertain. Simon seemed to sense Lin Jie's thoughts and said, "Don't worry. I had Kano handle it before the match even ended. He said we should have an answer by tonight, so it shouldn't be long now." Simon glanced at the clock, then turned to pour Lin Jie a glass of red wine before continuing. "Don't worry. My nephew may be annoying, but he's capable and reliable. He never breaks a promise. We just have to wait." "All right, here's to the success of our deal," Lin Jie said, raising his glass to Simon before downing it in one gulp. The atmosphere among the three of them became subtly tense afterward. Lin Jie and Simon sat drinking, while Curly, too injured to move, lay on the couch watching them. They chatted casually, appearing harmonious on the surface, but Lin Jie and Simon both knew they were just killing time, waiting for news from Kano. Given their complex backgrounds, there were many topics they couldn't discuss openly, leading to awkward silences. Even Lin Jie began to feel uncomfortable. Eventually, Curly broke the tension by steering the conversation back to the throwing tactic Lin Jie had used earlier that day. "This tactic isn't as difficult as you think. The key isn't me, it's Kane," Lin Jie explained to Curly, eager to escape the awkward conversation with Simon. As he mentioned, the tactic itself wasn't particularly sophisticated or technically challenging. The execution relied heavily on Kane, the intelligent system he had recovered and repaired. No matter how talented Lin Jie was, he couldn't possibly calculate wind resistance, drag, and the force needed for the throw in such a short time under those conditions. Kane handled all of that. That's why, when the red python was close to being scrapped, Lin Jie had asked Kane, "Can I trust you?" All Lin Jie had to do was let go of his fear. Let go of the fear any ordinary person would have toward the multi-ton combat mech, and the fear of being thrown dozens of meters into the air. For someone who had been on the battlefield like Lin Jie, this wasn't particularly difficult. The reason this seemingly simple tactic caused such a stir was because it was bold and unprecedented, much like Michael Jackson's moonwalk. The dance move isn't actually that difficult, Lin Jie thought to himself as he watched the imitators on TV. The performances people see in theaters seem quite impressive, but it's because Michael Jackson invented the moonwalk that this dance became a symbol of an era. Before Jackson, no one had seen such a move, nor could they have imagined that dance could be performed this way. Lin Jie smiled slightly, realizing that his current situation bore a striking resemblance to that of the legendary Jackson. He turned to his companion and continued, "This is the importance of an intelligent core. Although Kane's level isn't high, and its learning and combat abilities are not remarkable, it's still an AI. Its computing power far surpasses your brain." Curly frowned and retorted indignantly, "I may not be as smart as you, but I'm not brainless." Just as he was about to continue defending himself, the communicator suddenly beeped. The room fell silent instantly. Simon glanced warily at Curly and Lin Jie, then reached out to answer the call. Blue holographic light emerged on the table in front of the three, outlining Kano's image. Kano was sitting in his office, dressed in a tailcoat with a bow tie at the collar. His demeanor was elegant, yet his tone was flippant, teetering between that of an aristocrat and a waiter. "Oh, my dear uncle, how are you?" he began. "It's been so long since we last talked that I almost missed your voice." Simon's mouth twitched, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to keep his anger in check. "We spoke just this morning? Yes, it's been 7 or 8 hours already. I didn't expect you to still be alive," Kano said with feigned surprise. Simon gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. "Just wait until I get out of here, and you might not be alive much longer." Lin Jie watched the scene in astonishment. He had heard of the Liar family, but never imagined the internal relationships were this harmonious. Kano's eyes suddenly shifted to Lin Jie, and he nodded slightly, saying, "You must be Lin Jie. This morning you were all charred, and I couldn't see your face. Now, it turns out you're quite handsome, even more so than in photos. I was thinking of introducing you to a partner. Do you like men?" "Get to the point," Simon interrupted harshly, his face darkening. Kano spread his hands helplessly. All right, let's get to business. But before that, there's someone you need to meet." He operated his communicator, soon initiating a multi-party call. The blue holographic light flickered again, outlining another figure next to Kano. It was a middle-aged man in a military uniform, wearing a red beret-like hat. He had a noticeable scar over his left eye, a pipe in his mouth, and was lounging with one leg crossed over the other in an executive chair. The new figure waved at Lin Jie. "Long time no see, Colonel Lin Jie." Lin Jie dropped his playful demeanor, his eyes turning serious as he squinted slightly and responded, "Yes. Long time no see, Commander." After a brief greeting, Lin Jie and the middle-aged man fell into silence. They stared at each other's holographic images through the communicator, cold and unyielding. Lin Jie exuded an intense aura of battlefield experience, a mix of steadiness and dominance. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, hid a sharp edge beneath a seemingly friendly exterior, his eyes betraying a rare ruthlessness. This silent standoff created an invisible pressure, causing the others present to instinctively hold their tongues. The only sound in the air was the faint static from the communicator, maintaining the holographic projection. Kano finally broke the suffocating silence. Turning slightly toward Simon, he said, "Uncle, let me introduce you. This is General True Wilson, the commander of the Ninth Fleet of the Carl Star Nation." He was the one who sent Lin Jie to the military tribunal and then to the Ninth prison, eventually bringing him to your side. Simon glanced at True and said coldly, "So, I should thank him?" True immediately cut in, his tone stern. "Mind your words, Mr. Kano. Lin Jie's imprisonment has nothing to do with me. It was entirely his own doing." Even though True knew this communication wouldn't be recorded, he was careful to deny anything that could be used against him. Kano shrugged and dropped the topic. He turned back to Simon and Lin Jie, continuing, "After Uncle mentioned Lin Jie's situation to me yesterday, it took a lot of effort to reach General True. I've already negotiated the terms with him." "Kano!" True interrupted harshly. Kano made a show of frustration, patting his mouth before continuing, "Sorry, I misspoke again. Here's the deal. After a thorough discussion with General True, our Liar family is willing to donate several Dominator-class mechas for the construction of the Ninth Fleet. Additionally, we've heard that a few star systems where the Ninth Fleet is stationed were hit by meteor showers. The Liar family is also willing to provide humanitarian aid to assist the military in rebuilding the defense zones, contributing to the border security of the Carl Star Nation." Kano's serious nonsense made Simon's mouth twitch. He thought, when did I ever teach you to spew such nonsense? Meteor showers? That's pure crap. The Carl Star Nation is a spacefaring civilization with advanced superpowers and technology. How could they let meteor showers impact their planets? This so-called donation is just a fancy way to funnel money into True's pocket. Kano concluded, "In short, I've reached an agreement with General True. Lin Jie, if you can help my uncle win the flag battle, you'll be considered a member of our team and gain your freedom. This is the best I can do from outside the prison. The rest is up to you." Lin Jie nodded slightly. That's enough. He understood that for a relatively small civilization like the Carl Star Nation, Dominator-class mechas were equivalent to fighter jets for Earth's military. Kano had offered several Dominator-class mechas and additional donations, fulfilling his promise at a significant cost. True took a drag from his pipe and said coldly, "Don't get too excited, Lin Jie. You may be a genius, but with that piece of junk, you might not win the flag battle. Even if you do win and gain your freedom, it doesn't mean you'll live a peaceful life afterward. Kano can only help you get out of the Ninth prison. He won't offer you any further protection. When the time comes, how will you manage on your own?" As True spoke, he took a few more puffs from his pipe. Although he had agreed to grant Lin Jie freedom under Kano's inducement and threats, he had no intention of letting him go easily. In True's eyes, a pilot without a mecha was just a highly skilled, ordinary person. No matter how formidable an ordinary person was, they were still ordinary. How could Lin Jie survive? A victorious smile curled on True's lips. His eyes filled with contempt as if he were looking at a doomed man. However, that smile quickly froze on his face. Instead of showing despair at True's threat, Lin Jie laughed, a laugh more brazen than True's. True frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Jie stared directly into True's eyes, not hiding his mockery. "I'm laughing at you, Commander." Lin Jie's smile grew wider, and a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Leaning forward slowly, he placed his hands lightly on the table, his gaze piercing into Trudeau like a knife. "As the commander of the Ninth Fleet, you're quite petty, aren't you? Even your threats are so veiled. How about I teach you how it's done?" Lin Jie's voice was low and menacing, instantly ratcheting up the tension in the room. He continued, "Commander, let me tell you, you'd better do whatever it takes to kill me as soon as I get out. Because as long as I'm alive, I won't let you rest. I'll make sure you live in constant fear and turmoil." And finally, he paused, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "You'll die by my hand." His words were sharp and decisive, leaving no room for ambiguity, plunging the room into silence. Trudeau's face turned ashen, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Is that so? He'll be waiting. Trudeau sneered before abruptly cutting off the call, his image vanishing. The room's atmosphere grew heavier, the lights seeming to dim under the oppressive tension. In the hologram, Kino stirred his coffee absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Simon and Curly kept glancing at Lin Jie, trying to decipher the grudge between him and Trudeau. Finally, Lin Jie broke the silence, turning to Simon and Curly. After winning the final victory in the flag battle, how long until we can leave the Ninth prison? Curly responded, according to the rules, if someone wins the final victory, they can leave with their entire team the next day. Good? Lin Jie nodded, then looked at Kino. You can start preparing. The day after the next flag battle, you'll come to get us. Simon and Curly exchanged a surprised look. Curly spoke up. Lin, are you mistaken? The rules say you need to win 7 battles to gain freedom. Right now, you and he have only won 3. We're not even halfway there. No, we can win. Kino lifted his head, his eyes burning as he looked at Lin Jie. According to the rules, if you eliminate all other mechs, preventing them from competing, you can win the final victory directly. There are 7 mechs left. He paused, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Are you that confident? Lin Jie withdrew his hands from the table, resting his elbows on his knees and clasping his hands together. His eyes sparkled with confidence. Don't worry, I never miss. He's about to be released. In the command room of the Ninth Fleet's base in the Karl Star Kingdom, a tense simulation battle was underway. General True and his grandson Caesar stood facing each other, separated by a high-tech combat simulator known as the Sand Table. Equipped with a great intelligent computing system, this device could simulate any battlefield scenario and military configuration. At this moment, the simulator displayed a planetary siege. True was defending, while Caesar, with superior forces, was attacking. Both men focused intently on the holographic screen in front of them, meticulously adjusting their troop deployments. Suddenly, True broke the silence with a remark that made Caesar glance up at him instinctively before returning to his operations. True shook his head inwardly, thinking that the boy still couldn't hide his emotions. Caesar, in his early 20s, was True's only grandson and the last bloodline of the family. After losing his 2 sons, True had poured all his energy into Caesar. And Caesar had not disappointed his grandfather, excelling in every aspect: physical fitness, academics, and demeanor. As a teenager, Caesar set the highest mechanical synchronization record in the Karl Star Kingdom during his first mech piloting, drawing widespread media attention. He had always been the brightest among his peers until he joined the military and met a worthy rival. This rival matched Caesar in every area, and the two were hailed as the twin stars of the Ninth Fleet. However, this rival was currently serving time in the Ninth prison on Death Star. The capture theft flag match isn't over yet, right? Caesar suddenly spoke up. I remember he and another rider under Simon only won 3 matches. According to the rules, they need 7 wins to be released. There are still 4 matches left, and his mech is at a clear disadvantage. He might not make it out, right? Foolish. True scolded harshly, and Caesar immediately straightened up like a reprimanded recruit. Sorry, grandfather. Sorry won't cut it. Remember my words. True said sternly. You're destined to become a commander, possibly even a Titan level or higher rider. You will lead armies into battle. Can you afford to pin your hopes on your opponent making mistakes? True continued his reprimand. Those lower-level riders are vastly inferior to Lin Jie. That disparity in skill can compensate for the mech's data shortcomings. Even if the chances of Lin Jie getting out are slim, you must prepare for the worst. If you lack even this basic understanding, how will you lead troops in the future? I understand, grandfather. Caesar nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, the simulated battle on the sand table began. Caesar's fleet approached the planet's outermost defense line, and both sides engaged in fierce combat. Caesar carefully observed the planetary defenses and dispatched a medium-sized fleet to flank the other side. There, a gravitationally influenced asteroid belt formed a natural barrier with sparse defensive forces. Send in small engineering ships to scout, then deploy superhumans, gene warriors, and individual riders to break the planetary defenses. Caesar issued commands while operating the simulator. Suddenly, he asked, Grandfather, should I handle him personally? No need. True shook his head without a hint of emotion, his piercing gaze fixed on Kai Saluo. You are about to go to the realm of Zero for advanced studies, he said in a low, resolute voice. The Karl Star Nation only grants 9 slots for Iron Riders every 5 years, and each fleet can only send 1 person. Cherish this opportunity and don't let anything else distract you. He paused for a moment before adding, I'll take care of Lin Jie. Kai Saluo nodded solemnly. Yes, grandfather. He then refocused on the battle unfolding before him, directing his fleet with precision. Within minutes, the situation had subtly shifted. Kai Saluo's fleet, boasting greater firepower and larger ships, was steadily dismantling the outer space defenses that True had meticulously constructed, inching closer to the planet. However, this advance brought Kaisaluo's fleet into the firing range of the planet's ground forces. In an instant, an astonishing barrage erupted from the planet's surface. Blinding laser beams, massive railgun projectiles, and a variety of missiles formed an impenetrable web of firepower, enveloping Kaisaluo's fleet. The deafening blasts resonated silently through space, but were clearly audible through the fleet's communication systems. The fierce onslaught immediately took down 3 of Kaisaluo's escort ships. Once formidable warships, they were now reduced to floating debris, new additions to the cosmic junkyard. Retreat is not an option. A flash of determination crossed Kaisaluo's eyes. He understood the critical importance of maintaining momentum. He had expended considerable resources to breach the outer defenses. A retreat now would allow his grandfather's fleet to rebuild the defenses, forcing them to start over. More importantly, engineer ships behind the lines had begun mine clearance, and the first small units of vanguard troops had already made successful landings. Kaisaluo needed to maintain enough pressure at the front to keep his grandfather from focusing on the rear. After weighing his options, Kaisaluo made a bold decision. He ordered the withdrawal of the escort ships around the main ship and activated the main ship's energy shields to full capacity, pushing forward at maximum speed. He planned to use the main ship's superior defenses to withstand the enemy's firepower and penetrate deep into their fleet. Simultaneously, various single-pilot and combat mechs were deployed from the main ship, and medium and small spacecrafts launched in a full-scale assault. The battle on the simulation board shifted rapidly, with explosions echoing continuously. At this moment, the battle truly reached a fever pitch. Both sides engaged in relentless exchanges, neither willing to give an inch, locking the entire battlefield in a stalemate. The two fleets clashed fiercely, with superhumans and elite soldiers like the Iron Riders in the thick of the melee, making it hard to tell friend from foe. True's ground forces were forced to cease fire to avoid hitting their own. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar commanded his reinforcements to press forward. With overwhelming numbers on his side, his forces quickly captured True's flagship. Caesar swiftly reorganized his troops, turning True's flagship to face the ground forces and unleashing a relentless bombardment. The barrage rained down like a storm, creating massive mushroom clouds of smoke and fire on the planet's surface. With the pressure easing off, Caesar glanced back at True and, after a moment of silence, said, "Grandfather, I believe I'm good enough. Even if Lin Jie hadn't faced a court-martial in a fair competition, he wouldn't have beaten me. You were always competing fairly. It was Lin Jie who couldn't measure up." True shot a stern look at his grandson, and Caesar, realizing his mistake, quickly lowered his head. At that moment, the remnants of True's fleet scattered, and the ground troops opened fire, dealing a heavy blow to Caesar's forces. As True directed the counterattack, he calmly said, "This world has never been fair, Caesar. Don't let your pride and pity cloud your judgment. Do you think you and Lin Jie are on the same level, or even that you're better than him? Think again, my dear grandson," he continued. "You are the sole heir of the True family, born with the best that the Karlstar Kingdom has to offer, endless resources and connections. But Lin Jie? He's an orphan who survived the war with nothing. He went to school in the slums, ate synthetic food, wore donated clothes. Yet he climbed to the same heights in the military as you. Do you still think your ability surpasses?" Caesar remained silent, his eyes darkening. His lifelong goal had been to become an outstanding soldier and earn his grandfather's approval. But no matter what he achieved, his grandfather never praised him. At least, he was always the best, with no peers around to compare. Then Lin Jie appeared, and everything seemed to worsen. Whenever Caesar pushed himself to excel far beyond his peers, his grandfather would always mention Lin Jie's accomplishments and how Lin Jie wouldn't have made certain mistakes. Over time, Lin Jie's name became a mountain weighing on Caesar's heart. He wanted to overcome this mountain, defeat Lin Jie, and prove to his grandfather that he was stronger. But whenever he tried to do something about it, his grandfather would always tell him, "You're no match for Lin Jie." Why? Why does grandfather always think Lin Jie is better than me? Why? With a burning determination, Caesar's attacks became increasingly fierce, almost frenzied. His vanguard had already landed. True, seemingly reading Caesar's thoughts, continued to command the ground defense against the landing forces while shaking his head slightly. Feeling indignant? Your grandfather has been a commander for many years and can judge people well. Lin Jie may appear to have similar talent to you, but he is more cunning, ruthless, and better at hiding his true capabilities. Your talent might be greater, but your inner strength is far from his. I don't believe it, Caesar muttered, his eyes filled with suppressed anger. He continued issuing battle commands, sending multiple flagships forward to launch a carpet bombing of True's defenses, forcing True to retreat to the second line of defense. Caesar pressed on, rapidly deploying various war machines from the flagship. I must win. Caesar gritted his teeth, his desire for victory reaching unprecedented levels. He had never won against his grandfather in war simulations, and this successful landing was the closest he'd ever come to victory. He wanted to win, and more importantly, he wanted to use this battle to prove to his grandfather that he was wrong, that he was stronger than Lin Jie. However, Trust's nonchalant words hit Caesar like a thunderclap. You're still too hasty. Lin Jie wouldn't make such a mistake. Caesar's pupils dilated as he looked down, realizing that the scattered remnants of True's fleet had somehow regrouped. They were now launching an assault on his unmanned logistics flagship, with dozens of small ships braving the hail of bullets, fearlessly speeding towards his flagship. Damn it! Caesar's heart sank as he saw the scene unfold. Theoretically, the main ship had already been sunk. Even if these other escort ships and smaller warships formed a suicide squad and launched kamikaze attacks, they couldn't destroy his logistics main ship. Caesar's mind raced, and suddenly, he had a flash of insight. He realized that his grandfather, True, must have known this too, yet he still chose this tactic. This could only mean one thing: his grandfather had another plan. It's bombs! A sharp glint flashed in Caesar's eyes. He quickly calculated in his mind. Given the 2-to-1 ratio of troops and firepower, based on the forces his grandfather had already revealed, he quickly estimated the remaining number of bombs. He hadn't accounted for these initially, because he assumed his grandfather had hidden the bombs in the asteroid belt on the other side of the planet to block his flanking maneuver. However, the engineering ships had been clearing mines for a while now, and had yet to find any bombs. Meanwhile, on the front lines, his grandfather's forces suddenly launched a kamikaze attack. These seemingly unrelated facts quickly connected in Caesar's keen mind. My grandfather didn't hide the bombs in the asteroid belt, Caesar realized. He loaded them all onto these small warships. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed through space. Under the cover of other warships' firepower, a kamikaze ship managed to breach the shield of Caesar's logistics main ship and collided directly with the engine. The explosion's shockwave was so intense that Caesar, standing by the sand table, could feel his body tremble. But this was just the beginning. Seizing the moment when Caesar's ship was damaged and its energy unstable, more of True's kamikaze ships broke through the firepower net like a meteor shower, one after another, crashing into the main ship. The high-yield explosives they carried unleashed chaos on the hull. In the blink of an eye, the logistics main ship was on the verge of collapse. Retreat and reinforce. Caesar's voice was tinged with unmasked urgency. He realized he had made a fatal mistake. Almost all the main ships were engaged in the landing operation, leaving only this one to hold the fort. If this main ship was destroyed, he would be surrounded and in a desperate situation. However, before he could take any action, things got worse. The ground troops that True had previously withdrawn to the second line of defense suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. Simultaneously, the main ship that Caesar had captured initiated a self-destruct sequence. The internal explosions combined with external impacts plunged Caesar's landing forces into chaos. They were quickly annihilated by True's troops after only a few rounds of resistance. The isolated main ship ultimately became a massive heap of debris floating in space. It's over, all over. Caesar lowered his head, his hands clasped behind his back, trying to hide his trembling fingers. At this moment, all he had left was a fleet behind the planet and a few hundred elite soldiers who had landed from the asteroid belt. Facing such a crushing defeat, he couldn't help but wonder, what could he possibly hope to achieve with these remnants? Could he still turn the tide? True turned off the battlefield simulation on the sand table, lit his pipe, and looked sternly at Caesar. He spoke slowly. Lin Jie may be ruthless, but he's more like a cold-blooded snake. He'll lie in wait and strike when you're most vulnerable, unlike you, who make emotional mistakes. Lin Jie again. Caesar gritted his teeth, looking up with a defiant tone. Has Lin Jie ever beaten you in a simulated war, Grandpa? True shook his head. No, like you, he's never beaten me. But then he quickly added, however, he's different from you in other ways. I can tell he always holds back, and sometimes, I can clearly feel he's going easy on me. That's what I dislike most about him. True continued. He's good at hiding and disguising himself. Whether it's social interactions or combat skills, he has almost no weaknesses and never makes mistakes. Yet he constantly reminds you in subtle ways that he's better than you, making you feel like a toy he's playing with, a child he's humoring. If it weren't for these things, if he were just a bit less cunning, he would have been the perfect assistant for your future, rather than serving time on Death Star. Even when easy on Grandpa? Caesar's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that the grandfather he could never defeat had been humored in battle. True's words made the mountain named Lin Jie in Caesar's heart even heavier. Seeing the confusion in Caesar's eyes, True softened his tone a bit. He walked around the sand table to Caesar's side, patted his shoulder, and said, he might have gone easy on me occasionally, but I wasn't giving it my all either. Your grandfather isn't so easily beaten. Listen, kid, the world is inherently unfair. Lin Jie may be stronger than you, but he's just a passerby in your life, an opponent in your starting phase, nothing more. You don't need to be overly fixated on defeating him in a fair environment or proving you're better than him. True continued his guidance. He's in prison now, and even if he regains his freedom, he won't live long. But you're different. You're my grandson, and you're going to the Zero Kingdom to further your training as an Iron Rider. That's the most advanced mechanical civilization, with the most powerful mechs, the most comprehensive training system, and the highest level auxiliary intelligence. When you come back after your successful training, what you learn will transform you. By then, Lin Jie's abilities will be insignificant, provided you truly put in the effort. True's words were both encouragement and pressure. This was the educational philosophy. He always believed in giving little to no praise, continuously applying pressure, and setting up adversaries to push Caesar to strive harder under high pressure, thus rapidly improving. Whether this method had any flaws, at least for now, it seemed successful. Under True's influence, Caesar's eyes regained their determination. He straightened his back and said firmly, I understand, Grandpa. Let's set aside how True is using high-pressure tactics to push Caesar for now and focus on Lin Jie. After True left, Lin Jie and Kino's conversation not only continued, but delved into more details when Lin Jie mentioned that only a single battle was needed. They discussed the battle plan, potential unexpected events, and crucial issues like the timing of their rendezvous. Kino even offered to see it through to the end, suggesting that after picking up Lin Jie, he could use his own spaceship to secretly transfer him to another location to evade True surveillance and ensure Lin Jie's safety to the greatest extent. Aren't you afraid True will hold a grudge against you for this? Lin Jie asked with a curious look at Kino. Kino shrugged indifferently. Helping you gain freedom involved more than just money. I also used some connections to put pressure on True. I think he already resents me, so a bit more won't make much difference. Besides, I consider this part of our deal, my obligation. When I, Kino, make a deal, I never let my partners suffer. So, you're quite trustworthy then? Lin Jie didn't say anything more, just gave a slightly self-mocking smile. He had never imagined that as an officer in the regular military, he would have to rely on a family that had cleaned up its act from being interstellar pirates to save him. How ironic. At this moment, Simon joined the conversation, refilling Lin Jie's glass of red wine. Lin Jie, Kino has told me a bit about you. I'm curious about your past. Can you tell me about it? Yes, do tell, Kino chimed in, nodding. Especially how True managed to get you into prison. That's the part my uncle is most curious about. Simon shot Kino a glare, thinking, this kid, doesn't he know better than to expose the truth? Isn't he just trying to ruin things? He turned to Kino with a warning tone. Kino, I'll be out of prison very soon. Although Kino was now the head of the Lear family, Simon was the family's peak individual combatant. As an elder, his words were undoubtedly a warning for Kino to behave. However, Kino didn't seem to catch the underlying meaning and instead looked regretful. That's really bad news. This statement made Simon's forehead veins bulge with anger. Simon suddenly felt he should have beaten Kino more when he was younger. It had been a missed opportunity. Lin Jie interrupted their conversation, smiling at Kino. You're quite an interesting person. If I survive, I think we could become friends. Friends? Kino was taken aback for a moment, then quickly shook his head. No. You're too smart. I don't like having smart friends. They make me feel stupid. I'm very sensitive about that. So to look smart, I surround myself with people who are relatively dumb. My most trusted people are all fools. For example, my uncle. Just look at him. He doesn't look very bright. Before Kino could finish, Simon directly cut off the communicator, with such force that the table shook. Back in his bedroom, Lin Jie locked the door and lay on the bed, his consciousness sinking back into his body, where he saw the cube. Thanks to David, the 0 on the cube, which represented the number of times it had been used, had now turned into a 6. The light blue numbers floating above the cube seemed strangely enticing. Lin Jie didn't rush to activate the cube, but pondered instead. Judging by the duration and number of times I've been shocked, it seems that the required electrical power increases with the number of times the cube is twisted. As someone who wanted to kill Lin Jie, David had been far harsher than Lin Jie himself, even continuing to electrocute him long after he lost consciousness. Given the voltage and current of the interview room's equipment by the previous standards, the accumulated number of uses should have reached double digits. This is not good news. Lin Jie was silent for a moment. Right now, it's just a few times, and all he's gotten are some basic blueprints, but what about later? With about 4.3 quintillion possible states for a third-order cube, if this continues to increase, would he need to be struck by lightning? Forget it, it's too early to worry about that. Let's focus on the present. Lin Jie shook his head and examined the 6 faces of the cube closely. According to his theory, the fine gray-white lines on the cube should mean something. If they could be connected to form a pattern, there might be an extra reward. This wasn't difficult for Lin Jie, as he had already observed most of it before. This time was just to confirm. A few seconds later, Lin Jie twisted the cube for the first time. Just like before, the Rubik's Cube vibrated slightly. A complex blueprint immediately appeared before Lin Jie's eyes, revealing the structure of an electromagnetic interference grenade. This small EMP bomb, driven by explosives, outperformed any similar weapon Lin Jie had ever known. He only glanced at it briefly before turning his attention to the next attempt. Upon twisting the cube a second time, Lin Jie obtained a pair of class dual pistols named Mandarin Ducks. The third, fourth, and fifth twists also brought their own rewards, although Lin Jie didn't pay them much attention. When the sixth twist was complete, the light gray lines on the cube's surface connected, forming an intricate pattern. Lin Jie stared at these irregular lines, some curved, some straight, and others branching off. As a whole, it resembled an abstract painting, completely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Suddenly, the cube emitted a faint buzz and began to shake. Unlike before, the pale blue glow that rose did not gather on the cube's surface but scattered like spring rain, merging into Lin Jie's body. A torrent of intense knowledge flooded into Lin Jie's brain, causing a dull ache in his temples. This new information was almost entirely related to small firearms, covering a range of weapons from E-class to class. It included many specialized terms and complex formulas that Lin Jie had never encountered before, far exceeding his previous level of understanding. This unexpected acquisition of knowledge thrilled Lin Jie. If every unlock could bring new knowledge, the value of this cube would be immeasurable. He couldn't help but imagine. With each subsequent twist, the patterns would undoubtedly become more complex, and the knowledge gained would be more advanced, right? Thinking about the nearly 43 quintillion possible states of the Rubik's Cube, Lin Jie's heart raced. If he could continue to develop it, how much astonishing knowledge could this little cube bring? His eyes were filled with anticipation and desire, as if he saw an inexhaustible treasure trove of knowledge. This cube was nothing short of a priceless gem. The next day, Lin Jie followed his plan to organize the blueprints produced by the magic cube, filtering out the usable sections and listing the required materials. He then began a thorough post-battle inspection of Mammoth. As a senior mech pilot and mechanic, Lin Jie was already quite adept at operating lower-level mechs like Mammoth, so this inspection was more of a precaution. During the inspection, Simon, who usually acted like the big boss, unexpectedly offered to help. This sudden willingness to assist took Lin Jie by surprise. However, it didn't take long for Lin Jie to understand why. Simon hadn't previously realized his capabilities. Now, knowing that Lin Jie was a senior mech pilot, Simon's expectations for victory had significantly increased, naturally changing his attitude. Despite Simon's offer, Lin Jie's excellent combat skills and piloting habits meant that Mammoth was in good condition, leaving little for the tall man to do. Nevertheless, Simon was undeterred and suggested they go to the junkyard the next day to look for parts. Lin Jie agreed after some consideration and made sure to print out the needed components blueprints, just in case Simon, as an outsider, couldn't recognize them. The next day at the junkyard, Lin Jie realized his decision might have been a mistake. Though Simon was eager to help, his lack of expertise made it difficult for him to distinguish between similar-looking parts and a plethora of old, deformed military junk. Each time he found a potential part, he had to run to Lin Jie for confirmation, which slowed down the process. After a few such instances, Lin Jie gently suggested that Simon take a break, leaving him to continue searching alone until dusk. Back at the prison, Lin Jie tallied all the materials and parts. Given that many materials didn't match perfectly, he had to recalibrate some data, much like he did when making the Red Python, to fit the available resources. Realizing this was a massive undertaking, Lin Jie decided to lock himself in the workshop and instructed Simon not to disturb him unless necessary. Thus, he began a 5-day marathon of manufacturing. 5 days later, Lin Jie finally put down his tools, let out a long sigh, and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. During these days, he had triggered the magic cube 6 times. Except for the last time, which yielded useful knowledge, the first 5 attempts failed to provide any blueprints for field mecha equipment. Fortunately, he could still rely on his accumulated experience. In the workshop, the results of his 5 days of labor were neatly laid out. First was the familiar Red Python energy gun. Although Lin Jie had hoped to try new equipment, he had to admit that this gun best suited his current needs. The new energy gun he had picked up was in noticeably better condition than the previous 2 and should theoretically last longer in combat mode. The second piece of equipment was 3 objects resembling hand grenades, quietly lying in a box. These were electromagnetic interference grenades, a new blueprint Lin Jie had obtained from the magic cube. Despite their small size, the manufacturing process was extremely time-consuming, requiring numerous precise components. Their primary function was to release a secondary, ultra-short electromagnetic pulse upon explosion, causing field mechs to become temporarily paralyzed. The third piece of equipment was a large shotgun, similar to the one the lumberjack used during the flag battle. While its range was short, it had significant destructive power and a wide area of effect, making it effective for repelling enemies. Noticing that it was already late at night, Lin Jie stretched and prepared to get some rest. Tomorrow was the flag battle, and he needed to be in top shape. Knowing that Wan Mao had recovered his mobility thanks to the nutrient solution treatment, Lin Jie decided to have him help with some trivial tasks the next day, allowing himself to rest while giving Wan Mao a sense of involvement. However, during Lin Jie's 5 days of seclusion in the workshop, the prison was not as calm as it seemed. A minor incident had quietly occurred, adding an element of uncertainty to the upcoming flag battle. The brutal scenes from the last capture of the flag match are still fresh in everyone's minds. 4 mechs were eliminated, leaving only 7 functional ones on the field. Excluding Simon's mammoth, there were just 6 mechs available for the other participants. Over the past 5 days, Lin Jie and Simon have been busy preparing for the next match, while the bigwigs behind those 6 mechs have also been far from idle. Shortly after the capture of the flag match ended, these bigwigs summoned their pilots and asked if they could perform crazy maneuvers like Lin Jie, such as exiting the cockpit to grab a battery or becoming a human missile. Surprisingly, all the pilots gave the same response. Your Majesty, I simply can't do it. This answer left the bigwigs feeling utterly defeated. They had initially thought Lin Jie was just a highly skilled player who had sneaked into the low-tier matches or someone using cheats. Although his skills were exceptional, they believed their pilots could still turn the tables with extraordinary performance and a do-or-die attitude. However, it turned out that Lin Jie's maneuvers were beyond their pilots' wildest dreams, completely unthinkable. This wasn't about cheats. It was about a bug that no other player could exploit. Faced with this reality, the bigwigs decided to take action. Since they couldn't make their pilots stronger, they would find a way to weaken Lin Jie by restricting his available tactics and strategies. Led by Horst, the 6 bigwigs privately discussed and unanimously decided to submit a joint petition to Jenna, the chief planner of the capture of the flag matches. Their demand was to ban pilots from exiting their cockpits during the battles, citing the danger of such actions as their reason. Yes, in this life-and-death struggle, these bigwigs claimed that Lin Jie's actions were too dangerous. Although it sounded like they were concerned for Lin Jie's safety, their true intention was to curb his advantage. After the petition was submitted, immense pressure fell on Jenna once again. Upon learning about this, Simon was both shocked and furious. He hurriedly contacted Kino while rushing to the workshop to discuss countermeasures with Lin Jie. However, as soon as Simon reached the workshop and saw Lin Jie, he received an unexpected piece of news. Jenna had rejected the petition from the 6 bigwigs. This result left Simon even more perplexed. Although it was advantageous for them, he couldn't understand how a mere warden like Jenna dared to outright reject the demands of 6 powerful figures. Wasn't she afraid of jeopardizing her career? Contrary to what Simon thought, Jenna's rejection was well-founded. Through subsequent investigations and information provided by Kino, Simon learned the whole story. It turned out that Jenna hadn't directly rejected the petition. Instead, she initiated a survey on the dark web based on the 6 bigwigs' demands. This survey was open to millions of users who had watched the capture of the flag matches on the dark web, asking a simple question: should pilots be banned from exiting their cockpits during the match? The options were only 2: a yes, B, no. The survey also included a comment section asking users to explain their choice. The results were astonishing. Almost all users chose a non-existent option C: ban your mother. Clearly, the audience watched these matches for the thrill and craziness. They supported whoever could make their adrenaline spike. The excitement from the last capture of the flag match hadn't faded, and Lin Jie's insane maneuvers exiting the cockpit to grab a battery and using himself as a human missile still had everyone pumped. The audience was eager to see what new stunts Lin Jie would pull off next, so there was no way they would agree to banning pilots from exiting their cockpits. In no time, overwhelming feedback flooded Jenna's way. Comments like, if you ban it, I'll stop watching, and just because you can't do it doesn't mean others shouldn't either. What kind of idiot came up with this rule? Were everywhere. Jenna compiled these responses and sent them back along with the petition to the 6 bigwigs, leaving them speechless. Reflecting on the whole situation, Lin Jie couldn't help but chuckle. He pressed the workshop door switch, and the automatic door slowly lifted. Outside stood a newly recovered Wan Mao, his finger on the communication button, seemingly about to call out to Lin Jie inside the workshop. What's up? Lin Jie glanced at Wan Mao. Yeah, Wan Mao nodded. Someone's looking for you. The communicator is already connected. The boss asked me to call you. Looking for me? Lin Jie frowned. Lin Jie stood at the doorway of Simon's room, filled with confusion. He had just finished some wrap-up work and thought he'd check on Simon, but he hadn't expected to walk into this scene. Inside the room, Simon was sitting on the sofa, facing a holographic communicator. The screen displayed a three-way call. On the right was Simon's nephew, Kino, and on the left was a young man Lin Jie didn't recognize. The young man's first impression was one of dishevelment, not because of his clothes, but his overall demeanor. He had shoulder-length hair, dark circles under his eyes, and a gaunt frame that made one wonder if he was malnourished. Simon frowned, clearly puzzled by the young man's silence. "Hey kid, what's your relationship with Lin Jie? You went through all this trouble to contact him, why?" Simon pressed on. "Can you hear me? Hey, is your communicator broken?" Seeing his uncle about to continue questioning, Kino quickly interrupted. "Uncle, stop asking. It's obvious he doesn't want to talk to you." Simon shook his head in frustration, muttering to himself. Lin Jie was already an enigmatic person, and now there's this guy looking for him, not saying a word, acting like he's got some kind of social anxiety. Birds of a feather indeed. At that moment, Lin Jie pushed the door open and entered. His gaze immediately fell on the holographic image on the table, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a peculiar look flashed in his eyes. He muttered two words softly, so quietly that even Simon couldn't hear them clearly. However, the previously silent young man seemed electrified. He stood up straight, his eyes suddenly shining, and snapped to attention, loudly responding, "Here." This sudden change left Simon dumbfounded. He couldn't help but gape, thinking, "What's going on here? I've been asking questions for ages, and this kid didn't say a word. Lin Jie says two words, and he reacts like this." What's even more baffling is that Lin Jie spoke so softly, even I couldn't hear him clearly. How did this kid catch it? Simon looked at the scene before him in bewilderment, feeling like he was missing some crucial piece of information. Simon's gaze fell on Lin Jie, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "It seems you know each other." Lin Jie nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "Yes, we do. He used to be one of my soldiers." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Jie's thoughts drifted to the past. As an officer and a prodigious pilot, he had been part of an elite pilot training program. This program, akin to special forces, gathered top pilots from various units for high-level instruction and training. Lin Jie was the chief instructor of one of these units, primarily responsible for devising training plans and combat drills. Among this elite group, a young recruit named Kappa left a profound impression on Lin Jie. At just 17, Kappa was the youngest of all the trainees. Despite his relatively modest innate talent, only 61%, his overall score in combat skills and tactical understanding was the highest among all the pilots. However, as Lin Jie paid more attention to Kappa, he noticed a significant flaw in the young man's extreme reclusiveness. Outside of training and classes, Kappa barely spoke, and even halfway through the training program, he still couldn't remember all his teammates' names. In response, Lin Jie had numerous unannounced talks with Kappa and even arranged for the army psychologist to provide counseling. After more than a month of effort, there was no change in Kappa. The psychologist explained to Lin Jie that Kappa might have experienced trauma at a very young age, causing him to develop a strong sense of vigilance toward the outside world, confining himself and only trusting the cold machines and emotionless AI cores. Perhaps it was this unique mental state that piqued Lin Jie's interest in the young man. After the training program ended, he used his connections to transfer Kappa to his command. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Shortly after, Kappa had to retire and return home due to his mother's severe illness. At that time, Lin Jie even personally provided Kappa with some financial assistance. Though the amount wasn't large, it was the best Lin Jie could do. Back in the present, Lin Jie was filled with emotion. Former comrades and superiors avoided him. Yet it was this reclusive subordinate who first reached out. "Long time no see, Kappa?" Lin Jie sat down next to Simon, making his figure appear in the holographic projection. He asked with concern, "How have you been? Is your mother's illness better?" Kappa first stood at attention and saluted. Then his expression darkened as he quietly replied, reporting, "Sir, my mother has passed away." Lin Jie sighed softly, spreading his hands slightly. "I'm deeply sorry for your loss." Kino interjected at just the right moment, shifting the topic. "Lin Jie, your soldier here, is quite the celebrity now. He won the solo combat championship in the Dominion-class mech battle league of Karlstar Nation and has a very strong network. He even managed to track down my contact information." Lin Jie looked at Kappa in surprise. "He has a network? Has his condition improved since leaving the military?" Kappa briefly explained, "It wasn't me. Larry did all of this." Seeing Lin Jie's puzzled expression, Kino quickly added, "Larry is a professional agent, very shrewd, with a deep background and a sharp mind. He has good relationships with many clubs and manages quite a few star players. Right now, Kappa is his top asset." Lin Jie nodded and turned his gaze to Kappa. The sharpness that once characterized his eyes was now replaced with a hint of confusion. "You contacted me for a reason, didn't you?" Kappa, still as lean and solitary as ever, seemed revitalized in Lin Jie's presence. Taking a deep breath, he began, "Yes. After my mother passed away, I thought about re-enlisting. I tried to reach you, but I learned you were in trouble. Since then, I've been trying to find out what happened to you." He paused before continuing. "During the recent flag capture event, even though your face was obscured, I recognized your outline. I reached out to some contacts, and they told me you had made a mistake. I wanted to ask." Lin Jie suddenly raised a hand, signaling for silence, and interrupted Kappa. He glanced around the room, his eyes landing on Kaino and Simon. "Gentlemen, my old comrade and I need to discuss some personal matters. Could you give us some privacy?" Kaino frowned. "Hey, I arranged this meeting. If you two are planning something reckless, like breaking out of prison, I'll be held responsible." Lin Jie tilted his head slightly, his tone calm. "Don't worry, we're not that foolish. We're just discussing battle strategies for the next match to ensure your uncle's release." "Why the secrecy?" Kaino pressed. Lin Jie seemed to have an epiphany and spread his hands. "All right, you caught me. Actually, I'm plotting with Kappa to take out your uncle in prison, so I can escape." Kaino's eyes lit up. "Why didn't you say so sooner? Good luck." With that, his communicator blinked off, and he exited the conversation. Simon and Kappa exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. 2 minutes later, only Lin Jie and Kappa remained in the living room. Lin Jie sat on the sofa, looking directly at Kappa. "Ask your question." Kappa didn't respond immediately, so Lin Jie asked, "Do you believe it's true?" "No." Kappa shook his head firmly. "In my understanding, you couldn't have made such a mistake." Lin Jie frowned slightly. "If you already have the answer, why ask?" Kappa's voice trembled. "Because I want to know who wronged you, who caused the death of 3,000 comrades on the 197th ship." He straightened up unconsciously. "My mother may have passed, but thanks to the money you gave, her final days were good. She told me to repay you. So, instructor, if you need me, I'm still your soldier." Lin Jie chuckled lightly. "Saying so much at once must be tough for you." His expression turned serious. "If you still see me as your instructor, live your life well. I can handle my own issues." Before Kappa could respond, Lin Jie abruptly cut off the communication. Left alone on the distant planet of Maine, Kappa opened his mouth to speak, but found himself facing an empty room. Tong Qian realized that self-discipline is truly challenging. A single writing block had delayed his work until evening, succumbing to inertia. To break this bad habit, he decided to order 2 phone stands. Starting this weekend, he plans to live stream his writing sessions at fixed times, inviting everyone to supervise and motivate him. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the week again. Welcome to the weekend and to the dark web's live broadcast of the Death Star capture the flag battle. I'm your host and commentator, Kenny, dressed sharply in a suit, sitting in our brightly lit studio. This program is exclusively sponsored by Planet Assassin. Let's focus our attention on the intense competition about to unfold. Today, we are honored to have a special guest with us. He is none other than the former star player of the Carl Star National Titan League, a Dominator-class solo mech pilot, and the former head coach of the Dark Knight Club Viper Carey. Mr. Carey, why don't you say hello to our audience? The camera pulls back to reveal the entire commentary desk. A bald man appears next to Kenny, smiling and waving at the camera. "Hello, everyone. I'm Carey." Meanwhile, in the control room, Lin Jie, who was packing up his things, suddenly pauses and looks up at the screen. Last night's conversation with Keepa still lingers in his mind. Lin Jie insists on dealing with his own issues, not wanting to burden Keepa, who is at the peak of his career. Despite what Keepa might think, Lin Jie decisively ended the communication to prevent further discussion. After a night of rest, Lin Jie arrives at the preparation area of the new battlefield. The pre-battle routine is similar to usual, except for the presence of the man named Carey near the commentary desk. Simon notices Lin Jie's reaction and asks, "Do you know him?" Lin Jie nods. "Yes, he's an excellent pilot. I used to watch his highlight reels." Lin Jie then briefly recounts Carey's career, rising to fame as a solo pilot, earning the nickname Viper for his decisive and swift combat style, and later facing rape allegations that caused his performance to decline, leading to an early retirement. He then became the renowned head coach of the Dark Knight Club, taking the team from the bottom to 3rd place. However, just as his career was about to revive, Carey was embroiled in another scandal and was ultimately fired by the club. Lin Jie mutters to himself, "The mech is trash, the pilot is scum, and the commentator is garbage. This is practically a recycling bin." As he speaks, he continues to pack his tools, adding a special wrench and a large drill to his usual mechanic gloves and grenades. At that moment, Curly pushes the mammoth mech, freshly inspected for the battle, back into the area, holding a tactical mask he had obtained from the guards. Seeing Lin Jie's tools, Curly asks in surprise, "Brother Lin, you're not planning to take all that into the cockpit, are you? The cockpit is already cramped, and adding those tools will make it even tighter." Lin Jie takes the mask, puts it on, and grabs his toolbox as he jumps into the mammoth's cockpit. to achieve results others can't. You have to use methods they wouldn't think of. He turns back to give Simon and Curly a thumbs up. Get the celebration drinks ready. Tomorrow will be free. Meanwhile, in the several hundred square meter control room, dozens of staff members are bustling about, making the room feel like a boiling pot of porridge. Someone shouts, "How's it going?" Jenna stood at the front of the control room, her hands gripping the back of a staff member's chair as her eyes swiftly scanned the numerous broadcast screens. She was busy reviewing various data monitoring reports and incessantly inquiring about the status from the staff in front of her, completely overwhelmed with tasks. Suddenly, the young girl next to her took off her headphones, her face beaming with excitement. "Warden, our viewership has hit a new high. We've surpassed 9 billion online viewers, and the number is still climbing. I've never seen any show or competition reach such a staggering number, Warden. We've made history. 9 billion." Even though Jenna was somewhat prepared for this, she couldn't help but be astonished at the figure. She recalled the previous capture theft flag matches, where the peak viewership was around 6 billion. But this time, they had already hit 9 billion during the pre-game warm-up. It seemed entirely possible to break the 10 billion mark once the game officially started. Lin Jie, Jenna murmured his name, her voice trembling with excitement. As an experienced planner, she knew that the surge in popularity of this capture theft flag match was closely tied to Lin Jie's explosive performance in the last game. At least 5 billion of the current viewers were here because of his last video. Thinking about this, Jenna couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy, who once ruthlessly mocked her age, had now become her golden goose. Taking a deep breath, Jenna forced herself to stay calm. She knew that at such a critical moment, mistakes were not an option. She quickly started issuing a series of commands. Keep an eye on the signal stations. No amateur mistakes allowed. Contact the dark web team to reinforce server stability. We can't afford any crashes. I have a feeling that Lin Jie will pull off something even crazier this time, and the interaction rate and viewership will skyrocket. Jenna paused and then asked, "How much time until the competition officially starts?" 7 minutes left, a staff member promptly replied. "So, excluding the arena introduction, we have about 6 minutes, Jenna quickly calculated. Tell Kenny and Carrie to stop dragging out the suspense. Quickly skim through the other contestants and get our main star on stage." Meanwhile, at the commentary booth, Kenny and Carrie were wrapping up the final pregame segment of player introductions. The broadcast screen shifted to a 3D model of the Red Dragon mech, with detailed data popping up as the camera moved. Carrie was enthusiastically explaining, "Hook has a significant advantage. In the mech league, to ensure the compatibility between the pilot and the mech, pilots typically don't switch mech models easily. This means competition mechs must be designed to adapt to more complex battlefields. The Red Dragon does exactly that. If I were to rank all mechs, I would place the Red Dragon at the very top." However, as Jenna had predicted, the viewers in the live stream seemed uninterested in other contestants. As Kenny and Carrie spoke, the chat exploded with comments. "Who the hell are these guys? I want to see Mammoth. Get that mechanic out here." Some dark web members even spent a fortune to display banners and special effects animations, covering the entire screen with demands for Mammoth, making the scene more frenzied than a pop star's concert. Kenny, while listening to Carrie's commentary, kept a close eye on the broadcast feed. As a seasoned commentator, he knew that dragging things out too much could backfire. They had already built enough suspense, and not getting to the main point would only frustrate the audience. He then heard Jenna's instructions through his earpiece and smiled slightly, asking, "Coach Carrie, you mentioned the Red Dragon as the top mech in the capture theft flag match. Can you also tell us who your top pilot is?" Carrie, understanding the need to control the pace, took a deliberate sip of tea before slowly speaking. "Do you even need to ask? That guy didn't just impress me. He impressed everyone. He showed me that a pilot could fight in ways I never imagined. He's elegant, crazy, decisive, foolish. These seemingly contradictory traits all come together perfectly in him. He's like a star in the dark cosmos, and I can't wait to talk about him." As Carrie finished speaking, the broadcast switched to a photo of Lin Jie and Mammoth. Contrary to the expected fan frenzy and adulation, the dark web live stream viewers erupted in chaos upon seeing the photo. "Damn it, whose bright idea was this?" An enraged viewer glared at the screen. "Is this what I tuned in for? Censor footage? What the hell? If you're going to censor it, just don't show it at all. This is ridiculous." In the live stream chat room, comments poured in like a torrential storm. Viewers, who had been eagerly waiting, were furious to see Lin Jie's face blurred out. Insults and complaints scrolled rapidly across the screen. "Unbelievable. The master engineer and pilot with godlike skills turns out to be a porn actor." Well said, top comment. This was exactly what Jenna had anticipated. Most of the viewers were drawn in by Lin Jie's extraordinary skills, waiting in the live stream to catch a glimpse of the legend himself. But the organizers had thrown a curveball. It felt like watching a movie, getting to the climax, only for the screen to suddenly flash. Tune in next time. The frustration was palpable. The viewers' dissatisfaction flooded the entire chat room. Warden, the interaction rate is skyrocketing, but most of it is negative. What about the number of viewers? The numbers haven't dropped. They're still climbing. We've surpassed 9.5 billion. Then just ignore them. In the control room, Jenna remained unflustered. It had been decided long ago that Lin Jie would not show his face. Due to his sensitive identity, higher-ups had specifically instructed that Lin Jie's identity must not be revealed, and Lin Jie himself preferred to stay low-key. They had mutually agreed on him wearing a mask during his appearance. As for whether this would affect the viewership or reputation of the competition, Jenna wasn't worried. She had seen this kind of situation countless times during her career at the TV station. There were always some viewers who would rage and criticize because of minor flaws or special arrangements in a show. Some independent media creators would even make videos highlighting these issues from various angles. These people seemed to be nitpicking and lowering the show's reputation, but in a way, they were the most loyal fans. The more they complained, the more they would keep watching. Especially those content creators who had to watch every episode to create their videos and then engage in discussions online, inadvertently boosting the show's popularity. Jenna was confident that Lin Jie's mystique would only heighten the audience's curiosity. They would be even more eager to know who was behind the mask and what kind of person he was. Tell Kenny to ignore the negative interactions and proceed as planned. Kenny received the instructions and didn't hesitate to speed up the process. As you can see, due to certain special reasons, the substitute pilot for Mammoth cannot reveal his identity or name. Throughout the commentary, Coach Carey, and I will refer to him as the mechanic. We hope you understand. Now, Coach Carey, what are your thoughts on the mechanic? Carey responded swiftly, adopting a reverent expression. What can I say? Just as you mentioned, I can't find the words to describe him, trust me. As a former professional player, I can responsibly tell you that the mechanic's combat style is far more challenging and insane than you can imagine. On the battlefield, Kane and Lin Jie watched as an entertainment mech was lifted overhead by a transport helicopter. Pilot Lin Jie, your previous tactics might not work in this match. Yes, it's a bit tricky. This battlefield was considerably smaller than usual, set in an abandoned manor roughly the size of an elementary school. It was reportedly built by a wealthy immigrant during the early days of the Karlstar Nation. In the center stood a 4-story mansion with a garden at the back and a fountain at the front. A 7 to 8 meter tall angel statue with a blue flag symbolizing freedom dominated the fountain. The wealthy man had moved out after finding the planet's living conditions less than ideal. As the Death Star gradually turned into a junk planet, the manor was abandoned, and the owner's identity became untraceable. Eventually, Jenna repurposed it as a competition venue. Kane believed Lin Jie's previous tactics wouldn't work because he noticed that the entertainment mech flying overhead had extra armor added to its battery compartment. Considering the impact of Lin Jie's last match, it was likely that all mechs had taken similar precautions. This meant Lin Jie could no longer easily exit his mech to snatch batteries. If he insisted on doing so, he would first have to remove the added anti-theft armor, which would take enough time for him to get killed multiple times over by the heavily armed mechs. Looks like these guys are smarter than I thought, actually protecting their batteries, Lin Jie said, rubbing his nose. Should we change tactics? According to the analysis, the success rate of exiting the mech to steal batteries is now less than 0.7. I suggest that once the battery is depleted, we don't immediately discard it. That way, we might still have a bit of energy left for the final moments. That little energy is useless. Stick to the plan. As soon as the battery is depleted, discard it to reduce weight. As the timer hit 0, the match officially began. Lin Jie picked up the red python and started searching for his first prey. Curly reported the positions of the other contestants to Lin Jie via radio. At that moment, Lin Jie was located in the southeast corner of the estate. Also in the southern battlefield were Hook's Red Dragon and Hank's Lumberjack. The Demolitionist and the Blood Soldier were in the north, separated by the villa, parking lot, and swimming pool in the center of the estate, temporarily unable to affect Lin Jie. The nearest threat was the Lumberjack, about 400 meters away at the 2 o'clock direction, with the Red Dragon nearby. Lin Jie noticed that Hank seemed to be avoiding a fight with the Red Dragon and was moving towards the villa. As Lin Jie listened to the intel, he adjusted his direction and piloted the mammoth mech towards the central villa of the estate. Although the battlefield had shrunk, the 7 competing mechs were still sparsely distributed. The complex buildings and cluttered gardens severely obstructed visibility, making it difficult to see the whole picture, even from the tall mech. Brother Lin, what do you mean by no change in tactics? Curly asked over the radio. Are you planning to risk getting out to grab the battery again? They will definitely be on guard this time. Do I look stupid? Lin Jie replied with a hint of exasperation. The previous tactic had succeeded not only due to his excellent performance, but also because the sheer audacity of the move caught everyone off guard. That shot gave Lin Jie the chance to capture the flag and land safely. However, such a high-risk tactic could not be repeated. Lin Jie knew that as soon as he opened the cockpit, he would immediately become the target of everyone. Yet, without a suitable melee weapon and facing a disadvantage in mech attributes, he had no choice but to exit the mech to win. This contradictory situation required him to adjust his strategy. Suddenly, the mammoth mech came to a halt. Lin Jie turned his head to the side, where a maze of dried vines stood. Once lush and green, the garden was now a tangle of brown branches. Amid the heavy footsteps, the lumberjack mech tore through the vine walls and emerged. The steel giant effortlessly shook off the clinging branches, coming face to face with the mammoth. "Don't move!" Lin Jie quickly raised the crimson python, aiming at the lumberjack. "Listen, buddy," Hank's voice came from the lumberjack. "I appreciate you not killing me earlier, so I don't want to fight you." The lumberjack raised its hands in a gesture of surrender. Hank continued, "I think we can talk. My boss thinks highly of you, and is also grateful that you spared me. He specifically instructed that if we were the last two contestants capable of capturing the flag, I should let you win. I can guarantee that this fight won't involve others attacking you together. So there's no need to waste energy fighting me now. Letting me pass is good for both of us." "I don't think so," Lin Jie said coldly, standing motionless. His gun barrel was slightly raised, and his eyes were like daggers. "Remove 2 batteries, and I'll let you pass." His tone was unequivocal. "I won't say it again." Hank frowned, slowly lowering the raised hands of his mech. He calculated in his mind that Lin Jie's energy gun was his final trump card. Using it at the beginning of the match seemed like a waste. Without that gun, Lin Jie wouldn't be able to defeat him in a short time. However, before Hank could finish his thought, a loud bang interrupted his contemplation. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, maneuvering his mech to dodge quickly. Lin Jie decisively switched the red python to war mode and pulled the trigger without hesitation. "Since you won't give it, I'll take it myself." His expression was impassive as he piloted his mech closer. Step by step, the energy engine roared deafeningly, and a barrage of bullets poured out like a fiery dragon, instantly enveloping the lumberjack. Lin Jie's goal was not just to win, but to eliminate all opponents. To achieve this, the resources from the mammoth alone were far from enough. He needed to seize more batteries. The area around the lumberjack was empty, with only walls of vines several meters high, offering no effective cover. Without any foliage to hide behind, the massive machine became an easy target. Worse yet, Hook's red dragon was lurking nearby, ready to join the fray at any moment. Lin Jie couldn't afford to be careless. A round of precise shots penetrated the lumberjack's arm and leg armor, severely damaging its engine. The massive machine lost balance and crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Black smoke billowed from the mech, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds like a lighter exploding. "Hank, the mech is severely damaged and is about to explode. Get out of the cockpit, now!" Lin Jie shouted a warning. "I know, damn it." Hank gritted his teeth, having no time to ponder why Lin Jie had opened fire directly. He kicked at the cockpit door. Damn it won't open. He discovered in despair that the lumberjack had fallen face down, pinning the door shut, leaving him no way to escape. After several futile kicks, Hank gave up struggling and smiled bitterly to himself. Die? If I have to die, so be it. If no one dies on the battlefield, can it still be called a battlefield? What puzzled him was why Lin Jie dared to use the energy gun with such a short lifespan so recklessly. After such intense shooting, what would he rely on to win? As Hank was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the lumberjack being flipped over, changing from a prone to a supine position. In the next second, the cockpit door in front of him twisted and deformed, and a giant steel finger pried it open like a can, effortlessly pulling the door apart. Mammoth? Hank barely had time to think before Mammoth's massive hand grabbed him and tossed him 7 or 8 meters away like a piece of trash. Almost simultaneously, the lumberjack exploded under immense pressure. Flames and thick smoke shot skyward, engulfing Mammoth and the lumberjack in an instant. The billowing smoke and flames from the lumberjack's explosion engulfed the Mammoth, but spectators need not worry. The structure of the field mech is exceptionally stable, and internal explosions won't cause the external armor to shatter. While the blast impact is intense, it's negligible for a field mech weighing several tons. The safety of the Mammoth and its mechanic is assured. Coach Carey was about to analyze the reason behind the mechanic's change in tactics when Kenny's sudden exclamation interrupted him. On the broadcast screen, the red dragon strode into view, appearing behind the Mammoth. Lin Jie's tactics seemed to confirm Carey's predictions. The Mammoth turned instantly, its steel frame emerging from the smoke, and the crimson python in its hand spewed fire once more. The concentrated energy bullets, roaring from the engine, formed a nearly solid beam, shooting straight at the red dragon. Hawk's eyes narrowed as he maneuvered the red dragon into a swift tactical roll, crouching behind a low wall. He was already aware of Lin Jie and the lumberjack's combat situation from the logistics reports. His appearance now was a gamble on the dwindling lifespan of Lin Jie's energy gun. Hawk believed that if he could withstand this barrage, Lin Jie's energy gun would self-destruct, leaving Lin Jie vulnerable and unable to fend off his advantage. With a thunderous crash, the low wall collapsed under the Crimson Python's firepower. Hawk didn't stop moving, raising an energy shield as he quickly relocated to another cover. Unfortunately, he was a bit slow. The energy shield shattered prematurely, and several bullets struck the Red Dragon's armor, causing minor dents. Logistics personnel reminded Hawk via radio that the energy shield would need 30 seconds to recharge. During this time, Hawk had to stay fully focused. He piloted the Red Dragon to crouch behind a wrecked hovercar, minimizing his target profile. Lady Luck smiled on Hawk. Just as the Red Dragon was almost out of places to hide, the Crimson Python backfired. With a faint pop, the energy engine exploded, rendering the mammoth incapable of firing another shot. After confirming the Crimson Python was destroyed, Hawk piloted the Red Dragon out from behind the hovercar, drawing an alloy combat knife from his back and pointing it at the mammoth. The blackened blade glinted coldly under the blue star's light. "Buddy, this time I win." Hawk smiled, gripping the alloy combat knife with one hand as he strode towards the mammoth. His Red Dragon is arguably the best-equipped field mech in this competition, and his alloy combat knife is just as formidable. Even military mechs like the Demolitionist and the Crimson Engineer wouldn't dare to face it head-on. With his razor-sharp blade and the mech's superior attributes, he's confident he can wear down the mammoth. Clang! The sudden clash of metal startled Hook. The mammoth stood momentarily still, as if contemplating something. In the next second, Lin Jie's unexpected move left everyone speechless. Tossed his red python directly at Hook, swiftly unholstered a massive shotgun from his waist, and charged at his opponent. Hook was utterly bewildered. By conventional tactics, the best move in such a disadvantageous position would be to avoid confrontation, stall for time, and wait for reinforcements from the northern part of the estate. But Lin Jie wasn't retreating. He was attacking Hedon? Was this a suicide mission? In that split second, Hook had no time to think. In a showdown, the brave win. There was no turning back now. He quickly activated his fully charged energy shield and advanced toward the mammoth. On the battlefield, the two multi-ton steel behemoths charged at each other like medieval knights. In a flash, the two mechs passed by each other. A sharp clang echoed as the mammoth's shoulder armor was sliced off by 2 centimeters by the Red Dragon's combat knife due to a slight miscalculation. Hook frowned, his mind racing with doubts. He had reviewed Lin Jie's battles countless times and knew his opponent was fully capable of evading such an attack. Why the mistake? Was his performance in the last match just a fluke? No, impossible. Even a fluke couldn't reach that level of skill. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. A trap. He's trying to get close and make a deliberate mistake to catch me off guard. That tactic won't work twice. With this realization, Hook drew his sword and turned back, closing in on the mammoth. The mammoth sidestepped, firing 2 shotgun blasts, but they couldn't stop Hook's advance. In an instant, the two mechs were locked in close combat. The clanging of metal was incessant as fists and blades collided. The mammoth was forced back under the relentless assault of the Red Dragon. In the control room, Curly watched the live feed, jumping up and down in frustration. "Lin, you can't win like this. Hook will just wear you down." Lin. But Lin Jie seemed to be in radio silence, ignoring Kali's desperate calls. Simon sat nearby, hands clasped, silent but sweating. He recalled Lin Jie's words. "You said you never make mistakes." Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. With a sharp clang, the mammoth seized an opening, lunged forward, and locked the Red Dragon's right arm with its shoulder and both arms. Every viewer held their breath. This scene was eerily familiar in the last match. Lin Jie had similarly locked the lumberjack, then exited his cockpit to seize its battery. The familiar tactic reignited the audience's excitement. However, Hook scoffed, showing disdain. "Is that all? I thought you'd have something new, but it's just the same old trick. This tactic won't work a second time." Despite his aggressive stance, Hook kept a close eye on the mammoth, especially its cockpit. Seeing it open a crack, he immediately flipped the Red Dragon's abdominal armor, revealing 2 gun barrels, ready to turn Lin Jie into Swiss cheese the moment he appeared. But what happened next shattered Hook's expectations. The mammoth's cockpit door trembled slightly before swinging wide open. Hook prepared to fire but found it empty. There was nothing inside but the neural interface helmet and basic controls. No sign of Lin Jie. "What the hell? Where is he?" Hook muttered in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. "Oh my god, where is everyone? Where's the mechanic?" In the live stream, the viewers' exclamations were incessant. The empty cockpit screen instantly set off a frenzy in the dark web chatroom. Bullet comments flew like snowflakes, almost obscuring the battlefield's explosions and smoke. A flood of viewers poured in, causing the streaming equipment to lag momentarily. At the commentary desk, Kenny turned to Coach Carey with a bewildered look. As a professional commentator, even he had to seek help from the former pro player in the face of this baffling scene. Carey adjusted his glasses and admitted somewhat awkwardly, "Honestly, I didn't notice when the mechanic left the cockpit either." Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment on Mars, Zhang Rui stared at the live stream in shock. Behind her, K-Pa sat expressionlessly. This was the private residence the club had rented for K-Pa, whose reclusive nature led his teammates to collectively request special accommodations for him. Zhang Rui turned to K-Pa, hoping that Lin Jie's student could unravel the mystery. However, K-Pa simply shook his head with a blank expression. "Don't look at me. I have no idea." "Isn't he your instructor? Don't you know anything about him?" Zhang Rui pressed. "No one really understands the instructor," K-Pa replied flatly. When Zhang Rui half-jokingly asked if K-Pa thought Lin Jie was a god, K-Pa pondered seriously before responding. "Probably not." His clueless response left Zhang Rui both amused and exasperated. Just then, the battlefield on the screen changed. From the thick smoke rising from the lumberjack's wreckage, a figure emerged: Lin Jie. With an energy pack on his back and tools in hand, he swiftly navigated through the gaps between the mechs, heading towards the mammoth. Lin Jie quickly replaced the mammoth's battery, then climbed up the red dragon like a nimble monkey and inserted a grenade into the armor's crevice. Hook, stunned, asked, "Where did you come from? What are you doing?" Lin Jie smirked and replied, "You'll find out soon enough." It turned out that Lin Jie had already used the lumberjack's explosion as cover to quietly leave the cockpit and hide behind the wreckage. All of this was part of his plan. It wasn't him fighting Hook just now, but rather the intelligent core, Kane, acting on his orders. This move was exactly what Lin Jie referred to as changing tactics from the details. Since everyone was focused on the cockpit, waiting to strike when he emerged, Lin Jie decided to take the initiative and launch a surprise attack. While everyone's attention was on the cockpit, Lin Jie seized the fleeting opportunity and silently approached the red dragon. His heart pounded wildly, and each step was taken with utmost caution, fearing he might alert the enemy. "Damn it, just die already!" Lin Jie muttered under his breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. In a flash, sensing danger, Hook reacted swiftly. He struggled with all his might and simultaneously raised the other arm of the red dragon, its sharp metal claws slashing fiercely at Lin Jie, who was standing atop the mech's head. However, at this critical moment, zzz, a faint sound was heard as Lin Jie's electromagnetic grenade exploded. An invisible electromagnetic pulse instantly hit the cockpit, causing all the modules in front of Hook to malfunction in an instant, even temporarily disrupting the neural connections. "What the hell is going on?" Hook roared in fury, kicking the cockpit door hard, the metallic clang echoing in the confined space. The calm voice of a logistics mechanic soon came over the radio. "Don't panic, Hook. The Red Dragon is equipped with anti-electromagnetic interference devices. This small electromagnetic bomb won't disable it. It will only disrupt operations for 3 to 4 seconds." "Only 3 to 4 seconds?" Hook felt a slight relief upon hearing this, but then his brow furrowed again. Such an electromagnetic bomb affects both friend and foe, and with the mammoth and red dragon so close together, if he was affected, the mammoth would also be immobilized. Hook didn't believe that Lin Jie alone could cause any substantial damage to the red dragon in just 3 to 4 seconds. But he also didn't believe Lin Jie would engage in a futile effort. What is he up to? Hook's alarm bells were ringing. Straining to look up, Hook found his visual feed blurred by the electromagnetic interference. In a daze, he saw Lin Jie bite open another grenade and deftly stuff it into the red dragon's armor gap. In the next moment, Lin Jie, as agile as a monkey, grabbed the red dragon's forearm and flipped himself into a steady squat on the mech's arm. Lin Jie's movements were fluid and precise. With one hand holding a wrench and the other gripping a drill, he began meticulously dismantling the exposed elbow joint bearing of the red dragon. Clang! In the blink of an eye, one side of the bearing was disassembled, and a piece of alloy the size of a small manhole cover fell, creating a deep dent in the ground. Shit! Hook witnessed this, and a terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. He realized in horror, he's going to dismantle me. In this technologically advanced universe, even the most basic E-class combat mechs have precision bearings and damage resistance far beyond that of ordinary tools. However, the Red Dragon, like other competing mechs, was merely a discarded relic salvage from a junkyard. Its strength was only relative to the other competitors. Lin Jie had meticulously studied the Red Dragon structure in previous matches and was confident he could quickly dismantle its elbow joint. The only challenge was how to immobilize the Red Dragon, creating a stable environment for his operation. This was where his mammoth mech and newly crafted electromagnetic grenades came into play. Suddenly, the roar of machine gun fire shattered the silence, causing the Red Dragon to jolt violently. Despite Lin Jie's meticulous planning, there was a brief lapse between the deployment of 2 electromagnetic grenades, allowing the Red Dragon to regain temporary mobility. Bullets rained down like a storm, striking sparks off the mammoth's armor as it clung close to the Red Dragon. Fortunately, it was only a fleeting moment. Before the Red Dragon could inflict any serious damage on Lin Jie, the second electromagnetic grenade detonated with a resounding blast. The intense but localized electromagnetic pulse once again paralyzed the Red Dragon. Lin Jie's eyes were steely with determination, though his expression was hidden behind his visor. He swiftly inserted a wrench into the bearing and, with all his might, punched off the alloy protective casing on the other side. A cascade of alloy ball bearings scattered to the ground like falling beans. Witnessing this through the visual transmission system, Hook lost control completely. He kicked and pounded the cockpit door, screaming, "You bastard! Let go of the Red Dragon! Come at me if you dare!" Lin Jie, busy at the head of the Red Dragon, vaguely heard Hook's enraged shouts but paid them no mind. He continued dismantling while precisely calculating the effect duration of the electromagnetic grenades. The third grenade detonated at the last second, just as a glimmer of light began to return to Hook's cockpit, plunging it back into darkness. Seizing the precious final seconds, Lin Jie used both a drill and a wrench, rapidly completing his destructive work. With a powerful kick, he finished the amputation of the Red Dragon. With a loud crash, the Red Dragon's alce-armed limb, still gripping its battle blade, hit the ground heavily. The camera directed by Jenna zoomed in on this dramatic scene. The next moment, Hook, who had been struggling to reboot the Red Dragon systems, finally succeeded. However, due to his excessive force and the mech's lost limb, combined with the mammoth's firm grip, the Red Dragon lost its balance and crashed to the ground as soon as it regained mobility. Lin Jie seized this golden opportunity, swiftly returning to the mammoth's cockpit in a few quick strides. The high mechanical synchronization rate proved its worth, as Lin Jie's mech responded faster and more accurately than Hook's. As soon as he donned his helmet, the visual transmission system came back online. Lin Jie immediately maneuvered the mammoth into a nimble roll, picking up the Red Dragon's severed arm in the process. The combat mech's hand, about 70 centimeters in diameter, was heavy and sturdy. While Lin Jie couldn't pry open its fingers alone, it was no challenge for the mammoth. Despite lacking in tonnage and output capacity, dealing with a dismembered arm was more than manageable. With a simple tug, the mammoth pulled the Red Dragon's arm open and tossed it aside. The blackened battle blade fell into the mammoth's grasp. Lin Jie quickly advanced, kicking the Red Dragon back to the ground just as it tried to rise. He raised the battle blade high, its tip aimed directly at the Red Dragon. Hook's eyes widened with rage as he shouted, "That's my battle blade!" Lin Jie responded coldly, "Now it's mine." With that, the mammoth's arms thrust downward with force. A sharp clang echoed as the alloy blade pierced through the Red Dragon's cockpit, pinning it to the ground. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire world fell silent. The azure light of distant stars bathed the desolate landscape. A gust of wind swept through, stirring dust and dry grass. The mammoth stood tall and unyielding, like an immovable mountain. In the control room, Jenna stared at the broadcast screen, momentarily stunned by the scene. She instinctively swallowed, and after a long pause, regained her composure. She patted the shoulder of a nearby staff member and said, "Report the data." "Warden." The staff's exclamation shattered the silence in the control room. Jenna looked up at the sound, only to see the staff member staring wide-eyed, trembling finger pointing at the screen. She hurried over, her gaze fixed on the live data. The online count has surpassed 12 billion, and it's still climbing. The interaction rate is skyrocketing. The staff's voice quivered with excitement. "We've really made history." Jenna's eyes sparkled, but she forced herself to stay calm. She stared at the broadcast, her mind racing. Meanwhile, countless viewers witnessed the scene through the live stream. The chat was flooded with comments, and gift effects flashed incessantly. Words like "OMG," "Wow," and "Unbelievable" scrolled rapidly across the screen. The dark web servers struggled on the brink of collapse, barely holding up under the unprecedented traffic. Jenna crossed her arms, watching the unprecedented hype. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Maybe we don't need to climb any higher. Just running this competition might be enough. On the battlefield, inside the Red Dragon's cockpit, Hook slowly opened his eyes. He had thought he was dead for sure, but he found himself still alive. Looking up, he saw a red and black battle knife almost grazing his scalp, having pierced through the Red Dragon's body, taking a lock of his hair with it. Lin Jie's voice came through the loudspeaker. "You might want to start thinking about tactics for the next capture the flag battle." With that, he pulled out the knife and walked away. As an experienced mechanic, Lin Jie knew the weak points of mechs. For the Red Dragon, that strike was more than enough. Hook kicked open the cockpit and jumped out, shouting after Mammoth's retreating figure, "Hey, why didn't you kill me?" Because you're no threat to me. Lin Jie didn't look back, striding towards the villa's fountain, where he took the flag and planted it on Mammoth's back. Having seen his fair share of battle, Lin Jie's hands were no less bloodstained than any criminals in the prison. Often, his orders could end hundreds or thousands of lives. He spared Hank and Hook simply because he didn't see the need to kill them, nothing more. Boss Lin, Curly's voice crackled over the radio. The energy gun is done for. We still have the blood engineer and the demolitionist to deal with. The boss wants to know what your plan is? We got a new weapon. Lin Jie waved the battle knife at the nearest camera. This blade will do. Are you confident? This time, it was Simon's voice. Lin Jie smiled. Absolutely. As a high synchronization level pilot, Lin Jie's biggest advantage over lower-level pilots had always been close combat. Only due to the mech's limitations and the lack of a suitable weapon, had been unable to break through other mech defenses and had to keep the Crimson Python as a backup. Now, with the Red Dragon's battle knife, he could change his tactics and play to his strengths. Curly, report the positions of the other mechs. Boss Lin, in the time you took to deal with the Red Dragon and the Gladiator, the Blood Engineer took out another entertainment mech. Now, aside from you, the only ones left are the Blood Engineer, the Demolitionist, and Silver Wolf. They're within the villa's perimeter and engaging each other, moving towards you. Good. Give me 5 minutes. Lin Jie walked forward confidently with a knife. With the blade in hand, he was no longer the same as before. 5 minutes would be enough to take down the remaining 3 mechs. However, just as he took 2 steps, a piercing electrical noise suddenly rang out. His vision went black as the visual feed cut off. Before he could react, the neural connection severed as well. Lin Jie lost all sensation with Mammoth. Kane, what's happening? Lin Jie asked, frowning slightly. The preliminary diagnosis made Lin Jie roll his eyes. The stray bullet from the Red Dragon had precisely damaged the neural connection device inside the Mammoth mech's cockpit, rendering the neural connection helmet completely useless. It was like winning an unlucky lottery. Lin Jie recalled the battle scene earlier. Between the first and second electromagnetic grenade explosions, the Red Dragon did have a brief struggle, and its belly machine gun had fired momentarily. Unexpectedly, those few bullets had hit the critical part. Lin, what's wrong? Zhuan Mao's voice came through the communicator again. Lin Jie realized that to improve combat efficiency, he hadn't connected Kane to the neural connection system, so Wan Mao couldn't hear Kane's real-time analysis. He had to relay Kane's diagnosis to Wan Mao. How are we supposed to fight like this? Zhuan Mao's voice instantly rose an octave, clearly realizing the severity of the situation. Without the neural connection, they would have to rely on manual control. This meant the mech's response speed and action precision would significantly decrease. Lin Jie silently compared it in his mind. The neural connection was like directly controlling his own body, while manual driving was like manipulating a puppet, with each move requiring a complex transmission process. After a moment of silence, Wan Mao suggested, Lin, we need to change tactics. From his perspective, without the neural connection, Lin Jie's vision was obstructed, and the advantage of high mechanical synchronization was gone. Wan Mao believed the best option was to avoid combat, steer clear of other contestants, and preserve their flag and mech. If necessary, they could even abandon the flag, as long as they kept the mech intact for repairs in the next match. However, Lin Jie's response surprised Wan Mao. You're right, with such a major issue, we do need to change tactics. Lin Jie said as he pulled down the periscope inside the mech, removed his mechanic gloves, and quickly felt around the various control modules. 5 minutes isn't enough. Give me 8. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a loud explosion erupted. A demolition expert's rocket had detonated, sending smoke and shockwaves skyward. A silver-white beast-shaped mech, the Silver Wolf, darted out of the smoke like a sprinting cheetah. Its shoulder-mounted machine guns continuously fired, bullets hitting the demolition expert's energy shield and creating ripples of energy. Damn it, the demolition expert, Lin Jie, couldn't help but curse. He only had 2 rockets, having used one already, and now the last one had missed its target. The Silver Wolf was the only non-humanoid mech among the 20 contestants. Its design made neural connection piloting more challenging, requiring the pilot to overcome human biological instincts and imagine themselves as a 4-legged beast. But high difficulty often meant high rewards. Beast-shaped mechs had more stable structures, higher agility, lighter weight, and could carry more firepower. If the pilot could master it, beast-shaped mechs were usually tougher to deal with than humanoid ones. The Silver Wolf was such a formidable opponent. It was not only equipped with heavy weapons on its shoulders, waist, and flanks, but its foreclaws were made of special alloy, making its melee combat power comparable to alloy swords. What was more troubling was that besides its feet and head, the Silver Wolf had energy shields on its front, sides, and rear. These shields could be activated individually to fend off attacks from a specific direction or simultaneously to form a 360-degree protection barrier. Combined with its high mobility, it posed a significant challenge for Lin Jie. At that moment, David's voice came through the radio. Lin Jie, our mech is too cumbersome. You can't handle this alone. What do you suggest then? Lin Jie asked urgently. David decisively replied. Form an alliance. Coordinate with Fran, who pilots the blood engineer. Did Fran agree? Yes, David replied, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. The boss just finished contacting Fran's side, and they've agreed to form an alliance. He paused, seemingly waiting for Horst's approval. Once he got the nod, he continued, on the southern battlefield, that guy Lin Jie has already taken out the lumberjack and the red dragon. His formidable combat skills have also shocked the upper echelons of Fran. So, both sides reached a deal. You and the demolitionist will take care of Silver Wolf first, then join forces against Lin Jie. Lin Jie's pupils contracted sharply. What? The red dragon has been taken out too, he muttered in disbelief. While it was understandable that the lumberjack had fallen to Lin Jie earlier, the fact that Lin Jie had already defeated the red dragon just 10 minutes into the match was astonishingly fast. As Lin Jie was lost in his shock, a loud crash snapped him back to reality. Looking up, he saw the blood engineer, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly charge forward. Silver Wolf couldn't dodge in time and smashed headfirst into the massive steel shield. The head of Silver Wolf's mech deformed instantly, and the entire machine was thrown head over heels. At that moment, the weight advantage of military mechs became glaringly evident. Attack! Fran's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, jolting the still stunned Lin Jie into action. The demolitionist immediately lifted his heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets while quickly advancing on the target, providing suppressive fire. Both the demolitionist and the blood engineer were standard heavy military mechs, cumbersome, but now seizing the opportunity of a surprise attack to quickly incapacitate Silver Wolf. If Silver Wolf escaped, finding such an opportunity again would be nearly impossible. Fran clearly understood this too. Ignoring the risk of being hit by stray bullets from the demolitionist, he drove the blood engineer to dive down, pressing his full weight on his Silver Wolf. With a thunderous crash, the sheer mass of several tons severely deformed Silver Wolf's rear. The mech, which had just barely managed to get back on its feet, was instantly paralyzed. Die! Lin Jie roared, maneuvering the demolitionist to leap forward, landing both feet heavily on Silver Wolf's cockpit. The terrifying weight crushed the entire mech almost instantly. With a deafening explosion, Silver Wolf and its pilot were obliterated, engulfed in a plume of smoke and flames that rose like a black dragon into the sky. Now it's just Mammoth left, Fran said, getting the blood engineer back on its feet and helping Lin Jie's demolitionist up. Yeah, let's take him out first, then we'll have a fair competition, Lin Jie agreed with a nod. First, we need to find him, Fran said in a low voice. Our alliance against Silver Wolf will definitely be relayed to him through his support team. He probably already knows we're working together. We need to find him quickly. Exactly, we need to find him first. Lin Jie looked up at the time displayed on the visual transmission system. Clearly, both were still thinking conventionally. With the only two remaining military mechs now allied, they both believed that avoiding combat to preserve their machines was the most logical tactic. However, the battlefield wasn't large, and the southern terrain wasn't conducive to hiding. With half the match still to go, they should have ample time. Just as the two were regrouping and preparing to search for Lin Jie, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from not far away. Clang! Clang! Both Lin Jie and Fran turned to see Mammoth emerging from around the corner of the villa. The mech was entirely blue with some yellow stripes, long-limbed and sporting a retro design. It bore a flag on its back and a redan black alloy battle knife on its shoulder, striding towards them. Looking for me? Mammoth stopped and suddenly flipped the bird at the demolitionist and blood engineer. At the same time, Lin Jie's voice came through. Perfect timing. Come on, bring it to daddy. Damn. As the saying goes, enemies meet. Their eyes blaze with hatred. Lin Jie sat in the cockpit of the Mammoth, observing the outside world through a 20-inch monitor. Without the neural link, his vision was limited, and he had to rely on this small screen to operate the massive machine. Lin Jie, seeing Lin Jie's arrogant posture, was furious. Without hesitation, he raised his heavy machine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the Mammoth. The bullets pounded the energy shield, creating ripples of blue light. At the same time, the blood-red engineer began to move. As a close combat mech, it charged towards Lin Jie under the cover of the demolitionist's firepower. In such a hurry, Lin Jie muttered softly, his fingers flying over the control panel. Despite his limited vision, it was enough for him to handle the situation. In the blink of an eye, the Mammoth and the blood-red engineer crossed paths. With a loud clang, the red and black battle blade left a deep mark on the Mammoth's steel shield. Nice sword, Lin Jie praised silently, as if anticipating his opponent's next move. He quickly adjusted his stance, reversed his grip on the blade, and thrust it backward. Frank, controlling the blood-red engineer, was startled by the sudden strike. So fast, he thought, unwilling to take the deadly blow heeded. The blood-red engineer forcibly changed its form, narrowly avoiding the blade and darting past the mammoth. However, Frank was not about to give up. The blood-red engineer's arm, equipped with a massive drill, suddenly powered up and swung towards the mammoth. Though not as sharp as the alloy battle blade, the drill's destructive power was formidable. If it hit, the mammoth's armor would struggle to withstand it. Lin Jie was well aware of this. As the drill came whistling towards him, he maneuvered the mammoth to sidestep deftly. The drill grazed the mammoth's armor and smashed into the ground with a heavy thud. Boom! The entire battlefield trembled, bricks and stones shattered like tofu under the drill, and dust filled the air. Die, you bastard! Lin Jie snarled, piloting the demolitionist closer while firing at Lin Jie. Although close combat wasn't ideal for using long-range firepower, considering the large size of the field mechs and the thick armor of the blood-red engineer, Lin Jie fired without hesitation, aiming to restrict Lin Jie's movements. Lin Jie calculated in his mind, knowing he couldn't stay on the defensive forever. The mammoth's energy reserves were already below half. If this continued, he would be worn down. He had to take the initiative. The mammoth's engine roared, squeezing out the remaining energy. Lin Jie pushed the control stick forward, driving the mammoth to raise its shield and charge towards the demolitionist. Relying on its excellent mobility, the mammoth quickly reached the demolitionist. Lin Jie executed an incredible slide, dodging the demolitionist's iron fist and sprang up to slash with his blade. The demolitionist hastily raised its shield to block, barely holding its ground with its massive weight. The blood-red engineer arrived to support, and the two large mechs flanked the mammoth, engaging in a fierce melee. The sound of clashing metal was incessant. Facing the two giants' pincer attack, the mammoth seemed to be retreating. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Although he lost the advantage of the neural link, as a Titan-class pilot, Lin Jie was still highly skilled. He expertly maneuvered the mammoth, fully utilizing its agility to weave between the two cumbersome opponents. His blade continuously left marks on the blood-red engineers and the demolitionist's armor, leaving Lin Jie and Frank exasperated. No matter how they attacked, Lin Jie was as slippery as an eel, impossible to catch. They could only watch as the alloy blade left scratch marks on the mech surface. He skillfully maneuvered the mammoth, effortlessly handling the pincer attack from Lin Jie and Fran. Glancing at the timer in the air, Lin Jie thought that his initial estimate of 8 minutes was conservative. At this rate, 2 more minutes would suffice. With a swift move, Lin Jie precisely slashed the alloy blade through the shoulder armor of the blood soldier. Muttering to himself, his eyes remained fixed on the battlefield. Lin Jie's skills far surpassed those of Lin Jie and Fran. Previously, he had to rely on high-risk tactics to win mainly because he couldn't break through their defenses. Now, with the Red Dragon's alloy blade, he finally had a weapon capable of penetrating his opponent's armor. It felt like a tiger growing wings. Lin Jie toyed with the two big fools with ease. He could almost see the Statue of Liberty beckoning him, victory within reach. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a crack, the blood soldier launched a bull rush. Lin Jie quickly maneuvered the mammoth to dodge, but he was a moment too slow and got grazed. He had to perform a tactical roll to distance himself from the other two mechs. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jie raised his gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets, forcing Lin Jie to take cover. Lin Jie immediately contacted Kane. "What's going on?" Kane's response made Lin Jie frown. "Bad news, Lin Jie. Preliminary diagnostics show the mammoth's overall structure is severely aged, and your high-intensity operation has exceeded its limits, causing delayed responses. This issue will persist and worsen. If you continue at this intensity for another 3 minutes, the mech might disintegrate." "Damn it!" Lin Jie rolled his eyes, cursing inwardly. Despite all his calculations, he hadn't anticipated this problem. The mammoth, an old relic, had survived numerous capture theft flag battles without major issues, but today it was pushed to the brink of collapse. Lin Jie reluctantly realized, "So I have to rely on tactics again." Although he wasn't panicked, never making mistakes wasn't just a boast. He always found a way to win. This situation still irked him. It felt like a couple in the middle of intimacy, with the husband just getting into it, but the wife suddenly becoming too weak to continue, forcing the husband to handle things himself. Lin Jie's current mood was akin to that frustrated husband. Who would have thought that being too strong could be a burden? "Damn it!" Lin Jie muttered to himself, but quickly regained his composure. "There's always tonight. Did you notice that momentary lag in the mechanics operation just now?" In K-Pa's private apartment on Main Star, Zhang Rui stared intently at the screen and asked K-Pa seriously. She had tried to ask K-Pa the instructor's name, but got no response, so she followed Kenny's lead and referred to Lin Jie as the mechanic. K-Pa nodded succinctly. "I saw it." Zhang Rui pressed on. "Can you explain why that lag occurred? Did something go wrong with the mechanic?" "No." Kpa replied, still concise. Why not? Kpa first uttered two words, the mech. After a brief pause, fearing Zhang Rui might not understand, he added, the mech had an issue. Zhang Rui asked in surprise, how can you be so sure it was the mech? The mechanics operations were smooth before. Kpa bluntly pointed out, your observation skills are poor. Zhang Rui was momentarily speechless, understanding why other contestants had collectively demanded Kpa be removed from the club. Such a personality and manner of speaking would have gotten anyone else expelled for disrupting team harmony, if not for being a champion-level player. However, for Zhang Rui, learning and improving her skills were the top priorities, so being rebuked by Kpa was a small price to pay. She twitched the corner of her mouth, but still humbly sought Kpa's guidance. Kpa, seemingly afflicted with a speech impediment, spoke only a few words at a time. He paused and continued, mechanics sync rate? The instructor's sync rate is very high. How high? Zhang Rui asked. 87. This number left Zhang Rui utterly stunned. As a star-level professional pilot, she understood the significance of that figure. The average person's mechanical sync rate is about 20%. Breaking 45% is the threshold for becoming a professional. Over 55% qualifies one as a professional player, and exceeding 60% can secure a main rotation spot in a major club. Surpassing 70% almost guarantees becoming a star player with diligent training. Zhang Rui's sync rate was 72%, the second highest in her club's history. As for 80% and above, she had only heard of it, never seen it in person. No wonder. After a brief shock, Zhang Rui exhaled deeply, finally understanding why Kpa was certain it was the mech's fault. She had judged the mechanic's actions as smooth by her standards, but if the mechanic's sync rate was as high as 87%, the mammoth's movement should have been faster, more forceful, and more precise. Suddenly, Zhang Rui's pupils contracted sharply. She turned back to the monitor in shock. Manual control. The mechanic has been manually controlling the mammoth all this time, and under manual control, he achieved a 70% sync rate effect. What kind of monster is this? She stood there, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the battle on the manor battlefield grew more intense. The demolitionist's heavy machine gun fired at full capacity, a rain of bullets quickly destroying Lin Jie's cover. The wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising clouds of dust. The engine roared again, a flash of blue light, and the mammoth burst through the fog with its assault shield raised, alloy combat knife held high, charging straight at Lin Jie's demolitionist. Stop him, Fran! Stop him! Lin Jie shouted. The recent close-quarters combat had made him realize that Lin Jie's piloting skills far surpassed his and Fran's mech was severely lacking in long-range capability. If Lin Jie got close again, even their combined efforts would struggle to fend him off. The best strategy now was for the Scarlet Engineer to hold Lin Jie off while he delivered long-range firepower. The mammoth's energy reserves were limited, and its high-defense energy shield was a major energy drain. As long as they could drag it out until the mammoth's energy was depleted, Lin Jie wouldn't be able to turn the tide, no matter how skilled he was. Fran evidently understood this as well, and had already taken action before Lin Jie called out. The massive Scarlet Engineer charged forward with a thunderous roar, attempting to intercept Lin Jie's mammoth. However, Lin Jie's mammoth was astonishingly fast. With a swift sidestep, the mammoth bypassed the cumbersome Scarlet Engineer, raising its energy shield and rapidly advancing on the demolitionist. Despite Lin Jie's efforts to suppress him with firepower and maneuver the mech to retreat, he couldn't evade the mammoth's pursuit. Clang! The mammoth closed in, its combat knife flashing, striking faster than before. Lin Jie couldn't dodge in time. The external armor of the demolitionist's arm was instantly sliced off. Damn it! Lin Jie roared, swinging the iron fist of his demolition mech to push back the approaching mammoth. He quickly changed direction, charging full speed toward the Crimson Soldier. Meanwhile, Fran, piloting the Crimson Soldier, was also desperately closing in on the demolition mech. Lin Jie watched coldly as the two mechs moved toward each other, a fleeting image of an old commercial from his previous life flashing through his mind. He quickly dismissed the irrelevant thought, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Too bad in the third party. With a deafening roar of engines, Lin Jie drove the mammoth straight between the two military mechs. He needed to see if he could take down both the demolition mech and the Crimson Soldier before the mammoth completely broke down. Instead of slowing down, Lin Jie's attacks became even more ferocious. The massive combat mech moved with the agility of a skilled warrior, its alloy blade flashing through the air. Slash, thrust, parry, chop. Each move was textbook perfect, as he used an entertainment mech to overpower two military mechs. As the intensity of his maneuvers increased, Lin Jie was acutely aware that the mammoth's disintegration was imminent. How much longer? He wondered to himself. Less than a minute. Damn, I'm never using this old relic again. With no other choice, he decided to employ a bit of psychological warfare. Despite teaming up with the Crimson Soldier, Lin Jie was being pushed to his limits by Lin Jie. He felt as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was hanging over his head, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, he noticed a slight hesitation in the mammoth's movements. With a clang, the Crimson Soldier managed to deflect a heavy punch from the mammoth. Immediately after, the mammoth's left arm dangled uselessly, scattering fragments and sparking erratically at the point of separation. Now's my chance. Lin Jie's eyes lit up as he drove the demolition mech forward, locking onto the mammoth's body. He shouted, "Fran, do it! On it!" Fran knew the window of opportunity was fleeting. He quickly maneuvered the Crimson Soldier, activating its drill. With a nerve-wracking screech of metal, the drill bore down on the mammoth. The sudden turn of events left the spectators holding their breath. They couldn't fathom how the mammoth, which had been so dominant moments ago, could suddenly find itself in such a dire situation. Just as the drill was about to strike, Lin Jie decisively swung his blade, severing the mammoth's left arm. He swiftly broke free from Lin Jie's grasp and dropped into a crouch. It's over. The thought hit both Fran and Lin Jie simultaneously. The massive inertia was unstoppable, and the specialized alloy drill pierced through the demolition mech's armor, embedding deep into its core. At the same time, Lin Jie, piloting the crouching mammoth, launched a powerful counterattack. The alloy blade swept across, slicing into the Crimson Soldier's waist, severing critical internal cables. The sound of arcing electricity and the screech of metal filled the air, as the scene seemed to freeze in time. A gust of wind blew through, clearing the dust from the battlefield, leaving the three mechs standing motionless in the center of the screen. First part done. Tomorrow, the protagonist gets out of prison. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence as the mammoth finally gave in. Lin Jie's intense maneuvers had overloaded the mech's engine, causing the massive machine to slowly kneel from its crouched position. This kneel seemed to break the constraints of time, and the internal components of both the demolitionist and the blood engineer burst apart. The two colossal mechs, each weighing dozens of tons, crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Amid the smoke, the half-kneeling figure of the mammoth appeared even more imposing. Just as everyone thought the match was over, the mammoth's hatch was suddenly kicked open, startling the audience. Lin Jie, wearing a tactical mask, nimbly jumped out. He surveyed the fallen mechs and walked straight towards the demolitionist. Jenna signaled to lower the drone's altitude, and the camera closely followed Lin Jie's back. He circled to the demolitionist's midsection and punched open a small safety hatch. In the control room, Simon asked Curly with confusion what that was. Curly explained, "That's the emergency hatch mechanism. There's one inside and outside. It's used to forcibly open the hatch in case of mech failure or pilot issues, but the external one requires an access code." Before he could finish, an unexpected turn of events on the battlefield interrupted him. Lin Jie easily cracked the code-required device, and half a minute later, the demolitionist's hatch flew open with a bang. He climbed up to the mech's waist and looked down into the cockpit at Lin Jie. Though Lin Jie was bleeding from a head wound, he was not in mortal danger. He glared fiercely at Lin Jie, who sneered, "Lucky you, the cockpit's wrecked, and you're still alive. I'd never die before you," Lin Jie retorted through gritted teeth. Lin Jie's eyes turned cold. "Don't be so sure." He then grabbed Lin Jie's hair and yanked his upper body out of the deformed cockpit. Sensing danger, Lin Jie elbowed Lin Jie's calf, but was kicked away. Lin Jie held him by the hair with one hand and slammed his knee into the back of Lin Jie's head. Lin Jie's vision went black as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Jie looked around and beckoned to the nearest camera. The live stream chat exploded with speculation about his intentions. In the director's booth, although Jenna had some reservations, she ordered a close-up, pushed the front camera to a full-body shot, and have the other angles follow. While use this for post-production, even though the capture theft flag match ended earlier than she had planned, Jenna knew that Lin Jie was now the center of attention. As the only man still standing, every move he made captivated everyone. Denying him this small request might truly provoke the audience's wrath. At her direction, the female director adjusted the drone's position, moving it to a spot not far in front of Lin Jie. The camera refocused, and with over 10 billion eyes in the live stream fixed on him, Lin Jie did not disappoint. Facing the camera, he slowly extended his thumb, placed it against his neck, and made a throat-slitting gesture from left to right. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the silence. Snap! In front of hundreds of billions of viewers on the dark web live stream, Lin Jie unhesitatingly snapped Lin Jie's neck. Lin Jie's body instantly went limp and silently collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, a loud bang erupted in Horse's control room. Bang! Enraged, Horse grabbed a water cup and smashed it against the monitor. The monitor shattered on impact, and the soft tentacles on Horse's head stood erect, signaling his extreme anger. This was blatant provocation and retaliation. Lin Jie hadn't killed anyone in the competition so far. Yet he exited his mech specifically to kill Li Jie by hand after his mech was disabled. This was a direct response to Horst's previous schemes against Lin Jie and Wan Mao. Good, very good. Horst gritted his teeth, his green skin starting to turn red. The first capture the flag competition had ended, and given its current popularity, the next one would start soon. But Li Jie's death meant Horst had to wait for a new pilot to be assigned. Whether they could make it in time for the start, and how skilled the new pilot would be were now uncertainties. Growing more frustrated, Horst slammed his fist onto the control panel again. Bang! The entire panel shook violently, emitting a puff of burnt black smoke. Horst was baffled. Why was Simon so lucky? Despite having the worst mech, his piloting skills were outstanding. After finally disabling his mech, another skilled mechanic appeared. His elaborate plans to sabotage both the pilot and the mechanic had failed. Lin Jie was unscathed and proved to be a formidable pilot, helping Simon turn the tide and win freedom in the capture the flag competition. Boss! David cautiously approached and asked in a low voice, "What should we do now? What else can we do?" Horst fumed. "Keep a close watch on the date of the next capture the flag competition and get me a new pilot as soon as possible. And remember, no more useless ones like Li Jie." Horst stormed out of the control room, slamming the doors shut with a deafening bang. The capture the flag game has ended, but the impact and buzz it generated are just beginning. On major forums and the dark web, discussions are dominated by three words: the mechanic. Lin Jie's astonishing performance in the competition, from exiting the pod to grab the battery, using himself as a missile to capture the flag, to his final act of dismantling a mechas, reignited the internet's enthusiasm. Although the Carl Star Nation's official website quickly banned the dissemination of these anti-human operation videos, public fervor remained unabated. Creative videos emerged one after another. Some cleverly embedded Lin Jie's combat clips into unrelated videos, others turned them into animations, and there were even AI-narrated versions. This craze even overshadowed the significant news of the Carl Star Nation's tax policy reform. Amid this frenzy, opportunists began to surface. Some claimed to be Lin Jie's classmates, others professed to be his relatives. Even more outlandish, some third-year actresses declared themselves to be Lin Jie's fiancées or girlfriends. They concocted detailed stories of their acquaintance and relationship, with some even fabricating intimate scenes, recalling them in interviews with an air of intoxicated nostalgia, as if they had truly experienced it. However, Lin Jie remained oblivious to this media storm. By this time, he had already left Death Star with simple luggage, accompanied by Simon and Wan Mao. Millions of kilometers away on a spaceship, Kino, Simon, and Lin Jie sat around a desk. Kino, as always, was impeccably dressed in a neat shirt and vest with a bow tie at his collar. He wore a noticeably artificial but strangely comforting smile as he poured drinks for Lin Jie and Simon. "Uncle, try this. I bought it at an auction a few days ago to celebrate your release. It cost over 70,000 Carl coins," Kino said while pouring the drinks, his tone slightly ingratiating. Simon downed his drink in one gulp and glared at his nephew. "Do you think a drink will stop me from beating you up?" As Lin Jie had previously guessed, Simon's abilities indeed surpassed Class A. Freed from the electronic collar that suppressed his powers, he exuded an immense sense of oppression, like a cosmic beast, even while just sitting there. Unfortunately, this oppressive aura had no effect on Lin Jie and Kino. Kino maintained his semi-permanent fake smile, continuously refilling Simon's glass. Lin Jie, meanwhile, was busy organizing his backpack. Due to the previous military tribunal's ruling, his assets had been confiscated, leaving him with little: a communication wristwatch, 2 sets of spare clothes, a Carl Star Nation citizen ID card, a Titan-class Iron Rider certification from his pre-imprisonment military evaluation, and the AI core cane. As Lin Jie listened to the banter between the uncle and nephew, he placed the 2 IDs and cane on the table, his eyes burning with thought. Suddenly, Simon noticed Lin Jie's actions and shifted the conversation towards him. "Lin Jie, what are your plans now?" Lin Jie looked up, his tone more serious than ever. "What plans can I have? You all saw it that day. I've declared war on True. It's either him or me. No room for negotiation. And to deal with him, I need money." Kino took a sip of red wine and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Without hesitation, Lin Jie replied, "Yes, I plan to become a hunter." Lin Jie nodded slightly, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. "That's right, a star hunter." His voice was low and firm. Across the table, Kino raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Lin Jie's choice. Lin Jie ignored his expression and continued to explain. "The universe is filled with countless races and civilizations. Just among humans, there are over 1,000 known types. But regardless of the country or civilization, there's one common organization: the Hunters Guild." Lin Jie tapped his fingers lightly on the table, as if outlining the vastness of the organization. The history of this guild is untraceable, but its size, strength, and backing are indisputable. He succinctly explained the guild's operations. Clients pay to post bounties at local guilds. Registered hunters can take these tasks and earn rewards upon completion. Unlike black market hitman agencies, the guild's tasks are all legal, hunting giant beasts, capturing fugitives, dealing with space pirates, escort missions, and so on. In short, it's a legitimate platform for hiring legal mercenaries. Kaino frowned slightly after hearing this. A hunter? If you really want to make money, why not become a black market hitman instead? It's more practical. Lin Jie immediately retorted, hitmen are illegal. I've never wanted to earn money illegally. Hunters are both legal and lucrative, which is exactly why I chose this path. Kaino was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, have you ever been a hunter? Lin Jie proudly lifted his head. No. Kaino beckoned him closer, and the two leaned in as if exchanging confidential information. Kaino lowered his voice. To become a hunter, you need to pass certification and combat assessments to get a hunter's license. You also have to pay a security deposit to take on tasks, which you'll get back along with 60% of the commission upon completion. 60%? Lin Jie raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't it supposed to be 80%? Kaino sneered. 80% is for high-level hunters with their own teams. With your record, getting 60% is already good. And that's if the guild is in a good mood. Whose mood? Lin Jie asked. Kaino pointed to a badge shaped like a hunting rifle on the wall. There's the Hunter's Guild emblem. Lin Jie repeated incredulously. I went through all this trouble just to be at their mercy? Kaino nodded in confirmation. Lin Jie was silent for a moment, then moved around to Kaino's side, grabbing his shoulder. Do you know why I ended up in a military court, framed by True, and thrown into the Ninth prison? Kaino shook his head. Lin Jie gave a meaningful smile. Because my legs don't bend. I can't kneel. Kaino suddenly understood. So, you want to make money standing up? You should listen to me and become a hitman. Lin Jie was puzzled. I'm about to become a star hunter. How is that worse than being a hitman? Kaino shrugged. For someone with your record, to outsiders you're a hunter. But to the guild, you're just begging on your knees. Do you want to stand or make money? Lin Jie said firmly. I want to stand and make money. Kaino shook his head decisively. You won't make it. Lin Jie wasn't discouraged. He picked up an intelligent core cane from the table and placed it in front of Kaino. Can this make money? Kaino nodded. Yes, as a hitman. Lin Jie then took out a Titan Iron Rider certificate from the military. How about this? Can it make money? Kaino nodded again. Yes, by kneeling. Lin Jie pressed the two items together, his eyes burning as he looked at Kaino. Then, can these together make money standing up? Kaino's expression suddenly turned respectful. Who are you really? Lin Jie crossed his arms and exhaled, a hint of pride in his voice. Me? I'm Lin Matsi. General, Lin Jie has been taken by Kaino and is currently on his spaceship. The report echoed through the commander's office at the Ninth Fleet base of the Karl Star Nation. General True, dressed in camouflage and wearing a red beret, was puffing on his pipe, listening intently. The premium tobacco glowed in the pipe, sending wisps of white smoke into the air. Got it, True responded briefly. The subordinate continued. General, we are about to reach the Liar family's stronghold. Their detection systems are quite advanced and there's a high risk of exposure. Should we abort the tracking? True took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaled slowly, then removed the pipe and said calmly. Do you really think Kaino hasn't noticed you? His private spaceship is far more advanced than yours. You can't hide from him. He hasn't shaken you off or attacked because he knows you're my people, and he knows you're monitoring Lin Jie and us. The voice on the other end of the communicator sounded hesitant. Keep following him. Just keep an eye on Lin Jie, True ordered decisively. General, should we just... The subordinate's unfinished sentence carried a hint of lethal intent. No need. Don't act without my command. True immediately vetoed. He paused, then added, Lin Jie won't stay long on Liar's territory. Sooner or later, Liar will secretly send him away. Your mission is to find out where he's being sent. If you can't determine the location, at least report the exact time of his departure to me immediately. Understood, the subordinate replied, ending the communication. Silence filled the office. True leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and continued smoking, gently rocking his seat as if deep in thought. A pendulum-like ornament on the desk swayed with the chair's movement, enveloped in white smoke. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, True sat up straight and quickly dialed a number. Well, a rare call from you, sir. A smooth voice answered after a brief, busy signal. True's tone turned serious. I'm not here for pleasantries, Vulture. I know you have a good reputation on the black market. I need you to put a bounty on someone, 2 million credits. Who? The voice inquired. A Titan-class Iron Rider. True was interrupted before he could finish. Are you kidding me, sir? A Titan-class Iron Rider isn't worth that price. Maintaining his authoritative demeanor, True explained softly. Hear me out. Although the target is a Titan-class Iron Rider, he currently doesn't have a mech that matches his level. Even if he acquires one in a few days, it will only be at the general level at most. Next time, give me the crucial details up front, sir. The voice softened. If that's the case, I can take the job. The scene shifts to the Liar family's stronghold Liar Star. This mini-planet was originally the base for the Liar family's space piracy. After the establishment of the Carl Star Nation, the Liar family went legitimate and bought the planet outright. Over the years, Liar Star became not only the family's headquarters, but also a famous resort destination, attracting many interstellar travelers. After more than an hour of warp travel, Kaino's spaceship landed on Liar Star. Once Lin Jie and Wan Mao were settled and greetings exchanged with family staff and subordinates, Simon called Kaino into a private room. Is there something you need, uncle? Kaino asked, sitting on the sofa and operating his communication wristband. A holographic spreadsheet projected above the coffee table. Simon waved away the projection and said sternly, "We'll discuss that later. I want to know your thoughts on Lin Jie." Kaino paused and looked at Simon. "What are your thoughts, uncle?" Simon rubbed his bald head and said slowly, "He did help me, and he's incredibly powerful at Titan-class Iron Rider. If you ask me, we should help him, win him over, and have him serve the Liar family. In the classification of superhumans, a Titan-class Iron Rider is equivalent to an A-level expert. In a vast power like the Carl Star Nation, A-level experts are top-tier superhumans, highly sought after. In this era dominated by superhumans, the combat strength of a faction often directly determines its competitiveness. Take the Liar family, for instance. They have a long-standing policy of constantly recruiting allies of a certain caliber, adhering to the principle of the more, the merrier. Simon had a good impression of Lin Jie and naturally considered bringing him into the fold. Putting away his usual fake smile, Kano spoke to Simon with a serious expression. "First, I must correct your perspective, uncle. Lin Jie helping you get out of prison wasn't a favor. It was a transaction. The Liar family paid a hefty price for it. Between us and Lin Jie, no one owes anyone." He paused before continuing. "Second, I acknowledge that Lin Jie is indeed a talented expert. But, uncle, don't forget that he still has a tricky problem of his own to solve. If we follow your idea to recruit and assist him, it would mean thoroughly offending Troll." Simon frowned and said, "Haven't we already offended Troll?" "It's different." Kano shook his head and explained. "Previously, we made a deal with Lin Jie to secure your release, granting him freedom. I gave Troll quite a few benefits for that, so it doesn't count as offending him. Troll wouldn't do anything to the Liar family just because of Lin Jie. But if we recruit him, support him, and even protect him, it would mean allying with Lin Jie and standing completely against Troll. The situation would be vastly different then." "How complicated?" Simon rubbed his bald head. "So, what's your opinion?" After a moment of thought, Kano replied, "Given Lin Jie's uncertain future, I don't think it's wise to spend significant resources to recruit and help him. However, offering some simple assistance is feasible and would leave a good impression on both sides." "All right, you handle it. You're better at this than I am." Simon nodded in agreement. Despite his exceptional talent in cultivation, making him the Liar family's top combatant, he was an adept at family management and social dealings. This was why the family's leadership had fallen to Kano, a younger member. As Kano was about to leave, Simon suddenly seemed to remember something and called out to him. "Wait a minute." Kano turned back and walked up to Simon. "Is there something else, uncle?" "Yes," Simon said, his expression unreadable. "What is it?" "Come closer." Following his uncle's instruction, Kano stepped forward. In the next second, Simon suddenly swung his fist, knocking Kano onto the sofa. Seeing Kano's handsome face instantly turn black and blue, Simon sighed in satisfaction. "All right, I feel much better now." Kainuo arranged for Lin Jie to stay in the presidential suite of the most luxurious resort hotel on Liar Star, complete with a dedicated smart butler and a variety of cutting-edge technological amenities. As Lin Jie stepped into the opulent suite and looked around, he couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance. Following his past life's customs, he tossed his old clothes into the smart recycling bin before heading into the spacious bathroom to enjoy a relaxing hot shower. After his shower, Lin Jie experienced a bionic smart massage, feeling the fatigue slowly melt away from his body. By the time he finished this series of relaxing activities, the sky outside had turned to dusk, with the sunset casting a warm glow throughout the room. Lin Jie sat down at the holographic computer with a plate of fresh fruit. He lightly tapped the virtual keyboard, pulling up a new holographic spreadsheet. After a brief rest, he decided to plan for the future. In the flickering blue light, 3 main goals appeared one by one. Hunter, money, mecha. Lin Jie's gaze lingered on the first goal. Hunter. Although he had heard of this profession before, as a busy officer, he had never delved deeply into it. During a recent spaceship trip, after ending a rather bandit-like conversation with Kainuo, Lin Jie seized the opportunity to ask Kainuo more about hunters. First, Lin Jie discovered that his previous understanding of the 2080 split was a misconception. Kainuo explained that interstellar hunters and the Hunter Guild have two main forms of revenue sharing, 3070 and 2080. The 3070 split applies to solo hunters, those registered with the guild but not part of a hunter group. These lone wolves share their earnings with the guild in a 3070 split. Kainuo added that the Hunter Guild is not solely focused on exploiting hunters. Of the 30 cut, the guild allocates half for two purposes. Part of it goes towards purchasing insurance for the hunters, and the other part is saved in an account under the hunter's name. If a hunter meets with misfortune, this money goes to their heirs. However, Lin Jie couldn't help but feel a tinge of doubt about whether this promise would be honored. The 2080 split is reserved for hunters and groups. Once a hunter reaches a certain level, they can pay a fee to register their hunter group with the guild and recruit other hunters. As the number of high-level hunters increases and mission completion rates improve, the group's rank rises, and the benefits improve accordingly. The 2080 split is just the most basic of these benefits. After a mission is completed, the guild deposits the commission into the hunter group's account, from which the team leaders distribute it to the members. Lin Jie recalled his previous misperception. As an officer and a genius pilot, he mostly interacted with elite hunters, who were usually part of hunter groups enjoying the 2080 split. This led him to mistakenly believe that all hunters operated under this revenue model. As for Lin Jie's own situation, it was somewhat complicated. As Kainuo mentioned, Lin Jie had a record. Regardless of the truth, he had been court-martialed and imprisoned, facts that were indisputable. Such a background would undoubtedly be seen as a liability in the Hunter Guild's vetting process, potentially leading to stricter policies on deposits and commissions. However, this issue had been resolved. Kainuo generously offered to write a letter of guarantee for Lin Jie in his personal capacity. As a member of high society, Kainuo's endorsement held significant weight, ensuring that Lin Jie would enjoy the same benefits as a regular solo hunter, including the 3070 revenue split. Thinking about this, Lin Jie couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. An officer wrongfully accused, needing the guarantee of a family that had laundered its reputation from interstellar piracy. What an irony. He shook his head slightly and turned his attention to the next item on his list. Money. This was the resource Lin Jie needed the most at the moment. He had considered manufacturing and selling the mechanical designs stored in his mind's cube on a large scale. Given the quality and power of these devices, with the right marketing, they would be in high demand, and his wealth would skyrocket. But this idea was quickly dismissed. Lin Jie knew the cube's origins were mysterious, and the design blueprints it contained could be problematic. In a universe where both superhuman systems and laws were well established, acting rashly could lead to disastrous consequences. If these blueprints came from a technologically advanced civilization, unauthorized manufacturing might be overlooked, but large-scale sales would undoubtedly infringe on patents. In such a scenario, the money earned might not cover the damages, and his life could even be at risk. After careful consideration, Lin Jie decided on a relatively safe approach. He planned to open an anonymous arms shop on the dark web, occasionally selling some of the cube's mechanical weapons. While the profits might not be astronomical, the risks would be lower. After all, the black market's weapon supply is diverse and often untraceable. While selling mechanical weapons on the side and working as a hunter, Lin Jie decided to develop his skills and wait for more lucrative opportunities. Speaking of being a hunter, he had a third goal in mind: acquiring a mech. Lin Jie held an official Titan-class pilot certification, and his physical stats were solid. Given his power level, comparable to a ranked superhuman, his initial points as a registered hunter should be substantial, theoretically allowing him to leap straight to crank or even rank hunter status. However, a significant hurdle stood in his way. The hunter registration process included a combat assessment, a real fight against an opponent. This was Lin Jie's biggest headache. Yes, he was a Titan-class pilot with excellent stats, but the problem didn't have a mech. A pilot without a mech is like a gene warrior without enhancements, practically powerless. Even someone as skilled as Lin Jie couldn't escape this predicament. Despite a pilot's superior physical abilities and tactical prowess, they could easily be subdued by a superhuman, even in a rank 1, without the protection of a mech. Therefore, Lin Jie's top priority to become a hunter was to get his hands on a mech, even the most basic one. Money isn't everything, but without it, you can't do anything, Lin Jie muttered, feeling the truth of the saying. He emptied his pockets and backpack onto the table, crumpled bills and jingling coins, totaling $375.90. Not bad. I'm not completely broke, Lin Jie thought wryly. With this money, I could at least buy a screw. Before he could finish his thought, he realized the exorbitant cost of mechs, and his spirits deflated as he slumped into his chair, staring at the ceiling in frustration. Mechs were already scarce and expensive, and the model he needed for high-intensity combat was outrageously priced. Even with Lin Jie's sharp mind, he couldn't think of a way to acquire a mech quickly with his limited funds. Just as he was sinking into despair, suddenly, knock, the sound of a door knock. The smart butler promptly displayed a holographic image, showing Kaino standing outside. Dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, despite sporting a black eye, Kaino held a folder in his hand. He flashed his signature half-permanent fake smile at the scan probe, seemingly waiting for Lin Jie's response. Lin Jie opened the door and welcomed Kaino inside. Despite sporting a black eye, Kaino's demeanor remained astonishingly elegant. His every word and action exuded a noble air, flawless in every gesture. Lin Jie mused to himself. How can you be so graceful even when you're beaten up? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two moved to the living room. Kaino's warm and engaging smile, whether genuine or not, left a perfect first impression. Lin Jie recalled Simon's remark about Kaino in prison. This nephew is great in every way, except for his mouth. With impeccable manners, Kaino said, as a guest and partner, it's my duty to make sure you're well taken care of. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll do my best to accommodate. He took out a delicate metal box from his waistcoat pocket, which contained some very luxurious-looking cigarettes. Kaino offered the box to Lin Jie, explaining, these cigarettes contain no harmful substances. They're just for refreshing the mind. Long-term use can even enhance mental strength. Want to give them a try? Lin Jie politely declined. No, thank you. I don't smoke. Kaino shrugged and lit a cigarette for himself. With a snap of his fingers, a small flame appeared at his fingertip. Lin Jie's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, elementalist. Lin Jie quickly reviewed his knowledge of the superhuman system. Warriors rely on physical strength and energy, while sorcerers use mental power, branching into various categories like psychics and puppet masters. Elementalists, like Kaino, can control elements through mental force. Kaino at least had an affinity with fire, but Lin Jie didn't know the extent of his abilities. After lighting the cigarette, Kaino took a drag and looked at Lin Jie. My uncle spoke highly of you just now. He hopes I can offer you some assistance. What do you think? Lin Jie was straightforward. I don't recommend you do that. He understood his precarious situation and the formidable enemies he faced, making him a dangerous ally. If the Liar family helped him, they would be openly defying Troll. As someone who was somewhat stubborn, Lin Jie didn't want to drag others into his troubles, even if they could offer significant help. Kaino thoughtfully flicked the ash from his cigarette and suddenly changed the subject. You must be short on money right now. Lin Jie candidly placed his remaining $300 on the table. Yes, I'm very short on money. This is all I have left. Kaino glanced at the money on the table, slightly surprised. After a pause, he began recounting his own experiences. My father passed away early, and I took over the Liar family business when I was 14. Back then, I naively wanted to make all family members and employees prosperous. With my uncle's help, I managed the business meticulously and continuously improved welfare benefits. Employees' salaries and savings saw significant growth each year. But after 3 or 4 years, I discovered a problem. Would you like to hear it? Lin Jie sat up straight, indicating his keen interest. I'm all ears. Kaino slowly revealed his realization. Making everyone wealthy is inherently impossible and unrealistic. Kaino's demeanor suddenly turned serious as he reached this point. He abruptly stubbed out his cigarette, and his speech quickened, as if he had something urgent to say. First, we need to understand what real wealth is. Most people think wealth is simply accumulating some form of currency. But what is the essence of currency? He stared directly at Lin Jie. It's just something issued by a certain interstellar government and recognized by other governments as having purchasing power. Kainuo tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued. Because currency is purchasing power, people see it as wealth. 99% of people naively believe that the more currency they accumulate, the wealthier they become. But they overlook a crucial point. He paused, framing his hands in the air to form a bracket, his voice low and magnetic, whether it's the Federation, the Galactic Empire, or any other authority. To maintain economic stability and prevent collapse due to inflation or other reasons, they must keep the value of the currency within a certain range. Kainuo's gaze sharpened. In other words, although the quantity of currency increases every year, its purchasing power and actual value do not grow. From a macro perspective, the total value of that currency remains constant. His tone grew even more serious. Simply put, wealth is somewhat fixed. Not everyone can earn a lot. If some people earn more, others will inevitably earn less. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Jie nodded slightly, deep in thought. Kainuo continued. So, what I'm trying to tell you is that given your current situation, if you refuse to earn dirty money and reject any help, it's impossible to resolve your financial difficulties in the short term. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Kainuo's eyes. And I happen to have a solution here. As he spoke, he pushed a folder towards Lin Jie. Lin Jie glanced warily at Kainuo, reached out, and slowly opened the folder. The four large characters that greeted his eyes made his pupil's contract. Loan agreement. The Liar family owns numerous businesses, and one of their financial institutions with large loan capabilities caught Lin Jie's attention. Kino, an executive at this loan company, was explaining the loan details to Lin Jie. Based on my assessment, you are eligible for a loan from our company, Kino said confidently. As Lin Jie listened, he carefully reviewed the loan agreement in his hands. The agreement was concise and clear, similar to loan agreements on Blue Star, but with more detailed terms. Considering Lin Jie's single status, Kino even waived the requirements for a guarantor and an emergency contact. The agreement also included a liability waiver and a personal commitment letter drafted by Kino for Lin Jie. The total loan amount was a hefty 15 million Carl coins, enough to alleviate Lin Jie's urgent needs. His eyes scanned the agreement repeatedly, fingers tapping lightly on the paper as he calculated in his mind. Kino continued, normally, our company offers two types of loans, large collateral loans and small credit loans. But for superhumans, we can consider large credit loans. As a Titan-class Iron Rider, equivalent to an A-level superhuman, you can theoretically obtain a higher credit loan. He paused, a hint of difficulty appearing on his face. But you should know, your situation is quite unique. With a criminal record, your creditworthiness is non-existent in many financial institutions. And then there's... Kino made a smoking pipe gesture, indirectly referring to Trull, and continued, your risk is even higher. Virtually no institution is willing to lend to you. I'm a businessman too, with employees to support, so this is the best I can offer. Lin Jie took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the agreement once more. 15 million Carl coins were theoretically enough to buy two high-end general-class single-soldier mechas. Although it sounded modest compared to his Iron Rider level, which was one tier below Dominator, Lin Jie fully understood the decision. As Kino mentioned, to outsiders his risk was too great. If he left Liar Star, he could disappear without a trace. Lending to him was almost like throwing money away. Essentially, the so-called loan was Kano's way of preserving his dignity. Kino had no expectation of getting the money back. This explained why the loan amount wasn't enormous, just enough to buy a general-class single-soldier mecha. But for Lin Jie, it was a lifeline, a huge favor. Don't worry, I won't let you lose money, Lin Jie said earnestly, looking Kino in the eye, and signed his name on the agreement. Kino took the loan agreement and Lin Jie's documents, scanned the documents with his wristwatch, and handed them back. He smiled and said, I can tell you're a man of your word. Within half an hour, the new account you opened at the Liar family's private bank will sync to your communicator, and the funds will be transferred. So, pleasure doing business. Lin Jie extended his hand, shaking Kano's firmly. A few minutes later, after seeing Kino off, Lin Jie sat back down at his computer. With the funds in hand, he no longer needed to scrimp and save. He could directly purchase a mecha. The wonders of online shopping. Lin Jie rubbed his hands together and opened a webpage called Superhuman Store. As the name suggests, it was a shopping platform specifically for superhumans, offering rare high-end items like gene potions, warrior weapons, wands, and mechas, all designed for various types of superhumans. As a legitimate and compliant superhuman trading platform, only verified superhumans could log in. Lin Jie, being an officially certified Titan-class Iron Rider, already had an account. After logging in, Lin Jie quickly browsed the initial page and then switched to the mecha sales section. General class, single soldier mecha, racing model, top configuration, Lin Jie muttered, entering the criteria in the filter. During the flag capture battle on Death Star, he piloted a field mecha weighing in tons. Those mechas were large, destructive, and suitable for large-scale assaults, but were expensive and not suitable for Lin Jie now. Field mechas' massive size made them inconvenient to carry, and their movements were relatively slow in combat, making them unsuitable for complex and variable battle scenarios. Therefore, Lin Jie's target this time was a single-soldier mecha. As for why he specifically chose a general-class single-soldier mecha, the reason was simple. Among mecha levels Private, Vanguard, and General Private class was the basic model. Vanguard class was a comprehensive upgrade of Private class, but even the upgrade could only operate under certain survival conditions. Only General class mechas could support space flight and combat for a certain period. Generally, high-paying missions in the Hunter Guild inevitably involve space combat. The choice of opting for a racing mecha over a military one, which Lin Jie was more familiar with, stemmed from similar reasons for disregarding the field mecha. Standing before the holographic display, Lin Jie meticulously compared the data of the two types of mechas. While both racing and military mechas far surpass entertainment mechas, they have distinct design focuses. Military mechas are mostly developed by military or interstellar government teams and are primarily allocated to the armed forces. A limited number are sold to certified superhumans through official channels like superhuman stores. Lin Jie's eyes scanned the data curves of the military mechas, noting that one particular attribute stood out significantly while others were relatively weaker. This is a hallmark of military mechasty excel in specific areas. The military, with its abundant resources and pilot reserves, can deploy pilots to operate mechas with specialized attributes tailored to different situations. In contrast, the attribute curves of the racing mechas exhibited a balanced elegance. Lin Jie recalled scenes from professional competitions and understood the necessity of such a design. If competitors had to frequently switch mechas, it would not only increase the maintenance costs for clubs, but also disrupt the continuity and appeal of the competition, ultimately hurting viewership. Therefore, the development guidelines for racing mechas explicitly require balanced attributes to handle various battlefields and unexpected situations. Lin Jie chuckled to himself, thinking it was like comparing two top students with the same total score. The military mecha excelled in one subject, while the racing mecha had balanced development across all subjects. Considering his current financial situation, Lin Jie couldn't afford to equip himself with multiple specialized mechas like the military. The racing mecha, with its higher overall capability, became his optimal choice. With a click of the mouse, the search results sprang to life on the screen. Various mecha models that met his criteria appeared before Lin Jie, and he began to meticulously study the detailed parameters of each one. "Happy New Year," Lin Jie muttered to himself. "Looks like I've got a busy night ahead." He adjusted his posture, ready to embark on the lengthy selection process. Various images of mechas flashed before Lin Jie's eyes. Each mecha had its brand, model, and shop link displayed below, along with a brief description. The well-known series even featured star Interstellar players as their spokespersons. Lin Jie usually didn't care much about these endorsements, but when he came across a photo of Kappa, he couldn't help but smile in surprise and clicked on it. The page redirected to a brand's flagship store, where the first thing that caught his eye was a huge mecha poster. The upper part of the poster showcased the silhouette of a black mecha, with the brand introduction options below. Users could either scroll down to select a mecha or click the options to view detailed brand information. Out of curiosity for his former subordinate, Lin Jie clicked to browse through it. The brand, named Ninth.I, belonged to BAME Industries, an import from a more advanced civilization, akin to Bentley under the Volkswagen Group. Kappa was endorsing the Black-Winged Angel series under Ninth. This series emphasized a cold and ruthless aesthetic, with an entirely black body accented by hints of red, giving it a devilish feel. The overall design focused on high agility and mobility, equipped with high-precision firepower weapons, but with slightly insufficient firepower and defense performance, clearly favoring close combat. Due to Kappa winning the individual comprehensive combat championship in last season's Carl Star Nation Dominator-level Iron Rider League, the Black-Winged Angel series was on promotion. Buy a mecha and get 5 barrels of machine oil for free. Lin Jie couldn't help but sneer at this symbolic promotion. For a high-end brand like Ninth, especially for general-level mechas, promotions didn't matter much to customers. It was like Ferrari or Lamborghini in the sports car world. Those who could afford them wouldn't care about such discounts, and those who couldn't might never afford them in their lifetime. Lin Jie couldn't help but imagine what his life would be like if he had pursued a career as a professional player instead of joining the military. Would he have won several national championships? Realizing this series didn't meet his needs, he exited the store and returned to the previous interface. Adjusting his posture, he continued browsing, occasionally clicking on a page to check the detailed information of a mecha. Some might wonder, as a mechanic, why Lin Jie didn't assemble or manufacture his own mecha. Although Lin Jie, as a senior mechanic, indeed had the capability, he was still an individual without the factories, production lines, and high-end patented technologies that big brands had. Learning mechanical knowledge had already consumed much of his energy, leaving no time for in-depth research. Although the cube in his mind contained more advanced knowledge, he had not yet reached the level of manufacturing mechas. In comparison, a brand mecha could be delivered in 2 days, while it would take Lin Jie at least 6 months to build one himself, with potentially inferior quality. Weighing the options, buying a ready-made product was the best choice. Just as Lin Jie was browsing, his communicator wristwatch suddenly vibrated with a ding. The loan from Kino had been credited, showing a balance of 15 million in a new personal account. The communicator popped up a new interface, prompting Lin Jie to verify his identity and set a password. After completing these steps, Lin Jie leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling with flickering eyes. 15 million was theoretically enough to buy 2 high-spec, general-level combat mechas, which was Lin Jie's original plan. One for use and one as a backup. However, his recent browsing had changed his mind. He realized he had overestimated the overall quality of high-spec combat mechas, possibly because his requirements were higher than those of an average Iron Rider. In any case, mechas in the 7 to 8 million range couldn't meet his combat needs. To meet his standards, he had to opt for top-spec, custom-made ones with additional configurations. These top-spec mechas were already expensive, and with customization and extra features, the total cost would be at least 10 million. The remaining money wouldn't be enough to buy a second top-spec mecha, not even the lowest spec one. Lin Jie had to revise his plan. Fortunately, his military career had trained him to have multiple contingency plans, so he wasn't caught off guard. After a short break, he sat up straight and entered high-tech battle suit in the search bar of the superhuman store. After clicking confirm, the page redirected, displaying various items resembling superhero tight suits on the screen. These are cheap, Lin Jie chuckled to himself and began to browse carefully. Strictly speaking, high-tech battle suits also belong to the category of single-soldier mechas as a sub-branch. Unlike mechanical mechas, high-tech battle suits didn't require neural connections for operation. They would automatically conform to the wearer's body shape once worn. Correspondingly, high-tech battle suits only offered quantitative enhancements in strength and agility, without the versatile combat capabilities of mechanical mechas. Compared to mechanical single-soldier mechas, biomechas, and symbiotic mechas, high-tech battle suits seemed somewhat lackluster. However, due to this limitation, high-tech battle suits were much cheaper than the other three types of single-soldier mechas, primarily marketed for their affordability. Before delving into the types and characteristics of single-unit mechs, we need to clarify the difference between innate superhumans and technology-based superhumans. Warlocks, as a type of superhuman, have diverse ways of utilizing their mental power. Some might wonder why there's no specific profession for telekinesis experts. The reason is simple. In this universe, telekinesis is a fundamental ability that all warlocks possess, making a separate profession unnecessary. However, not everyone with mental power can perform telekinesis. Take the Iron Riders, for example. Despite having mental power, they can't perform telekinesis, elemental affinity, puppet control, or beast communication. Their mental power seems limited to enhancing their mental firewalls and establishing neural connections. Research indicates that the mental power of Iron Riders and Warlocks is fundamentally different. Warlocks can externalize their mental power, developing various extraordinary abilities. In contrast, Iron Riders' mental power cannot extend beyond themselves and is only suitable for neural connections with mechs or other mechanical constructs. Interestingly, the higher a Warlock's mental power, the worse their performance in mechanical synchronization. High-level Warlocks have been known to struggle with basic coordination when piloting mechs in experiments. Over time, these two types of mental power have been distinctly categorized. Warlocks refer to their abilities as mental power and derogatorily call the abilities of Iron Riders submental power. This terminology reflects the disdain Warlocks have for Iron Riders, believing their abilities are useless without mechs and neural connection technology. Iron Riders have not commented much on this discriminatory term. Internally, they refer to Warlock's abilities as mental power and their own as mechanical mental power. A similar situation exists for Gene Warriors. They gain their strength by injecting gene serums extracted from cosmic beasts, a process with a high mortality rate. Even if successful, Gene Warriors are affected by the beast genes, developing some peculiar habits. For instance, warriors modified with snake genes might become lethargic and sluggish in winter. These are the prices paid for extraordinary power. Iron Riders heavily rely on mechs, while Gene Warriors endure changes in habits and high mortality risks. However, the world is fair. Despite their significant disadvantages, these two professions also have unique advantages. Gene Warriors have a high probability of acquiring innate abilities from the cosmic beasts, which are usually powerful and can serve as life-saving trump cards. This gives Gene Warriors, especially at lower levels, formidable combat strength, sometimes forcing martial artists and warlocks to avoid confrontation. The advantage of Iron Riders is even more unique. In the superhuman system, higher-level superhumans can usually sense the energy levels of lower-level superhumans. This is true for martial artists, warlocks, and Gene Warriors, but Iron Riders are the exception. The mech pilot's mechanical psychic energy is a unique form of power that lies beyond the perception of ordinary superhumans. No matter how advanced a superhuman's abilities are, they cannot detect this energy. This means that as long as a mech is not revealed, a mech pilot appears just like a regular person to other superhumans, perhaps only seeming to be in slightly better physical condition. This seemingly trivial ability actually holds immense potential. Because it cannot be detected, many mech pilots have created legendary stories of infiltrating enemy lines and catching foes off guard. Lin Jie, during his military service, frequently leveraged this advantage to disguise himself as a regular person and infiltrate enemy positions, completing missions quietly every time. Back to Lin Jie's B plan. His choice to equip a cheap high-tech suit was well thought out. Firstly, it was an economic decision. After purchasing a top-tier general-class single-soldier mech, his remaining funds were insufficient to buy another mech, but enough to acquire a high-tech suit, with some left over to serve as a deposit for future hunter missions. Secondly, the high-tech suit is highly practical. It is lightweight and easy to conceal, capable of being worn under a regular jacket on standby. In the event of danger, Lin Jie only needs to exert a little force, and the suit will automatically activate, providing him with extra strength and protection. This means that even without a fully armed, single-soldier mechanical mech, Lin Jie can maintain a certain level of self-defense. As Lin Jie browsed the web, he muttered to himself, the most expensive one is just over 3 million, much more cost-effective than bio suits or symbiote suits. There are 4 types of single-soldier mechs: high-tech suits, mechanical mechs, bio suits, and symbiote suits. Mechanical mechs are known for their diverse combat means, strong defense, and balanced long and short-range capabilities. Bio suits integrate advanced genetic technology, while symbiote suits are extremely rare. Lin Jie had considered the latter too, but ultimately opted for the high-tech suit. The reason was simple. He excelled in mechanical mech combat. Bio suits cannot be used simultaneously with mechanical mechs. They must be taken off before wearing a mechanical mech. In contrast, while high-tech suits cannot be activated at the same time as mechanical mechs, they can be worn simultaneously, offering the flexibility that better suited Lin Jie's needs. As for symbiote suits, due to the lack of information and their near non-existence on the market, Lin Jie dismissed them from his options. After much deliberation, Lin Jie decided to go with Plan B, a suit paired with a mech. He first placed an order for a high-tech suit that could automatically adjust its size and then returned to the mechanical mech section to find the model he had previously favored. Ordering a mechanical mech was much more complex than ordering a suit. Besides the basic configuration, Lin Jie had many personalized requirements that needed detailed communication with customer service. This process was indeed cumbersome. Lin Jie's expertise far exceeded that of the average customer service representative, and many of the terms and parameters he used left them bewildered. Eventually, the matter had to be escalated to a professional mechanic at the manufacturer, and they discussed the requirements, pricing, and technical challenges repeatedly. It took over 2 hours to finalize the details. When Lin Jie finally completed the mech order, he was surprised to find that the high-tech suit he had ordered earlier had already arrived. Lin Jie rushed into the hotel lobby, verified his identity with the staff, and finally brought the long-awaited battle suit back to his room. Eagerly, he used his credentials to unlock the password-protected case, revealing a brand-new battle suit inside. The suit was a vibrant red, adorned with subtle gold patterns, and bore a logo on the chest resembling a Transformer-style mechanical face. This was the hallmark of the Geek series battlesuits. Lin Jie scrutinized the mass-produced product, wondering if its quality lived up to its reputation. Nodding slightly, he opened the electronic manual while gently running his hand over the suit. Instantly, familiar blue text appeared before his eyes. Geek. Lone Wanderer. Type. Battle Suit Grade C. Combat Mode. Output Level 4300-4700. Charging Methods. UV charging, electric charging, rated voltage 400 VAC. Minimum requirements: mental power over 500. Note: a good start bodes well for success. Lin Jie couldn't help but smirk at the cheerful note, which added a touch of rustic charm to the otherwise high-end suit. Shaking his head, he cast aside these irrelevant thoughts and took the suit to his bedroom to change. Using his tucto-seated method, Lin Jie had already confirmed that the suit's parameters matched the manual. An output level of 4,300 to 4,700 meant a strength attribute between 43 and 47 tons, slightly below the 50-ton threshold for a grade warrior, but surpassing most grade field mechs, making it sufficient for unexpected situations. The neural connection chip at the back of the suit's neck caught Lin Jie's attention. Once fully donned, he could use this connection to monitor the suit's status and change its operational mode at will. Combat Mode. Lin Jie commanded softly in front of the mirror. Instantly, the suit transformed from a loose thermal undergarment into a tight-fitting battle suit, conforming perfectly to his every muscle, highlighting his abs and chest. Feeling the surge of immense power within, he nodded in satisfaction. In addition to the standard standby mode, the Geek Lone Wanderer suit featured 2 special modes: the combat mode he just activated, and a stealth mode that could automatically adjust its color based on the environment. Lin Jie couldn't help but think of Stephen Chow's joke. This was practically a must-have for home travel, assassination, and robbery. After ensuring all modules were functioning correctly, Lin Jie opened a small compartment in the password-protected case and took out a matching red belt. The round black belt buckle also bore the Geek logo. His gaze lingered on the belt, eyes flickering. This seemingly ordinary belt wasn't just for monitoring and controlling the suit in case of a neural connection failure. It also contained a hidden feature, a covert tracking device. This wasn't malicious surveillance by the manufacturer, but a precaution to prevent criminals from using the suit for illegal activities. The device would only be activated under special circumstances or upon official request. As a law-abiding citizen in a unique situation, Lin Jie decided to remove the tracking device to avoid unnecessary trouble with the authorities. With his advanced mechanic skills, this was a breeze. For the next few days, Lin Jie stayed in his hotel room, never venturing outside. Meanwhile, the bustling Lyre Star remained as lively as ever. On the evening of the second day after Simon and Lin Jie were released from prison, Kano hosted a grand banquet at Lyre Star's most exclusive club to celebrate Simon's newfound freedom. Dignitaries from nearby planets and star systems attended, congratulating Simon. Though Simon disliked such events, he reluctantly mingled with the guests at his nephew's urging. During the banquet, many inquired about the mechanic who had helped Simon. Kano deftly deflected their questions with various excuses. Concurrently, he received reports from his subordinates about suspicious individuals around Lin Jie's hotel and asked how to handle it. Kano simply smiled and instructed them to ignore it. Kano knew these were true spies monitoring Lin Jie. He calculated that secretly escorting Lin Jie off his turf wouldn't be difficult, and those spies would at best know the approximate time of Lin Jie's departure. Given that he had already lent money and provided secret protection, Kano saw no need to further conceal Lin Jie's movements, avoiding unnecessary conflict with True. Thus, 3 days passed quietly. On the third day, in a secluded room on Lyre Star, a man dialed True's communicator. "Hello, General," the man said in a low voice. "Any movement?" True's raspy voice replied. "Yes, we've confirmed that Lin Jie has left Lyre Star. His destination is unknown. When did he leave, approximately?" "This morning between 8 and 10. Good job. Withdraw from Lyre Star. I'll handle the rest." "Yes, sir." Near the planet Lyre, a small spaceship cruised silently. Inside, Lin Jie stared at the mech in front of him and couldn't help but remark, "Immortal white butterfly type, mechanical single soldier armor level, C combat mode, 2 output energy level, 525054000 overall configuration. High concentration laser cutter, Fraterner mini missiles, Type 2 alloy bionic wings, Clevel advanced flight boosters, oscillating space cannon drive. Minimum requirement of Hacker 5th generation Type 2 energy reactor, mental power over 4,000. No, you put on big leather shoes, crossed the harsh wilderness, and really came to another world. Aladdin's lamp is about to tilt. Heaven and hell have already overlapped, and suddenly a white butterfly flew by. Why do I feel like singing along?" Lin Jie keenly sensed he was being watched, just like Kainuo's subordinates. For safety, after confirming there were no issues with the mech, he immediately contacted Kainuo to arrange his departure from Karlstar. At this moment, he was fine-tuning and familiarizing himself with the mech aboard the spaceship. This nearly 11 million credit mech stood silently before him. Its matte silver-gray exterior was adorned with transparent lines along the shoulders, collarbones, and thighs, which glowed blue when energy flowed through them. The reactor was mounted on its back, surrounded by embedded thrusters and nanotechnology storage containers. Below that was a card slot-like intelligent core reader. Lin Jie recalled that when he purchased it, the customer service agent had suggested spending an extra $1 million to buy the intelligent core and mech package, promising a flying combat experience. But the shrewd Lin Jie didn't fall for it. He walked to the back of the mech and inserted Kane. With a soft click, the mech's previously lowered head suddenly lifted. Kane's unique electronic voice sounded. "Program activated. Self-diagnosis in progress. Current energy level 97. Energy supply normal. Neural connection device normal. Mech structure intact. Gross weight 271.5 kilograms. Self-scan in progress. Scan progress 1." As Kane performed its self-check, all modules of the white butterfly began to reboot. From top to bottom, each component seemed to come to life, autonomously performing activities and adjustments. Nodding, Lin Jie muttered, "Everything's great, except the name sounds a bit cheesy." He explained that the Immortal brand didn't signify high-level or powerful combat capabilities, but was named after a race with lifespans far longer than humans. This Immortal race had elders thousands or tens of thousands of years old. The company producing the white butterfly was controlled by this race, hence the impressive-sounding brand name. Kane's voice came again. "Scan complete. Mech status optimal. Intelligent Directive 1. Absolutely obey the pilot's orders. Intelligent Directive 2. Assist the pilot in combat. Intelligent Directive 3. Prioritize pilot safety. 7th generation Vanguard level Intelligent Core Kane. Standing by. Pilot Lin Jie. We meet again?" "Yes, we meet again." Lin Jie nodded in response. "How does it feel with a new body?" "Apologies, I don't possess feelings," Kane replied. "However, my initial programming is for field mech operations. Piloting single-soldier mechs might not be highly compatible." Lin Jie rolled his eyes. "I know the compatibility isn't high, but we're on a budget." He quickly regained his enthusiasm. "But that's not a big deal. I'm about to become a hunter, earn hefty commissions, marry a rich and beautiful wife, and reach the pinnacle of life. Once I have the funds, it'll modify your program matrix to make you more versatile and give you a more powerful body." "More powerful?" Kane slightly lowered its head, looking at its steel frame in a human-like manner. "According to my database, this general-level, single-soldier mech's parameters and configuration are already excellent. That's because you haven't seen much. Lin Jie bluntly replied. He knew that Kane, as a discarded item salvaged from a junkyard, had an outdated database. Moreover, being a product of Carl Starr's local industries, its perspective was limited. Lin Jie compared in his mind. The Immortal Group's mechs might be popular on Carl Starr, but in the broader universe, there were true luxury-grade, top-tier mechs. For instance, the flawless Star God series, the White Hole series known for infinite energy, and the Star Beast Butcher series famous for their destructive power. But universally acknowledged as the most advanced and powerful were the Zero series from the Zero Nation, where the mechanical god Zero resided. If conditions permitted, Lin Jie would rather sell himself to get one from these brands than buy the White Butterfly. Unfortunately, these brands started at the Dominator level and wouldn't bother producing low-end items like general-level mechs. Zero. Lin Jie shook his head in regret. Then his eyes lit up as he remembered something. Zero, also known as Zero-1, was universally recognized as the most powerful mechanical life form, one of the top figures in the universe. The Zero Nation it ruled had deep cooperation with other interstellar civilizations, regularly selecting pilots and mechanics for advanced training. Those who returned alive would see their abilities soar, and outstanding performers might receive advanced mechs and intelligent cores from the Zero Nation Absolute Zero series products, unobtainable even with money, with the ultimate dream of countless pilots. Had it not been for the military court, Lin Jie might have been on Carl Starr's list of pilots sent to the Zero Nation for training. True. Lin Jie murmured softly, hands in his pockets. At this moment, the spaceship began to tremble slightly. A few seconds later, it disappeared from its original location, entering warp mode. Coppercoin remained silent for a week before finally deciding to explain everything to his readers. He sat in front of his computer, took a deep breath, and began typing. After disappearing for a week, I think it's time to explain. Coppercoin's fingers flew across the keyboard, pouring out his thoughts. He recalled the concerned comments from his readers, feeling a pang of guilt. Coppercoin explained that the website required each chapter to be at least 1,000 words, and recently, he had been struggling with anxiety and mild depression, making it impossible to meet the quota. However, he knew he owed his readers an explanation after being absent for so long. First and foremost, I want to apologize to everyone. Coppercoin wrote sincerely. It's my fault for not updating for a week, and I admit my mistake. He then began to elaborate on the reasons behind his changing mindset. Last year, during the Chinese New Year, he returned to his hometown for the first time in many years. That experience made him suddenly realize that he was no longer young. Although he often joked about being a 96-born old bachelor, it wasn't until that trip home that he truly felt the pressures of adulthood. Coppercoin described the awkwardness of blind dates and the helplessness of hiding his struggles from his family. He admitted that as a man who had been drifting for a long time, especially one from the prideful Northeast, he had always shared only the good news. But what he didn't expect was that his elders actually believed him and even started planning his future. This sudden pressure left Coppercoin feeling extremely anxious. He was desperate to make money, afraid of losing his remaining dignity, and terrified of disappointing his family. This sense of failure haunted him, making it difficult to shake off. Coppercoin confessed that his book didn't start off well, but with the support of his readers, it gradually found its footing. However, when he calculated that it would take 10 years of not spending a penny to buy a house, the anxiety returned. He lamented, I once thought I could be like the protagonist, enduring hardships to eventually soar high. But in reality, after all these years, I'm still struggling on the ground. After a week of adjusting, Coppercoin finally felt a bit better. He promised his readers that updates would resume tomorrow and hoped to continue receiving their support. In the end, Coppercoin sincerely wished his readers well. For the young ones to get into their dream universities and find their ideal jobs. For the older ones to earn more money and find their destined partners. He gently typed the final period, hoping to meet his readers again in a better state tomorrow. The Orton Federation, a stellar civilization neighboring the Carl Star Kingdom, consists of 5 massive colonial star systems. The Federation was born out of a survival crisis faced by these 5 star systems amidst the rise of surrounding nations. To maintain their voice in interstellar politics and strengthen their military might, they formed an alliance named after their shared deity, the god of nature, Orton. Consequently, the 5 star systems were renamed based on cosmic coordinates to east, west, south, north, and central Orton systems. Lin Jie's destination for this trip is the main planet of the South Orton system, South Orton Star. There are 2 reasons for this choice. First, the Liar family has substantial business operations here, and Kaino, as an intermediary, has enough credibility to vouch for Lin Jie. Second, this place is far from the Ninth Fleet of Trull, providing Lin Jie with valuable time to develop. The landscape of South Orton Star is breathtaking. Despite its advanced technology, the influence of the god of nature's belief ensures that the architecture coexists harmoniously with nature. Giant business towers resemble towering trees, and extensive greenery makes the planet look like a vast primeval forest from above. High-tech spacecraft shuttle between them, adding to the unique beauty rather than looking out of place. Sir, the tallest building ahead is the headquarters of the South Orton Star Hunters Guild, the driver said as the passenger ship came to a stop. I don't have clearance to enter, so I can only drop you off here. Lin Jie was about to pay the fare through his wrist communicator, but the driver stopped him. No need, sir, the driver said with a face full of admiration. The Hunters Guild is an exclusive place for superhumans. It's an honor to transport a superhuman, so I can't accept your fare. Slightly surprised, Lin Jie insisted on paying the fare and then got off the ship, facing the massive stone symbol-like building a Hunters Guild headquarters. This several hundred metal blessing stone is a landmark of South Orton Star, both prominent and in harmony with the local culture. As Lin Jie approached the building, he was stopped by a security robot. Sir, I do not have your information in my database, the robot said politely yet firmly. If you are a superhuman, please present your certification. If you wish to commission a task, you can do so via the Interstellar Hunter app. If you have entered by mistake, please leave immediately, or I may need to take expulsion measures. Lin Jie presented his Iron Rider certification, and after scanning and verification, the robot stepped aside. Welcome, superhuman sir. There is a guidance desk in the lobby on the first floor. Our advanced AI, Kaizen, will provide you with any assistance you need. Entering the building, Lin Jie saw the guidance desk directly opposite the entrance from a distance. Above the desk floated a huge 3D projection, displaying the main functions of each floor and the required access levels. Compared to its vintage exterior, the high-tech interior of the building was quite a surprise. As Lin Jie stepped into the lobby, he was greeted by an array of self-service machines, alloy frameworks, and advanced glass structures. Holographic projection devices were scattered everywhere, and superhumans of various races moved about, with the occasional uniquely shaped individual catching his eye. Small shops selling daily essentials were dotted around, giving the place an atmosphere that reminded Lin Jie of the airports on Blue Star from his previous life. After a quick glance around, Lin Jie walked straight to the information desk. A holographic projection of a gentle-looking girl approached him, displaying a smile even more professional than Kaino's. Hello, sir. I am Cassin, your AI assistant. How can I help you today? I'd like to register as a hunter, Lin Jie said, showing his Iron Rider certificate. Certainly. Please follow me. Cassin gestured politely before turning around. As she moved, her body split into another Cassin, who led the way. Lin Jie glanced at the Cassin who remained standing and then quickly followed the one that was leaving. Along the way, Cassin explained the layout of the building in detail. The first floor was primarily for superhumans to rest and recover, the second floor was a shopping area for high-end superhuman equipment, and the third floor was for leisure and entertainment. Each floor had a bounty mission update board and a real-time ranking list, synced with the Interstellar Hunter app. Soon, Cassin led Lin Jie to a self-service machine. Under her guidance, Lin Jie inserted his ID and Iron Rider certificate into the machine and filled out his personal information. Normally, this process wouldn't take long, but since Lin Jie had a criminal record, he had to provide a guarantor's name and submit a guarantee letter for manual review, which could take up to an hour. Feeling weary from his journey, Lin Jie decided to take this opportunity to rest. He took the elevator to the dining area on the second floor and found a small eatery where he ordered a simple meal. While waiting for his food, he closed his eyes, appearing to be resting, but in reality, his consciousness was diving into the cube space within him. A small alloy cube floated in the air, displaying the number 32, a result of Lin Jie's efforts in electric therapy since his release from prison. He calculated silently, estimating that his current stockpile would last him another 4 or 5 days. During this period, Lin Jie had focused not only on electric therapy and planning, but also on studying the cube. He discovered that simple twists of the cube would usually yield blueprints, while forming specific patterns could grant mechanical knowledge. However, the current levels of knowledge he unlocked were not high and offered limited help. But Lin Jie was patient, believing that persistence would eventually lead to advanced blueprints and knowledge. It was worth noting that although there was no daily limit on twisting the cube, unlocking new knowledge would trigger a 24-hour cooldown period. Following his plan, Lin Jie twisted the cube 5 times to form a complete pattern, gaining 4 blueprints and some new knowledge. Energy transmission for low-level ship-mounted cannons. Lin Jie read through the new knowledge in his mind and unsurprisingly shrugged. Although it was an improvement over his existing knowledge, it wasn't high enough to be of much use to him at the moment. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me, sir?" Lin Jie opened his eyes to see a slightly plump, yet well-dressed middle-aged man standing before him. The man wore seemingly luxurious accessories, but managed to avoid looking gaudy. He gently held the back of the chair opposite Lin Jie and asked with a polite smile, "May I sit here?" Lin Jie was momentarily taken aback. It was past the peak dining hours, and there were plenty of empty seats in the small eatery. A stranger asking to sit across from him was indeed unusual. Normally, Lin Jie would have said it was inconvenient or simply given up his seat and left. However, this time, faced with the middle-aged man's questioning gaze, Lin Jie remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. Sure. Lin Jie struggled to describe the feeling he had when he first saw the middle-aged man. As a senior iron rider and officer, he prided himself on his vast experience. He had conversed with high-ranking officials of the Karl Star Kingdom, superhumans, and even influential figures in the gray zones like Simon. Yet, no one had ever given him such a unique impression. It was an indescribable stirring, as though the strings of fate had been gently plucked. Images flashed through Lin Jie's mind. The helpless Tian Ming first meeting the blade-wielding Gai Nie, the naive Ah Xing encountering the beggar with the Buddha's palm, and the fearless Feng Bujua meeting Woody in the Logan space. This feeling, though hard to articulate, was undeniably real the moment he locked eyes with the middle-aged man. This unusual sensation prompted the usually cautious Lin Jie to make an exception and allow the stranger to sit with him. He studied the man intently until the silence was broken by the arrival of their meal, delivered by a robot. "Thank you for letting me dine with you, young sir," the middle-aged man said as he tied his napkin. "You don't know this, but I have a peculiar habit. I dislike dining alone." He had ordered a simple fruit salad, and after taking a bite, he continued, "Shall we chat while we eat? What do you do for a living? Are you a hunter?" Lin Jie, cutting his steak, replied, "Not yet, but I should be soon." His gaze kept drifting over the man, seeking something peculiar. But all he saw was luxurious, refined attire. The inexplicable feeling lingered, making it hard to gauge the man's depth. "What should I call you?" Lin Jie asked proactively. "I'm just a businessman. You can call me Merchant," the middle-aged man replied casually. His wristwatch was worth as much as a spaceship. Before Lin Jie could probe further, the man continued, "Sir, have you ever heard of something called fate? When I first saw you, I felt a strong sense of destiny between us. To be honest, I felt it too," Lin Jie admitted. "Is that so?" "That's wonderful," the merchant said, putting down his knife and fork, his expression turning serious. "Since you also feel this connection, would you be willing to make a deal with me?" Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, sensing the conversation was about to get serious. "What kind of deal?" The middle-aged man pulled a gold coin from his jacket pocket and held it in his palm. "I'll trade this for my life." Lin Jie's confusion deepened. The merchant's sudden appearance and cryptic words were hard to grasp. Fate, a gold coin, a life. These concepts swirled in his mind. What puzzled him more was the merchant's tone, which carried an underlying assumption of, "I'll end up killing you." Seeing Lin Jie's confusion, the merchant shrugged and explained, "All right, maybe I wasn't clear. Let me put it this way. I have a sort of fortune teller's ability, though it's quite weak and only works under certain conditions. While today is our first meeting, I already have a premonition that you might pose a threat to my life in the future. Of course, the possibility is slim, but I still want to prevent that from happening. So, I want to make a deal with you. This gold coin, in exchange for you not killing me someday in the future." Lin Jie stared at the gold coin in the merchant's palm, deep in thought. If this were back on Earth, he'd either be dealing with a con artist or a lunatic. But in this universe, fortune tellers did exist, part of the sorcerer discipline. True fortune tellers were highly respected for their ability to foresee the future. Even superpowers would show them deference. However, if the merchant's words were true, his fortune-telling ability seemed quite limited. Lin Jie couldn't help but speculate whether the man's luxurious attire was won through minor gambling victories thanks to his ability. If that were the case, trading a gold coin for his life seemed stingy. He should at least offer his priceless watch as well. Lin Jie was tempted to stand up and leave, ignoring this bizarre character. But that indescribable feeling made him hesitate. However, an inexplicable intuition told him that this transaction was crucial, and that this coin was significant. His choice at this moment could have a profound impact on his future. Lin Jie gently rubbed his fingers on the table, his thoughts swirling. He took a deep breath, looked the merchant straight in the eyes, and asked, "What can this coin do?" The merchant's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he had anticipated the question. Lin Jie continued, "In this interstellar age, there are many metals far more valuable than gold. A single coin means nothing to a superhuman. I want to know why you would trade my life for something that seems worthless." The merchant swirled the amber liquid in his glass slowly. He began to speak. "Well, let's just say this is a special coin. To those who don't recognize its value, it's worthless. But to someone who does, it can get you anything you desire." Lin Jie couldn't help but think, that's quite a boast. Even as someone from the Northeast, I wouldn't dare make such a claim. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the middle-aged man, trying to read something from his facial expressions. The inexplicable pressure made him hesitant to make a hasty decision. No matter how hard he observed, the merchant's face maintained an enigmatic smile, revealing nothing useful. After a long silence, Lin Jie finally made up his mind. All right, I agree to the deal. He reached out and carefully took the coin into his hand. Lin Jie examined the coin closely. It was about twice the size of a 1 yuan coin from Earth and weighed roughly 20 grams. The edge had fine, serrated, matte grooves but no denomination markings. One side was smooth as a mirror, while the other bore the words Merchant's Coin in universal cosmic script. All right, sir, let's think about what else we can discuss. Lin Jie looked up, ready to continue his conversation with the mysterious merchant, only to find that he had disappeared without a trace. The unfinished fruit salad on the table remained, as if everything that had happened was an illusion. Lin Jie scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of the merchant. He could only sit back down and continue his meal, cutting his steak while pondering. He speculated that the so-called merchant might possess abilities beyond fortune-telling, such as super speed or some form of teleportation. Otherwise, he couldn't have vanished without Lin Jie noticing. Just as Lin Jie was lost in thought, his wrist communicator suddenly vibrated with a crisp ding. He raised his wrist to see a message from the Hunters Guild, notifying him that his qualification review had been approved and that he could proceed with the subsequent assessments. Lin Jie wondered why the message didn't specify the assessment location when he noticed a young man in a suit riding a hoverboard rapidly approaching him from the crowd. The young man quickly reached the entrance of the diner. He gracefully dismounted the hoverboard, walked up to Lin Jie, and bowed slightly. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Liu, and I am the deputy manager of the Southern Odin Star Hunters Guild. I will be providing you with the next steps and relevant services. Manager Liu continued. Your qualification review is complete. You only need to pass the practical assessment to register your codename and become an interstellar hunter. According to the regulations, the practical assessment must be conducted within 5 days of completing the qualification review. When would you be available? Lin Jie was stunned the moment he saw Manager Liu. The well-dressed, composed man in front of him was a far cry from the sleek and stylish female AI he had imagined. He frowned slightly, puzzled. How could the reception staff change so dramatically in just a few minutes? After a brief conversation, Lin Jie understood. He had underestimated his own status. Despite his criminal record, his identity as a Titan-class mech pilot was officially recognized, equivalent to an A-level superhuman. For star civilizations like the Karl Star Nation and the Orton Federation, this was top-tier combat power, naturally commanding a high level of respect. The staff responsible for manual review noticed Lin Jie's special status and immediately reported it. To show their respect for someone of his caliber, the Hunter Guild arranged for Manager Liu to personally receive him, rather than delegating the task to a standard AI projection or a regular staff member. After hearing the explanation, Lin Jie gave a wry smile. You might be disappointed, he revealed the harsh reality. Without a mech matching his level, his high-ranking title was essentially meaningless, and he couldn't exert the power of an A-level superhuman. Manager Liu displayed impressive emotional intelligence and professionalism. His attitude didn't waver in the slightest due to Lin Jie's awkward situation. Instead, he offered encouragement. I don't know what you've been through, but I believe it's only temporary. Before long, you'll have a mech that matches your status. Then, Manager Liu got to the point. Your current mech is at the general level, which is clever. As a special arrangement, we can set up a field test for you that matches a clever superhuman's capabilities. When would be convenient for you? Anytime, Lin Jie responded without hesitation. If it's possible, I'd like to get it done today. No problem, Manager Liu said with a professional smile. Let me first give you a brief overview of the field test. He began to explain the details of the test. The field test, aside from matching the superhuman's level, was divided into 4 difficulty tiers: easy, normal, hard, and ultimate. Easy and normal levels could be conducted on the second basement level of the guild building, while hard and ultimate required external testing grounds. Manager Liu assured Lin Jie that, barring any special circumstances, the test could be completed before nightfall. Lin Jie asked, besides the difficulty, what other differences are there between these 4 levels? Manager Liu pulled out his tablet and projected the information in front of Lin Jie, explaining in detail. He clarified that the main difference lay in the initial points awarded. He then delved into the Hunter Guild's ranking system, task grading mechanism, and points-based promotion system. He explained that a hunter's rank is usually 1 level lower than their superhuman level. This limits hunters to taking on tasks 1 level below their superhuman rank, increasing completion rates and reducing the risk of casualties. To advance in rank, hunters must earn points by completing tasks. Once they accumulate enough points, they can challenge tasks of a higher level. Success leads to promotion, while failure results in point deductions and a retry. Finally, Manager Liu emphasized that the initial points from the 4 difficulty levels of the field test directly affect a hunter's starting points. The higher the difficulty, the more initial points awarded, meaning faster promotion opportunities. The entire system is akin to a ranking competition in a game, testing both skill and encouraging progress. Manager Lu's words made Lin Jie's eyes light up. As a Class C superpowered individual, passing the ultimate difficulty combat test would grant him initial points close to the maximum for Class D. Completing 1 or 2 bounty missions afterward would allow him to take on higher-level tasks and upgrade. However, Lin Jie's situation was somewhat unique. Manager Lu paused for a moment before continuing. Since you are a Titan-level pilot, I can offer you a higher base score. After passing the ultimate difficulty test, your initial hunter level will be Class C. He then detailed the benefits of being a Class C hunter. Free access to entertainment facilities within the guild building, significant discounts when shopping at the official store, and complimentary rides on intelligent spacecraft to mission locations. However, the return trip after completing a mission would incur a fee, which would be deducted from the commission. Lin Jie nodded in understanding, and without hesitation, chose the ultimate difficulty level. For him, the immediate priority was to make money. The higher the level, the more lucrative the commissions would be. Being able to take on Class C tasks directly meant he wouldn't need to start from Class D. Moreover, Class C hunters enjoyed intelligent spacecraft services, solving his transportation issues. After completing the formalities, Lin Jie followed Manager Lu to the small spacecraft docking area on the 9th floor of the building. Just as he was about to board, he suddenly remembered something and called out to Manager Lu. Manager Lu, Lin Jie said, pulling a gold coin from his pocket. What do you think of this? Is it valuable? Manager Lu examined it carefully and shook his head. Judging by its quality, this is just a regular gold coin with high purity. The craftsmanship is average, and it doesn't seem to be an antique, so its value should be low. Of course, I might be lacking in knowledge. He then asked with curiosity, does this coin have any connection to the guild? Lin Jie put the coin away, thinking to himself. Either Manager Lu didn't recognize its worth, or he had been deceived. He casually replied, nothing much, just asking. With that, he and Manager Lu boarded the spacecraft together. The practical assessment is divided into 4 levels: easy, normal, hard, and ultimate. Lin Jie stood in front of the battle room on the 2nd basement level of the Hunters Guild, listening to the staff explain the assessment rules in detail. The easy and normal levels are conducted here. The easy level involves basic combat robots that move slowly and have simple combat programs, making it almost a breeze to pass. The normal level is overseen by a real examiner who is typically 1 rank higher than the candidate and sets some minor challenges during the battle. As long as the candidate has some basic skills, passing the assessment is not difficult. Lin Jie followed the staff onto a superhuman spaceship that flew over 3,000 kilometers to a remote protected area. This is where the hard and ultimate level assessments take place and where the Hunters Guild raises star beasts. As the spaceship descended slowly, Lin Jie stood by the porthole, looking down at the vast expanse of the primeval forest below. Tall trees swayed in the wind, jagged rocks were scattered around, and steep cliffs acted as natural barriers. In the distance, the occasional roar of wild beasts could be heard, and massive figures could be seen moving through the woods. Lin Jie couldn't help but think of the movie Jurassic Park. In the center of the forest stood a gigantic stadium-like structure, surrounded by numerous walkways encased in special glass, extending in all directions like a spider web. Lin Jie and Manager Lu took a shuttle through one of these glass walkways, taking in the primitive yet highly technological scenery around them. Mr. Lin, that building ahead is our monitoring and control center. Manager Lu pointed out, it covers an area of 900,000 square meters. Besides being the venue for practical assessments, it offers recreational and training facilities. We also host practical training and hunting services, catering to the needs of superhumans up to Class C. Manager Lu detailed the differences between practical training and hunting. Training provides only the venue and star beasts at a lower cost, while hunting allows clients to freely hunt star beasts within a set time frame and keep all the spoils, but at a higher price. Lin Jie nodded as he listened, his gaze sweeping over the high-tech defense facilities around them. Electromagnetic cannons and high-voltage grids were everywhere, clearly meant to control the ferocious star beasts. These creatures, known as star beasts, possess combat capabilities on par with superhumans and are valuable resources. Their fur and bones can be used to make weapons and equipment, and their hearts are core components for genetic serums. However, I'm afraid we can't offer you hunting services, Manager Lu added, due to your special circumstances. Lin Jie nodded in understanding. Just as a fish pond owner wouldn't want an expert angler depleting their stock, the Hunters Guild didn't want uncontrollable strong individuals rampaging through their facilities. If the Union doesn't set a limit, allowing even a level or a level superhuman to participate, the so-called hunt would turn into a one-sided massacre. High-level superhumans would slaughter a terrifying number of star beasts within the allotted time, causing the Union to suffer enormous losses. Just as Manager Lu was pondering this issue, his communicator suddenly buzzed. He glanced down at the screen, and his professional smile froze, turning stiff. Mr. Lin, Manager Lu looked up, forcing a smile tinged with apology. There are 5 supervisors at the monitoring center, all level superhumans who take turns on duty. Today's supervisor is Kafu. How should I put it? He's someone who can be quite rude. If he says anything offensive when you meet him, I hope you won't take it to heart. I'm apologizing on his behalf in advance. Hearing this, Lin Jie raised an eyebrow and instinctively touched his nose. Apologizing in advance? Does he actually dare to hit me? A few minutes later, the commuter vehicle stopped at the entrance of the monitoring center. Lin Jie followed Manager Liu into the building and arrived at Supervisor Kafu's office. Kafu was a level sorcerer in his 30s, possessing immense power beneath his ordinary exterior. At that moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the center of his office, deeply immersed in meditation. He wore casual clothes instead of a work uniform, giving off a laid-back vibe. As Lin Jie and Manager Liu entered, Kafu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze swept over Lin Jie, a hint of undisguised disdain flickering in his eyes. Ironrider? Kafu sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Young man, the ultimate difficulty assessment is meant for real superhumans, not for someone playing with steel toys. I suggest you go back to the Union building and take the easy difficulty test. That level of combat is more suited for someone who hides behind metal armor. After hearing this, Lin Jie glanced at Manager Liu beside him. Manager Liu's face was filled with embarrassment and apology, clearly uncomfortable with Kafu's rudeness. Lin Jie thought to himself, I thought he might actually hit me, but it turns out he's just all talk. If the storyline seems disconnected, please reread the previous chapter where major revisions were made. Lin Jie stood in the examination arena, clad in his white butterfly armor, gripping an alloy battle knife, eyes warily fixed on the steel gate opposite him. In the darkness beyond the gate, 2 eyes glowed menacingly like searchlights. Systemic discrimination has been a persistent issue since the emergence of technomancers, much like racial discrimination in Lin Jie's previous life. It's despicable, yet hard to eradicate. Some innate superhumans harbor hostility towards technomancers who achieve the same level through external means, which is essentially a manifestation of their own insecurity. It's akin to certain white people discriminating against black people or so-called nobles looking down on migrant workers in the subway. They feel inferior, unwilling to face their true selves, and fantasize about being superior, yet lack the means to prove it. Lin Jie recalled his recent conversation with Kafu. The arrogant Kafu was clearly a systemic discriminator. He had once been a professional hunter who chose the ultimate difficulty assessment, but failed to pass. In his eyes, mech pilots and gene warriors, who gained their abilities through external means, were cheaters. Kid, Kafu broke the silence with a frown. I'm talking to you. I heard you, Lin Jie replied calmly. Kafu intensified his tone. This is advice for you. Don't challenge the ultimate difficulty assessment. It's not something you mech pilots can pass. Lin Jie politely but firmly declined. Thank you, but I don't accept your advice. He turned and walked towards the examination arena. Please arrange the assessment as soon as possible, Supervisor Kafu. I'm on a tight schedule. Kafu was fuming and about to erupt when Manager Liu intervened. Although a direct conflict was avoided, Kafu's animosity towards Lin Jie remained. With a dark expression, he dialed the arena's communication line. There's a mech pilot coming for the ultimate difficulty assessment. Bring out the strongest and most ferocious star beast. Yes, the one that mutated a couple of days ago and killed 7 or 8 of its kind, the Red Ridge Beast. Manager Liu hesitated, but ultimately watched Ka-Fu leave helplessly. Despite holding a slightly higher position than Ka-Fu, they were in different departments, and Ka-Fu's status as a superhuman compared to his own as an ordinary human left him powerless to intervene. Worse still, confidentiality rules prevented him from disclosing Lin Jie's true identity and rank. Really tarnishing the Union's image. Why can't they just give these superhumans some pre-job training? Manager Liu muttered as he followed Kafu. The examination arena was located outside the monitoring center, with 9 circular arenas lined up. Lin Jie was now fully armed and ready. Looking up, he saw a massive floor-to-ceiling window dozens of meters high, where Manager Liu and Kafu stood. The monitoring area not only provided a direct view of the arena, but was also equipped with monitors connected to dozens of surveillance cameras inside the arena, ensuring no detail was missed to determine if the examinee violated any rules. Manager Liu, there's no way this guy can pass the ultimate level field test. You should arrange for him to take a lower difficulty test at the guild hall as soon as he gets back. Kafa stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from Manager Liu, gazing down at the testing ground through the floor-to-ceiling window. His tone was filled with disdain and confidence, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. Manager Liu's face was full of helplessness. He softly said, "How can I tell you that this gentleman is, in some ways, even stronger than you?" Hearing this, Kafa turned to face Manager Liu, raising an eyebrow. Are you that sure? Absolutely. Manager Lu nodded. And what if this gentleman passes the ultimate level field test? Impossible. Kafka shook his head decisively. The ultimate level test requires taking down a star beast without damaging its heart. This severely limits an Esper's range and methods of attack. Even I, a certified warlock, couldn't pass the ultimate level test back in the day. What makes you think an Iron Rider, who only hides behind metal, can do it? Manager Lu stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kafu, and suggested, "All right then, Supervisor Kafu, how about we make a bet, a private one? Let's wager 200,000 Federation credits that this gentleman will pass the test. What do you say?" A cold smile appeared on Kafu's lips. "Then I should thank you in advance for the 200,000 credits, Manager Lu." He never doubted that Lin Jie would fail the field test. Moreover, he had just contacted the test staff to replace the standard Star Beast with the strongest class Star Beast. This mutated Crimson Spine Beast was exceptionally ferocious and powerful. Its enhanced strength had driven it mad, and it had devoured 7 or 8 of its own kind just a few days ago. Even a Class Esper would struggle against it, let alone a Class 1, and especially not an Iron Rider. To Kafu, this money was practically falling from the sky. With this thought in mind, Kafu didn't even bother with a pre-battle briefing. He simply pressed the button in front of him, opening the alloy gate below. With a deafening roar, the mutated Crimson Spine Beast burst through the gate. This star beast, about the size of a horse, had a wide but extremely gaunt frame. The mutated Crimson Spine Beast before them was even more terrifying. Its entire body had turned blood red, and a row of sharp bone spines had mutated along the exposed crimson spine on its back, making it look like a bioengineered monster from afar. As soon as the Crimson Spine Beast appeared, it curled its body into a massive wheel. The red spine, like a sharp blade, spun rapidly, producing a sound akin to a chainsaw. The alloy protective layer on the test ground's floor even showed cracks. This star beast was like a high-speed meat grinder, barreling towards Lin Jie. Crush him, that arrogant Iron Rider. Kafu clenched his fists subconsciously, as if he could already see Lin Jie being torn apart by the Crimson Spine Beast. However, the events that unfolded were beyond everyone's expectations. Clang! In an instant, Lin Jie and the Crimson Spine Beast crossed paths. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. The Crimson Spine Beast suddenly stopped moving, standing rigidly in place. Lin Jie, holding a battle sword that had somehow been drawn, remained equally motionless. This eerie image lasted for about 4 or 5 seconds before the silence was broken. Lin Jie, who had been standing as if in a trance, slowly straightened up. The alloy battle sword in his hand was slowly sheathed, producing a metallic scraping sound. Clang! Finally, with the crisp sound of the sword hilt meeting the scabbard, the Crimson Spine Beast's wound erupted. A line of blood sprayed from its neck, and its massive head tumbled to the ground, rolling far away. Without looking back, Lin Jie, with his sword sheathed at his waist and his elbow resting on the hilt, walked calmly toward the exit of the test ground. How could this be possible? The image of Lin Jie decapitating the star beast in a single strike froze in Kafu's mind. Emotions of shock, shame, and embarrassment surged like waves. Kafu's eyes widened, and he stood frozen on the spot. He couldn't comprehend how a mere Iron Rider could effortlessly accomplish a task that even he, a certified sorcerer, had failed. One swift, clean kill. Kafu's mind roared in disbelief. How? How could an Iron Rider possess such formidable combat skills? While Kafu was lost in confusion, Manager Lu stepped forward, holding his smartwatch communicator in front of Kafu. Kafu glanced down to see a string of numbers on the screen. Momentarily puzzled, he shot a confused look at Manager Lu. "This is my personal account," Manager Lu said with a professional smile that grew even brighter. 200,000. You can transfer the money now. Kafu's face darkened even further. Manager Lu turned to Lin Jie, his tone cheerful. "Congratulations, Mr. Lin. You have successfully completed all the assessments and are now officially a crank hunter. You just need to log into the Hunter Guild app, create a hunter alias, and get verified. Then you can take on bounty tasks and enjoy access to the Hunter Forum, Hunter Trading Market, and other privileges." Winning 200,000 and seeing Kafu's dismay put Manager Lu in an excellent mood, and his smile became even more genuine. "You can create your alias right now. As long as it doesn't violate any rules, I can approve it immediately." "Let's do it," Lin Jie said, following the instructions to open the newly downloaded Hunter Guild app. After logging in, a prompt appeared, asking him to create an alias and listing some guidelines, such as avoiding offensive language. The scene reminded Lin Jie of naming characters in games. He raised an eyebrow and casually entered buzzard. Clearly, Lin Jie wasn't one to spend much time on names. Whether it was his gaming nicknames in his previous life or his action code names after joining the military, he had always been quite casual about it. Lin Jie vaguely recalled a great author who once wrote a great work, in which a character named Lin most summarized. The more effort someone puts into their nickname or alias, the less skill they often have. They might spend an entire day creating a name and customizing their character's appearance, only to quit the game after half an hour. True experts never fret over their nicknames. On the contrary, the flashier the nickname, the likelier they are to be a novice. With this mindset, Lin Jie didn't overthink it and chose a common alias. However, before he could confirm it, the system prompted, alias already exists. Please choose another. Even such a common alias is taken? Lin Jie raised an eyebrow and entered Lone Wolf. The system again indicated that the alias was taken. Lin Jie began to feel uneasy. It's well known that if one nickname is taken, you can think of another, but if two are taken, naming becomes a whole different ballgame. After a brief moment of confusion, Lin Jie rallied and embarked on a relentless naming battle. From Lone Wolf, Snow Wolf, Prairie Wolf to Black Tiger, Blue Tiger, Megatron, and various Star Beast names, he tried over 60 aliases, all of which were already taken. Even Manager Liu was becoming numb to the spectacle. Mr. Lin, Manager Liu explained, the Hunter Guild database is synchronized across the entire universe. The number of superpowered hunters is vast, so common aliases are likely to be taken. You might want to try something more unique or slightly longer. Unique and slightly longer? Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, pondered briefly, and entered a new alias, General Xing Daorong of Lingling. The system immediately prompted, sorry, aliases cannot exceed 5 characters. Lin Jie sighed in resignation. He finally understood that although superpowered individuals are rare compared to ordinary people, the sheer number across the universe is immense. Short aliases are mostly taken, and long, interesting ones aren't allowed. He realized he might have to draw inspiration from elements of his previous life on Blue Planet. Phoenix. Lin Jie tried again. Ding alias available. Would you like to confirm? Finally, one that was available. Lin Jie clicked confirm with a sense of relief. He never expected that coming up with a name would be more taxing than the actual combat assessment. Once everything was settled, Lin Jie followed Manager Liu back to the guild headquarters. As a newly minted crank hunter, now part of the elite ranks, he could enjoy the guild's complimentary services. To save the little money he had left, Lin Jie opted not to book a hotel outside, but instead secured a private room in the third-floor lounge. After a simple wash, Lin Jie changed into a loose, comfortable robe, enjoying a free fruit platter while pulling out a piece of paper. On it, he wrote down "Be a hunter" and "Open a black market shop," placing a checkmark next to "Be a hunter." Lin Jie put down the paper in his hand and turned his attention to the monitor in the room. He had just completed the first objective of his plan and was now preparing to move on to the second, setting up a mechanical weapons shop on the dark web black market. However, achieving this goal would take some time. The monitor displayed the interface of the Hunters Guild app, which he had just installed today. As Lin Jie carefully browsed through it, he noticed several notifications that he had previously overlooked. Apart from an official notification, the rest were private messages from other hunters. So many messages. You'd think this was some kind of shady dating site, Lin Jie muttered to himself, clicking open the private message interface. To his surprise, the content of these messages was remarkably consistent. They were all recruitment offers. It turned out that when he successfully registered his codename, the guild app had updated his hunter status in real time, allowing other hunters to see the new Phoenix codename and initiate private chats. Frowning, Lin Jie pondered the difficulties of setting up a dark web shop. Although it was the dark web, the operational mechanisms were similar to ordinary websites, requiring a slot fee and a security deposit. More challenging was the need for professional equipment and a workshop to put the blueprints obtained from the cube into practice, whether through leasing, purchasing, or building one himself, all of which would be significant expenses. Looking around, Lin Jie calculated his finances. After purchasing the Geek Lone Ranger suit and the Immortal White Butterfly mech armor, his funds were running low. He had less than 1,000,000 Carl coins left, which converted to about 800,000 in the Otten Federation currency. This amount was far from enough to support his plan. Looks like opening the black market shop will have to wait, Lin Jie murmured to himself. I need to figure out how to make some money first. His gaze fell back on the Hunters Guild app, deciding to familiarize himself with this new tool. Lin Jie carefully read through the app's user guide and learned that the guild had implemented measures to prevent harassment. Hunters could only send one private message unless the recipient replied or added them as a friend. Lin Jie's fingers swiped across the screen, browsing through the recruitment messages. Despite their similar content, each one represented a potential opportunity. He realized that these might be the first steps toward accumulating the funds needed to achieve his plans. The new Galactic Rose Hunter Squad is recruiting new members. Lin Jie's attention was caught by this prominent recruitment message flashing on his communication device. As he continued to browse, he found 2 more equally intriguing recruitment ads. The Veteran Hunter Squad's reinforcement recruitment stood out with its rigorous military style. We may not be the strongest hunters, but we definitely possess the highest tactical proficiency. Led by Captain Levi Beck, a former officer in the Orton Federation's Superhuman Guard, this elite team of retired superhumans boasts exceptional tactical skills, strong execution, and top-notch teamwork. Next was the passionate call from the Extreme Hunter Squad. They have money, we have passion. They have resources, we have brothers. This team doesn't care about combat power, background, or abilities, declaring, once you join, you're family, but clearly stating, Iron Riders and Gene Warriors need not apply. After quickly scanning these messages, Lin Jie thought to himself, the diversity of the world, indeed. He tapped the screen, marking all recruitment messages as read. Reflecting on Manager Lu's introduction, Lin Jie gained a clearer understanding of hunter squads. Unlike the more demanding hunter groups, hunter squads are smaller and easier to form. With just a club hunter qualification, a squad can start with 3 members and grow to a maximum of 15. As a result, there are many hunter squads, but their quality varies widely. From these 3 recruitment messages alone, Lin Jie could discern the essence of each team. Galactic Rose, with its romantic name, is a well-funded venture by wealthy second-generation entrepreneurs. The Veteran Hunter Squad, though formidable, lacks capital and influential connections. As for the Extreme Hunter Squad, beneath their fiery slogans lies a shortage of experience and resources. Shaking his head, Lin Jie sighed lightly. If I were to join, I'd go for a hunter group. The benefits of these hunter squads are just too poor. At the moment, with True's affairs still unresolved, Lin Jie had no time to consider joining any team. He returned to the main interface, where the Hunter Guild's shotgun emblem stood out. The layout was orderly. The task filter bar at the top, the bounty task list in the middle, and various leaderboards on the sides. Make money, Lin Jie muttered to himself, starting to search the task list for suitable opportunities. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment on Main Star, Captivated, always stern and skinny man was having a serious conversation with his agent, Larry. K-Pa looked Larry straight in the eyes, his tone resolute. Larry, I don't want to do this anymore. Thinking of quitting? Larry raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the sly-looking fat man in front of him. Larry, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and square-framed glasses, had small, shrewd eyes that sparkled with intelligence. As a top agent in the Carl Star Nation's Mecha League, he had dealt with countless people and seen numerous big scenes. His ability to read others was second to none. However, when it came to K-Pa, he found his skill disappointingly ineffective. After a moment, Larry had no choice but to ask, not happy with the White Phantom Club? I can negotiate for you. If you really want to leave, I can arrange a transfer. With your record and skills, plenty of clubs would be willing to pay. K-Pa shook his head expressionlessly. No. Larry stroked his chin and continued. Is it the salary? The rise of the dark web capture the flag has indeed impacted the Mecha Professional League, and many clubs haven't increased pilots' pay this year. It's tough, but not impossible to discuss. Also no. K-Pa remained emotionless. Larry scratched his thinning hair, puzzled. Then why? You're last season's solo champion, at the peak of your market value and competitive form. There must be a reason if you suddenly want to quit. K-Pa remained silent. He had a certain degree of language impairment. Speaking more than 10 words to anyone other than his Mecha AI or instructor was extremely difficult. He always controlled himself, never saying more than 10 words at a time. Now, he was contemplating how to express his thoughts within that limit. After a few seconds, K-Pa spoke. Opponents too weak, boring. Larry was momentarily speechless. That's your reason? In professional competitions, you're complaining that opponents are too weak? Isn't that a good thing? If they're weak, you can keep winning championships. The more you win, the more records you'll set. Your commercial value will increase, you'll get more endorsements, and my commission will go up. Everyone wins, right? Seeing Larry's confusion, K-Pa thought briefly before speaking again. This isn't the life I want. Larry sighed and shook his head. What you want isn't what I want. Are all geniuses this strange? Fame, fortune, money, you don't care about any of it. So, what do you want? K-Pa's gaze was firm. My instructor is out of prison. I need to find him. He paused, then added. Only you can help me. Larry's expression turned complex. K-Pa, I've already contacted him for you. I thought it would help you focus on your matches. But now you want to leave? You must understand. Your departure would be a significant loss for the club, the league, and me. K-Pa replied without hesitation. All my savings he'll give to you. He paused briefly before adding. If you don't help, he'll still leave. Larry's mouth twitched. You're something else? He had planned to appeal to K-Pa's emotions, hoping to change his mind about quitting. But K-Pa had made his stance clear before Larry could even start. Having worked with K-Pa for so long, Larry knew he was a man of his word. If he said he would leave, he would regardless of the cost. No amount of penalties or endorsement contracts would make him flinch. After a long silence, Larry shook his head in resignation and said, All right, Listen, Kpa, I can use my connections to find out your instructor's whereabouts. But you know he's in a dangerous situation after offending some big shots. He's definitely hiding, and finding him will take time. You have 3 months left on your contract with the White Phantom Club. The mid-season championship and the Solo Pilot Cup will happen within these 3 months. Promise me you'll finish these matches, preferably winning the championships. Once the contract ends, you can go find your instructor. Deal. Kpa stood up and extended his hand. Larry grinned, shaking Kpa's hand symbolically, while inwardly lamenting, why did I sign a client like this? The bounty tasks from the Hunters Guild are incredibly diverse, but they generally fall into three main categories. The first category is escort missions. Hunters act as bodyguards, ensuring the safe delivery of valuable or dangerous items from one location to another. These items are often priceless or extremely hazardous, making interstellar logistics companies reluctant to handle them. Consequently, these missions come with high security deposits and substantial rewards. The second category involves investigation tasks. Similar to private detective work on Earth, hunters assist individuals or official entities in investigating cases and tracking down suspects. The pay varies with the difficulty of the task, but the security deposit is relatively low. The third category, and the most dangerous, is the assassination bounties. These can be further divided into two types. One targets rare star beasts and is usually issued by biotech companies. In this highly advanced technological universe, various potions are widespread, and companies constantly need new star beast samples for research. These tasks offer generous rewards, but require lower security deposits. The other type is issued by interstellar governments and targets fugitive criminals. The danger posed by superpowered criminals rivals that of star beasts, resulting in equally substantial bounties. To ensure only qualified hunters take on these missions, the government sets high security deposit thresholds, ranging from a minimum of 4 to 500,000 to a maximum of 2 to 3 million. Lin Jie quickly scanned the task list and immediately dismissed the longer-term escort and investigation missions. He urgently needed funds, and assassination missions were more straightforward. Accept the task, set off, fight, in return for the reward, simple and efficient. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a particular task. Meanwhile, on the planet South Aeton, Captain Zheng Chong of the Superhuman Police Force was grappling with a tricky case. Recently, a mass murder involving a superhuman had occurred in his jurisdiction. Over 10 ordinary people and 2-class superhumans were brutally killed, making the case both significant and severe. Zheng Chong quickly formed an investigative team to conduct a thorough investigation. After a series of interviews, evidence collection, and analysis of the crime scene, they identified the perpetrator, supercriminal known as Becky, nicknamed Venus Flytrap, who was already wanted by multiple interstellar police forces. Becky is a genetic warrior who has undergone 2 rounds of genetic compatibility evolution. She possesses a horrifying ability: cannibalism. Humans, especially ordinary ones, secrete special biological elements when in extreme fear. For Becky, these elements serve as an excellent tonic, allowing her to recover quickly when weakened, surpassing the effects of medicinal treatments by hundreds of times. However, Becky cannot directly extract these elements from her body. Her usual method involves capturing her victims, subjecting them to brutal torture and terror. When the victim's fear peaks, she kills them and consumes their bodies to obtain these precious elements, earning her the nickname Venus Flytrap. According to Zheng Chong's investigation, Becky's recent crime spree was due to injuries she sustained in a previous battle. To recover, she resorted to torturing, killing, and consuming innocent victims. After wrapping up the investigation, Zheng Chong planned to launch an immediate capture operation. However, whether due to a leak of information or Becky's exceptional counter-surveillance skills, she seemed to sense something and vanished without a trace just as the operation was about to commence. By the time Becky reappeared, she had somehow acquired a spaceship and escaped the South Auden star system. As a dedicated super cop, Zheng Chong couldn't just let a murderer slip away. He immediately mobilized his team to launch an interstellar pursuit and contacted colleagues along the flight path for support. However, Becky's escape route was meticulously planned, and her ship's superior performance allowed her to break through the southern control zone of the Auden Federation before the net could close in. Only Zheng Chong's team remained in hot pursuit. Even when his superiors ordered him to cease the chase, he ignored them. Determined not to let Becky get away, he cut off communication with his superiors and commanded his team to continue the pursuit at all costs. Thus began a high-speed interstellar chase that lasted 9 hours. Zheng Chong and his officers used every tactic they could think of, finally seeing a glimmer of hope as Becky's ship appeared to be on the verge of breaking down. Yet, at the critical moment, Becky managed to reach her destination. Damn it, so close! Zheng Chong slammed his fist on the control panel in frustration, watching victory slip through his fingers. Becky's sanctuary was a unique location known as the Shattered Station. This massive structure, cobbled together from over 100 dilapidated warships, floated at the junction of several star nations. It served as a hub for superpowered individuals, belonging to no one but boasting formidable individual strength and military armament. Its nature was akin to Earth's notorious Golden Triangle. The shattered station hovered at the borders of several star nations, neither actively provoking others nor stirring up trouble. Yet its mere existence was a thorn in the side of various governments. It harbored countless rogue superhumans, offering them refuge and becoming a significant threat to interstellar order. The Auden Federation had repeatedly planned to join forces with other star nations to eliminate this menace. However, each operation was mysteriously aborted. Rumors abounded. Some said the shattered station's mastermind was immensely powerful, deterring even nearby interstellar civilizations from acting rashly. Others believed the station was backed by an even more formidable stellar civilization, designed to keep these nations in check. Whatever the truth, the shattered station had stood unscathed for years. More troubling was its extensive database, containing detailed information on official superhumans from surrounding civilizations, and its strict prohibition against their entry. Any violators would be mercilessly annihilated by the station's armed forces and intelligent defense systems. Faced with this colossal entity that even armies feared, Zheng Chang's super cop team felt utterly powerless. He could only watch as Becky entered the shattered station's protective perimeter, eventually gritting his teeth and ordering a retreat. Despite being forced to withdraw, Zheng Chang did not give up on capturing Becky. He stationed informants around the shattered station to ensure she hadn't left, and posted a substantial bounty through the Hunters Guild, hoping a daring hunter would bring the heinous woman to justice. However, reality was disappointing. While most Hunters Guild members were freelance superhumans and not seen as threats by the station's security, the shattered station was a haven for criminals, making it exceedingly dangerous. The bounty had been up for half a month, doubling from the initial 1.5 million to 3 million, yet no one had taken it. As days passed, Zheng Chang's anxiety grew. As a cop, being unable to apprehend a criminal who was right in front of him was driving him to the brink of madness. Just as Zheng Chang was sinking in a deep frustration, a knock on his office door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Zheng Chang said weakly. An officer entered, his face beaming with excitement. "Captain, someone has taken Becky's bounty." Lin Jie sat aboard the spaceship, heading to Shattered Terminal, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He was examining a blueprint that had just appeared in his Minda single-operator anti-armorana super weapon called the Tibo magnetic cannon. This was a Class C piece of equipment, requiring a strength value of 3,000 to operate. Reflecting on the past month, Lin Jie couldn't help but marvel. Ever since he first activated the cube in the Ninth prison, he had been repeating a cycle of finding electricity, turning the cube, and getting shocked. This seemingly simple routine held immense potential. The amount of knowledge and blueprints within the cube rivaled the 430 quintillion possibilities of a third-order Rubik's Cube. Lin Jie had already twisted the cube over 200 times, gaining a plethora of Class E and a few Class D blueprints and knowledge. He had initially thought it would take him months to reach Class C content. However, during this routine journey, he had astonishingly unlocked a Class C anti-superpower weapon blueprint. Is this some sort of guaranteed mechanism? Lin Jie pondered. If so, does it give one guaranteed blueprint every 200 tries? Or is it entirely random? He decided to keep experimenting to verify this hypothesis. As he carefully read the blueprint, a question surfaced in his mind. Why did the name Tibo seem so familiar? Despite his enhanced mechanical intellect boosting his memory, he was certain this weapon wasn't part of the mechanical knowledge he had studied. This inexplicable sense of familiarity puzzled him. Just as Lin Jie was about to activate the spaceship's AI to search for the term Tibo, a communication request interrupted his thoughts. He clicked to accept, and a square-jawed face appeared on the ship's projection screen. "Hello, Phoenix," the man began. "I'm Zheng Chang, captain of the South Auden Star Super Police Force. The mission to capture Becky that you just accepted was issued by us." Lin Jie responded politely. "Hello, Captain Zheng." He gave a casual salute. "I'm already on my way to Shattered Terminal. The ship just finished a short-range jump. I'll be in the target area in 5 minutes. Is there any additional information you need to share?" Zheng Chang's expression visibly stiffened. He had expected the hunter to contact him after accepting the mission, not to be nearly at the destination already. What worried him more was that, according to their data, while Lin Jie was rated as a Class C hunter, his actual level was comparable to the target, Becky. "Phoenix," Zheng Chang said solemnly, "I must remind you, Becky is a powerful gene warrior. Her combat strength exceeds the Class C average by 30, and her vitality is extremely resilient. Most Class C superhumans can't match her. This mission is highly risky, and I advise you to reconsider." Lin Jie replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I've always been in the second class." Zheng Chang was momentarily speechless, not understanding the relevance of Lin Jie's comment to his warning. He reiterated, Phoenix, I'm not joking. All right. Lin Jie responded briefly, a hint of resignation in his tone. Lin Jie smirked, a glint of confidence in his eyes. In a firm voice, he said, rest assured, if I dare to take on this mission, I have a certain level of confidence. You should know that the Hunters Guild wouldn't rate a clever superhuman as a clever hunter without reason. Zheng Chang frowned, his fingers tapping the table in concern. That's true, but... He paused briefly before continuing. This mission has been up for 3 months. You need to understand, if I give up on it now, who knows when someone else will take it up again? Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Of course, if you're really worried, you could request a Dominator-class exosuit from the Orden Federation. With that, this mission would be a breeze. Zheng Chang's brow furrowed deeper, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. You're making this difficult for me. Before he could finish, Zheng Chang fell silent. He knew well that a Dominator-class exosuit paired with an Iron Rider was equivalent to a level superhuman. In star civilizations like the Karl Star Kingdom and the Orton Federation, a level superhumans were at the pinnacle, and even level superhumans were no ordinary beings. For the Orton Federation, a Dominator-class exosuit was considered a strategic weapon. As the head of the police force, Zheng Chang could request military assistance to apprehend criminals and even mobilize heavy weaponry within his jurisdiction, but asking to use a missile against a criminal was out of the question. Lin Jie's words made it clear to Zheng Chang that his decision was final. All right, Zheng Chang sighed. If you're determined to capture Becky, I want to witness the entire operation. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Wouldn't that alert the security system at Shattered Station? Zheng Chang shook his head, explaining, don't worry, Shattered Station's intelligent security system only targets superhumans with official status. As long as you don't have an official status, even if you're closely associated with the authorities, it won't trigger the security system. We've had informants at Shattered Station for a while, and the powers behind it turn a blind eye. Lin Jie nodded and stood up to make a final check of his gear. Then there's no problem. 5 minutes passed quietly, and Shattered Station loomed ahead. As the intel described, it was a conglomeration of countless old, massive ships, repurposed and patched together. The internal connections were unknown, but the external seams were glaring, like ghastly scars. The entire Shattered Station resembled a colossal mountain floating in space, or an expensive ruin, majestic in its desolation. In comparison, the Hunters Guild ship looked like an ant returning to its nest, slowly approaching Shattered Station. Meanwhile, the communication signal was cut off, and the display in front of Zheng Chang went dark. As soon as Lin Jie's spaceship docked in the hangar of Shattered Station, an intelligent program initiated communication with his ship. At the same time, a flood of notices and terms filled his inbox. Having already familiarized himself with these on his way, Lin Jie stepped out of his ship without wasting time on the fine print. The sight that greeted him was a somewhat sparse, rectangular space. Exposed gray and white steel structures lined the area, and a few old high-tech artifacts were scattered in the corners, exuding an air of antiquity. As Lin Jie's gaze swept across the room, a sharp mechanical sound suddenly pierced the silence. Zzz. From a corner, a mechanical pod about half the height of a person slowly opened, and a football-sized robot emerged. It hovered in front of Lin Jie, supported by a small propeller. The mechanical voice spoke again, this time more clearly. Welcome, guest. By docking at Shattered Station, you agree to all rules and terms. Identity verification will now commence. Please remove all disguises, including but not limited to masks, makeup, magical enhancements, and innate abilities. Any detected disguises will be deemed a violation of the first boarding protocol, second clause. All entrants must not intentionally conceal their true identity during the scanning phase. Violators will be expelled. You may refuse the scan, but you will not be granted internal access. Do you agree to the scan? Lin Jie chuckled inwardly. This reminded him of the mandatory school uniform purchases voluntary in name, but compulsory in practice. He had learned this lesson well in his past life. Agreed, Lin Jie replied succinctly. The robot's mechanical eye lit up, projecting a grid-like light over Lin Jie's body, scanning him from head to toe. A few seconds later, with a faint beep, the scan was complete. The robot announced, due to unknown reasons, released from the Ninth prison based on data analysis and image comparison. There is a 99.7% probability that Lin Jie is the mech engineer from Simon's team in the Death Star Capture flag battle. Confirmation suggests Lin Jie is unlikely to be an official superhuman. Welcome, Lin Jie. Damn, Lin Jie exclaimed, standing rooted to the spot, stunned. He had assumed Shattered Station wouldn't uncover anything significant. After all, the coordinates placed Karl Star Nation a whole federation away. But reality struck him hard. He had underestimated Shattered Station's capabilities. Those exaggerated rumors had some truth to them. Lin Jie calculated silently. At least their intel hasn't been updated to include my status as a hunter, indicating a few days delay. But if they leak my activities in the Southern Ordin system, you'll need to move again, forget it. Focus on the task at hand. He glanced around, casually saluted the nearest surveillance camera, then nimbly jumped off the spaceship and headed for the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, the signal jamming in the hangar lifted, and a faint static buzz in his earpiece indicated that he had re-established communication with Zheng Chong. The micro camera on his chest began transmitting footage back to the super police team's monitors. "Hello? Can you hear me, Phoenix?" Came the eager voice of Captain Zheng, who had been waiting. Loud and clear. "Is the signal good?" Lin Jie confirmed. "Everything's fine." "Great. I'm heading to Becky's area now to start the operation." "Be careful and stay safe," Zheng Chong warned. As they conversed, Lin Jie exited the elevator and stepped into the internal area of Shattered Station. Despite its name, this place was far beyond the scope of a typical station. Composed of multiple large, decrepit space battleships and countless smaller vessels, Shattered Station resembled a steel city suspended in space. Its size was staggering, covering an area equivalent to 300 square kilometers, with a built-up area of 2.7 million square meters. The massive spaceship's interior is designed like a city, with diverse architectural styles in each area. Under the dim sky effects on the ceiling, the neon-filled streets on either side exude both opulence and the shadowy gloom of rain-soaked alleys. The fusion of futuristic cyberpunk and the cramped, gritty aesthetic of 80s and 90s cityscapes creates a unique sense of harmony. Lin Jie was deeply captivated by this in-game scene. He deliberately chose a slower bus to savor the sights along the way. Even when he reached his stop, he still smacked his lips in appreciation, his gaze falling on a neon sign not far away that read Midnight Reverie Bar. Midnight Reverie. What could one possibly dream of at midnight? Men dreaming of being silly, women dreaming of causing trouble, I suppose. Lin Jie muttered to himself. He was in the VIP section of the broken terminal, accessible only to level and above superhumans. The level and level individuals could only move around in the regular and advanced sections. According to the intel, the mission target, Becky, should be in the advanced section and would come to this bar at this time every day, drinking until late at night. The intel was spot on. The bar wasn't crowded yet, and as soon as Lin Jie stepped inside, he spotted Becky at the bar drinking. She looked exactly like her photo, wearing a black sleeveless jacket with unidentified plant tattoos on her arms, dark gothic makeup, and a lip ring, exuding a strong shammate vibe. "Captain Zheng, it's her, right?" To be sure, Lin Jie aimed his camera in Becky's direction and sought confirmation from Zheng Chong. He quickly received a positive response, searching high and low, only to find it effortlessly. Lin Jie's eyes narrowed, nanotech ready, as he strode towards Becky. From accepting the mission to identifying the target, everything had gone so smoothly that he couldn't help but think that being a hunter wasn't that hard. However, just then Lin Jie suddenly stopped. A tall man entered his line of sight, walking mechanically straight to Becky. She looked up to meet him, and the two shared a passionate French kiss right in front of Lin Jie. This unexpected twist left Lin Jie standing there, his face darkening. He hadn't anticipated that the world had become so tough that even during a mission, the target would pull a dog into the mix. "Joey, how about playing a song?" Doodly leaned lazily on the sofa, a cold beer in hand. He was the manager of the broken station, currently relaxing alone in the penthouse suite. The decor here was a stark contrast to the punk style of the rest of the station, with a blue and white color scheme that created an elegant atmosphere, accented by various sophisticated high-tech gadgets. "Of course, sir. What genre would you like?" Joey, a female-looking robotic butler, stood gracefully next to Doodly. "Something soothing, perhaps? I think a quiet moment with a cold beer calls for something calming." Joey nodded in agreement and handed Doodly a freshly prepared beer. As the beer glass exchanged hands, a thin layer of frost instantly formed on its surface. Doodly took a satisfied sip, sinking further into the sofa as the melodic intro of the song began to play. However, this moment of leisure was short-lived. Just as the song was about to reach the chorus, Joey's pupils suddenly flickered. Simultaneously, all operational devices in the suite ceased functioning, entering standby mode. "Joey!" Doodly opened his eyes alertly, looking at his robotic butler with confusion. "Please wait a moment, sir," Joey responded mechanically, her eyes flashing with dense streams of data, clearly processing some information at high speed. About 2 seconds later, Joey returned to normal, but her posture became more rigid, as if she had regressed from a high-end bionic robot to a lower-tier model. "Sir, according to the protocol of synchronizing station data, every 30 minutes, 5 seconds ago, I receive an identity scan of a new visitor to the station, triggering the Ember program. After comparison, it has been confirmed that the individual is on the Ember program list. According to terminal priority levels, you must drop everything and begin your work immediately." "Ember?" Doodly's expression turned serious instantly. His power unconsciously surged, freezing the beer in his hand into a solid block of ice. Show me his evaluation report. Understood, Joey responded mechanically. Her eyes flickered again, projecting a simple dossier. Name, Lin Jie. Third generation Ember race. Poo run. Age, 23. Strength level, A. Intelligence assessment, A. Potential assessment, A. Current combat power assessment, C. Current overall situation, dire. Growth prospect, pessimistic. Overall rating, C. Only crated? Doodley raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised. He paused for a moment, then asked, You've already sent the evaluation report upstairs, haven't you? What was their response? The response is, current Ember rating is low, lacks protection value. No assistance, no targeting, observation only. Do not disclose any information regarding the Ember. Got it? I'll make the arrangements. Doodley nodded, quickly taking out a specialized communicator to compose and send a few messages. After confirming receipt, he meticulously deleted the messages and double-checked to ensure nothing was overlooked. With that done, Doodley relaxed back into the sofa, though his gaze lingered on Lin Jie's evaluation report. Ember. This is the third Ember since the establishment of the Broken Station, he muttered to himself, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. As a class ice elementalist, Doodley was seen by outsiders as the manager and spokesperson of the Broken Station. Although no one knew the true power behind the station, everyone believed its background was formidable enough to surpass civilizations like the Carl Star Nation and the Orden Federation. This identity alone commanded respect and fear from both political leaders and class powerhouses alike. However, Doodley knew better than anyone that in terms of intellect or strength, he paled in comparison to those politicians and super elites. His position as manager of the Broken Station boiled down to one simple reason: luck. He had encountered one of the big boss's subordinates at his lowest point, and it just so happened they were looking for a suitable candidate, leading to his current status. As for his main job, it was laughably simple: finding people. Thinking of this, Doodley couldn't help but laugh at himself. With the presence of the superintelligent Joey, the day-to-day operations of the Broken Station required no effort on his part. Coupled with the deterrent force of the mysterious big boss, surrounding interstellar civilizations dared not act recklessly. Doodle's main task is to remain stationed at the Shattered Terminal and its surrounding star systems, waiting for members from the Spark Plan list to appear. The Shattered Terminal is a massive interstellar city, with a towering skyscraper at its center where Doodle carries out his duties day in and day out. However, this task isn't as straightforward as it seems. Doodle knows nothing about the specifics of the Spark Plan, and even the superintelligent AI, Joy, sent by the big boss, is clueless. The mysterious list lies dormant within Joy's intelligent matrix, only activating to confirm identities when information about potential Spark members is collected. Once an identity is confirmed, Joy utilizes the Shattered Terminal's powerful database to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the target and reports the results to the higher-ups. Joy then relays the higher-ups' instructions to Doodle, who arranges the specific tasks, much like he did with Lin Jie earlier. Initially, Doodle was enthusiastic about his job, believing he had finally found his calling and was determined to fulfill the big boss's orders. However, as time passed, he gradually realized a frustrating truth. There seemed to be little actual work for him to do. The Shattered Terminal has been around for over 70 years, and the Spark list within Joy's program has only been activated 3 times. Lin Jie was the third activation, with the previous 2 occurring 50 years ago. While 50 years might be insignificant on a cosmic scale, it is a long time for a person. Doodle spent his days idly enjoying life at the Shattered Terminal, sometimes forgetting the list even existed. Lin Jie's appearance today reminded him of his role. He muttered to himself, from the comprehensive evaluation, aside from circumstances and prospects, Lin Jie's other scores are similar to the previous second-generation Sparks. Their overall abilities should be in the A to a range, but Lin Jie's current situation is too poor, affecting his prospects evaluation. The reactivation of the dormant Spark list after 50 years piqued Doodle's curiosity. He wanted to find commonalities among the 3 activations through the evaluation reports. Lost in thought, Doodle was brought back to reality by Joy's voice. He refocused his gaze on Joy, who had resumed her humble housekeeper persona. Smiling, Joy asked, Sir, would you like a fresh beer? Even slightly thawed beer can seriously affect its taste. Sure, I'll have a beer, Doodle replied. Joy responded softly and turned to pour the drink. Watching Joy's back, Doodle fell into contemplation once again. 70 years ago, he was an inexperienced youngster. Over the past 70 years, he had encountered countless significant figures, broadened his horizons, and enhanced his thinking abilities. However, with increased knowledge came more questions he couldn't answer. He couldn't understand why someone would build an interstellar city as large as the Shattered Terminal just to find people. What baffled him even more was why, with a list in hand. He wasn't instructed to conduct a wide search, but instead to wait passively. From any perspective, active searching should have a higher success rate than passive waiting. After much fruitless pondering, Doodle ultimately chose to let it go. He clearly understood his situation. To put it nicely, he was a puppet in the hands of the big boss. To put it bluntly, he was just a dog under the big boss's command. Since that was the case, it was enough to follow orders without overthinking. Taking the freshly poured beer from Joy, Doodle asked, "Joy, is Lin Jie still at the Shattered Terminals?" "He is currently in the VIP area at the Midnight Rhapsody Bar and maintaining communication with the South Orton Star Super Police," Joy replied. "All right, connect me to all available surveillance cameras on him. I want to see what kind of person he is," Doodle said. "Yes, sir," Joy responded, immediately starting to execute Doodle's command. Captain Zheng double-checked the accuracy of the intelligence. In the Midnight Reverie Bar located in the VIP area of Broken Station, Lin Jie casually sat down and pretended to order from a tablet to avoid drawing attention. He subtly adjusted the miniature camera on his chest to ensure Jing Chong could clearly see Becky passionately kissing a stranger. Though Lin Jie once aspired to be an upstanding youth, he never envisioned himself live streaming for the Super Police Unit. Being forced to witness this intimate scene made him somewhat uncomfortable, but as a mecha pilot, he knew women only disrupted mechanical synchronization. The real reason he stopped was because the latest intelligence from the Super Police Unit indicated Becky should be acting alone. The appearance of this burly man was highly suspicious. At the Super Police Unit Command Center, Zheng Chong's face turned grim as he watched the footage. He questioned the young officer responsible for Becky's intel. The officer explained that last night's update did not mention this man and emphasized that multiple sources had consistent details. Zheng deduced that Becky must have met and quickly developed a relationship with this man within the past few hours. He struggled to comprehend how events had escalated so rapidly. One of his subordinates handed him a tablet displaying the man's identity information. Zheng scanned it briefly and felt his head throb. The man's name was Hunter, a clubbable supercriminal also on the wanted list. Records showed Hunter was once a top enforcer in the underground fight rings of the Theodon sector, notorious for his brutality and nicknamed the Bald Meat Grinder. After his operation was shut down, he fled to Broken Station to hide. Zheng felt a wave of frustration. Capturing Becky alone was already challenging, and now Hunter was added to the mix. 2C-level superhumans would be tough for even a weaker level superhuman to handle, let alone an obscure clever mecha pilot. Zheng reconnected with Lin Jie, his tone tinged with disappointment. He relayed Hunter's details, suggesting that retreat was the only option. However, Lin Jie, known for his unorthodox methods, seemed unusually excited. "So, Hunter also has a bounty on his head?" Lin Jie's voice crackled through the communicator. Despite his confusion, Zheng confirmed, "Yes, he has a bounty. We just didn't have his exact whereabouts, so we didn't post it on the Hunter Guild. Only a small reward." "Is that so? What a pity. Let's see if we can take care of both of them," Lin Jie replied. "All right, I'll arrange a ship to bring you back." "Wait, what did you say?" Zheng responded, initially feeling sorry for the hunter's wasted trip. Halfway through his sentence, he realized what Lin Jie had implied and looked up at the screen. The camera angle suddenly rose as Lin Jie stood up and strode towards Becky and Hunter. Mr. Phoenix, what are you doing? You're still young. Don't do anything rash." "Hello? Hello?" Zheng called out frantically, sweating profusely, but Lin Jie paid no heed. On the screen, Lin Jie grabbed a glass of red wine from a passing robotic server and quickly approached Becky from behind. Ignoring the couple still locked in a kiss, he yanked Becky around and without a word, splashed the wine in her face. "Slut!" Lin Jie growled, his voice dripping with anger and contempt. "Scumbag! Liar!" Lin Jie roared with fury, throwing a glass of red wine at Becky. "You shameless bitch! You've deceived me so badly. You're utterly heartless." The bar hadn't reached its peak hours yet, and the low music made Lin Jie's angry outburst all the more attention-grabbing. Curious onlookers turned their heads, as if waiting for a dramatic scene to unfold. Becky was drenched in red wine, her heavy makeup instantly ruined. She angrily wiped her face, revealing a contorted expression. Suddenly, a pale flower appeared deep in her pupils, a side effect of her genetic evolution, visible only during intense emotional fluctuations. "Are you insane? I don't even know you." Becky spat through gritted teeth. She initially thought an old enemy had found her, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was a stranger. She had just snagged a rich target and couldn't afford this idiot's interference. Taking a deep breath, Becky tried to calm down. She carefully wiped her face with a tissue and said as evenly as possible, "All right, kid, I don't care who you are. Take a good look. Am I really the person you're looking for?" Lin Jie wasn't backing down. "Pretending, huh? You think you can fool me?" He activated his nanotechnology, and in an instant, a silvery armor enveloped his body, making him look ready for a fight. At that moment, a towering figure blocked Lin Jie. Hunter, a 2-meter-tall hulk, stood before him, completely overshadowing the armored Lin Jie. Why do you have to be so tall? Lin Jie muttered discontentedly, looking up at Hunter. Hunter glared menacingly at Lin Jie. Watch your mouth until we clear this up. Who the hell are you? Lin Jie looked incredulous. You don't even recognize me? I'm the legendary mech rider, Kratos. A murmur of confusion spread through the crowd. Who's Kratos? They whispered. Seeing this, Lin Jie launched into an impromptu performance. Seems like you guys are clueless. Let me enlighten you today. He turned to the onlookers and began his fantastical tale. I, Kratos, may not have a face full of stories, but I am a man full of stories. Ever heard of the 13 Guardians of Sparta? I was the leader. Back in the day, I piloted a redand white single-man mech, wielding 2 watermelon-slicing swords. I fought from the underworld all the way to Mount Olympus, slashing for 3 days and nights, rivers of blood flowing. But I just kept slicing, never blinking once. Impressive, right? Everyone around displayed expressions of disbelief. Zheng Chong, captain of the South Aeton Star Special Police, looked at his officers, hoping to glean some useful information from Lin Jie's ramblings. After checking the data, an officer reported seriously, Captain, he's talking nonsense. There are over 10,000 people named Kratos in the Aeton Federation, but none match his description. The underworld and Mount Olympus do exist, but they're tiny places hundreds of light years away. Zheng Chong rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Lin Jie continued his performance in the bar, seemingly unconcerned about Becky or Hunter making a sudden move. The rules at the Broken Terminal are strict and clear. Battles between superhumans must take place in designated combat pods, and fighting in public areas is strictly prohibited. Violators face expulsion, and in severe cases, could even be eliminated outright. Lin Jie glanced at Hunter, who had temporarily calmed down, then turned his attention to Becky. This is between us, you bitch, he shouted, his voice filled with anger. You seduced me on South Orden Star, said you wanted to marry me, and we even slept together. And what happened? You committed murder, killed so many ordinary people, and even 2 superhumans. As Lin Jie's voice grew louder, more and more people started to take notice. He continued his accusations. You begged me to help you escape, to get you a ship. You said you'd wait for me at the Broken Terminal, that we'd run away together. The entire super police and military were looking for you, and I risked my life to help you. And now you're here, fishing for men? Are you even human? Lin Jie was breathing heavily, clearly agitated. His words made Hunter's face turn ashen, while the onlookers watched with keen interest. Becky panicked and grabbed Hunter's arm. Darling, don't believe him. He's a madman, spouting nonsense. You're still pretending. Lin Jie shot back immediately. I never realized how good you were at lying. Do you remember what you said to me? That as long as we escaped alive, you'd wait for me, that we'd go to the ends of the universe together. You even said you had a plan, to find a fool as a scapegoat, and then we'd escape. Lin Jie suddenly paused, a look of sudden realization crossing his face as he looked at Hunter. Buddy, could the fool she was talking about be you? Hunter's face darkened instantly, and he stiffly turned to look at Becky. No, it's not like that. Becky was completely flustered, clutching Hunter's arm, her voice becoming shrill. Darling, he's a madman. Don't believe him. I really like you. I don't even know him. Is that so? Hunter said coldly, shaking off Becky's hand. Get lost, bitch. He glanced around the room before striding out of the bar, not wanting to stay a second longer. Darling, Becky cried out, chasing after him. The two quickly disappeared out the bar's door. The crowd, seeing the drama end, began to disperse, though they still cast occasional glances at Lin Jie. Lin Jie, however, was unfazed, leisurely sitting back in his booth and ordering a drink. What seemed like Lin Jie's ramblings were actually a clever way to reveal Becky's true nature to Hunter. Lin Jie guessed that Hunter was likely Becky's latest mark, someone she picked up at the bar last night to strengthen her position and expand her network, ensuring her escape from the Orden Federation's reach. Lin Jie's goal was to nip Becky's relationship with Hunter in the bud. If Hunter was a fool, he'd probably believe Lin Jie and think Becky was using him. If Hunter was smart, he'd realize the key point in Lin Jie's words. Becky was in a dangerous situation, and being close to her was equally dangerous. Either way, Becky was destined to be single again. Now the only question was how to get Becky to accept a challenge and enter the combat pod for a life-or-death fight. As Lin Jie was deep in thought, Becky stormed back into the bar, heading straight for him. She stood before him, her eyes blazing with fury. Listen, you son of a bitch. I don't care who you are or what you want, but now, do you dare to enter the combat pod, you Crade Steel cowards? Lin Jie's eyes lit up. Is that an invitation? Let me explain. Chapters 79 to 90 were written when I wasn't in the best state after resuming updates. Many parts are not quite up to par, and I haven't found the time to revise them yet. Please be patient, or feel free to skip those chapters if you prefer. The quality improved significantly after that, with my writing getting back to form. Inside the combat pod, the air seemed to freeze. The sound of the door slowly closing echoed between Lin Jie and Becky. Becky's eyes were bloodshot, with ghostly white flowers blooming in her pupils, indicating her rage had reached its peak. She stared daggers at Lin Jie, her face twisted with malice. Rage boiled within Becky. She had caused quite a stir on South Orden Star, and the super police team had been keeping a close watch on her. In her quest for power, she seduced men and hid her situation from Hunter, even devising a series of follow-up plans. Yet in just one night, this stranger had exposed everything. After a few communications, Hunter had completely abandoned her. How could she not be furious? Just a class single-soldier mech, and you dare challenge me? Today, I'll tear you and your mech to pieces. Becky clenched her fists, her eyes growing even more venomous. In contrast, Lin Jie was much calmer. He stood opposite Becky, taking the opportunity as the door closed to curiously examine the combat pod. Data was being scanned and fed back to him. The so-called combat pod was more like a sizable oval stadium. Made of special alloy, it could withstand energy output from class superhumans. Even if they fought fiercely inside, it wouldn't affect the outside world. It's worth noting that using such a combat pod wasn't free. Its high maintenance costs made usage fees extremely expensive. Lin Jie had been worrying about his remaining balance, but Becky's rage had saved him a significant amount of money by paying for it herself. Full scan complete. Kane's voice sounded in Lin Jie's ear. Energy levels are sufficient. All modules are functioning normally, and the pilot's physical condition is optimal. Lin Jie, it's an honor to fight alongside you. Kane, I remember you saying your original programming wasn't designed for single-soldier matches, right? Lin Jie asked. Correct, Kane replied. Moreover, the White Butterfly mech's high-intensity operations exceed my computational capacity. Based on calculations, my auxiliary suggestions have an effectiveness rate below 65% for this battle. I apologize. No worries, Lin Jie reassured. You don't have any tasks for this fight. Besides monitoring the mech status, you only need to do one thing. And what is that? Lin Jie glanced at Becky in the distance and smiled slightly. Watch and learn. Beat the combat pod door closed completely, and a prompt sounded like the starting gun of a race, instantly changing the atmosphere. Becky's figure blurred as she charged at Lin Jie like a cannonball. Lin Jie quickly retreated, drawing 2 tactical pistols and firing a precise volley to slow her advance. However, the bullets had little effect on Becky. Her genetically modified body was as strong as that of a warrior of the same level, with an absurdly high vitality. The tactical pistols were not particularly lethal, serving more as a tactical deterrent. Sensing this, Becky even stopped dodging, rushing forward despite the bullets. The shots pierced her arms, but the wounds healed almost instantly. Shot cannon ready? Lin Jie, well aware that the pistols were ineffective, didn't panic. He discarded the guns, braced his right wrist with his left hand, and activated the module on his right forearm. The engine roared, and compressed air was primed for release. After 3 muffled thuds, 3 nearly invisible projectiles shot out. These were the shock air cannons Lin Jie had specifically noted when purchasing the White Butterfly. The cannons worked by drawing air into a special container in the right forearm module, compressing it, and then releasing it. Their main feature was stealth. They were hard to see with the naked eye, had minimal firing sound but strong impact. However, their range was short, as compressed air quickly dissipated beyond a certain distance, and their area of effect was limited. But in an unknown duel like this, large-scale weapons weren't necessary. Thud! With a muffled sound, Becky dodged 2 air cannons but was hit in the ribs by the third. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the air, and Becky's ribs visibly caved in. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but rather than retreat, it only fueled her rage. I'll kill you, Becky screamed, stomping her foot. To everyone's astonishment, her sunken chest instantly returned to normal. Simultaneously, her right hand transformed into a thick vine, lashing out violently at Lin Jie. However, before the attack could reach its target, it was intercepted by 2 small missiles. The explosion roared, and thick smoke enveloped the area. Becky's arm was forced back to its original form, seemingly unscathed but emitting black smoke. Without giving Becky a chance to strike again, Lin Jie launched his own attack. He swiftly drew his alloy combat knife, and in a flash, he emerged from the smoke. In the Super Police team's command room, Zheng Chong watched Lin Jie's actions and instinctively shouted, "No!" Having previously hunted Becky, Zheng Chong knew this crazed woman well. She had undergone plant-based genetic modifications, making her life force and regenerative abilities extraordinarily resilient. She could also transform her body parts into incredibly tough vines. If anyone got entangled, Even a warrior would struggle to escape death. Zheng Chang thought Lin Jie, a clever iron rider, should have used a long-range harassment strategy to exhaust Becky's stamina and genetic energy before engaging in close combat. But now, he was directly attacking her, which seemed like a death wish. Zheng Chang clenched his fists in frustration. To his surprise, the scene of Lin Jie being entangled never appeared. From the first-person view, Lin Jie moved like a swift swallow, dodging and weaving through the incoming vines. In a few agile maneuvers, he was right in front of Becky, his alloy knife slicing down. Becky quickly pulled out an iron rod to meet Lin Jie's attack. With a resounding clang, a powerful shockwave erupted. Zheng Chang's pupils contracted. Before he could even worry, the monitor flickered and then went black, displaying the words, "Signal lost." What happened? Zheng Chang turned to his subordinates, his voice filled with urgency. The battle was at a critical moment, and the signal cut out, leaving him on edge. A police officer explained, "Captain, the destructive power of a clever superhuman is too strong. It likely damaged the camera. So, there's no way to restore it?" Zheng Chang pressed. "No, Captain," the officer confirmed. "Damn it," Zheng Chang muttered, frustration boiling within him with no outlet. He rubbed his face vigorously, taking a moment to regain his composure. "From here on out, it's up to him," Zheng Chang murmured, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Bang! A deafening explosion shook the air as Lin Jie and Becky were propelled back over 10 meters like cannonballs. They exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Their clash of strength had ended in a draw. "Didn't expect you to be this good," Becky said, discarding her previous contempt. No longer viewing Lin Jie as an ordinary pilot, she moved her thoughts, and dozens of vines spread out like tentacles, closing in on Lin Jie. "I've got more than just a few tricks up my sleeve." Lin Jie remained unfazed, his alloy blade gleaming as he precisely severed each approaching vine. However, he didn't immediately counterattack, instead deliberately slowing his movements, waiting for Becky's next offensive. Lin Jie had two reasons for taking this mission: the generous commission and the opportunity to synchronize with his mecha. During the Hunters Guild's previous field test, the Berserk Red Ridge Beast, despite its increased attributes, was mindless and driven solely by a killing instinct, making it too easy to kill and unfit to truly test the capabilities of his mecha, White Butterfly. Now, burdened with a mecha loan that meant he couldn't upgrade his equipment for some time, he needed high-intensity combat to test White Butterfly's performance and improve their synergy. Becky, being a C-level opponent, was the perfect whetstone. Die! Becky, misinterpreting Lin Jie's slowed speed as a sign of exhaustion, charged forward. Despite her injuries from the air cannon, they didn't hinder her close-quarters combat. Her custom iron rod whistled through the air, aiming directly for Lin Jie's head. But at the critical moment, Lin Jie's speed surged. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing filled the air as his alloy blade firmly blocked the lethal strike. "Now that's more like it. Just cutting vines is no fun." Lin Jie smiled behind his mask. Sparks flew as the alloy blade and iron rod scraped against each other. His speed reached its peak, with an impressive 87 mechanical synchronization rate, making him appear as a master from a martial arts novel, showcasing perfect harmony between man and machine. White Butterfly glowed as the alloy blade danced, its relentless attacks forcing Becky to retreat. Lin Jie thought to himself that the current level of combat wasn't enough. He needed to push Becky harder to make her reveal her full strength. Who is this guy? Becky was shocked by the sudden ferocity of Lin Jie's assault. Caught off guard, her body was already marked by several cuts from the alloy blade. But she quickly reacted, channeling her genetic energy throughout her body. Starting from her arms, her flesh transformed into wood at a visible rate, her once smooth skin turning into rough, ancient bark. In an instant, except for her face, Becky had become a tree-like being, her power surging. "I'll tear your metal apart," Becky roared, landing a punch that sent Lin Jie flying back. Feeling she had regained control, she discarded her iron rod and charged at Lin Jie with large strides. However, she soon realized her mistake. Lin Jie, being exceptionally clever, quickly identified the weakness of Becky's current form. While her defense and strength had increased, her speed had significantly decreased, and she could no longer use her vines. Realizing this, Lin Jie immediately changed tactics, abandoning close combat for a kiting strategy. Using White Butterfly's high mobility, he deftly dodged Becky's attacks while continuously firing air cannons, shattering her bark. Occasionally, he would dash in to prune her branches with his alloy blade. In no time, Becky was left battered and bruised, in a pitiable state. "Die!" Becky finally snapped, roaring in fury. Her form changed once more. The bark disappeared, her body swelled, ripping through her clothing, transforming into a massive carnivorous plant. Thick roots, Pale petals and serrated teeth exuded a terrifying aura. She lunged at Lin Jie with her gaping maw, as if to devour him whole. Beast transformation. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, knowing it was time to end the fight. Beast transformation was usually a genetic warrior's last resort, triggering the modified genes within to transform into a specific creature. The appearance after transformation depended on the genetic enhancement serum used. While this state drastically boosted a warrior's attributes, it was short-lived and imposed a heavy burden on the body. If they didn't defeat their opponent before reverting, they'd be left defenseless. Becky's transformation meant she was at her wit's end. Lin Jie assessed the situation, thinking, it's not as formidable as Zheng Chang made it out to be, just resilient. He dodged Becky's thick vines with agile movements, continuing to fire air cannons to drain her stamina. Occasionally, he darted in to prune her branches with his alloy blade. In no time, Becky was left battered and bruised, in a pitiable state. In no time, Becky began to slow down. Lin Jie's eyes gleamed as he seized the opportunity. His mech suit roared to life at full power. The butterfly wings snapped open with a crisp clang, propelling him forward like a cannonball. His alloy blade sliced through the air, a flash of silver, and neatly severed the head of the man-eating plant. With a swift motion, Becky's true form was revealed as she reverted to her human state, collapsing to the ground. However, to Lin Jie's surprise, Becky wasn't completely dead. Her headless body staggered to its feet, groping around like the headless Xingtian, trying to find her head. Lin Jie held down Becky's writhing body with one hand and picked up the bloody head with the other. He glanced at it and gasped. Tiny tendrils of flesh were visibly growing from the neck stump. The grotesque sight sent shivers down his spine, and he quickly found a container to secure Becky's head. Despite the harrowing ordeal, the mission was finally complete. An hour later, Lin Jie returned to the Super Police headquarters on South Aeton. He walked into the office carrying the container with Becky's head, looking relaxed, as if he had just completed a trivial task. Zheng Chang and his officers could hardly believe their eyes. They instinctively checked their watches and were stunned to find that only 5 hours had passed since Lin Jie took the mission, including travel time. You actually caught Becky? Zheng Chang couldn't hide his astonishment as he looked Lin Jie up and down, reassessing the young pilot. He thought to himself, with this kind of efficiency, could this guy really be just an ordinary pilot? Judging by the mission completion, this Phoenix was definitely a hunter worth collaborating with. Noticing Zheng Chang's intense gaze, Lin Jie quickly set some expectations. Captain, I don't take just any job. I went after Becky this time because the reward was substantial. Cheap jobs don't interest me. Then he changed the subject. By the way, when can I expect the payment? Zheng Chang snapped out of his thoughts and replied quickly, very soon. He'll confirm it now, and it should be in your account within 2 hours. Great, pleasure working with you. Lin Jie nodded with a smile. If you have any high-value bounties in the future, feel free to message me on the guild app. With that, he turned and left the office. However, before Zheng Chang and the young officers could even catch their breath, Lin Jie returned. Is there something else? Zheng Chang asked, puzzled. Lin Jie gave a shy smile and pointed to the holster on the young officer's belt. Just a small thing. Is that a stun baton? The young officer was taken aback for a moment, then pulled out the short baton-like device. Yes, it's a stun baton. Is there a problem? Zheng Chang was also curious. These high-voltage stun batons were standard issue for the super police, primarily used to subdue low-level superhumans and as a self-defense tool. However, someone of Lin Jie's caliber shouldn't need such a thing. Can I take a look? Lin Jie's smile grew even more bashful. After a brief hesitation, Zheng Chang nodded. For someone who could pilot a class mech and defeat a C superhuman, a stun baton was practically a toy. What happened next left everyone in the room stunned. Lin Jie took the baton, cranked it up to the highest setting, and zapped himself without a word. Holy crap! Zheng Chang exclaimed. Lin Jie's body convulsed, muscles spasming, and his hair frizzed into a wild mess as he slumped against the wall. Zheng Chang and the young officer were too shocked to react. Before they could move to help, Lin Jie released the baton on his own. While Lin Jie exhaled a puff of black smoke, his face charred, hair standing on end. He grinned, showing a set of white teeth, and gave a thumbs up as he handed the baton back to the dumbfounded Zheng Chang. Nothing beats government-issued gear. That was something else. Lin Jie returned to the guild building and pushed open the door to his suite, greeted by a familiar scent. As a Class C hunter, he enjoyed a range of benefits, including this comfortably furnished room provided for free. Glancing around, he thought, might as well take advantage of it. He walked over to the workbench and fiddled with the simulator, hoping to obtain some useful blueprints. Unfortunately, he came up empty-handed. Shrugging, he headed to the bathroom for a quick wash. Back in the living room, Lin Jie sank into the soft couch and opened the Hunter Guild app. The screen showed that the status of his recently completed task had changed from in progress to settling, with a note indicating the payment would be processed within the hour. Just as he was about to close the app, a new message notification blinked in his private inbox. Lin Jie opened it to find a message from the official assistant. The gist was that Zheng Chang had given him high marks for his performance, and the points he earned from this task were substantial. The guild encouraged him to keep up the good work and aim for the hunter rankings to unlock more benefits. As usual, the message ended with a customary blessing. Hunter rankings? Lin Jie muttered, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He clicked on the ranking details and began to read carefully. The Hunter Guild's ranking system was quite comprehensive, with each level having its own exclusive leaderboard. These leaderboards were generally divided into individual and team categories, and further split into three types: points, reputation, and pinnacle. First, Lin Jie checked the points leaderboard. As the name suggests, this ranking was determined by the hunter's accumulated points. He recalled the promotion requirements: 200 points to go from Class E to D, 1,500 points for D to C, and 5,000 points for C to B. Once the required points were reached, hunters could take on a promotion task. Success meant a rank up and a reset of points. Failure resulted in a partial deduction of points. Points were mainly earned based on the task's level and difficulty. Lin Jie remembered the early Class E tasks he took on, which only awarded single-digit points. To reach 200 points and advance to Class D, he had to complete 20 to 30 tasks. Next, he looked at the reputation leaderboard. This one was simpler, based mainly on client satisfaction ratings. In short, the more high scores he received from clients, the higher his ranking. Lin Jie glanced at these two leaderboards and thought to himself, not very credible. He knew that points could be amassed over time, and good reviews could be manipulated. These leaderboards inherently had limited credibility. While browsing the points leaderboard, Lin Jie noticed a Class C hunter dominating with over 90,000 points. Curiosity led him to check the details, revealing that this hunter had completed numerous Class D tasks worth a few dozen points each, essentially stacking up the points through sheer volume. In contrast, the Pinnacle leaderboard was far more authoritative. This ranking was determined by the guild's intelligence system, which considered various factors like task difficulty and target strength to provide a comprehensive score. Consequently, the Pinnacle leaderboard was mostly occupied by elite members of hunter teams, marked with their team emblems and names. Lin Jie continued browsing and found that according to guild regulations, anyone ranked in the top 100 on any leaderboard would receive periodic resource rewards. While engrossed in the leaderboard details, his communicator suddenly buzzed with a ding. The screen showed that his task payment had been processed. After deducting the guild's commission and taxes, he received just over 1.9 million. For Lin Jie, this was a significant sum. Although this initial windfall was substantial, Lin Jie knew that tasks of this C difficulty level were rare. Shaking his head, he joked to himself, "Seems like I'll need to run a black market to get rich quickly." With that, Lin Jie pulled out his computer and logged onto the dark web. As he browsed, he couldn't help but feel that he was drifting further down the path of an outlaw. Nevertheless, Lin Jie's plan was relatively clear. Given his current situation, selling low-level anti-supernatural mechanical weapons, priced at 10 to 20,000 each, wasn't worth the time and effort compared to taking on tasks. If he was going to sell, he might as well sell high-end items. With this in mind, Lin Jie decisively spent $1 million on the dark web to purchase 3 sets of special alloys needed to manufacture the Teber magnetic cannon. Watching his savings halve, the master craftsman felt not despair, but ambition, eagerly awaiting the materials to showcase his skills. However, when the materials finally arrived, Lin Jie realized the harsh truth of dealing with the black market. Out of the 3 sets of special alloys, only one was usable. Faced with this, Lin Jie could only accept reality. The dark web wasn't a legitimate shopping platform with customer service. He had no choice but to take the loss. On the bright side, at least he had one usable set of materials. Having resolved the material issue, Lin Jie now faced the problem of finding a workspace. Manufacturing weapons privately was illegal, especially anti-supernatural weapons. Although his identity as a superhuman allowed him to purchase certain items, manufacturing and selling them was clearly not permitted. In this law-abiding society, no one would dare rent a workshop to someone making weapons. But such challenges didn't deter our master craftsman. His eyes gleamed with a knowing light, clearly hinting that he had a plan. While he couldn't manufacture weapons, as a skilled iron rider and hunter, Lin Jie had every right to repair mechs. He tampered with Bai Dai's mech, causing a malfunction, and used the excuse of repairs to rent a suitable workspace. He then buried himself in the workshop, working intensely for 4 straight days. On the morning of the 4th day, the workshop's AI chimed in. "Mr. Phoenix, your short-term lease has expired. Would you like to renew?" Lin Jie lay on the ground next to the workbench, his eyes bloodshot and staring blankly at the ceiling. "No, thank you," he replied weakly. Although Lin Jie's mechanical skills were only at a level, enabling him to maintain and repair standard level weapons and mechs, and even handle outdated equipment in the prison. This time he faced the challenge of creating an advanced anti-superpower weapon with only one set of materials. Despite having precise blueprints, he had to tread carefully over the past few days. His physical and mental stamina had reached their limits. Fortunately, his hard work paid off, and he finally succeeded. After leaving the workshop, Lin Jie treated himself to a full-body massage and a thorough shower before returning to his suite. He retrieved a hand cannon from the storage compartment of his combat suit's belt. This weapon was cylindrical, about 80 centimeters long, with a 120mm caliber and a diameter of approximately 17 centimeters. Made of a special alloy, its surface was smooth and mirror-like. It was a heavy, two-handed weapon with a hollow section at the rear and a hand grip under the front for support. To fire the magnetic cannon, the user had to insert their dominant hand from the back and pull the trigger. Lin Jie gently caressed the hand cannon, his eyes gleaming with affection. This was the first time he had created a mechanical weapon that met his standards, a far cry from the makeshift items he had cobbled together in the Ninth prison. No worries, I'll make more once I earn some money, he consoled himself. He then opened his computer, set up multiple firewalls and fake IPs, and logged onto the dark web to contact the black market administrator, expressing his intention to open an arms shop. The administrator demanded a steep price of $1 million, which included registration fees, a security deposit, and platform usage fees. Lin Jie was shocked by the exorbitant cost, but reluctantly agreed. He quickly completed the registration, named his shop Iron Man Armory, and listed the hand cannon for $5 million. However, reality struck him hard. Despite clever anti-superpower weapons being highly sought after, his shop went unnoticed for half a month, and his sole product didn't attract any buyers. Some even mocked his high pricing in the comments. Desperate, Lin Jie kept lowering the price. From $5 million to $450,000, then to $300,000, $200,000, and finally a loss-inducing $80,000. At last, he received his first order. Yet, looking at the order details, Lin Jie felt no joy. Instead, he was filled with a sense of bitter frustration. In a cramped room of a shabby hotel on a remote and underdeveloped planet, the frail Robert Hill closed his laptop and leaned back into his chair, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a faint noise made him shiver, and he scanned the room warily. Only after confirming his safety did he slump onto the bed. Damn it, this isn't a life worth living, Hill muttered, staring at the peeling ceiling, his face full of despair. As a crank sorcerer and a crank 3-star assassin on the dark web, Hill had once led a relatively comfortable life. However, everything changed 2 months ago. The wealthy relative of one of his assassination targets somehow discovered Hill's identity and placed a bounty on him, hiring Sam, the Hungry Wolf, a 5-star assassin ranked 5th among crank killers, to hunt him down. Hill knew his own capabilities. As a zealot in the sorcerer system, his combat skills were mediocre, and his faith in the gods was not fervent enough. Among crank supers, he was considered below average. Facing Sam, he stood no chance. From that day on, Hill began a long journey of escape. At first, he thought that if he hid well enough, Sam would give up the mission. But he underestimated the persistence of a 5-star assassin. For 2 months, Sam relentlessly pursued him, forcing Hill to flee constantly while racking his brain to shake off his pursuer. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. Hill's little tricks were no match for Sam, and he narrowly escaped death several times. He had barely made it to this remote planet, hoping for a brief respite, only to sense Sam's presence again a few days ago. Drawing on his years of experience as an assassin, Hill knew that Sam would find him soon. In his desperation, he realized that his only way out was a desperate counterattack. But how? With the huge disparity in their strengths, his only hope was to find a powerful enough weapon. With this in mind, Hill logged onto the dark web. However, 2 months of running had depleted his savings, leaving him with just over $900,000. While this might be a fortune for an ordinary person, it wasn't enough to buy a decent crank superweapon on the dark web. In despair, Hill numbly browsed through various shops on the dark web until he came across the Iron Man weapons shop. Despite its crude name, the only item on its shelf, a turbo hand cannon priced at $800,000, caught his attention. Powerful enough to kill a crank super. Use with caution. The exaggerated description made Hill scoff. However, at this moment, he was like a drowning man grasping at straws, and the turbo hand cannon was his only lifeline. Whatever gods are out there, I pray this thing works. Hill stood by the window, looking up at the gloomy sky, his face full of grim determination. 2 days later, Hill received the package. He carefully brought it back to his room and opened it, revealing a sleek hand cannon that reflected his pale face. It looks good, but I wonder if it really works, Hill murmured as he caressed the hand cannon and opened the accompanying manual. However, as soon as he finished reading the instructions, his pupils contracted sharply, and his muscles tensed up instantly. A dangerous presence. Years of being an assassin had made him acutely sensitive to danger. Sam had finally arrived. Hill had no time to finish the manual. He hastily put away the hand cannon, placed his right hand on his chest, and made a gesture of sworn allegiance. Instantly, his figure vanished into thin air, entering a state of invisibility. This was the power granted by the god of concealment, which had saved him from death many times. Hill quickly left the hotel and ran into the distance. Even though he now had a weapon, his first instinct as a weaker opponent was still to flee. He didn't want to confront Sam unless absolutely necessary. Hill ran north and soon entered a dense forest. His spaceship was hidden here. As long as he boarded it and left the planet, he could buy himself more time. Faster, faster. Hill pushed himself to the limit, squeezing out every ounce of his strength. Finally, he reached the cave where his spaceship was hidden. A fireball blasted open the entrance, and he rushed inside, only to freeze in his tracks. Inside the cave, a warship-shaped spaceship stood quietly. And on the spaceship stood a man, Sam, the hungry wolf, who had arrived ahead of him. Hill, we meet again? Sam looked down at Hill from above, his gaze like that of a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Sam wasn't particularly tall or imposing. In fact, he appeared even frilier than Hill. However, as a genetic warrior whose evolution was based on the DNA of a certain wolf-like star beast, his physique bore a slight resemblance to that of a wolf. Even when standing still, Sam exuded a chilling aura of danger. Run, keep running. Sam stood on the spaceship, looking down at Hill with eyes burning with rage. Run? Fine, I'll run. Hill didn't say much. In an instant, he activated his invisibility ability, disappearing like a ghost and sprinting toward the cave entrance. But he had barely taken a few steps when Sam appeared before him like a phantom. What? Hill's pupils dilated in shock. Without time to think, he tried to sidestep Sam and continue his escape. Yet, with every move he made, Sam anticipated his actions and blocked his path with lightning speed. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, Hill kept changing his escape route, but Sam always managed to get ahead of him, shadowing his every move. How is this possible? Hill was utterly panicked. He worshipped three deities: the god of stealth, the god of fire, and the goddess of war. The invisibility granted by the god of stealth had always been his greatest life-saving trick, helping him escape from Sam multiple times. But this time it failed him. Run! Sam stood before Hill, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. Why aren't you running? Sam's strength far surpassed Hill's, and after 2 months of pursuit, he had learned all of Hill's tricks. Even though Hill was invisible, he couldn't escape Sam's detection. Run? Run my ass. I'll fight you. Realizing that his invisibility was useless, Hill decided to stop hiding. He clenched his fists over his chest in a gesture of allegiance, and flames erupted from his arms. Hill retreated rapidly while launching fireballs with both hands, hurling them at Sam. The explosions roared incessantly, causing the entire cave to collapse. Smoke and dust engulfed Sam's figure, but Hill didn't dare to stop, relentlessly casting fireball after fireball. Die, die, just die. Driven by a strong survival instinct and fear, Hill fought with all his might, his entire body engulfed in flames. He flew out of the cave, but continued throwing fireballs. After hurling 70 or 80 fireballs and collapsing the cave and spaceship, Hill finally stopped. He hovered in the air, panting heavily, not daring to relax. He knew that a 5-star assassin couldn't be taken down so easily. And indeed, that was the case. Is that all you've got? As the dust settled, Sam's figure emerged. He had fully transformed, resembling a legendary werewolf, his fur glistening and unscathed. Don't underestimate me, Hill shouted, extending his flame into a massive fiery bow. He drew the bowstring with one hand, summoning flaming arrows that shot toward Sam. But Sam moved even faster. His hands had turned into wolf claws, nails as sharp as blades. With a casual swipe, he shattered the flaming arrows. In the next instant, he blurred into motion, appearing in front of Hill before he could react, and sent him flying with a single swipe, leaving a trail of blood in the air. No, I can't die. The intense pain triggered Hill's survival instincts. He channeled all his mental energy, his flames burning even fiercer. Fireballs, flaming arrows, fire dragon, she unleashed a barrage of fire spells. Unfortunately, these attacks posed no threat to Sam. In his beast form, Sam's abilities were greatly enhanced, especially his defense. He didn't even bother dodging the weaker spells, charging through them to reach Hill and striking him down again. Boom! This hit was even more brutal, sending Hill flying with blood spraying everywhere, his gaze growing dim. On my own, I can't defeat this guy. After 2 heavy blows, Hill felt death's approach. As Sam charged at him again, Hill, enduring the pain, remembered the hand cannon he bought off the dark web. I hope this works. What? Is that all you've got? Sam, unaware of Hill's plan, reveled in the thrill of the hunt. After 2 months of failed attempts, he was eager to vent all his anger on Hill. Sam's figure darted through the air, repeatedly closing in on Hill and sending him flying again. From a distance, Hill looked like a flaming ball, kicked around by Sam. Boom! After 7 or 8 kicks, Hill crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. He lay there, twitching, seemingly incapacitated. Is that all you've got? Sam landed nearby, a cold smile on his lips, and slowly approached Hill. Aren't you a devout follower? Don't you worship the goddess of war? Use her powers, or any god you believe in. Try to struggle. As he spoke, Sam stood at the crater's edge, looking down at the motionless Hill. The forest was dense, and a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves. Hill remained unresponsive. Already lost consciousness? Boring. Sam shook his head, leaping into the crater to finish off his prey. But just as Sam was about to strike, Hill suddenly moved. Screw you. Hill turned abruptly, a hand cannon appearing out of nowhere, aimed directly at Sam. You asked what other gods I believe in? I believe in the god of machinery. Covered in blood and with a ferocious expression, Hill pulled the trigger at point-blank range. Are you kidding me? Sam's face turned pale as his genes for beast warrior instincts kicked in. The seemingly ordinary hand cannon exuded a deadly aura, making Sam's hair stand on end as a shadow of death loomed over him. In a split second, Sam instinctively channeled all his genetic energy. His muscles swelled like inflating balloons, his height increased by several centimeters, and the steel-like hairs on his skin retracted to form an impenetrable shield. Hill was also stunned by the power of the weapon in his hands. Even with the war goddess's ability enhancing his physical strength to around 4,000, his arm trembled violently, almost losing grip. Zizavum, fully charged, the hand cannon unleashed a staggering force. A blinding beam of light engulfed the beast-transformed Sam, pierced through a mountain, and shot straight into the sky. The massive recoil felt like a small spaceship collision. Already severely injured, Hill coughed up blood, his vision went black, and his ears rang with a deafening buzz. Damn, this is a class mechanical weapon? Hill cursed inwardly, but clutched the hand cannon tightly. Despite its terrifying power, he wasn't sure if Sam had any tricks left. As his senses gradually returned, Hill cautiously scanned the surroundings. The scene left him dumbfounded. A distant mountain had a massive hole blasted through it, rocks vaporized and dripping down. The clouds in the sky had a giant circular gap, like a punctured paper window. Looking down, Sam's lower body was still standing, but his upper half was obliterated beyond recognition. Even someone as resilient as Becky couldn't have survived this. This isn't a class mechanical weapon. It's clearly an illegal, overpowered weapon, Hill exclaimed, realizing he'd stumbled upon an incredible find. Though not yet familiar with its targeting system, he foresaw an unstoppable future. Hill quickly pulled out a new risk communicator, logged into his dark web account, and sent a private message to the manager of the Steel Soldier Armory. Hey buddy, if you get more of these weapons, contact me first. I'll take them all. Calming down, Hill began to contemplate the weapon's origin. Whether obtained by chance or through special channels, he didn't want such a powerful weapon falling into others' hands. Hey, I survived. It's good to be alive. Hill let his mind wander, calculating the time needed to rebuild his fortune. Suddenly, a thought struck him. 5-star assassin. Hill sat up abruptly, eyes blazing as he stared at the weapon in his hand. He realized he was no longer the weakling he once was. The future was brimming with limitless possibilities. But now, an unprecedented ambition flickered in Hill's eyes. He looked down at the powerful T-bow hand cannon in his hand, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. This formidable weapon had allowed him to defeat the top-ranked 5-star assassin, Sam, completely changing his standing. Hill looked up at the starry sky, his eyes blazing with intensity. In his mind, he saw the image of a new 5-star assassin rising, and that person was none other than himself. Meanwhile, in the Hunters Guild on South Orden Star, Lin Jie had just woken up from his sleep. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened his dark web account. The first thing he saw was a message from Hill, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "All of it? Do you think I'm an easy mark?" Lin Jie furrowed his brow, contemplating. 800,000 credit points couldn't even buy a standard grade mechanical weapon, let alone the high-end stuff in the cube. Hill wanted to take advantage of him multiple times in one go how greedy. However, Hill's eagerness to buy in bulk at least indicated his satisfaction with the T-bow hand cannon. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Jie decided to go with the flow. He quickly typed on the keyboard and replied, "Dear customer, if you're satisfied, please give us a 5-star review. Your feedback is crucial for our newly opened store. The Iron Man shop always welcomes you." After sending the message, Lin Jie's finger hovered over the cashback for good reviews button, hesitating to press it. He sighed heavily and muttered to himself, life is tough, even for a Titan-class Iron Rider. Thinking about how he, a Titan-class Iron Rider, senior mechanical engineer, Blue Star traveler and electrical enthusiast, had been reduced to pleading for good reviews as a customer service rep. Lin Jie couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, encouraging himself. These tough days will last for a while, the struggle is far from over, and we must keep pushing forward. Lin Jie shook his head and glanced at the electric baton on his desk. He had specifically ordered it because hotel facilities would trip the circuit breaker if used too frequently. The last time he got electrocuted, it wasn't too bad, so he decided to get one for personal use. As a superhuman, many things he manufactured and sold were not allowed, but there were fewer restrictions on purchasing. The electric baton arrived the same day he ordered it, and Lin Jie had tested it, finding it quite satisfactory. A new day starts with a shock. Lin Jie joked to himself, unhesitatingly pressing the electric baton against his body. And so, Lin Jie seized these precious moments for development. His daily life seemed mundane, but was filled with undercurrents: electrocution, solving the cube, drafting blueprints, and executing missions, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. In this nearly mechanical routine, 3 months quietly passed. During this time, Lin Jie never lost sight of his goal. A mere crayed, immortal white butterfly was not enough to deal with True. He needed to accumulate wealth quickly and continuously upgrade his mecha to stand a chance against True. Every day, he worked towards this goal. Though life appeared monotonous, his heart was full of anticipation and determination for the future. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye, and Lin Jie's life wasn't solely consumed by gaming. During this period, 3 events stand out. Firstly, he opened a shop on the dark web called Iron Man's Armory. Initially, the store didn't perform as Lin Jie had hoped. Despite Hill leaving a 5-star review with a killer's endorsement, business remained sluggish. Lin Jie grew anxious, even contemplating shutting down. However, things took a dramatic turn. Hill, using the T-bow hand cannon, completed 9 high-difficulty assassination missions in just over a month without a single failure. This incredible track record catapulted him into the top 10 on the dark web's assassin leaderboard. His success garnered widespread attention, and other assassins began investigating the secret behind his rise. Soon, Lin Jie's shop became the center of attention. The sudden surge in popularity caught Lin Jie off guard. His inventory was quickly bought out, and his inbox was flooded with thousands of inquiries about the T-bow hand cannon. This unexpected windfall not only filled Lin Jie's pockets, but also made him aware of the hand cannon's formidable power. Out of caution, he crafted 2 more but hesitated to list them, fearing unwanted trouble. The second event concerned K-Pa, Lin Jie's former trusted subordinate. Despite being in a different location, Lin Jie closely followed K-Pa's performance through broadcasts. In the solo Iron Rider Cup and the solo all-around championship, K-Pa's skills were impressive. He easily overwhelmed ordinary opponents and even managed to outwit those with higher mechanical synchronization rates with his calm demeanor. Ultimately, K-Pa won the solo Iron Rider Cup and placed second in the all-around championship due to a setback in the field mech event. These achievements proved that Lin Jie's teachings had not been in vain. Lin Jie also stumbled upon some rumors about K-Pa. Allegedly, K-Pa was secretly dating and even living with Zhang Rui, a star female player from another team. Despite the media providing numerous photos and videos as evidence, none captured a clear shot of the two together. Lin Jie was skeptical. He couldn't imagine the reclusive bear, K-Pa, attracting any woman's attention. The third event involved Lin Jie himself. During these 3 months, he wasn't idle either. In just 3 months, Lin Jie successfully completed 7 or 8 high-risk, high-reward missions, delivering impressive results each time. His efficiency and high completion rate led the AI system to continuously elevate his hidden score, eventually placing him at the 85th position on the Crank Hunter Peak list. This ranking is no small feat. The Peak list is the most prestigious of the 3 major lists, and every hunter on it is among the elite rank superhumans. Lin Jie's ability to make it onto the list with just a general class mech speaks volumes about his extraordinary skills. However, this newfound fame brought unprecedented attention. Lin Jie's guild app was flooded daily with private messages from various hunter teams and groups, giving him quite a headache. To avoid offending anyone, he could only respond briefly to a few well-known hunter teams, politely declining their invitations. But this small gesture led to a problem. A hunter known as Midnight Gorilla, part of the second-ranked vampire count hunter team, developed an unusual interest in Lin Jie. Despite being politely rejected, Midnight Gorilla persisted in sending invitations, to the point of harassment. Lin Jie initially remained courteous, but his patience eventually wore thin, and he ended up blocking him. Despite this, Lin Jie was not entirely opposed to team collaborations. In fact, he had a keen interest in some teams with generous benefits. Since joining the Hunter Guild, he had thoroughly researched the major hunter groups in the Orden Federation, especially the top 3 on the Peak list: Holy Shield, Stellar Legion, and Children of the Earth. The overall strength, benefits, tactical configurations, and personnel of these teams greatly appealed to Lin Jie, and he almost applied several times. However, given his current unique situation, he restrained this impulse. Just as Lin Jie was lost in thoughts about hunter teams, a new order notification interrupted him. Since Hill's reputation began to spread, Lin Jie's shop business had been booming. Although the shop had only recently upgraded to 3 stars, orders were pouring in. In a short time, he had successfully completed over 20 transactions, covering various mechanical weapons. Even more gratifying was the surge of positive reviews. 19 5-star ratings, and the rest were from buyers who typically didn't leave reviews or Lin Jie preferred not to dwell on that possibility. After all, most people buying arms on the black market weren't exactly upstanding citizens. After handling orders and private messages, Lin Jie logged out of his dark web account. Glancing at the time, he got up to change clothes. Today was an important day. He had 2 appointments for specific commission requests. Since making it onto the Crank Hunter Peak list, Lin Jie not only received numerous team invitations, but also established his reputation, leading to high-end custom orders. Just like people specifically seeking out the head stylist at a salon, some demanding clients began to seek him out by name. Naturally, the price for such custom services was quite steep. Recently, Lin Jie received 2 private messages from clients wanting to commission him directly, with appointments scheduled for today, one at noon and one in the evening. Kane, how much do you think the commission will be this time? Could it exceed 3 million? Lin Jie asked, adjusting his outfit in front of the mirror and conversing with his AI assistant, Kane, through a micro earpiece. Both clients lack commission records that can be queried. With insufficient data, I am unable to analyze, Kane replied honestly. No need to analyze. Just take a guess, Lin Jie laughed. Guess? Kane seemed puzzled. Do you mean making a judgment based solely on intuition in the absence of sufficient data? Exactly, that's what I mean. Intuition refers to a biological instinct for making judgments about certain unknown situations or events. Unfortunately, I do not possess this capability, Kane admitted. I hope one day you will, Lin Jie smiled, finishing his preparations and heading towards the suite door. Just as he was about to open the door, a young man appeared outside. He looked to be around 30, wearing a sharp suit with neatly combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He held a laptop in one hand, with the other poised midair, seemingly ready to press the doorbell. Hello? Can I help you? Lin Jie asked, eyeing the unexpected visitor. Hello, are you Mr. Immortal Bird? The young man lowered his hand, though his expression remained stern, as if Lin Jie owed him a substantial sum of money. I am Phoenix. Who are you? Lin Jie asked with a hint of impatience in his tone, his face expressionless. That confirms it, the man sneered, his already grim expression darkening further. He took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress some emotion, and then said, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a member of the Vampire Count Hunter Squad, and also the recruitment officer for the Vampire Count. My hunter codename is Midnight Ranger, but you can call me Ranger. Lin Jie silently complained to himself, so it's you who's been pestering me endlessly. However, he kept his expression neutral and politely asked, what brings you here, Ranger? Of course there's a reason. Ranger nodded, his face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Do you remember? You blocked me on the guild app. Lin Jie paused for a moment, then opened the guild app to check. He feigned surprise, slapping his thigh and muttering, my apologies, it must have been a mistake, while quickly unblocking Ranger. He even turned the phone screen towards Ranger to let him see for himself. Although Lin Jie wasn't sure what this guy wanted, judging by his grim expression, it probably wasn't anything good. He decided to play along for now and give Ranger an out. Surely, if Ranger had any sense, this would be the end of it. Unfortunately, Ranger wasn't someone who knew when to quit. So it was a mistake, huh? Ranger's tone dripped with sarcasm. I thought so. A hunter who can make it to the top rankings wouldn't be so ungrateful. He paused and continued. Now, Phoenix, let's talk about you joining the Vampire Count. Since I'm here, I can give you a detailed introduction to our team and benefits. First, our captain, Lady Vampire Bellis, AC level combat sorcerer. Our vice captain. As Ranger droned on, Lin Jie sighed inwardly. Man, you really don't get it, do you? He forced himself to maintain a polite smile, careful not to let his irritation show. Ranger seemed oblivious to Lin Jie's changing expressions and continued talking for a long time before finally stopping. He looked at Lin Jie expectantly and asked, what do you think? I think it sounds great, Lin Jie replied non-committally. Ranger felt a surge of hope, thinking, there's a chance. Truth be told, he had come to Lin Jie today with a lot of pent-up frustration. Recently, their team's Iron Rider had been injured during a group mission and was recuperating. Coincidentally, they needed an Iron Rider, so the captain had given him strict orders to recruit a strong one. Having successfully recruited several powerful members before, Ranger had confidently taken on the task. With the Vampire Count's top ranking, he thought people would be lining up to join. The only challenge was finding the right candidate. He was fortunate to find Lin Jie on the top rankings. High difficulty missions and high scores convinced Ranger that Lin Jie was the one. He promptly sent a recruitment invitation, but was turned down. Ranger was stunned. He couldn't believe anyone would refuse an invitation from the top team in the Otan Federation, or be indifferent to their benefits. He assumed Lin Jie was playing hard to get and kept trying, only to be blocked. That infuriated Ranger. Ever since their team had topped the rankings, hunters below level treated them with utmost respect. But this Phoenix, a general-level Iron Rider, dared to block him. Determined to teach Phoenix a lesson, Ranger had tracked down Lin Jie and planned to give him a hard time. But after his detailed pitch, Phoenix seemed to agree. Maybe his previous messages weren't clear enough? Now that he had explained it in person, the Iron Rider seemed to have changed his mind. With a smile finally breaking through, Ranger asked, "So, are you willing to join us?" "Sorry, no," Lin Jie replied without hesitation. Ranger's face fell instantly. "Phoenix, you better think carefully. Do you know how many applications I receive daily? How many resumes I go through? You should cherish this opportunity. It might not come again. Thanks for the reminder, but I have no plans to join a team right now." Lin Jie maintained his polite but firm stance. "You?" Ranger gritted his teeth, his face turning pale with anger as he stepped forward, ready to argue. Just then, the elevator not far away chimed with a ding, and the doors slowly opened. A woman dressed in a light red professional outfit stepped out, catching both men's attention. She had delicate features, a neat short haircut, and wore a pair of intellectual glasses. Stepping out of the elevator in high heels, she cautiously glanced around before quickly locking onto Lin Jie. Her eyes lit up as she walked straight toward him, extending her hand. "Hello, are you Mr. Immortal Phoenix?" Lin Jie instinctively glanced at the Ranger, a bit puzzled as he shook hands with the young woman. "Yes, that's me." "And you are?" "Oh, let me introduce myself," she said immediately, her tone both professional and enthusiastic. "My name is Lena, and I'm the head of human resources for the Shield Hunters, as well as a recruitment officer. This is my badge, which proves my identity." She handed over a shield-shaped badge. The Ranger raised an eyebrow, surprised. As a professional hunter in the Orton Federation, he was all too familiar with this emblem. Shield Hunters were the top-ranked hunter group in the entire Orton Federation, unparalleled in team composition, benefits, and commercial value. Even the top-ranked vampire count paled in comparison. Alarm bells rang in the Ranger's mind. What does Shield Hunters want with the Immortal Phoenix? This can't be a good sign. Lin Jie remained silent for a moment, cautiously asking, "What can I do for you?" Lena offered a professional smile. "Of course. I've been instructed by our leader to personally invite you to join our hunter group. Here are the benefits we offer." The Ranger felt his heart skip a beat, nearly fainting on the spot. Shield Hunters inviting the Immortal Phoenix? And on the leader's direct orders, with the recruitment officer personally showing up? This was beyond belief. Ignoring the Ranger's reaction, Lena continued patiently. "Mr. Immortal Phoenix, our group is in great need of high-level talents like you. Although I don't know why you currently only have a general-class mech. Our leader has promised that if you agree to join us, Shield Hunters will provide you with a Titan-class personal mech. Of course, you'll only have usage rights, not ownership, as the Titan-class mech is extremely valuable. I hope you understand." The Ranger was utterly stunned. A Titan-class personal mech? Just to recruit a pilot? He felt like a primitive man, deeply shocked by future technology. Their entire team couldn't afford half a Titan-class mech, yet Shield Hunters could casually offer one for use. What an incredible gesture. No wonder they were the top-ranked hunter group. Even their recruitment perks included the use of a Titan-class mech, something capable of confronting a-level superhumans. Wait, a Titan-class mech? The Ranger trembled, seizing upon the key point, his eyes fixed on Lin Jie. Wasn't he a general-class pilot? Why was the recruitment offering the use of a Titan-class mech? Could it be? The Ranger's expression grew increasingly erratic as he stared at Lin Jie. Lin Jie happened to turn and meet his gaze, offering a slightly apologetic smile. "Sorry, I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary pilot, but it seems I couldn't keep it hidden." "Are you kidding me?" The Ranger stood frozen, clutching his laptop tightly, his face etched with disbelief. His mind raced, trying to process the shocking information he had just learned. A Titan-class pilot. Phoenix is actually a Titan-class pilot on par with an A-level superhuman, he screamed internally. This can't be true. It has to be a mistake. However, his rational mind quickly crushed his last sliver of hope. The fact that the Shield Guild's recruiter had personally come to see him left no room for doubt. The Ranger's face turned ashen. "Dude, why is a Titan-class pilot messing around at the class level? This is ridiculous." He recalled the recent events, and a wave of unprecedented shame washed over him. He had tried to recruit an A-level powerhouse with a condescending attitude. Even worse, he had advised him to cherish the opportunity. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, his features twisted in mortification. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Seizing the moment while Lin Jie and Lina were conversing, he lowered his head and quickly headed for the elevator, his movements fluid. Once outside the guild building, he disappeared in a flash, desperate to retreat to the comfort of his bed to alleviate his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lin Jie politely declined the Shield Guild's recruitment offer. Watching Lina's back as she entered the elevator, his eyes flickered with thought. He paid no mind to the ranger's awkwardness. For him, the conversation was merely a way to pass the time. However, Lena's appearance made the situation unusual. When she mentioned that the Shield Guild's leader had specifically sent her and promised access to Titan-class single-pilot mechs, Lin Jie keenly realized a serious issue. His identity had been exposed. According to the Hunter Guild's regulations, a hunter's personal information, aside from their codename, rank, mission records, and overall evaluation, should be absolutely confidential. Otherwise, the ranger wouldn't have mistaken him for a general-class pilot. But from Lena's words and the Shield Guild's offer, it was clear his true rank had been leaked. Well, so much for a peaceful life, Lin Jie muttered softly. He had mentally prepared for this eventuality. Despite the Hunter Guild's claims of absolute confidentiality, a large organization inevitably involves people, and wherever there are people, there's room for manipulation. At this moment, Lin Jie was more concerned about when this information had leaked and how far it had spread. If even the Shield Guild knew, then those who had been secretly monitoring or investigating him might have known even earlier. Could they have already taken measures against him? With this in mind, Lin Jie began to reconsider the two recent named assignments he had received. There might be hidden motives behind these requests. After pondering for a moment, Lin Jie opened the Hunter Guild's app, rented a high-end spaceship, and swiftly left the guild building. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a man and a woman walked into the Hunter Guild. "Hello, I'm the AI assistant, Kazan. How can I assist you too?" Kazan greeted the young pair in the guild's lobby. "We're looking for Phoenix," Kappa said directly. His companion, Zhang Rui, sighed and added, "A general-class pilot, Clubble Hunter Phoenix." "Apologies, I don't have the authority to contact hunters directly," Kazan explained. "If you have a task for a named request, you can download our Hunter Guild app, register, and then search for Phoenix's account to send a private message." "No." Kappa shook his head. "I need to see him in person. Do you have an appointment?" "No." "Sorry, without an appointment, I can't escalate your request. I suggest downloading the Hunter Guild app, registering, and sending a private message to Phoenix." Zhang Rui suggested. "Why don't we follow the AI's recommendation, register, and send your instructor a message?" Kappa shook his head. "No, he won't see me. He doesn't want to drag me into this. Should we head back then?" "No, I need to help my instructor," Kappa said firmly. "I need to avenge my comrades." Zhang Rui's face showed contemplation, and she whispered, "How can you help?" "You said he doesn't want to involve you. Even if you manage to trick him into meeting you under the pretext of a mission request, he'll still refuse your help when you meet." Keepa felt a stirring in his heart as he listened to the person behind him. Slowly, he turned around, his gaze landing on Zhang Rui. She was staring at him, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. "I remember that all major leagues have rules prohibiting soldiers, hunters, and other superpowered individuals from becoming competitors, right?" Zhang Rui began, her voice tinged with a hint of unease. "What are you planning to do?" Keepa didn't answer immediately. After a moment of silence, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his identification and his Iron Rider certificate, striding over to Kasim. "I want to become a hunter," he said succinctly. "What's the procedure?" After speaking, Keepa turned back to face Zhang Rui. His expression remained stern, but there was an undercurrent of emotion in his eyes. "This is my choice," Keepa said softly. "You can leave." Zhang Rui was stunned. She bit her lip, memories of her time with Keepa flooding her mind. Ever since that capturing theft flag match, she had been deeply intrigued by Keepa's past. Despite his cold demeanor, she had persistently asked him questions and sought opportunities to train together. Even though she was repeatedly defeated by him in practice, she never gave up. It wasn't until Keepa mentioned leaving that Zhang Rui realized she had unknowingly developed feelings for this reticent man. This realization left her confused, but she couldn't deny the flutter in her heart. "Why should I leave?" Zhang Rui muttered to herself, a hint of defiance flashing in her eyes. She understood that Keepa was trying to look out for her, not wanting to burden her future. But at that moment, she couldn't care less. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Rui stepped forward quickly. She pulled out her own identification and Iron Rider certificate from her bag and slammed them down on top of Keepa's. "I'm not leaving," she declared, her voice trembling slightly. "I want to become a hunter too. Let's start the procedure." Keepa was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhang Rui to make such a decision. Their eyes met, and for a moment, neither spoke. The air was thick with tension and unspoken emotions. "Just a crank sorcerer? Looks like there's nothing to worry about here." Lin Jie stood inside the spaceship, hand on his chin. gazing through the porthole at the lifeless dwarf planet ahead. This planet had once been a crucial relay station during the South Orton Star region's independent era, providing docking and energy refueling for interstellar ships. With the formation of the Orton Federation and the technological support from advanced civilizations, South Orton's technology had advanced rapidly, rendering this relay station obsolete and turning it into yet another relic in the cosmos. Lin Jie recalled that one of his two clients had chosen this place for their meeting. Initially, he thought the client had something to hide. But after learning that his identity had been compromised, he realized that such a remote location was perfect for certain covert actions. He had, therefore, taken some extra precautions. However, the spaceship scan results were unexpected. There was only one life sign on the entire planet, with an energy level of just crank. This made Lin Jie slightly lower his guard. He thought, although true, the fleet commander of the Karl Star Nation had limited influence in the South Orton region, sending just a crank sorcerer seemed too dismissive of him. True was, after all, his former superior and should know his capabilities. There was no way True believed that a mere crank sorcerer could deal with him. Am I being paranoid? Or is this sorcerer unbelievably powerful? Lin Jie muttered to himself as he quickly donned his mech suit. As the spaceship's hatch opened, he leaped out without hesitation. Meanwhile, atop the abandoned base, he'll watch the rapidly descending figure from space, a hunter's smile forming on his lips. The past few months had been a triumph for him. Ever since he took down Sam with the Teberhan cannon, he had realized the weapon's immense power enough to make him unrivaled among crank supernaturals in the South Orton region and possibly the key to changing his destiny. From that day on, Hill had set everything aside, even reducing his prayers to his deity, focusing entirely on mastering the Teberhan cannon. He sought advice from mechanics and firearms experts, learning aiming techniques and usage methods. His efforts paid off, and he finally mastered it. Combining the cannon's original locking technology, Hill's strength soared. Hill began his career as an assassin, taking down opponents one by one, from weak to strong. The Teberhan cannon was unstoppable in his hands. All enemies turned to dust under its fire. His ranking climbed rapidly, making him a 5-star assassin and placing him third on the crank assassin list, surpassing Sam, who had once hunted him. As his ranking rose, so did Hill's confidence. Just then, a new mission appeared on the dark web. Assassinate a general rank pilot, with a reward of 4.5 million Federation credits, breaking the highest bounty record for a crank target. The mission had specific requirements, allowing only 5-star crank assassins to take it. This high-reward, high-difficulty mission naturally attracted the attention of dark web assassins, but most shied away. Hill, however, took it without hesitation. Despite the intelligence indicating the target's exceptional strength and combat experience, and the mission issuer's repeated warnings to be cautious, Hill saw it as just another general rank pilot. Bring it on! Hill stood proudly, overlooking the entire planet, watching the white-armored pilot approach step by step. When the pilot reached him, Hill crossed his arms behind his back, lifted his chin, and looked down his nose at the pilot, beginning his recently crafted judgment speech. I'm sorry for luring you here like this, but, young pilot, life can be cruel sometimes. Someone on the dark web has put a price on your head, and I took the job. You can try to flee, try to resist, but I assure you, it's all in vain. I, Robert Hill, 5-star dark web assassin, third on the crank assassin list, will end your life. Remember this name. Being killed by me will be the greatest honor of your life. Hill finished, looking up to the sky and raising his arms. This was the assassination ritual he had meticulously designed recently. Every time he revealed his identity, his targets would be plunged into extreme fear. Hill was reveling in the thrill of the verdict, his voice booming with passionate fervor, as if reciting a powerful poem. He was certain that when the general-class mech pilot heard his name and the sentence, he would. Suddenly, Hill's gaze swept over the mech pilot below, and his glee came to an abrupt halt, as did his proclamation. To his surprise, the mech pilot showed no sign of fear. Instead, he appeared remarkably calm. When the mech pilot noticed Hill's gaze, his eyes lit up as if struck by a brilliant idea. He quickly picked up his communicator, his fingers moving rapidly across it, then looked up with a barely suppressed smile, his eyes gleaming. This mech pilot wasn't just unafraid, seemed almost excited. Hill's mind struggled to process this unexpected reaction. How could his meticulously planned script have gone so awry? Meanwhile, at the Super Police headquarters on South Orton Star, the door to Zheng Chang's office was flung open. A subordinate rushed in, panting heavily, and reported, "Captain, someone has taken Hill's bounty." Zheng Chang was momentarily stunned, then sprang to his feet, his eyes shining. Really? Hill had been rising swiftly in notoriety, committing frequent crimes. Though his victims were not exactly upstanding citizens, his actions had caused widespread panic, and the pressure from higher-ups was mounting. To expedite Hill's capture, the Super Police had posted a bounty with the Hunters Guild. However, Hill's formidable strength and elusive nature had deterred any takers until now. Quick, tell me which hunter took the job? Contact them immediately and bring them to headquarters so we can share intelligence and devise a strategy, Zheng Chang said excitedly. The officer, however, looked troubled. Captain, I'm afraid he can't come. He didn't show up last time either? Zheng Chang paused. Then realization dawned on him. He dashed to the desk, snatching the tablet from his subordinate's hands. As he read the details of the bounty taker, his face fell. It's that Phoenix guy again. Zheng Chang rubbed his temples in frustration, trying to calm himself. He couldn't understand why a general-class mech pilot would continuously take on such high-risk missions. Although he had managed to capture Becky last time, this situation was different. According to the intel, Hill possessed an incredibly powerful weapon that even 5-star assassins struggled to counter. Yet this guy still dared to take the job? Damn it. Doesn't he value his life? Zheng Chang muttered through gritted teeth. Get in touch with Phoenix now. The young officer quickly dialed the communicator. Soon, Lin Jie's relaxed voice came through. Hello, this is Phoenix, senior crank hunter from the Hunters Guild. Top of the crank hunter leaderboard, strong combat skills, balanced abilities, excellent at various tasks, with a 100 completion rate and 100 positive feedback. How can I assist you? What kind of nonsense? Zheng Chang's mouth twitched. Phoenix, this is Zheng Chang. I see you've taken Hill's bounty. Do you have any intelligence on him? Know his exact location? Oh, Captain Zheng. Yes, I know Hill's exact location. Hearing this easygoing tone, Zheng Chang felt a bit relieved. Then hurry over to the Super Police HQ so we can share intel and plan a coordinated operation. Sorry, that's not possible. Zheng Chang was taken aback. Wait, what? You were just fine a moment ago. Why the sudden change? Are you messing with me? Why not? Because I'm already engaged with him. Let's talk later, okay? The voice on the other end was still lighthearted, as if he were playing a game. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Zheng Chang's expression crumbled. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Last time, you didn't even wait for intel before you were on your way to capture C-Class Becky. This time, I thought you'd be a bit more cautious, but when I call, you're already in a firefight. Can't you be more steady? In his rage, Zheng Chang punched his desk, splitting it in two. The young officer flinched, while Zheng Chang stood over the shattered desk, breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot. Senior hunter? More like a senior deathwisher. Boom! Outside the space station, an intense battle unfolded just as Lin Jie had anticipated. His showdown with Hill was imminent, and the air was thick with tension. Suddenly, a massive fireball shot out from Hill's hand, crashing down onto the planet's surface like a small meteor. The deafening explosion sent clouds of dust and smoke billowing into the air, obscuring visibility. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jie, clad in his silver-white armor, dashed through the smoke unscathed, heading straight for Hill. Memories of his university days and the teachings of his single-soldier mecha instructor came flooding back. Unless they were top-tier luxury models, ordinary single-soldier mechas seldom excelled in all aspects. Most mechas focused on practicality and balance, resulting in average performance across the board. However, this all-roundness also meant they had no glaring weaknesses. As a mecha pilot, Lin Jie understood his mission was to become the soul of his mecha, adeptly utilizing various weapon configurations and employing diverse tactics to find openings in battle. In short, it was about identifying and exploiting the opponent's weaknesses. Recalling his previous battle with Becky, Lin Jie had opted for a long-range attrition strategy due to Becky's strong vitality and formidable melee abilities. But against Hill, a sorcerer, close combat was undoubtedly the best choice, since sorcerers generally had weaker physical constitutions. With this in mind, Lin Jie launched his attack. He raised his tactical handgun and, like a silver lightning bolt, sped towards Hill. Hill, sensing Lin Jie's intent, quickly pulled out a staff and struck the ground forcefully. Instantly, a second spell took shape. Flames erupted beneath Hill, and a fiery giant bird emerged, lifting him into the air. With a flick of the staff, the bird spread its wings, unleashing a thick column of fire that shot towards Lin Jie like a laser cannon. Undeterred, Lin Jie revved up the white butterfly engine, drawing his sword. Infused with energy, he sliced the fire column in half. Despite this, the immense energy still pushed him back several meters. Lin Jie energy consumption is severe. Kyan's timely reminder echoed. The tactical visor displayed that the white butterfly's energy reserves were depleting at an alarming rate. Lin Jie squinted, understanding dawning in his mind. This guy's spell strength can't be that high. It's that staff. He looked up, his gaze locking onto the red staff in Hill's hand. The white butterfly engine roared to life, stabilizing Lin Jie's retreat. The tactical visor rapidly calculated various data. Wind speed, humidity, target energy response. Target locked, fire. With a mental command, Lin Jie's shoulder armor flipped open, launching 4 micromissiles. Hill barely intercepted two, the third struck his energy shield, and the fourth hit the red staff deton. With a faint cracking sound, the fire column's power drastically reduced. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jie spread the butterfly wings and shot skyward like lightning. Using the white butterfly's thermal and energy sensors, he precisely locked onto Hill's position amidst the smoke. Now, one close hit will do the trick. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Jie's eyes as he pushed the thrusters to full power. The white butterfly, like a roaring beast, charged at Hill. But then an unexpected twist occurred. Bang! Just as Lin Jie's iron fist extended, a fierce punch met him from within the smoke. The collision of the two punches sent a visible shockwave rippling out. Hill remained unmoved, while Lin Jie was forced back several meters. Lin Jie somersaulted in midair several times before barely stabilizing himself, a numb sensation spreading through his right arm. Glancing down, he saw the right arm module of his mecha flickering with arcs of electricity. The right arm module has sustained minor damage, sensitivity decreased by 10. Kyan's voice chimed in again. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, surprised. Though the white butterfly wasn't a top-tier mecha, it was a costly custom model with strength attributes rivaling those of a warrior. He hadn't expected to be overpowered by a sorcerer. This guy's tougher than I thought, Lin Jie mused. At that moment, Hill's voice echoed from afar, still filled with condescending arrogance. This is your final lesson in life. Never underestimate your opponent. As the dust settled, Hill's figure reappeared. His clothes had been burned away by the flames, revealing a black, form-fitting suit underneath. Lin Jie's eyes glinted, and he thought to himself, a high-tech battle suit. No wonder this guy is so powerful. Looks like the money was well spent. Hill clenched his fist, and the intense explosion hadn't caused any damage to his suit. A glow pulsed across its surface, highlighting its advanced technology. The immense power surging through him made it difficult for Hill to suppress a smile. Over the past 3 months, Hill had taken on numerous high-difficulty missions, not only securing a spot in the top 3 of the assassin rankings, but also amassing a hefty sum of money. Instead of squandering his earnings, he invested in 2 high-end pieces of equipment, a staff that enhanced his magical abilities and the high-tech battle suit he now wore. When he activated the powers of the war goddess, the enhanced physical strength combined with the suit's attributes significantly boosted his power and defense. Lin Jie glanced at the suit, instantly recognizing its extravagant value, and couldn't help but smirk. He recalled seeing this very suit while shopping for his own gear. Though the brand escaped him, the staggering price tag was etched in his memory. He had quickly closed the webpage in shock, never expecting Hill to actually buy one. Kane? Lin Jie called out in his mind. I'm here. Do you know what kind of opponent a top gamer hates the most? Is it a player who's even more skilled? No. Lin Jie steadied his stance and tightened his grip on his blade. It's a player who spends real money. Before his words had fully left his mouth, Lin Jie had already lunged forward with lightning speed. His blade clashed with Hill's fist, sending sparks flying. The two were instantly locked in close combat, their blows creating ripples in the air. Relying on his superior attributes and the defensive power of his high-tech suit, Hill fought with broad, sweeping strikes, seemingly overpowering Lin Jie. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Despite appearing to be on the defensive, Lin Jie remained unscathed. Instead, his blade consistently found openings, leaving white marks on Hill's suit. After dozens of exchanges, the suit began to show signs of wear and tear. As Lin Jie parried and countered, he silently calculated the time. Although Hill had the upper hand in attributes, his combat techniques were crude and full of flaws. To Lin Jie, Hill's attacks, though fierce, posed no real threat. The war goddess power took a heavy toll on the body, and even the most devout zealots couldn't sustain it for long. Lin Jie estimated that Hill was nearing his limit. Suddenly, Lin Jie's eyes sharpened. He noticed Hill's punch whizzing past even after he had already dodged. He's slowing down? Lin Jie thought with glee. On the other side, Hill also sensed trouble. He had been relying too much on his turbo cannon lately, neglecting his rituals and sacrifices to the deity. The borrowed power was waning. In mere moments, he felt his strength diminishing. Hill knew that if this dragged on, the war goddess power would fade, and he would become an easy target. Damn, these 2 pieces of equipment are useless. What a waste of money, Hill cursed inwardly. The combined cost of the suit and staff was nearly 20 times that of his turbo cannon. He had hoped to test their effectiveness without the cannon, but the disparity was glaringly obvious. In critical moments, he still had to rely on his cannon. Hill swore to himself that he would never waste money on such items again. With that thought, Hill mustered all his strength and threw a punch, forcing Lin Jie back. He then adopted a hunter's stance, lightly landing on a platform, and calmly adjusted his suit. Hill looked at Lin Jie and smirked coldly. Kid, I admit you're strong, tougher than any target I've faced before. But sorry, I still have to kill you. Are you ready to meet your end? Finally revealing your trump card. I thought you had forgotten about it. Lin Jie hovered midair, his expression of impatience hidden behind his steel mask. He had been holding back, waiting for this moment, waiting for his opponent to realize that the battle suit alone wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Hill had finally stepped up his game, bringing a tinge of satisfaction to Lin Jie. Coldly, he thought, today is your end. That suit of armor won't protect you. It will only accompany you to your grave. On the other side, Hill was immersed in the power granted by the war goddess, a boost that would fade in a few minutes. He assumed a hunter's stance, hands behind his back, eyes fixed on Lin Jie in the sky. Despite his lower position, his gaze was filled with the arrogance of a leader scrutinizing a subordinate. Titan, when you reach hell, you'll regret ever crossing paths with Meth great five-star assassin, Hill Roberts. Hill's voice dripped with arrogance. From the moment you arrived, your fate was sealed. Now, this is your last chance to say anything to the world. Do you have any final words? As he spoke, Hill drew out the turbo hand cannon, aiming it at Lin Jie through the targeting scope. The weapon, undefeated in battle, filled him with confidence. With it, he couldn't lose. With it, he could dominate the Orton Federation's crank and below. So what if others feared taking this job? So what if his opponent was a highly skilled Titan? They were just another stepping stone on his path to advancement. But Hill's internal monologue was abruptly cut short. His brain seemed to freeze the moment he saw Lin Jie in the distance. Lin Jie, piloting his mech, hovered steadily in the air. His metal mask slowly opened, revealing not fear, but a relaxed smile. What shocked Hill even more was that Lin Jie pulled out a hand cannon identical to his own from his storage space. Through the scope, Hill could see every detail of Lin Jie's hand cannon, the shape, the structure, all identical to his own, as if they were cast from the same mold. You gotta be kidding me. Hill's eyes widened, his heart skipped a beat, and he froze in place. How did Lin Jie have the same hand cannon? He had investigated thoroughly and found no clues of anyone else possessing a similar weapon. How could Lin Jie just pull one out like that? At that moment, Lin Jie waved friendly, raised his hand cannon, and said with a grin, "Hey buddy, look, we got the same hand cannon. What a coincidence, huh?" "Coincidence my ass." Hill cursed inwardly. Seeing Lin Jie's cheerful demeanor, he felt like he was about to break down, his hands trembling. He had confirmed with the shop owner that there was only one of these, obtained by chance. He had killed so many over 3 months, and no one knew the origin of the hand cannon. How did Lin Jie have one too? Maybe Lin Jie's hand cannon was fake, but he couldn't take that risk. Hill quickly weighed his options and decided to abandon the mission. He dropped his haughty demeanor, forcing a smile uglier than crying. "Buddy, I've got a suggestion. I have a hand cannon. You have a hand cannon. You said it's a coincidence. Why should we fight to the death? You go home. I go home. Let's pretend we never met today. Okay." "No." Lin Jie shook his head, raised his hand cannon, and smiled. "You know, these two hand cannons are a pair. Yours is the female. Mine is the male. When the female meets the male, it doesn't work anymore. Female and male? Do you think I'm a kid to be fooled?" Hill cursed in his heart but didn't dare show it. He continued to smile. "Buddy, come on, you haven't lost anything, right?" "No. We can negotiate." "No negotiation. You can name some conditions." "Don't wanna. You son of a." After several attempts to negotiate, Lin Jie wouldn't budge. Hill, thinking Lin Jie responded better to threats, changed his tactic. Raising his hand cannon, he shouted, "Don't think I'm scared of you. We both have hand cannons. Worst case, we both die. You won't have it easy either." "Oh really?" Lin Jie widened his eyes, pretending to be scared, then pulled out another hand cannon. "Oops, I have another one." "What?" Hill was dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out. "You gotta be kidding. Such a powerful hand cannon. One that has killed so many strong opponents. You having one is already absurd, but two? Where did you get two?" "I know." Seeing Lin Jie pull the trigger, Hill suddenly had an epiphany, as if he had figured something out. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to say it out loud. Boom! Both turbo hand cannons fired simultaneously, like roaring dragons, engulfing Hill. The residual force didn't stop, blasting 2 large holes into the space station below, revealing its dilapidated interior from years of neglect. Plop! A hand fell to the ground, still wearing a space ring, the only remnant of Hill. This was Hill's final gift to the world. Lin Jie gently landed his mech, his eyes falling on the charred remains on the ground. He bent down and carefully removed the space bracelet from Hill's wrist. "Brother, you're more useful dead than alive. I'll remember you," Lin Jie murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He stood up, clutching the space bracelet in his hand. Going up against the manufacturer, you really didn't stand a chance. Just then, Lin Jie's mech system suddenly sounded an alarm. "Lin Jie, someone is approaching." "I know." Lin Jie turned, looking up at the horizon. In the distance, several streaks of light, like falling stars, were rapidly approaching the exhaust flames of spaceships. Meanwhile, on one of the spaceships, Zheng Chong was anxiously questioning his subordinates. Hurry, hurry. Have you detected any high-energy reactions? His forehead was covered in sweat, his eyes filled with worry. Ever since he found the coordinates in the Hunter Guild's mission log, he had rushed over, fearing Hill might have already killed Lin Jie. Reporting, Captain, no high-energy reactions have been detected, a subordinate responded. Zheng Chang's heart sank. Could the fight be over already? What about life signs? Only one life form detected on the entire planet. The words hit Zheng Chang like a hammer, and his face turned pale. So the phoenix has already been taken down, he muttered. But soon, his expression changed to one of anger. All ships, prepare all weapons, surround Hill. We can't let him escape. Zheng Chang's fury burned within him. As a dutiful captain, he despised supercriminals like Becky and Hill the most. Moreover, this criminal had killed someone right under his nose. He vowed that no matter what Hill had on him, he would bring him to justice today. However, events took an unexpected turn. Captain, a subordinate suddenly called out. Zheng Chang quickly walked over, and when he saw the reconnaissance feed, his pupils contracted. The battlefield was a scene of devastation, but Hill was nowhere to be found. Instead, the Phoenix, still in his mech, was waving at their spaceship, a bright smile on his face. He's okay? Zheng Chang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ordered a landing. As soon as the ship touched down, he rushed towards Lin Jie, looking him up and down before asking in shock, "You're okay? What about Hill? Did he escape?" Lin Jie didn't answer. He simply pulled out a charred hand from behind him and handed it to Zheng Chang. "This is Hill," he said flatly, then turned and walked towards Zheng Chang's ship. "Since your ship is here, don't leave empty-handed. Give me a lift. I have plans tonight. Also, wrap up the mission and transfer the payment." Zheng Chang stood there, stunned, looking at the charred hand in his grasp, then at Lin Jie's retreating figure, filled with suspicion. He called over a subordinate and handed over the hand. "Hill has been causing trouble recently. We've tracked him extensively and obtained his DNA. Verify this." The subordinate took the hand, pricked it with a needle, and the device immediately displayed the genetic profile. "Captain, it's Hill." Zheng Chang raised an eyebrow, his gaze once again following Lin Jie's disappearing form. He had imagined countless scenarios before arriving, but never that Hill would be taken down by the Phoenix. How did he do it? Wasn't Hill supposed to have a super weapon? Did he not get a chance to use it? Just then, another subordinate came running over, reporting, "Captain, preliminary scans of the battlefield are complete. High-intensity mechanical weapon usage detected. Initial estimates place the output level at least at 8,000. How much?" Zheng Chang whirled around, eyes wide. A typical class superhuman's energy level is around 5,000, and that's their total energy value. Even a desperate attack would only reach a bit over 4,000. But this weapon had doubled that. What kind of monster weapon is this? Zheng Chang muttered, then realized another, even more astounding fact under such a weapon. Not only had the Phoenix defeated the opponent, but he was also unscathed. Zheng Chang looked back at the devastated battlefield, his mind fixated on one thought. Wait a minute. Is this guy at general level? See that young man sitting next to the captain? He's the one who killed Hill. Now Hill is left with only one hand. On the returning spaceship, Lin Jie sat expressionless behind Zheng Chang, hands clasped together, surrounded by the constant buzz of conversations. That impressive? Wasn't it said in the intel that Hill had a super weapon? Yes, he used it. The tech department just analyzed if maximum combat energy at the scene exceeded 8,000, far surpassing the peak of a level superhuman. So he won, and the weapon became his trophy. Throughout the return journey, Lin Jie became the center of attention. Even Zheng Chang occasionally sneaked glances at him, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Lin Jie ignored it all, focusing on his own plans. Originally, he intended to seize Hill's hand cannon. His battle plan was centered around this objective. In fact, the plan had already half succeeded. Hill had exhausted all his means but still couldn't defeat him. The war goddess's power was about to run out, and the hand cannon had been forced out. Lin Jie had planned to use a similar turbo hand cannon to engage Hill, waiting for the right moment. Unfortunately, Zheng Chang arrived too quickly, forcing him to kill Hill swiftly. Despite this, Lin Jie didn't feel any regret. He touched the belt at his waist, his gaze falling on the custom glass box containing Hill's severed hand, feeling inexplicably satisfied. Although he lost one hand cannon, the two he now possessed could bring greater value. He could easily claim them as trophies taken from Hill, who was now dead. After all, no one knew exactly how many superweapons Hill had. At that moment, the spaceship completed its jump and returned to the South Star region. Lin Jie's communication wristband suddenly vibrated. He thought it was a payment notification, but it turned out to be a private message from the Hunter Guild. The sender was a level hunter named Sunshine Boy. "Instructor, it's Kappa. I've registered as a hunter, and am now waiting in the lobby of the Hunter Guild building, requesting to rejoin the team." Lin Jie scratched his head, repeatedly confirming the message and the sender's information, finding it hard to believe that Kappa would use such a code name. Meanwhile, In the lounge area on the first floor of the Hunter Guild building, a ranger stood in front of a young man and woman, enthusiastically explaining the benefits of joining their team. You two, we can have a good talk. Really, as new hunters, you lack connections and resources. The missions you can take on your own are mostly low-reward tasks. The really good missions are always picked up by those in groups. So, joining a hunter team is definitely the best choice when you're just starting out. The ranger spoke while opening a laptop he carried, looking very professional. However, his wandering eyes betrayed his inner unease. 5 hours had passed since he left the guild building, and those 5 hours felt longer than 5 days. The invitation from Saint Shield to Lin Jie had left him feeling socially dead, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Upon returning, he was scolded by the captain for failing to recruit anyone. He didn't dare tell the truth. How could he say that he had tried to recruit an 11 hunter, but the person didn't come? Feeling extremely wronged, the ranger could only retreat to his room and hide under the covers to process it alone. He had planned to stay indoors for the next few days. However, plans never keep pace with changes. He has a friend who works at the Hunters Guild, mainly responsible for organizing the practical assessments for hunters. The mercenary had always made an effort to maintain this relationship, and when the captain tasked him with recruiting suitable pilots, this friend was the first person who came to mind for help. Days went by without any news. Just as the mercenary was about to lose hope, he suddenly received a reply from his friend today. The message said that 2 pilots had just passed their practical assessments, and they were reportedly retired star players from professional leagues, indicating they were quite skilled. This news made the mercenary anxious. The thought of turning shame into motivation echoed in his mind, and he vowed not to miss this opportunity. With renewed determination, he jumped up, rushed out of his bedroom, and headed straight for the guild hall. Gasping for breath, the mercenary arrived at the hall just in time to intercept the young male and female pilots. Taking a deep breath, he began his pitch. You both must already know a bit about us. How about a tour of our hunter team base? We have excellent facilities and top-notch equipment. The mercenary passionately outlined the advantages of the hunter team, his eyes shining with anticipation. According to custom, as long as they agreed to the tour, the deal was almost certain. However, to his surprise, sorry, Zhang Rui shook her head apologetically. We don't have any plans to join a hunter team at the moment. The mercenary's forced smile almost faltered. He paused for 2 seconds and then turned his gaze to Zhang Rui's companion, Keepa. That must be this lady's personal opinion, right? What about you, sir? I'm not going. Keepa bluntly refused, not even bothering with pleasantries. The mercenary cursed silently, wondering if he was jinxed today. Zhang Rui couldn't help but laugh, but she politely explained, we really apologize, but we already have a target in mind and are waiting for that person to arrive. What other hunter team could be stronger than ours? The mercenary's voice grew louder, but just as he was about to boast about the vampire count's glorious achievements, he suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice. Is the Hunter Corps recruiting you? No, Zhang Rui answered honestly. That makes it easier then. The mercenary slapped his thigh. Don't worry, in the southern Odin Star region, no one is stronger than us except the Hunter Corps. I'll be right here, waiting to see who shows up and see who truly fits you better. With that, the mercenary ignored their reactions and sat down nearby. He thought to himself, aside from the Hunter Corps, what other hunter team could be a threat? Today, no matter what, he had to secure these 2 pilots. The mercenary straightened his back like a rooster ready for battle. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure walking into the guild building. The person looked around for a moment and then started heading towards them. Instructor, Lin Jie walked over slowly, causing Kepa to leap from his seat and stand at attention. Although Zhang Rui had never seen Lin Jie in person, Kepa's reaction made her realize that this must be the legendary mechanic of the capturing theft flag team. She couldn't help but secretly observe Lin Jie, her heart filled with curiosity. However, Lin Jie didn't immediately address them. Instead, he turned his gaze towards a nearby mercenary. Are you waiting for me, Mr. Mercenary? The mercenary's face turned pale with embarrassment. He struggled to maintain his composure and forced out a reply. No, I was just taking a break. Yes, a break. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Kepa took the opportunity to interject. He was trying to recruit us. The mercenary looked as if he'd been hit hard, his features contorting with mortification. He quickly lowered his head and hurried away, muttering, Sorry, I just remember my mom's wedding is today. I have to go. He didn't dare look up until he was out of the Hunters Guild. Half an hour later, after listening to Zhang Rui's explanation, Lin Jie looked at the 2 in disbelief. So, not only did you come alone, but you also brought someone else? He rubbed his face, trying to accept the situation. Fine, let them stay. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jie agreed to Kepa's request to follow him and seek vengeance for their fallen comrade. Considering that Tiru already knew his location, the future threats were unpredictable. Instead of having Kepa follow covertly, it was better to keep him close. You two registered as Drank Hunters, evaluated at Crank Strength, and you pilot general class mechs, right? Let's see them. Responding to his command, Kappa and Zhang Rui activated their mechs. Nanoparticles quickly assembled, forming the outlines of their mechs behind them. In an instant, two single-pilot mechs took shape, their steel visors closing with a resounding clang. Lin Jie first inspected Zhang Rui's mecha Cherry Blossom Red Spear S19. He detailed its features and configuration, noting both its strengths and weaknesses. Then, he turned to Kappa's black Mech Nightfall Blackwing Angel General, providing an equally thorough evaluation. Once everything is settled, I'll conduct a comprehensive test on you and your mechs, then draft a specific training plan, Lin Jie said to Zhang Rui. Seeing her nod in agreement, he smiled with satisfaction and summoned his own white butterfly mech, standing it alongside Red Spear and Blackwing Angel. I originally planned to go solo, but now that we have a team, I have a somewhat immature idea. Lin Jie paused. How about forming a hunter squad? What do you think? Lin Jie stood in the guild hall section dedicated to hunter teams and squads, with Kappa and Zhang Rui behind him, along with 3 imposing mechas. He surveyed the area, calculating the benefits of forming a hunter team, higher commission splits, and although it required some registration funds, as long as they stayed alive and kept completing missions, it would be a surefire profit. More importantly, as a Titan-class pilot, his level of expertise had already been exposed, and forming a hunter team would help avoid constant recruitment attempts and harassment. Turning to face Kappa and Zhang Rui, Lin Jie's eyes gleamed with excitement. A hunter team needs at least 3 members, and we have just the right number. Do you have any objections? Kappa remained expressionless and replied curtly, I follow orders. Zhang Rui simply nodded. Okay, let's go. Lin Jie snapped his fingers and led the way to the elevator. The 3 of them formed a perfect triangular formation, with the 3 mechas following behind. Lin Jie couldn't help but imagine the future. 1 class, 2 class, and 3 class members, forming a strong and promising team right from the start. Upon reaching the designated area, Lin Jie requested to register a hunter team and submitted their hunter IDs. The system verified the information and quickly generated an electronic form. Lin Jie carefully reviewed it and saw that the member section was already auto-filled by the system. He was the captain, with Zhang Rui and Kappa as members, each with their roles, hunter levels, and IDs listed. However, Lin Jie froze when he saw the first field that needed to be filled in. Please enter your desired hunter team name. As someone who struggled with naming things, this question gave him a headache. Lin Jie turned to his companions, seeking help. Besides following orders in battle, we can be a democratic team. Any thoughts on the team name? Zhang Rui couldn't help but tease. Are you worried our enemies won't know who to target? Lin Jie's eyelid twitched, but he continued to think. He proposed a series of names, from 3 pilots to various animal code names, but each was gently rejected by Zhang Rui. Kappa remained silent, mechanically repeating, I follow the captain's orders. As Lin Jie's suggestions grew increasingly absurd, Zhang Rui finally couldn't take it anymore. She softly suggested, how about the mechanics? The mechanics? Great name. Lin Jie's eyes lit up, giving Zhang Rui a thumbs up. As expected from a girl, such a name is both understated and sophisticated. Zhang Rui forced a smile, relieved that the naming nightmare was finally over. She watched as Lin Jie enthusiastically filled out the form, marveling at how this fearless Titan-class pilot on the battlefield could be so down-to-earth in everyday life. She herself didn't quite understand the meaning behind the name, but compared to the whimsical team names like Lin Jie and Kappa came up with, the mechanics was indeed a breath of fresh air. Lin Jie turned to look at Kappa, who, as expected, simply said, I'll go with whatever the instructor decides. With no other choice, Lin Jie filled in the mechanics on the form. The system quickly completed the check and confirmed that the team name, the mechanics, was available. Lin Jie let out a sigh of relief, as if he had overcome a major hurdle. The next steps were much simpler. He swiftly filled out the remaining information, leaving only the last item detailed address. This was a required piece of information for hunter teams, showcasing their background and resources while giving employers and the guild a point of contact in case something went wrong with the mission. Can we fill this in a few days? Lin Jie asked, looking at the smart projection in front of him. Yes, you can, the system responded. We can register your team name first, and you have 5 days to provide the detailed address for verification. However, until the address is confirmed, you won't be able to accept team missions as a hunter team. Got it, Lin Jie nodded and submitted the form. Verifying your information. Please check your guild app. Moments later, verification complete. Lin Jie's communicator buzzed, displaying an official message from the guild. The information you submitted for the mechanics team has been verified. Do you wish to spend 1 million Federation credits to register the mechanics hunter team? Feels like I'm creating a guild in a game. Lin Jie murmured, clicking confirm. The system immediately responded. The mechanics hunter team has been registered. Please provide the detailed address and set up the team emblem as soon as possible. Once approved, you can start accepting team missions as a hunter team, and you and your members will enjoy more guild benefits. Click the link for details. This team emblem. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow at Zhang Rue. Leave it to me, Zhang Rue responded decisively. She had figured out that if she left it to Lin Jie and Kappa, they might come up with something bizarre. After all, this was the hunter team she would be part of, so she had to ensure it was done right. Is it time to find a suitable base? Zhang Rue asked, her tone filled with anticipation for the future. Having a base meant having a place to settle down and start training. She had always been dedicated to getting stronger. No rush, Lin Jie shook his head slightly, glancing at the time. Finding a base won't take long. For now, let's go meet an employer. An employer? Yes, an employer, Lin Jie replied with a hint of a smile. Stay sharp. We might be about to get our first mission as a newly formed hunter team. Two highly anticipated appointments were scheduled for today, one at noon and the other in the evening. Lin Jie first rushed to meet Hill, completed the mission, and then quickly returned to meet with Kappa and Zhang Rue. By the time he was done with all these tasks, night had quietly fallen. Lin Jie was fairly certain that the current meeting was unlikely to be a trap. High-level assignments on the dark web come with strict rules to prevent conflicts and accidents. Only one assassin is allowed to accept each job. If a mission fails, it remains in a game in progress status, meaning no other assassin can take it up. Moreover, today's meeting wasn't taking place in some remote, abandoned space station. Half an hour later, Lin Jie stepped into a high-end private club on South Star. The luxurious decor seamlessly blended with a low-key ambience, exuding taste and sophistication. He quickly identified his client, a middle-aged man elegantly sipping coffee. Hello, Mr. Phoenix, the man greeted, standing up gracefully. Dressed in a black suit, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and slightly curly gray hair adding to his scholarly air, he looked as if he'd stepped out of a portrait of a medieval gentleman. A pocket watch peeked from his breast pocket, completing the picture. After a brief handshake, the man's gaze shifted to the two people behind Lin Jie. And who might these be? He inquired. My team members. We just registered as a hunter squad today, Lin Jie introduced Zhang Rue and Kappa succinctly. Once seated, Lin Jie got straight to the point. Sir, why don't we discuss the details of the assignment? You strike me as very professional, Mr. Phoenix, the man smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gay. I wear many hats, businessman, collector, philosopher, billionaire, and this task is closely related to another of my roles. Gay paused deliberately before continuing. I am also a civilization observer. Civilization observer. Lin Jie's eyes deepened, though he remained silent. Zhang Rue and Kappa couldn't help but repeat the term softly. Yes, a civilization observer, Gay said, clearly proud of this title. As he stirred his coffee, he began to narrate. About 40 years ago, while vacationing in space, I stumbled upon a wandering planet harboring highly intelligent life. Lin Jie's interest was piqued. Most planetary systems in the universe have planets orbiting stars with defined coordinates. However, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, there are exceptions. Wandering planets, which do not orbit a star but drift aimlessly through space like cosmic vagabonds, are among these anomalies. Their unpredictable nature makes them prone to collisions with other celestial bodies or large space creatures, often leading to frequent disasters. It was indeed a small miracle that Gay had found one nurturing, intelligent life. Gay continued, the planet was unique. It had two naturally formed moons that provided ultraviolet light and other elements, creating a hospitable climate. When I discovered it, the life forms that were already utilizing the planet's resources on a large scale, with their technological civilization beginning to take shape. Such a scenario is exceedingly rare. Pushing his glasses up, Gay's excitement was palpable. I had never encountered such a remarkable planet. So, I applied to a higher civilization and spent a fortune to acquire ownership of the planet. I then installed a set of stellar-grade monitoring equipment and an advanced AI to observe the life forms on this planet. Lin Jie thought to himself, this Gay is no ordinary person. According to interstellar law, life-bearing planets are generally off-limits for trade, let alone a wandering planet without fixed coordinates. For Gay to legally acquire this planet and equip it with monitoring devices, it had to be more than just a matter of money. Lost in his memories, Gay's eyes sparkled. I soon realized how fascinating it is to observe the development of a civilization. Although their civilization was just beginning and still very primitive. Isn't that how everything starts? I'm very curious to see how far those life forms can evolve on such a planet, and what kind of civilization their intelligence will eventually create. Everything was going smoothly until their research ventured into the realm of space. The excitement on Gay's face faded, replaced by a deep sense of helplessness. He shook his head, his tone filled with pity and resignation for that civilization. The ignorant are always fearless, Gay sighed. They've just begun to explore space, and their loneliness has driven them to make reckless decisions. Desperate to know if there is other life in the universe, they started sending "we're here" signals into space, frequently and over long periods. Even though their civilization is as fragile as an unborn egg. Gay's voice was incredulous. It's downright foolish, isn't it? Lin Jie felt a bit uncomfortable listening to this. He couldn't help but say, I feel like you're mocking my people. Gay ignored Lin Jie's displeasure and continued. Lin Jie frowned and asked, so you blocked the signals? Of course, Gay replied, as if it was the most natural decision in the world. Zhang Rue couldn't stand it any longer and questioned coldly. Isn't that a form of invisible imprisonment? To her, life should be free, not controlled and restricted. Gay's actions had limited the development of that planet. Gay shrugged indifferently. Maybe. But if I hadn't, and if a hegemonic interstellar civilization or space pirates received their signals, what do you think would have happened to them? Zhang Rue was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Gay had indeed restricted that civilization, but he had also protected them. It was hard to say if his actions were right or wrong. Seeing this, Lin Jie decided to steer the conversation back on track. Let's talk about the mission, Mr. Gay. Gay smiled slightly and began to explain the mission. The task is actually quite simple. The civilization on the wandering star has encountered trouble. Recently, space debris fell onto the wandering star, bringing superpowered creatures with it. This is beyond the current capabilities of the wandering star civilization. Although observers generally shouldn't interfere with the development of civilizations. If we don't intervene, the civilization on the wandering star might be wiped out. Lin Jie frowned and asked, so Mr. Gay, you want me to go to the wandering star and eliminate the threat of these superpowered creatures? With your abilities, you should be able to handle this yourself, right? Gay spread his hands and explained, theoretically, yes. However, the planet has abundant resources, including some rare to civilizations, so I can't just hand it over to anyone. It's similar to the signals they sent out. If this information leaks, the planet could face military conquest. So, I found you. Is that clear enough? Lin Jie shook his head, indicating he wasn't satisfied with this explanation. He had a lingering question. Why did Gay trust him? They had no prior connection. If Gay wanted someone for this task, why not choose a trusted friend or a renowned high-level hunter? Lin Jie had only just made it to the bottom of the elite list and was still relatively unknown. What makes you so sure I won't do anything to this civilization? Lin Jie asked directly. Gay put down his coffee cup, wiped his mouth, and gave Lin Jie a meaningful smile. It's simple, he said. Someone recommended you to me, and I trust him. Who? Lin Jie pressed. Gay's answer was brief, but loaded with implication. A merchant. Merchant, late at night. The guild building, Lin Jie's suite. Lin Jie turned off all the lights and leaned back on his bed. The neon lights and moonlight from outside streamed through the windows, outlining his chiseled features. His right hand was clenched into a fist, with a gold coin held between his index finger and thumb. With each flick of his fingers, the coin spun up and down, tracing golden arcs in the air. If you looked closely, you could see the reflection of the spinning coin in Lin Jie's pupils, as if the small piece of metal carried endless thoughts. Merchant, he murmured again, the coin still dancing between his fingers. 2 hours earlier, Lin Jie had just finished a meeting with Gay. Despite his lingering doubts, he had accepted the mission. At this moment, the task had been logged on the guild app. Gay had already reported the general nature and potential difficulties of the mission to the guild. Once the guild reviewed and assessed the difficulty, the mission would be ready for execution. This process usually didn't take long. Barring any unforeseen issues, it would be approved by morning. In 2 days, Gay would arrange a spaceship to take Lin Jie and his 2 companions to the Wandering Star, and the detailed mission intel would be delivered then. However, after talking with Gay, Lin Jie found himself less concerned about the intel. Suddenly, Lin Jie's hand moved, and he caught the coin midair. He opened his palm and examined the small piece closely. Engraved on it in universal script were the words, Merchant's Coin. Merchant. The word echoed in Lin Jie's mind. An identity, a group, a designation. When Gay mentioned that it was a merchant who recommended him, Lin Jie was momentarily puzzled. It took him a couple of seconds to recall the chubby middle-aged man who had appeared out of nowhere on the eve of his assessment. The man had inexplicably given him this coin, claiming it could save his life in the future, and then vanished just as mysteriously. If Gay hadn't brought it up, Lin Jie might have forgotten about the man entirely. Gay had already submitted the mission for review, clearly not pulling any tricks. His demeanor and logic were flawless. He was undoubtedly a wealthy and influential figure. Lin Jie recalled asking for a specific name, to which Gay had only replied, a merchant is a merchant. He frowned. Who would name themselves merchant? What puzzled Lin Jie more was that the merchant seemed to know someone as significant as Gay and held enough sway to make Gay trust him unconditionally and specifically recommend Lin Jie. This meant the merchant was unlikely to be a charlatan or a fraud. So, was everything he said true? Did he really have the ability to foresee the future? Would Lin Jie one day kill him, as he claimed? The thought flashed through Lin Jie's mind, but was quickly dismissed with a shake of his head. Even if the merchant could foresee the future, and even if Lin Jie would one day have a reason to try to kill him, why would the merchant think that a simple coin could save his life? A verbal agreement alone couldn't possibly change his mind. Lin Jie didn't believe he had such a strong sense of contractual obligation. On the other hand, if the merchant's foresight was accurate and he knew Lin Jie would one day kill him, why introduce him to Gay? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. After pondering for a long time, without any clarity, Lin Jie decided to stop thinking about it and turned over to sleep. Future problems were for his future self to worry about. For now, he had yet to solve the issue with True. The next day, Lin Jie, Zhang Rui, and Kappa started scouting for a base for their team. This task wasn't too difficult. As the capital planet of the South Odin Star region, South Odin had specially built areas for hunters and superhumans, similar to wealthy neighborhoods in top-tier cities on Blue Star. These areas were located near the Hunters Guild, consisting exclusively of standalone villas with private courtyards. They were equipped with various superhuman facilities, sufficient to support training and combat among clever superhumans of different systems. To Lin Jie's surprise, there were even workshops and laboratories specifically for mechanics and alchemists. The staff explained that this area was designated by South Odinton specifically for hunter teams to train and reside. As for hunter groups, the registration requirement was a minimum of 50 members, and the leader had to be at least a level superhuman. Groups of that scale had enough resources to establish their own bases. For example, the Saint Shield Hunter group even had a small planet in the South Odin Star region named Saint Shield Star. Lin Jie couldn't help but marvel. Not all A-level superhumans had it as tough as he did. Guided by the staff, the trio towards several villas. Eventually, they narrowed it down to 2 suitable options, one of which was right next to the Vampire Count Hunter team. Lin Jie pondered for a long time before finally deciding to set up the base in a villa located a bit further from the Vampire Count Hunters. This choice was not only based on practical needs but also considered the mental well-being of the guerrilla fighter to prevent him from acting irrationally under excessive pressure. After the 3 of them moved in, Zhang Rui suggested they go shopping for daily necessities. Although Kappa was initially reluctant to join, Zhang Rui's insistence eventually got him out the door. The vast villa was then left with only Lin Jie and an indefatigable housekeeping robot. Lin Jie lounged lazily on the soft sofa, his eyes fixed on the white butterfly mech in front of him. He exhaled gently as if organizing his thoughts. Suddenly, Kane's voice broke the silence. "Pilot Lin Jie, is there something wrong with the mech status?" Lin Jie furrowed his brows slightly, placing his index finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. "Sure, I'm thinking." Kane wisely fell silent, and Lin Jie resumed his contemplative pose. Since ordering this mech, Lin Jie had completed 10 missions, nearly half of which involved actual combat against opponents like Becky and Hill. These high-intensity battles had made Lin Jie gradually realize that his mech was not as versatile as he had imagined. The foremost issue was the lack of defensive measures. This was a common problem with the Immortal series. The designers had overemphasized versatility, which compressed the configuration space. When he made the initial choice, Lin Jie had noticed this flaw, but constrained by budget limitations, had to compensate later by thickening the external armor through custom modifications. However, this adjustment affected the optimal mass ratio of the mech, resulting in unstable output power for the white butterfly. Lin Jie silently contemplated the concept of output energy fluctuation ranges. For the white butterfly, its output energy fluctuated between 5250 and 5400, with an energy difference of 150. This value was not better if larger. In fact, the smaller it was, the more stable the mech's output. Like a boxer's punch, the smaller the fluctuation, the more precise the control. For a mech, a smaller energy difference meant more stable output in battle, allowing the pilot to respond more calmly. Although Lin Jie could still hold his own against opponents like Becky and Hill with his Titan-class piloting experience, frequent output fluctuations would become a fatal weakness in high-intensity close combat against a class genius with exceptional combat talent. Lin Jie sighed softly and muttered to himself, "I can't change the energy difference, so I'll have to pay more attention when buying my next mech. But I can still enhance the defensive measures. Now that I have a workshop, I can modify it myself again." With that, he closed his eyes, his consciousness diving into a virtual space. There, a mysterious alloy cube rotated slowly, flashing the number 17, indicating he had 17 more chances to tweak it. Lin Jie's fingers moved lightly in the air, as if he had already begun a new round of modification plans. Ever since the mysterious cube was activated in prison, and Lin Jie managed to modify blueprints to create high-tech weapons like the Crimson Python, he realized that the cube was actually a treasure trove. It contained mechanical knowledge far more advanced than what he had learned, waiting for him to unlock. Holding the enigmatic cube in both hands, Lin Jie's eyes glistened with curiosity. For the past 6 months, he had diligently endured electric shocks every day to accumulate attempts to twist the cube. His fingertips, slightly reddened from frequent shocks, did not deter his determination. To maximize each opportunity, Lin Jie even developed a small program to meticulously record every pattern he twisted out, preventing wasted attempts due to repetition. Despite his caution, the required electric charge to twist the cube continued to increase. After forming a pattern each day, the remaining attempts dwindled. 17 twists won't last long, Lin Jie thought, absent-mindedly rubbing the cube's edges. I can't spend too much time getting shocked every day. I need to find a way to increase the voltage and current. His brow furrowed slightly. But I'll have to test it gradually to see my body's limits. If I accidentally electrocute myself, that would be a real joke. As he pondered, Lin Jie took a deep breath and deftly twisted the cube. Click! As before, the cube vibrated slightly, and blue luminescence appeared, gathering above the cube like fireflies in a summer field. Soon, a virtual model of a firearm materialized before Lin Jie. Silent Requiem. Type: lightweight energy gun. Grade C. Combat modes. 2. Output energy level 500,700. Minimum equipment requirement: strength energy level over 4,000. Note: don't be fooled by its poetic name. This is a weapon that kills silently. Another guaranteed drop? Lin Jie raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Over the past 6 months, he had twisted the cube thousands of times. Apart from the turbo hand cannon and this silent requiem, a few other crate pieces of machinery had emerged, much like guaranteed prizes in a lottery. However, aside from these two weapons, the rest were non-combat machinery. After a quick glance, Lin Jie twisted the cube again. Aurora Razor General Model. Type: mechanical infantry armor. Grade C. Combat mode 1. Output energy level 50505062. Series specialization amplification: Aurora. Mechanical synchronization rate increase 7. That's incredible. Lin Jie's heart skipped a beat. He didn't bother reading the rest of the information and immediately exited his consciousness space, sitting up straight. His breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he knew the cube contained advanced blueprints and knowledge, he hadn't expected to draw a mecha blueprint so soon, let alone one so extraordinary. The patented Aurora technology could directly increase a pilot's mechanical synchronization rate by 7%. Though the number isn't huge, Lin Jie muttered to himself, but that's mechanical synchronization rate. A pilot's basic combat strength is often determined by their mechanical synchronization rate. This 7% increase was equivalent to a 7% boost in all attributes for a warrior, making the combat power enhancement unimaginable. Is it always this shocking to get a mecha blueprint for the first time? Lin Jie wondered. Aurora strange, such a powerful model and patent, yet I've never heard of it. Lin Jie frowned, racking his brain but unable to recall this series. He quickly opened his communicator and searched the internet. If an industrial or mecha company had such a patent that increased a pilot's mechanical synchronization rate by 7%, it couldn't possibly remain obscure. Minutes later, Lin Jie fell silent. He tried searching terms like Aurora and Razor multiple times, scouring major mechanics and pilot forums, but found no trace of this series. Undeterred, he searched for ways to increase mechanical synchronization rate, only to see the same answer under posts by authoritative mechanics from various brands. This was an unsolved challenge across the entire universe. This left Lin Jie bewildered. His mind raced, trying to comprehend this paradox. If the whole universe hasn't cracked it, where did this blueprint come from? Could the cube data be lying? Lin Jie shook his head. Unlikely. The weapon's blueprints from the cube before also surpassed my understanding. Maybe this technology has been cracked, but kept secret by a major company. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Lin Jie's mind. Or perhaps the cube isn't from this universe at all? After all, I came from another world. Maybe the cube isn't native either. Lin Jie got up and paced around the room. The appearance of Aurora Razor had excited him like never before, filling him with an overwhelming surge of energy. His eyes sparkled with creativity, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. He headed straight to the workshop, rummaged through materials and mechanical weapons, and meticulously recorded them. He intended to find suitable materials and weapons to modify using the knowledge from the cube. Fully engrossed in his work, Lin Jie lost track of time. It wasn't until the broadcast sounded that he snapped out of his focused state. Dear passengers, welcome aboard Orton Airlines flight. We have arrived at Eiffel Star. Please gather your belongings and proceed to disembark in an orderly manner. We wish you a pleasant journey. Eiffel Star, Interstellar Airport. Lin Jie stood in the bustling airport hall, surrounded by travelers. Yet his thoughts remained fixated on the mysterious cube. One spaceship after another landed in an orderly fashion, and the vast terminal buzzed with activity as a diverse crowd of travelers moved through. A man dressed in a black trench coat emerged from the exit, scanning his surroundings cautiously before striding quickly into the restroom. In the empty restroom, the man stood before the mirror, meticulously washing his hands. He muttered to himself, "Can you sense the presence of specimen 009? After a brief silence, he continued, "Not on this planet? On the move? So it's been captured? On a spaceship?" There was no response, as if he were merely talking to himself. He shook his hands dry, grabbed a paper towel to wipe them, and continued mumbling, "That complicates things. He'll need to rent a spaceship. But without a legitimate identity, tricking a regular airline might work, but getting a high-spec ship will be tough. Maybe stealing one? You think it's a good idea too, huh?" He smiled politely, revealing only the lower half of his face, his expression eerie. Discarding the paper towel, he turned to leave but stopped a few steps later beside an indoor electrical box. Yeah, I know you remember better than I do. Such a hassle." He grumbled, as if responding to some urging. Suddenly, the muscles on his back began to writhe, causing his black trench coat to distort slightly. A tentacle-like appendage emerged from beneath his coat, deftly prying open the electrical box and inserting itself inside. With a sharp ZZT, the entire area was plunged into darkness. The supermarket, restaurants, clothing stores, every place lost power simultaneously. Murmurs of surprise erupted from the crowd, but the darkness lasted only a moment. Within 2 seconds, the emergency power kicked in, and everything returned to normal. People exchanged puzzled glances, assuming it was just a minor glitch, and soon resumed their conversations. "Go check it out, see what happened." The maintenance crew received the report, grabbed their tools, and hurried out of the office towards the affected area. They paid no attention to the man in the black trench coat and had who brushed past them, quietly blending into the crowd. In the training room of the mech squad base, Lin Jie held a tablet, his expression serious as he looked at the eager Zhang Rui standing before him. The tablet displayed Zhang Rui's various stats and footage of her unarmed close combat against Kappa. Lin Jie wore an apparatus resembling the scouter from Dragon Ball on his ear, a precision instrument he had stayed up all night to create, designed to test energy level responses. "What role did you primarily play in your previous team during squad battles?" Lin Jie asked. "Rover," Zhang Rui replied. "Did you also pilot a mech similar to Hong Ying's style?" "Yes, but it was a Dominator class." "Is there a problem?" Lin Jie took a deep breath and slowly said, "Although I hate to discourage you, there is a big problem." Zhang Rui's expression shifted from anticipation to tension. "Can you be more specific?" Lin Jie put down the tablet, gathering his thoughts. "First of all, your position judgment is off. From your overall attributes and combat evaluation, you shouldn't be playing the rover role. Even if you do, you shouldn't be equipped with a single soldier mech like Hong Ying. But our team coach clearly said my overall attributes are excellent, making me the best fit for the rover role. The sponsors also said the Hong Ying series is the most suitable for me among all the latest series." Zhang Rui argued, puzzled. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow. "Would you have chosen Hong Ying for battle if they hadn't said that?" He then meticulously explained the composition of a mech squad and the responsibilities of each position, likening it to a football game. He pointed out that each role has specific tasks and requirements. He stressed that a rover not only needs excellent overall attributes, but also sharp insight and decision-making abilities. "The battlefield is ever-changing," Lin Jie said seriously. "A rover must make quick judgments and execute them. These decisions often lead to extreme outcomes, either a decisive blow or immediate defeat. Therefore, this position carries immense psychological pressure." Throughout his explanation, Lin Jie's tone revealed his concern for Zhang Rui's current situation, while Zhang Rui's expression gradually shifted from confidence to confusion and worry. The atmosphere in the training room grew increasingly tense with Lin Jie's words. "And you?" Lin Jie paused suddenly. He turned to look at Zhang Rui, his expression serious. "Your initiative is lacking, and your ability to handle stress is also weak," he said bluntly. "During the recent combat training with Kappa, your tactical movements distorted multiple times at critical moments. This indicates that you're not suited for the role of a libero, nor for the close combat, lightly armored Red Spear mech." Lin Jie's words hit Zhang Rui like a heavy blow, making her eyes widen in disbelief. She looked at Lin Jie, her emotions swirling. "A breacher role might be more suitable for you," Lin Jie continued analyzing. "If we were in the military, I would have you focus on operating field mechs. Field mechs have a higher margin for error. They are cumbersome, and your high mechanical synchronization rate would be a significant advantage. Zhang Rui's face turned pale as she struggled to speak. So, my club has been misleading my training direction? Seeing her unease, Lin Jie gently shook his head. Not exactly. After all, you're competing, not going to war. The club has its considerations, aiming for publicity and star-making. He spread his hands. Every team has standout positions that draw more attention, like a striker in soccer or a shooting guard in basketball. In mech team battles, the most eye-catching roles are the assault and libero. He elaborated further, assaulters engage directly with opponents, and liberos often make game-changing moves. Clearly, your club intended to make you the star, which is why they pushed you into this unsuitable position. Lin Jie used an analogy. It's like a soccer player who's great in midfield, but can also play as a forward. But for commercial reasons, the club forces her into the forward position. Seeing Zhang Rui's dejected expression, Lin Jie comforted her. This can all be changed. You're still young and have plenty of time. Don't feel ashamed about lacking initiative or decision-making skills. He pointed to Capa beside him. Look at him. His initiative is even worse than yours, and he has no decision-making ability. But he's calm and has strong execution, making him perfect for an assault role. He just needs to follow the commander's orders and focus on a single target. Zhang Rui glanced at the expressionless Capa beside her and couldn't help but quip, calm indeed. Calm as a rock. She then turned to Lin Jie, with hope rekindling in her eyes. Do you have a specific training plan and direction? There can be, but... Lin Jie nodded, then shifted his tone. He lowered his head to operate on his tablet, quickly pulling up the monitoring footage of the base's exterior. On the screen, a high-end spaceship was slowly landing on the tarmac behind the base. Gaia's ship has arrived. Lin Jie smiled slightly. Check your equipment and get ready to move out. Looking at the spaceship, Lin Jie felt a surge of excitement. This was his first time on a pickup and drop-off mission. Gaia observed a unique wandering star, a planet with a balanced ecosystem and a stable magnetic field. Despite its free-spirited nature, the planet remains unaffected by its movement through the universe. This extraordinary planet seems to possess a self-awareness, drifting freely in the vast cosmos while maintaining internal stability and harmony. The planet's surface is teeming with life, lush green forests and clear lakes, all enveloped in fresh, clean air. Compared to typical habitable planets, its ecological environment is superior, having never experienced any severe natural disasters. Gaia often marvels at how this planet, like a steadfast elder, remains calm and composed regardless of external changes. According to Gaia's observations, the native inhabitants of the wandering star have become somewhat reckless due to the planet's long-term protection. They frequently send signals deep into space, seemingly taunting unknown cosmic civilizations, a behavior Gaia finds puzzling yet unavoidable. This magical planet resembles a giant spaceship, carrying its inhabitants on an aimless journey through space. Its movement is erratic, sometimes moving straight, other times making sudden turns, making it difficult to predict. Gaia has tried numerous times to forecast its path, but always in vain. Sometimes, he goes to sleep seeing the wandering star moving in one direction, only to wake up and find it has changed course, as if playing a game of hide and seek. Despite Gaia's continuous efforts to study the wandering star's movement principles, the mystery remains unsolved. Due to its unpredictability, Gaia decides to delay picking up Lin Jie and his team by 2 days, needing time to calculate the exact coordinates to ensure a precise rendezvous. Fortunately, the wandering star has been relatively stable over the past 2 days, temporarily residing in a star system called Dire. Though small in scale, this system is incredibly beautiful, with around 20,000 stars, colorful nebulae, dense star clusters, and mysterious interstellar dust. Adding to its mystique, several black holes controlled by advanced civilizations quietly reside here. An advanced civilization once captured the entirety of the Dire star system. From a distance, it resembles a blooming rose, breathtakingly beautiful. Thus, many artists and philosophers affectionately refer to this star system as the cosmic rose. Today, this cosmic rose continues to bloom in the vast universe, as beautiful as ever. At this moment, a faint whoosh breaks the silence of space. A spaceship suddenly ends its warp and appears in the midst of the cosmic rose. After a brief pause, seemingly admiring the magnificent view, it swiftly heads toward the edge of the star system, leaving a long trail behind. Inside the spaceship, Zhang Rui stands before a screen, explaining the mission details to Lin Jie and Capa with a serious and professional tone, like an experienced intelligence analyst. Although Lin Jie and his team have already received the relevant information, Zhang Rui's detailed explanation is part of Lin Jie's plan to train her. Aware of this, Zhang Rui is exceptionally meticulous in her briefing. She begins recounting a strange incident that occurred on the Wandering Star a year ago. At that time, a nearly destroyed advanced spaceship suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the Wandering Star. For unknown reasons, the ship managed to break through the defense system Gaia had set up for the planet. Most of the ship's body was completely incinerated by friction while entering the atmosphere, leaving only an emergency pod that crashed into a blast test site in the White Eagle Nation. Major Elton, the highest-ranking officer at the base, immediately secured the scene. However, his report to his superiors deliberately concealed the truth, vaguely mentioning the crash of an unknown device made of an unidentified alloy, emphasizing that its severe damage and deformation made it impossible to recognize its specific structure. Zhang Rui's voice takes on a somber tone. It's clear that Elton is lying. While we can't ascertain the exact condition of the emergency pod at that time, we can be certain that it contained an unknown life form from space. Elton not only failed to report this significant discovery, but also completely omitted it in his report. She pauses briefly before continuing. We speculate that Elton may have reached some sort of agreement with this unknown life form or was coerced by it. Regardless, within a year, Elton's energy level skyrocketed from an ordinary person to a clevel. Such rapid advancement is clearly not achievable by natural means. With a gentle wave, Zhang Rui switches the screen to display a plethora of data and newspaper clippings. Many reports involve cases of missing infants. Her tone grows more severe. According to Gaia's monitoring, while gaining immense power, Elton disguised himself as some kind of deity. He used this power in a religious framework to gather and control a group of followers, many of whom are his subordinates. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Rui continues. Over the past year, Elton's followers and soldiers have been helping him gather newborn infants. They use a specific method to extract the infant's brains to create a potion that accelerates Elton's enhancement. At this point, Zhang Rui shows visible discomfort. Although she had heard of many dark stories before, facing such a cruel reality firsthand was a significant psychological blow. After a brief pause to compose herself, she resumes her explanation. However, justice will always oppose evil, Zhang Rui says with a hint of hope in her voice. During this time, some have stood up to investigate these horrific crimes and confront Elton. She waves her hand again, and a photo of a young man appears on the screen. He is in his early 20s, wearing a doctoral cap with a somewhat youthful face. Zhang Rui explains, as civilizations evolve, a few superhumans have emerged on the Wandering Star. This young man is one of them, playing a crucial role in standing up against Elton. Daniel, the enigmatic gene warrior, has a mutation enhancement process shrouded in mystery, but his strength has undeniably reached the Clevel tier. Unlike the ambitious Elton, Daniel chooses to remain in the shadows. Clad in a self-made combat suit, he becomes known as the Night Ranger among the citizens of Bay, meting out justice and punishing evil. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie licked his lips and tilted his head to continue listening. The storyteller's voice continued. With great power comes great responsibility. Young man, you remind me of Peter Parker. Elton's large-scale infant abduction incidents caught Daniel's attention. After a dedicated investigation, Daniel confronted Elton several times, leaving records of their clashes, but never managing to eliminate him. Sensing the danger, Elton and his soldiers vanished, becoming untraceable even by Gaia's monitoring systems. Based on previous growth trajectories, Elton's combat power has surpassed Daniel's. Even if they meet again, Daniel would struggle to win. Without external intervention, Elton will eventually dominate the entire civilization. We're here now, aren't we? Lin Jie stood up and turned his gaze to Zhang Rui. Elton has been missing for 3 months. Any ideas on how to find him? Zhang Rui pondered for a moment before responding. Although Elton is well hidden, he and his soldiers likely rely on external followers to meet their daily needs. By tracking down these followers, we can trace back to Elton. Gaia has also provided some intelligence on these followers. Excellent, clear thinking, Lin Jie said, giving a thumbs up before walking to the spaceship's window. The ship's AI system indicated they had reached the designated coordinates, but outside the window was only a vast sea of stars, with no planets in sight. Wrong coordinates? Zhang Rui asked, stepping forward in confusion. Keepa, rarely speaking, explained, no, we have arrived. This is a level main ship-grade stealth technology. It can't be detected by ordinary radar, and is invisible to the naked eye. Rich folks, Lin Jie muttered, then ordered the AI system to proceed along the predetermined route. Gaia had already left a backdoor for them. The spaceship's engines roared to life, plunging into the void like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing from sight. Gaia prepared a high-class spaceship for Lin Jie. Though it lacked combat capabilities, its stealth technology far surpassed that of Wandering Star, ensuring it wouldn't be detected. The ship silently hovered over a city in White Eagle Nation, and Lin Jie, Zhang Rui, and Kappa slipped into the city like ghosts. Wandering Star was a civilization of ordinary humans, so the trio blended in seamlessly with the locals, sparing them the need for disguises. They quickly arrived at a bustling bar. As they pushed open the door, they were hit by a blast of loud music. Under the dim lights, countless young men and women were wildly dancing, releasing their pent-up energy. Instructor, over there, Kappa keenly spotted the target and signaled Lin Jie and Zhang Rui to look towards a private booth. Through the partially open curtain, they could see over a dozen people inside having a great time. The men were disheveled, their collars open wide. The women were even more scantily clad. They sat together, laughing and chatting. In the middle sat a young man who looked about 20, with brown hair, standing around 6 feet 2, and well-built. However, his pale face indicated he had overindulged. This seemingly 20-something-year-old was actually only 16. Blake, their target. He was a follower seduced by Elton and a wealthy heir providing supplies to Elton's secret base. Instructor, what's the plan? Kappa asked in a low voice. Should I go and get him out? No need, Lin Jie replied, turning and fiddling with something on his communicator. We'll wait for him in the back alley. Zhang Rui and Kappa took one last glance at Blake before following Lin Jie. In the booth, Blake and his friends were having a blast. They tied wine glasses to the men's belts, filled them with wine, and had the hostesses drink the wine hands-free. One hostess pressed against a man, seductively down the wine, eliciting cheers from the booth. Drink, 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 just like that, you slut. The crowd egged her on. As Blake was about to force more wine on his female companion, his phone buzzed. It was a message from his good friend Nacho, asking to meet in the alley behind the bar. Did he finally come around? Blake thought with excitement. He had been trying to recruit Nacho into the cult, but Nacho had been hesitant. Receiving the message, Blake immediately thought Nacho had finally decided to join. I'll be right back, Blake announced excitedly, ignoring his friend's attempts to stop him as he drunkenly made his way through the bar and out the back door. The next second, he was slammed against the wall. Who are you? The sudden impact sobered Blake up a bit. He shook his head and saw 2 men and a woman standing before him. The thin, stern-looking man was the one pinning him against the wall. What do you want? Where's Nacho? Blake's tone hardened. Despite being only 16, he was naturally gifted, tall, and a key player on his school's team. The 3 before him were shorter, making him less afraid. There is no Nacho. Only us, Lin Jie said coldly, staring at Blake. I want to ask you about the Calamity Church. You've been supplying them with resources, right? Blake's face changed, but he stubbornly replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me put it another way, Lin Jie said calmly. That scumbag Elton, that bastard, that son of a bitch though, you know where he is? How dare you insult the holy leader? Blake's eyes widened in anger. Holy leader, my ass, Lin Jie said, expressionless. You ignorant fool. How dare you insult the holy leader? Blake roared, trying to break free and teach this insolent guy a lesson. However, he underestimated the thin man's strength. As Blake resisted, Kappa swiftly pinned him back against the wall, grabbing his arm and twisting it forcefully. With a sickening crack, Blake's arm was severely dislocated, and he let out a scream that pierced through the wall, only to be swallowed by the bar's music and neon lights. Interrogate him, Lin Jie gestured to Zhang Rui, sighing slightly. This wasn't his usual style of operation. If circumstances allowed, he would have preferred to find Blake, express admiration for the Calamity Church, create some scenarios to gain Blake's trust, and have Blake bring him into the church, infiltrate it bit by bit, find Elton, and eliminate the target. Unfortunately, given the complexity of the situation, there's no time for a step-by-step approach. Kappa retreated to Lin Jie's side, while Zhang Rui took 2 steps forward and crouched in front of Blake. Blake's face was ashen, and the intense pain made sweat bead on his forehead. His eyes darted fearfully between Kappa and Zhang Rui, but he remained silent. Blake, listen, Zhang Rui said softly. We don't want to hurt you. As long as you tell us about the Church of Calamity, you'll be fine. Blake bit his lip and stayed silent. Zhang Rui continued. Do you think this is loyalty to your faith? You're wrong. It's just foolishness. The Church of Calamity isn't worth your loyalty. She gently patted Blake's uninjured shoulder. Trust me, tell us what you know about the church, and we won't harm you. After all, you're still just a kid. Blake stubbornly remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhang Rui. Lin Jie raised an eyebrow and turned to Kappa beside him. Is she always this compassionate? Kappa shook his head. Even though he and Zhang Rui were somewhat like a couple, Kappa had never really tried to understand his girlfriend. You go. Lin Jie motioned for Kappa to step forward, show Zhang Rui how it's done. Kappa moved quickly, taking a few strides to stand in front of Blake. Before Zhang Rui could say anything, he grabbed Blake by the hair and dragged him like a dead dog to a green metal trash bin. With one hand on the bin and the other pressing Blake's head, he slammed it against the bin. Bang! 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 Three sharp sounds, and a splash of fresh blood stained the green trash bin. I'll talk. I'll say everything. Blake, his head bleeding and trembling against the wall, finally spoke, his eyes clear. Zhang Rui smirked to herself, thinking, won't listen to kind words, have to get beaten. Lin Jie remarked to Zhang Rui, violence always gets immediate results. Then he quietly listened as Blake spilled everything he knew like beans from a pod. What Lin Jie didn't know was that under the night sky of the Wandering Star, someone else was doing the same thing, and even beating him to it. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.